The briny, fishy seawater rushed into his nostrils, jolting Su Qing upright. A faint coughing came from beside him. Su Qing turned his head and saw a woman lying on her side at the edge of the raft. Her soaked silk night dress clung tightly to her skin, outlining a voluptuous figure. The fabric had turned half-transparent in the water, leaving large stretches of snowy white flesh exposed under the blazing sun. Droplets slid down her slender neck and disappeared into a deep valley. Bai Yun, his girlfriend's mother. At that moment, Bai Yun's eyelashes trembled lightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. The endless ocean surrounding them instantly drained the color from the woman's face. She suddenly pushed herself up, her hands clawing aimlessly at the edge of the raft. Splinters pierced her skin, eliciting a cry of pain. "Auntie," Su Qing spoke. Bai Yun's body went rigid. She turned and recognized Su Qing's face, and the tension in her shoulders collapsed at once. "Xiao Qing, where's this? How did we end up here?" She shifted closer to Su Qing, crossed her arms over her chest, trying to cover the abruptly exposed springtime charms. "I don't know, I just woke up too." Su Qing's gaze swept over that expanse of pale skin and quickly shifted away. The sky suddenly darkened and enormous golden characters materialized out of thin air, imprinting directly onto his retina. "Welcome to the Great Voyage Survival World. All 10 billion humans of Blue Star have been deployed. Strive to stay alive, upgrade your raft, and conquer this vast ocean. Novice protection period, 3 days. During this time, rafts will not be overturned by waves and will not be actively attacked by sea beasts. Good luck to you all." As the characters dissolved, a translucent panel appeared in Su Qing's mind. Chat channel trading hall craft. It was exceedingly simple. He tapped open the chat channel, and countless messages frantically scrolled past. "Help! I can't swim. Someone save me. What is this damned place? I want to go home. I still have a meeting. Is anyone there? There's a shark circle. It's ramming my raft. Please, someone save me. I'll give you 1 million. No, 10 million. I see a chest floating in the sea, but I don't dare to retrieve it. There's a huge dark shadow in the water." The entire screen was filled with despair and panic, and Su Qing closed the channel. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Bai Yun sat blankly on the raw planks, droplets sliding from her hair. Transmigration, survival. Then what about Yi? Where is Yi? She seized Su Qing's arm. She had never dared kill even a fish, yet now she had been thrown into this boundless ocean, whose fear devoured her reason in an instant. 10 billion people deployed at random. She's most likely on another raft. Su Qing pulled off his relatively dry jacket and tossed it to Bai Yun. "Auntie, put this on first." Su Qing rose to his feet and opened the crafting panel. Plank wood 02, rope straw 02, simple wooden hook, wood 02, rope 01, everything was grayed out. The raft was utterly bare, not even a single scrap of material. Suddenly a strange sound echoed from the depths of his mind. Ding. Conditions met. Hex system bound. Each time the raft upgrades, the host may draw 1 hex enhancement. Current raft level 1010 wood. Initial draw chance gained 1. Draw now. Su Qing's heart thudded violently. Draw. He voiced the word in his mind, and 3 softly glowing icons appeared. 100 treasure pouch silver each day randomly grants 1 basic survival resource. Pandora's chest color. You may place 1 item into the chest. That item will randomly mutate into an item of equal or higher grade. Project Dragon Gold. Your raft gains self-repair capabilities. Su Qing fixed his gaze on the multicolored icon in the middle. Pandora's chest. A divine tool that turned trash into treasure. In this early stage of severe scarcity, the value of a single high-grade item was beyond measure. Even tossing in a broken piece of wood by the next day, it might emerge as a fine weapon. I choose Pandora's chest. Selection successful. Color hex obtained. Pandora's chest. A palm-sized dark purple wooden box appeared out of thin air in Su Qing's hand. Its surface was carved with intricate, eerie patterns that exuded an aura of mystery. Bai Yun wiped away her tears and leaned closer. "Xiao Qing, what is this?" She stared at the box, full of curiosity. "A novice reward from heaven." Su Qing lied offhandedly. Even with his girlfriend's mother in an apocalyptic setting, he could not grant complete trust. Bai Yun did not doubt him, but she understood nothing of such things. "Then what should we do now?" She had entirely come to regard Su Qing as her pillar. The boy who usually only knew how to play games was now uncannily calm. That composure soothed her panic, if only a little. Su Qing pried off a splinter of wood from the raft and tossed it into the dark purple box. A flash of light passed over its surface. Item placed. Inferior wood chip. Estimated mutation time 2 hours. Mutation direction random, minimum equal grade. Su Qing closed the box with satisfaction. Bai Yun watched his movements, not daring to ask more. His earlier warning still echoed in her ears. For now, she could only obey. Su Qing stood up and surveyed the surroundings. The novice protection period lasted only 3 days. After 3 days without weapons and without a sturdy raft, there would be nothing but a dead end. He had to gather resources as quickly as possible and craft a hook. Waves rolled and surged in the distance. A dark speck rose and fell with the swells drifting slowly toward the raft. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. It was a battered wooden chest. Seaweed coiled around its surface and a faint glow seeped through the gap in the lid. The raft had no propulsion and could only rely on the current. The chest's drifting trajectory would scrape past the right side of the raft at a distance of less than 10 meters. Su Qing half squatted at the edge of the raft, eyes locked on the bobbing chest. With no hook, he could only rely on his hands. That required extremely precise timing. If he misjudged, the chest would drift away with the current. Following his line of sight, Bai Yun also noticed the chest. Something's floating over. I'll go grab it. She was desperate to prove her worth, unwilling to be treated as dead weight. She stumbled to the edge of the raft and reached out for it. Don't move. Su Qing barked. Startled, Bai Yun froze with her hand suspended over the water, then turned to stare at him blankly. The current is very fast. Su Qing stared at the water. With your strength, you won't be able to hold onto the chest. You'll just be dragged into the sea. Step back. Bai Yun bit her lip and retreated to the center of the raft without a word. Staring at Su Qing's broad back, her heart was a tangle of emotions. This kid had always seemed soft and weak, yet here his presence felt overwhelmingly strong. The chest drifted ever closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. Su Qing's muscles tensed, his feet nailed to the raft as he calculated the rhythm of the swells. Suddenly a dark undercurrent surged and the chest's trajectory shifted. Instead of scraping past the right side of the raft, it drifted half a meter outward. The distance widened. Bai Yun cried out. It's drifting away. We won't be able to catch it. Her face was filled with anxiety. That chest was their hope of survival. Su Qing remained silent, eyes locked on the water. Give up. Impossible. The first chest was crucial. It would most likely contain resources vital to novices. 1 meter. Now. Su Qing lunged toward the water, more than half his body hanging off the raft, his legs hooked tightly around the raw edge. His arms stretched to their limit as his hands clamped precisely onto the chest's rim. A tremendous pulling force surged from beneath the surface. The chest was even heavier than he had expected. Half his body was dragged into the water, and the icy sea soaked his clothes in an instant. Xiao Qing! Bai Yun screamed. Forgetting her fear, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his legs and pulling with all her strength. Hold on. I'll haul you up. Su Qing grunted, muscles straining as he exerted force through his arms using the upward surge of the waves. Coordinating with Bai Yun's pull, he heaved the heavy chest onto the raft. Bang! The chest slammed onto the raw planks, splashing a puddle of water. Panting heavily, Su Qing shook the blood from his hands. He dropped to one knee, gripped the lid's edge with both hands, and heaved it open. Creak! The rusted hinges shrieked with a harsh scrape, and the lid sprang open. The lid of the crate sprang open. There was no blinding golden light, nor any monster lunging out at their faces. Su Qing leaned forward and peered inside. Several objects lay quietly at the bottom. 2 bottles of mineral water without any labels, a piece of black bread sealed in transparent plastic wrap, a coil of coarse hemp rope, and 3 dry wooden planks. Su Qing took out the water and bread. Beside him, Bai Yun stared fixedly at the bottle of water, her throat bobbing uncontrollably as she swallowed. She was desperately parched. Auntie, come give me a hand, Su Qing said, tossing the planks and hemp rope into the middle of the raft. Bai Yun hurried over. Xiao Qing, there's food. Su Qing twisted open a bottle of water and tipped his head back, gulping down 2 mouthfuls. His shriveled throat was finally moistened, and he felt himself come back to life. He passed the remaining more than half bottle to her. Drink some, but not too much. We have to ration it, he warned. Bai Yun took the plastic bottle with both hands and pressed it eagerly to her lips. She had intended to drink in great gulps, but forcibly halted herself, sipping in tiny measured mouthfuls instead. Ignoring her, Su Qing let his gaze fall on the now empty crate. Take this crate apart, he muttered, lifting his foot and kicking the wooden side. The planks cracked with a dull splintering sound. Bai Yun set the bottle down and hurried over to help. She had never done rough labor, her pale, delicate fingers hooked around the edge of a rusty nail, prying hard to pull it out. TSS, she hissed. A wooden splinter pierced the pad of her finger, and a bead of blood welled up. Instinctively, she wanted to cry out in pain, but when she looked up and met Su Qing's calm expression, she swallowed the cry back down, gritted her teeth, and kept prying at the planks. Working together, they soon dismantled the dilapidated crate into several pieces. Su Qing opened his interface and stored the materials away. He obtained wood 3, a rope 1, wood 4, rusty nails 2. Together with what he already had, he now possessed 7 units of wood and 1 rope. Su Qing opened the crafting interface. Simple wooden hook, wood 02, rope 01. The option lit up. Craft, he commanded. A faint glow flashed, and a wooden hook with a rope attached appeared out of thin air in Su Qing's hand. The hook was crudely made, yet carried some weight, and the rope extended for roughly 10 meters. With the wooden hook, his salvage range expanded to 10 meters at once. Plenty of debris floated on the sea's surface. Locking onto a plank drifting 5 meters away, Su Qing swung the hook above his head twice, then hurled it with force. The hook whistled through the air and splashed into the sea, catching neatly on the edge of the plank. Su Qing hauled on the rope with alternating hands, dragging the plank up alongside the raft. He obtained with 2. His movements were still clumsy, but a few more repetitions would make them smooth. Sitting in the middle of the raft, Bai Yun watched Su Qing's increasingly practiced motions, and an indescribable sense of safety rose quietly in her heart. Back home, her daughter had always complained that Su Qing lacked ambition, playing games all day. Bai Yun herself had thought this young man too taciturn, undeserving of her outstanding daughter. Yet now on this deadly boundless sea, this usually inconspicuous boy had become her only hope. "Xiao Qing, what can I do?" she asked proactively. Bai Yun spoke up. Without turning his head, Su Qing kept casting the hook. "Just stay put and don't move. As long as you don't cause trouble, that's enough." The hook flew out again, this time dragging back a tangled clump of seaweed and plastic bottles. He obtained thatch, 4 plastic shards too. Su Qing broke them down. He obtained rope too. Then he took aim at a broken wooden barrel bobbing in the distance. The hook struck the barrel with precision. He hauled it in and stomped it apart. He obtained wood 3. Su Qing paused his movements and opened the interface. The raft upgrade requirements were now met with 1210. Upgrade available. Su Qing silently chose to upgrade. The logs beneath his feet suddenly shuddered violently, emitting a grating friction that set his teeth on edge. "What's happening? Is it an earthquake?" Bai Yun screamed, clutching a central log on the raft in a death grip. The next instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded. New rough-hewn logs sprouted out of thin air along the raft's edges, the area expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The cramped space of barely 2 square meters doubled in an instant to 4. The trembling ceased. A crisp chime sounded. "The raft has been upgraded to level 2. You have gained 1 hex extraction chance. Current raft level 2050 wood." Su Qing exhaled deeply and rolled his aching shoulders. With the increased area, their space to move was far more generous. At least he no longer had to worry about rolling over in his sleep and plunging straight into the sea. In his mind, 3 glowing icons slowly surfaced. Metabolic accelerator silver, your movement speed increases, and every hour you recover a small amount of stamina. Portable forge gold, open an armory, and choose 1 item from 3 artifacts. DD block gold grants 1 free forced refresh of the trading hall per day, and randomly gifts a basic blueprint. Su Qing's gaze instantly locked onto the golden icon in the middle. What was he lacking most in the early stage? Not blueprints, not stamina, but the means to protect himself. The newbie protection period was only 3 days after that sea beasts would actively attack. Without even a knife in hand, how could he possibly survive? Select portable forge, he decided. The choice was confirmed, and he obtained the golden hex portable forge. 3 blinding spheres of light exploded before Su Qing, resolving into the hovering silhouettes of 3 weapons. Collector, killing sea beasts or enemies yields extra materials and grants an execution effect on targets near death. Rousing armor, greatly increases your recovery capacity, and any healing you receive is doubled. Death's dance, damage taken is converted into bleeding that drains slowly. Killing a target dispels the bleed and restores stamina. Su Qing's breathing grew heavier. Any one of these pieces of equipment taken out into the world would spark a frenzy. Without hesitation, Su Qing reached for the first silhouette. In a world of survival, resources were king. An ability that executed and boosted loot was nothing short of divine. Select collector, he said. The shadow solidified and a short blade of dark gold hue fell into Su Qing's hand. Fine serrations lined the edge of blood-red gem was set in the hilt, and the weapon had a satisfying weight to it. An attribute panel surfaced automatically. Collector artifact exceptionally sharp. Special effect 1, execution. When a target's health falls below 10, it is killed outright. Special effect 2, greed. Upon killing a target, a loot chest is guaranteed to drop. Su Qing reversed his grip on the short blade and casually swept it twice through the air. The sound of the blade slicing the wind was sharp and piercing. A fine weapon indeed. He slashed the short blade through the air a couple more times. Now the wind was almost silent. Then Su Qing casually grabbed a leftover length of hemp rope from the dismantled crate and brought it up against the edge. With a soft snap, the coarse hemp rope parted cleanly into the cut surface, smooth as glass. With this degree of sharpness, cutting flesh would probably feel no different from slicing tofu. Bai Yun shrank into a corner of the raft, arms wrapped around her knees. Seeing the dark gold short blade that had materialized in Su Qing's hand out of nowhere, she instinctively drew her shoulders back in fear. A sea breeze swept over them, and Bai Yun shivered. Achoo, she sneezed. She rubbed her nose, her entire body trembling. Just now, when helping Su Qing pull the treasure crate, She had leaned half her body out over the water and been drenched to the bone by the sea. Her already thin silk nightdress now clung completely to her skin. The pale pink fabric had turned nearly transparent when soaked, exposing large swathes of snowy white skin to the open air. When Su Qing turned his head, his line of sight crashed directly into the scene. Bai Yun's legs were drawn up, and the posture made the neckline of her dress dip dramatically low. A deep shadowed cleft flashed into his vision, water droplets sliding down her long neck, skimming over her collarbones. Su Qing swallowed hard and quickly averted his gaze. At the age of 20, full of youthful vigor, who could withstand such sights daily? Moreover, this was Yi's mother. Whenever she visited, Bai Yun always appeared dignified and elegant in her conservative home attire. Now in this disheveled, yet alluring state, the contrast was simply too stark. "Auntie, please take off your clothes," Su Qing said casually, playing with the collector in his hand. Bai Yun froze, suddenly looking up, her hands tightly covering her chest. "Xiao Qing, what did you say?" Her voice trembled, her face pale. Could it be that they were to do this now? Su Qing pointed to the scorching sun overhead. "Your clothes are soaked, clinging to your body, making it easy to lose body heat. It's noon and the sun is harsh. Take them off and hang them on the wooden raft. They will dry soon enough." He paused and kicked the coat he had thrown to Bai Yun earlier towards her. "Wear my coat. Although it's damp, it's better than that nightgown of yours." Bai Yun's face turned bright red, reaching all the way to her ears, realizing she had misinterpreted his words. Looking down at herself, she finally realized how serious her wardrobe malfunction was. Hastily grabbing Su Qing's coat, she clumsily draped it over herself. Su Qing turned around, presenting his back to Bai Yun as the sounds of her hurried disrobing filled the air. The sound of fabric rubbing against one another was particularly clear on the quiet sea surface, and Su Qing couldn't help but recall the image he had just seen. The dazzling expanse of white and those ripe curves. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart. All right. A faint voice emerged from behind him. Su Qing turned around to see Bai Yun wrapped in his oversized sports coat, the zipper pulled all the way up, covering herself tightly. Yet the coat was still too short for her, barely covering the top of her thighs. Her long, fair legs intertwined, fidgeting nervously, their knees rubbing against each other. The soaked silk nightgown had been wrung out and draped over the edge of the wooden raft. "Extend your hand." Su Qing approached and squatted in front of Bai Yun. Bai Yun jumped back in fright, instinctively retreating. "What are you doing?" Su Qing, uninterested in small talk, grabbed her wrist and pulled her towards him. Bai Yun let out a startled cry, her body losing balance as she fell forward, landing directly into Su Qing's embrace. A scent, a mixture of salty seawater and the unique fragrance of a mature woman, enveloped him. So soft. Su Qing's body stiffened, and Bai Yun panicked, pressing her hands against Su Qing's chest, trying to rise. "Don't move," Su Qing said in a low voice. Bai Yun, frightened, dared not move, her entire being almost hanging onto Su Qing. Su Qing pinched her right index finger. On her delicate fingertip was a dark wooden splinter. With a flick of his free wrist, the dark, golden short blade collector appeared out of thin air. The finely serrated edge glinted coldly as it approached Bai Yun's finger. She trembled in fear, quickly closing her eyes, instinctively shrinking back. "Xiao Qing, don't." Su Qing ignored her protest, his wrist flicking as the blade tip precisely pierced the skin. The splinter was extracted, a drop of blood welling up. Bai Yun opened her eyes, a dazed expression on her face, astonished that it didn't hurt at all. This knife was incredibly sharp. It cut through the skin before her pain nerves even had a chance to react. Su Qing released her hand, standing up and putting some distance between them. "Go drink that half bottle of water, eat the bread, and then organize the planks we've salvaged, sorting and stacking them aside." Bai Yun quickly scrambled up from the raft, tugging at the hem of the oversized coat with both hands, her face still flushed. She obediently walked aside to grab the water and bread. The black bread, wrapped in plastic, was hard as rock. Bai Yun tore open the packaging and bit down hard, her gums aching, yet the bread left no dent. She looked up at Su Qing with a wronged expression. Su Qing walked over, snatched the bread, and sliced it in half with the collector. He kept the larger piece for himself and tossed the smaller piece to Bai Yun. "Break it apart and swallow it with the water." Bai Yun caught the small piece of bread, nibbling at it slowly. She stole glances at Su Qing, who stood by the edge of the raft. Su Qing swallowed the rough bread in a few bites and casually opened the panel. "Wood, 7 rope, 3 plastic fragments, 2 reed, 4 resources are still too few. Upgrading the raft to level 3 requires 50 pieces of wood, and we are still far from that." Just then, the surface of the dark purple wooden box of Pandora's treasure chest began to glow with intricate patterns, emitting a faint purple light, which quickly retracted. Just then, the surface of the dark purple wooden box of Pandora's treasure chest began to glow with intricate patterns, emitting a faint purple light. Bai Yun curiously leaned over. "Is this the box from earlier? What's inside?" Su Qing directly lifted the lid of the box. The piece of inferior wood shavings that had been placed inside had vanished. In its place was a scroll of parchment radiating a faint blue light. Su Qing reached out to take the scroll, and the attribute panel popped up. Acquired blueprint for basic seawater purifier. Excellent basic seawater purifier. Wood 010, plastic bottle 05, rags 02, charcoal 02. Description: can convert 5 liters of seawater into drinkable freshwater daily. Freshwater in survival at sea water is absolutely more critical than food. Those 2 bottles of mineral water wouldn't last long at all. A person can go days without food, but 3 days without water will definitely lead to death. With this purifier, at least he wouldn't have to worry about dying of thirst. A piece of the most useless broken wood unexpectedly mutated into an excellent level blueprint. This Pandora's box of a hex was simply extraordinary. Su Qing opened the panel to check the crafting requirements. Wood, plastic bottles, rags. The materials he had just salvaged were just sufficient. Now he only lacked charcoal. Su Qing opened the trading hall. It was empty, with only a few people occasionally posting some wooden boards, all looking to trade for water and food. No one had charcoal. Su Qing switched to the chat channel, where messages were rolling in frantically. "I'm dying of thirst. Who has water? I'll trade a Rolex for a bottle of water. The seawater is too salty, I couldn't stand it, and drank a bit, now my throat is on fire, help." I salvaged a box, and inside was a pack of sanitary pads. What use does a big man have for this stuff? Someone help me, there are sharks all around my raft. The channel was filled with desperate cries for water and food. Su Qing closed the channel. It seemed he would have to find a way to make charcoal himself. To make charcoal, he first needed fire. Su Qing quickly searched through the crafting panel. Fire drill tool, wood 02, straw 01. This was simple. Craft. A faint light flashed, and a set of simple fire drill tools appeared in his hands. Su Qing took 2 wooden boards, placed them in the center of the raft, and crushed the straw to lay under the boards. He clamped the boards with his legs and held the stick with both hands, starting to rub it quickly. Bai Yun watched from the side, not daring to breathe. She understood Su Qing was going to start a fire. After several minutes, Su Qing's hands were red and sore, and finally a wisp of blue smoke emerged from the wooden board. He quickly increased his speed, gritting his teeth and rubbing vigorously. A spark fell onto the straw. Su Qing immediately crouched down, carefully blowing on the spark. Huff! The flame leaped up, igniting the dry straw. Bai Yun covered her mouth in surprise. "It's lit. It's lit." Su Qing placed several wooden boards over the fire, allowing them to burn fully. Once the boards glowed red and were completely charred, he used the collector to pry the burning wood apart and doused it with seawater. Pungent white smoke rose. Acquired charcoal 3. The materials were complete. Su Qing opened the crafting panel and clicked to craft basic seawater purifier. A beam of light flashed over the raft. A simple device about half a meter tall appeared before him. The upper part was a funnel-shaped plastic container filled with rags and charcoal in the middle, and the lower part was a plastic bucket for collecting fresh water. "Is this a water purifier?" Bai Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. In this vast sea with nothing, Su Qing had somehow conjured a water purifier. Su Qing picked up an empty plastic bottle next to him, filled it with seawater, and poured it into the upper funnel. The seawater slowly seeped down through the rags and charcoal. A few minutes later, clear droplets of water dripped from the lower plastic bucket. Drip, drip. The sound of water falling into the bottom of the bucket was particularly soothing. Bai Yun swallowed hard, her throat parched and painful. She had only drunk half a bottle of water earlier, and by now she was already suffering from thirst. Su Qing picked up the collection bucket and took a big gulp. There was no saltiness, although it carried a hint of earthy taste from the charcoal. It was definitely thirst-quenching fresh water. The greatest crisis of survival had been temporarily averted. Su Qing handed the remaining half bottle of mineral water to Bai Yun. "Drink this, save the water from the purifier for later." Bai Yun gratefully accepted the bottle, cradling it in her hands, and tilted her head back, drinking deeply. Just then the raft suddenly shook violently beneath them. "Ah!" Bai Yun exclaimed, losing her balance and falling onto the raft, spilling half of the mineral water in her hands. Su Qing quickly stabilized himself and grabbed the nearby collector. This was not the shaking caused by waves. Something had struck the bottom of the raft. Didn't the novice protection period mean they wouldn't be attacked by sea beasts? Su Qing walked to the edge of the raft and looked down at the water's surface. The seawater was deep and murky. He couldn't see what was below. Bang! Another violent impact occurred. This time the force was immense. A noticeable crack appeared in one of the wooden logs at the edge of the raft. Bai Yun, frightened, crawled behind Su Qing, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly. "Xiao Qing, there's something in the water." Su Qing tightened his grip on the short blade, staring intently at the water's surface. A huge dark shadow was swimming beneath the raft, moving at incredible speed. The creature circled the raft, then suddenly surged out of the water. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. An ugly head with a mouth full of sharp teeth emerged, easily the size of a wash basin. Its gray-brown scales glinted coldly in the sunlight, and a pair of murky eyes fixated on the logs of the raft. Mutated sea iguana level 1. Inherently fierce, it enjoys gnawing on wood. Su Qing immediately recalled the information about this monster in his mind. It wasn't a sea beast that actively attacked humans, but a creature specifically coming to gnaw on rafts. The raft was their only reliance for survival at sea. If it was gnawed away, both of them would end up in the water feeding the fish. The sea iguana opened its massive mouth and bit down on the edge of the raft. Crack! Wood splintered everywhere. A large chunk was bitten off from the log, causing the raft to tilt. Seawater rushed in through the gap, seeking death. Su Qing showed no hesitation, seizing the dark golden collector, aiming it at the sea iguana's ugly head and thrusting it fiercely. The dark golden short blade sank into the gray-brown scales, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache from the friction. The marine iguana cried out in pain, its thick tail slamming against the water's surface, splashing large droplets and causing the wooden raft to shake violently. Su Qing gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, using the weight of his body to force the serrated blade downwards with all his might. Hiss! The creature emitted a strange hiss, opening its massive maw in an attempt to bite Su Qing's wrist. Su Qing abruptly pulled out the short blade and slashed across its vulnerable neck in a swift motion. Triggered collector's effect execution. The monster's movements instantly froze, its enormous head drooping helplessly as its gray-brown body quickly shriveled, turning into specks of white light that dissipated in the seawater. Only a wooden chest stained with water remained on the log. Triggered collector's effect greed. Loot box guaranteed to drop. Su Qing panted heavily, collapsing onto the raft, his arm muscles still trembling from overexertion. Xiao Qing, are you alright? Bai Yun hurriedly crawled over, looking Su Qing up and down, her voice trembling with tears as she recalled the earlier terrifying scene. That monster's mouth was larger than a basin and could easily snap a person in two. I want that. Su Qing shook the water droplets off the blade, flipping his wrist as the short blade vanished into thin air. He pulled the wooden chest closer. He opened the chest. Acquired marine iguana fresh meat 2, tough beast skin 1, wood 5, plastic bottles 2. 2 chunks of red and white meat lay quietly at the bottom of the chest, still steaming alongside a thick gray-brown hide. Su Qing stored the supplies in the panel and turned to look at the damaged log. The gap was quite large, with waves of seawater surging in. He opened the crafting panel. Repair raft, wood 02. Repair. A faint light flashed, and the damaged log returned to its original state. After finishing these tasks, Su Qing looked up at the sky. The sun was already close to the horizon, and the sky was tinged with flames of sunset. The scorching heat of the day was quickly fading, and the sea breeze carried a noticeable chill. And get the fire going. Su Qing tossed 2 pieces of marine iguana meat onto the wooden planks. Bai Yun nodded, eagerly, quickly retrieving the tools for friction fire. She just wanted to work harder to prove she wasn't a burden. Minutes later, the fire pit blazed back to life. Bai Yun skewered the meat chunks onto a small stick and placed them over the flames, the dripping fat sizzling on the charcoal, releasing an unusual savory aroma. Su Qing sat beside the fire and opened the chat channel. The channel was filled with wails. It's getting dark. So cold. Who has clothes? I fished all day and only caught 3 wooden planks, didn't even drink a drop of water. Someone give me a bite to eat, I'll do anything. A big fish just crashed into my raft, it scared me to death. Don't go into the water at night. Su Qing closed the panel. The situation was clear. Many would not survive the night. Xiao Qing, the meat is ready. Bai Yun handed him a skewer of perfectly roasted meat. Su Qing took a bite and found it quite fishy and tough, but it filled his stomach. He swallowed the meat in a few bites and drank some fresh water from the purifier. Bai Yun held another skewer of meat, nibbling it daintily. She usually paid attention to healthy eating, and this unidentifiable roasted meat would not have even caught her eye before, but now it seemed like a delicacy. Night had completely fallen. The surroundings were engulfed in impenetrable darkness, with only the weak glow and warmth of the fire pit in the center of the raft. The sea breeze grew stronger, causing the flames to flicker. The temperature dropped sharply. It had been over 30 degrees during the day, but now it was likely below 10, a shocking temperature difference over the sea. Achoo! Bai Yun sneezed heavily, her body shivering uncontrollably. Although her silk nightgown was half dried by body heat, it provided no wind protection. She had on Su Qing's sports jacket, but her lower half was completely bare, cold wind rushing into her clothes. Su Qing took out the tough beast skin and threw it to Bai Yun. Wrap yourself in this. Bai Yun caught the beast skin and quickly draped it over herself, wrapping herself tightly. The beast's skin did block the wind, but her body was already on the verge of hypothermia, her hands and feet icy, her teeth chattering. The wood in the fire pit was almost burned out. Su Qing glanced at the panel. There were still 10 pieces of wood left, and he needed to craft something tomorrow, so he couldn't use it all for the fire. He added the last 2 wooden planks to the fire. The fire is about to go out. Su Qing moved closer to Bai Yun. Bai Yun was curled up in the corner, trembling all over. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, she looked up, her lips already turning purple from the cold. Xiao Qing, I'm so cold. Her voice was weak and pleading. Come here. Su Qing patted the empty space beside him. Bai Yun was taken aback. Where to? Come closer, Su Qing said flatly. If you want to freeze to death, Bai Yun bit her lip. She understood Su Qing's meaning well. Cuddle for warmth. But when Su Qing came to the house, they barely spoke to each other, and now they were to embrace in the middle of the deserted sea at midnight. That was too absurd. Aunt Su Qing looked at her. There is no moral court here, only survival. If you freeze to death, even if he lives, I won't know how to explain it to her. Mentioning her daughter broke down Bai Yun's defenses. Wrapped in the beast's skin, she hesitantly moved closer to Su Qing. Sit a bit closer. Su Qing grabbed her arm and pulled her hard. Bai Yun gasped as she fell directly into Su Qing's embrace. The male scent mixed with the briny smell of the sea instantly enveloped her. Su Qing was warm like a furnace. Bai Yun stiffened, unsure where to place her hands, awkwardly pressing them against Su Qing's chest. Turn around, face away from me, Su Qing commanded. Bai Yun blushed and obediently turned around. Su Qing pressed up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and tightly enveloping her with the beast's skin. Their bodies were completely pressed against each other with no gaps. Bai Yun could even feel Su Qing's strong heartbeat pounding against her back, making her feel a tingling sensation. It was too close. Her silk nightgown was pitifully thin, and Su Qing's body heat transferred over without any obstruction, gradually warming her previously frozen limbs. Xiao Qing, Bai Yun whispered, her voice drifting. Don't talk, close your eyes and sleep, Su Qing interrupted her. Bai Yun closed her mouth, not daring to speak again. She nestled in Su Qing's embrace, feeling the warmth behind her. The sense of being completely enveloped allowed her taut nerves to finally relax after a day of tension. Sleepiness washed over her. Su Qing, however, could not fall asleep at all. The woman in his arms was incredibly soft. Even through their clothes, the astonishing sensation still made his blood surge. Bai Yun instinctively burrowed closer to him for warmth, her voluptuous curves brushing against him. Su Qing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fire within him. It was pure torture. He forced himself to shift his focus to the system panel. Pandora's box was still empty. Su Qing took out a piece of wood and tossed it into the dark purple box. Inserted wood. Estimated mutation time 8 hours. Mutation direction random, minimum same level. Just in time for tomorrow morning. The night grew deeper and the fire pit was completely extinguished. The sea wind howled and the waves crashed against the raft. Bai Yun was already sound asleep, breathing evenly. She had curled up completely in Su Qing's arms, her head resting on his shoulder, her warm breath tickling his neck. The sea breeze scattered the dense fog of the night. Su Qing opened his eyes, feeling a slight numbness in the right half of his body. He looked down and saw Bai Yun entangled around him like an octopus. The woman was in a deep sleep, her cheek pressed tightly against his chest, breathing evenly. The beast hide that had shielded them from the wind had long slipped away. The soaking wet silk nightgown from yesterday had been completely dried by body heat, now twisted around her waist as she tossed in her sleep. Her long fair legs were draped over Su Qing's legs, without any cover, even rubbing against him unconsciously. Su Qing took a deep breath, pushing aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. On the second day of survival, there was no time for romance. He reached out and pinched Bai Yun's shoulder, giving her a gentle push. Wake up, Bai Yun murmured drowsily, not only failing to get up, but instead burrowing her head deeper into Su Qing's embrace. Su Qing increased his force. It's dawn. Bai Yun suddenly jolted awake, her eyes opening to meet Su Qing's chin. She froze for 2 seconds, finally realizing her current position. She was practically hanging on Su Qing, her thighs tightly pressed against him. Her face instantly flushed crimson all the way to her ears. She scrambled up from Su Qing's embrace, desperately tugging at the twisted nightgown, rolling and crawling to the edge of the wooden raft. Xiao Qing. I don't sleep well. Bai Yun lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing. So embarrassing. After all, she was Yi's mother. How could she have slept so soundly in her future son-in-law's arms and so tightly? Su Qing stood up, stretching his sore shoulders and arms, the bones cracking audibly. Put away the beast hide and tidy up the fire pit. Bai Yun was like a person granted a reprieve, quickly turning to clean up the mess on the ground. Su Qing walked to the center of the wooden raft, where the dark purple wooden box rested quietly on the log. The surface, adorned with intricate patterns, was shimmering with a faint purple glow. Pandora's box. The time for mutation had arrived. Mutation complete. Su Qing crouched down, lifting the lid of the box with one hand. The ordinary piece of wood that had been placed inside had vanished. In its place was a completely black fishing rod. The material was neither wood nor iron, the grip wrapped in a layer of special non-slip leather, and the fishing line exhibited a semi-transparent light blue color almost invisible under the sunlight. Su Qing reached out to take the fishing rod, and the attribute panel popped up automatically. Acquired reinforced fishing rod fine attributes. The fishing line carries a special fish-attracting aroma, no bait required. Special effect increases catch rate by 50, with a 10 chance of catching special quality aquatic creatures or lost resources from the sea with each fishing attempt. A great item. Su Qing weighed it in his hand. It was light, but had excellent durability. In the vast ocean, apart from relying on salvaging randomly drifting wooden treasure chests, the most stable source of food was fish. However, fishing in this ocean was not easy. Without suitable bait, one could sit all day without any reward. This fishing rod eliminated the hassle of finding bait and came with a drop rate for special items. It was simply a divine artifact for early development. After Bai Yun finished tidying up the fire pit, she approached Su Qing. She looked curiously at the black long rod in Su Qing's hand. "Xiao Qing, is this a fishing rod?" Su Qing acknowledged, casually placing the fishing rod on the wooden raft. Bai Yun stared at the fishing rod, biting her lip. Last night, while curled up in Su Qing's arms, she had thought about many things. This world was terrifying, lacking laws and rescue. Su Qing had changed, becoming cold and decisive, even exuding an oppressive aura that frightened her. If she continued to be a burden who only cried and feared, she would eventually be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. She did not want to die, she wanted to live to see her daughter. She had to prove her worth. "Xiao Qing." Bai Yun looked up, meeting Su Qing's gaze. "Let me handle the fish." "You can fish?" Su Qing raised an eyebrow. "I've been sea fishing a few times before and know some basic operations," Bai Yun quickly explained, fearing Su Qing would refuse. She pointed to a few black dots floating on the distant sea. "You still need to be responsible for upgrading the raft, using that wooden hook to salvage resources, and guarding against monsters in the water. Fishing, being a time-consuming task, is perfect for me to do. I promise I won't cause you trouble. I will definitely catch fish." Her tone was urgent, her hands unconsciously twisting together. Su Qing looked at her. This woman was smarter than he had imagined and had decent adaptability. Knowing to actively seek work was much better than those who only complained about their fate. "All right." Su Qing handed her the fishing rod. "Don't worry, you'll definitely catch something." She took off her oversized sports jacket, neatly folded it to the side, and sat at the edge of the wooden raft in her silk nightgown. Her legs dangled naturally above the sea, her toes suspended in midair. She skillfully checked the fishing line and hook, then stood up, gripping the handle tightly, and with a strong backward thrust cast it forward. Whoosh! The light blue fishing line traced a beautiful arc in the air. The hook hit the water, creating only a small ripple. Bai Yun sat back down, gripping the fishing rod tightly, her full attention on the surface of the water. Su Qing ignored her, picking up the simple wooden hook he had made the night before and walking to the other side of the raft. Today the raft must be upgraded to level 3, needing more than 30 pieces of wood. There was plenty of floating debris on the sea. Su Qing targeted a broken wooden barrel 5 meters away, swung the wooden hook, and hit it precisely. Dragging it ashore, he stepped on it to crush it. Acquired with 3, a rusty nail 1, his movements became increasingly adept. In less than half an hour, Su Qing had already salvaged 4 or 5 wooden boards and a pile of weeds. Splash! A sudden sound of splashing water came from behind. Su Qing turned his head. Bai Yun's black fishing rod bent into an exaggerated arc. "There's a fish. It's really strong." Bai Yun exclaimed, her whole body being pulled forward by the force of the rod, sliding half a meter ahead. She gritted her teeth, her feet pressing against the edge of the raft, desperately pulling back. The enhanced fishing rod's fish-attracting effect was immediate. It had barely been 10 minutes since the hook went down, and she already had a catch. Su Qing stood still, watching as Bai Yun alternated her hands, gradually tightening the fishing line. The creature beneath the surface was thrashing violently, stirring up splashes on the water's surface. "Come up." Bai Yun suddenly exerted force, her waist thrusting backward. A half-meter-long sea fish, its scales shimmering silver, was forcibly dragged out of the water. Thud! The fish landed heavily on the wooden raft, flopping around wildly, its tail slapping the planks with loud cracks. Acquired fresh sea base 1, Bai Yun collapsed onto the raft, panting heavily, her chest rising and falling, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xiao Qing, look. I caught something." She turned her head, eagerly showcasing her prize to Su Qing, her face full of a desire for praise. Su Qing walked over, stepping on the still flopping sea base. The dark golden collector slipped from his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the back of the knife struck the fish's head, instantly silencing it. Bai Yun reattached the fishing line and cast again. For the next 2 hours, the enhanced fishing rod displayed terrifying efficiency. Bai Yun was almost non-stop, having just cast the hook for a few minutes before another fish bit. Sea bass grouper, and even a few palm-sized blue crabs. One corner of the raft had already piled up a small mountain of seafood. Su Qing watched the ever-increasing food supplies, raising his evaluation of Pandora's box even higher. This thing was simply a game-changer. Xiao Qing, my arms are really sore. Bai Yun shook her aching wrists. The continuous intense pulling had left several red marks on her fair palms. Take a 10-minute break. Su Qing dismantled a piece of wood he had just salvaged, glancing at the panel. Would 4550, only 5 more needed, and he would be able to upgrade. Bai Yun rubbed her wrists, not daring to truly take a 10-minute break. She caught her breath, and once again cast the hook into the sea. This time less than 10 seconds after the hook hit the water. The originally calm, light, blue fishing line suddenly went taut. Then the black fishing rod bent down sharply, nearly touching the surface of the sea. A terrifying force erupted instantly. Up. Bai Yun had no time to react, her whole body being pulled forward. Her upper body slid off the raft, and she was about to be dragged into the sea. Xiao Qing, help! She screamed, clinging tightly to the fishing rod, refusing to let go. Su Qing dropped the wooden hook, taking 2 steps forward. He grabbed Bai Yun's ankle and yanked her backward with all his strength. Bai Yun leveraged this force to slam her upper body back onto the raft. But the underwater force was still increasing wildly. The fishing rod made a painful creaking sound, as if it would snap at any moment. Su Qing released Bai Yun's ankle and directly hugged her from behind. His arms wrapped around her soft waist, his feet firmly planted on the log, creating a stable support point. Don't let go. Lift it up. Su Qing whispered urgently in Bai Yun's ear. She shivered all over, feeling the warmth from Su Qing into her ear, but she couldn't care about that now. She gritted her teeth, cooperating with Su Qing's waist strength, desperately lifting the fishing rod. A dull gurgling sound came from underwater, and the surface of the sea began to churn violently, a mass of white bubbles surging to the surface. Triggering 10 special chance. Su Qing stared intently at the roiling sea surface, the dark golden short blades slipping from his palm. The underwater tension was escalating wildly. The fishing line was taut and emitted a sharp slicing. Bai Yun gritted her teeth, her voice squeezing through the gaps. Su Qing wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, and the two of them were pressed closely together. Bai Yun was wearing only a thin silk nightgown, and Su Qing could clearly feel the tension in her abdominal muscles and her body heat. Hold on tight. Don't let it dive under the raft. Su Qing commanded in a low voice, his feet firmly planted on the wooden planks. Bai Yun's hands were turning red from the strain, and tears were nearly spilling from her eyes. It's too heavy. I really can't hold on anymore. Even if you can't hold on, you have to. If you let go, we'll lose everything. Let out the line. Su Qing shouted. Bai Yun fumbled with the fishing reel, the light blue fishing line flying out rapidly. The creature underwater grew furious, causing the surface of the sea to roil even more violently. After exhausting themselves for over 10 minutes, the struggles from beneath the water finally began to weaken. It's losing strength, pull it up. Su Qing exerted force, suddenly leaning back with Bai Yun. Splash! Water exploded around them. A monstrous fish as long as an adult's arm and entirely crimson was forcibly dragged out of the water. The fish looked extremely hideous, its mouth filled with dense sharp teeth, a row of barbs on its back, and its scales glimmering with a strange red light under the sun. As soon as the monstrous fish broke free from the water, it thrashed violently. It opened its mouth wide, and a jet of black water shot directly at Bai Yun's face. Su Qing reacted swiftly, pulling Bai Yun behind him. The water jet grazed his shoulder, splashing onto the raft and producing a hissing sound of corrosion. The surface of the wooden planks was corroded into a charred pit. What a poisonous fish! The creature, propelled by this force, lunged directly at Su Qing along the fishing line. Su Qing tightened his grip on the dark golden collector, swinging a vicious slash at the incoming fish. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Thud! The extremely sharp blade cut through the fish's tough red scales, severing half of its head. Triggered collector effect execution. The fish's lifeless body crashed onto the raft, writhing twice before dissipating into white light. A wooden chest glowing faintly was left on the log. Triggered collector effect greed. Guaranteed to drop loot chest. Su Qing took a breath, flicked the blood off the blade, and sheathed the short sword. Bai Yun slumped onto the raft, her heart racing as she patted her chest. She had thought she would be bitten to pieces by that monster just now. Are you okay? Su Qing walked over and kicked the chest on the ground. I am fine, Bai Yun gasped, looking up at Su Qing. What kind of fish is this? It's terrifying. I don't know, let's open the chest and see. Su Qing crouched down and lifted the lid of the chest. Inside there were no random odds and ends, just 2 pieces of bright red fish meat and a few dry wooden planks. Su Qing held the fish meat in his hand, and a panel popped up automatically. Obtained Crimson Blood Spirit Fish Meat 2. Obtained Wood 5. Su Qing's gaze was locked onto the 2 pieces of fish meat. Crimson Blood Spirit Fish Meat Rare contains special energy from aquatic flesh. Consuming it will permanently enhance physical attributes, significantly increasing strength, endurance, and recovery speed. Note: each person can only consume one piece. Additional consumption has no effect. Permanently enhancing physical attributes. Su Qing's heart leapt. This was a good find. In this perilous survival world, physical fitness was the greatest asset for survival. To think that the mutated reinforced fishing rod from the Pandora's box could even catch such rare resources. Let's get a fire going. Su Qing put the wood into the panel and turned to Bai Yun. She didn't ask many questions and quickly got up to fetch the tools for starting a fire. She was now completely obedient to Su Qing's words. Just moments ago, they had been closely together pulling the fish. She could still feel his warmth on her body, and her cheeks were burning. Before long, a fire was rekindled. Su Qing skewered the 2 pieces of crimson blood spirit fish meat on a stick and held them over the flames to roast. The fish meat was peculiar. As soon as it was heated, a layer of light pink oil secreted from its surface. The oil dripped onto the charcoal without producing a burnt smell. Instead, it released an enticing aroma. The scent wafted with the sea breeze, causing Bai Yun's stomach to rumble uncontrollably. She blushed and covered her stomach, feeling a bit embarrassed. "If you're hungry, eat." Su Qing offered her a skewer of roasted fish meat. The fish meat was slightly charred on the outside, but revealed an enticing pink inside. Bai Yun took it carefully and bit into a small piece. The fish melted in her mouth, requiring no chewing. It turned into a wave of warmth that slid down her throat. So delicious. Bai Yun's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait for it to cool, devouring the entire piece of fish meat. Su Qing finished his portion in a few bites. Not long after the fish meat settled in her stomach, the changes began. Su Qing felt an explosion of fire in his belly, a strong wave of heat surging through his blood to all his limbs. His muscles twitched uncontrollably, and the soreness and fatigue vanished. He clenched his fists and his joints cracked crisply. His strength had at least doubled, and even his vision and hearing became sharper. Su Qing turned to look at Bai Yun, who was reacting even more strongly than he was. She curled up in the corner of the raft, hugging her arms tightly. Her skin flushed abnormally. A large amount of sweat dripped from her forehead, running down her cheeks. The already thin silk nightgown was now completely soaked with sweat. The fabric clung tightly to her skin, accentuating her curvaceous figure. "So hot." Shouting him so hot. Bai Yun squirmed uncomfortably, instinctively tugging at her neckline. A large expanse of fair skin was exposed to the air, heaving with her breath. Su Qing quickly averted his gaze and walked to the water barrel, pouring some clean water from the purifier. "Drink some water. The fish meat is transforming your physique. Just endure it for a while." He handed her the water. Bai Yun took the cup, gulping it down, the water flowing down her chin and soaking a large area of fabric. After more than 10 minutes, the flush on her body finally subsided slowly. Bai Yun let out a sigh and stood up from the raft. She looked at her hands in surprise, moving her arms around casually. Shouting, I feel like I have endless strength." She walked over to the pile of seafood they had just caught and effortlessly lifted a sea bass weighing over 10 pounds. Not believing it, she walked to the edge of the raft and wrapped her arms around a thick log used to reinforce the raft. This log weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds, which usually required effort even for Su Qing to move. Bai Yun took a deep breath and pulled it up suddenly. "Hey!" The log was lifted directly, held steadily at her. Bai Yun was stunned, hurriedly setting the log down, brushing the dust off her hands, her face filled with disbelief. Back home, she had found even lifting a bucket of water difficult, yet now she could lift such a heavy log. "This is the effect of that fish meat," Su Qing stated calmly. "From now on, you will be in charge of fishing and organizing supplies. Work fast with your newfound strength." Su Qing silently chanted in his heart. Upgrade. The wooden raft beneath him began to tremble violently once again. Bai Yun was startled and quickly dropped the fish in her hands, clinging tightly to the wooden post at the center of the raft. "Another earthquake. The raft is upgrading, don't panic." Su Qing stood steadily in place. The logs emitted a dull grinding sound, and the area began to expand rapidly. 4 square meters, 6 square meters, 8 square meters. It expanded to about 10 square meters before the tremors finally ceased. The once cramped wooden raft was now more than doubled in space. Not only could one move around freely, but a rough wooden railing half a meter high automatically grew along the edge. The raft has upgraded to level 3. You have gained 1 Hextech extraction opportunity. Current raft level 30200 with 050 rope, 050 plastic fragments. Su Qing looked at the drastically increased upgrade requirements, his brow slightly furrowed. The further he progressed, the more outrageous the required materials became. Fortunately, there was Hextech enhancement. In his mind, 3 glowing icons slowly appeared. Component bag of holding silver, instantly obtain 3 random basic resource packages. Bag of holding silver, randomly obtain 1 item of basic survival material each day. Golden Ticket Gold, gain one free opportunity each day for high-level item extraction from the manufacture panel with a chance to draw blueprints or finished products. Su Qing glanced over the first two silver icons and quickly skipped them. Although the component bag of holding and the bag of holding were useful in the early stages, their limits were too low. Golden Ticket. Free extraction of high-level items. As long as luck isn't too poor, drawing even a single quality blueprint could significantly enhance his chances of survival. Choose Golden Ticket. Selection successful. Obtained Golden Hextech Golden Ticket. Today's free extraction opportunities. 1. Will you use it? Su Qing showed no hesitation. Use. A golden will began to spin rapidly on the translucent panel in front of him. The pointer swept past a series of blurred shadows. Weapons, blueprints, armor, special items. After a few seconds, the wheel slowed down, finally coming to rest on a square, emitting a blue glow. Ding. Extraction successful. Obtained automatic collection, net blueprint quality. The blue light converged in his palm, transforming into a piece of parchment edged with a faint glow. Manufacturing requirements: wood 0.20, rope 0.10, rusty nails 0.5, plastic fragments 0.10. A good item. Su Qing felt a surge of spirit. The most labor-intensive task in the early stages was manually retrieving resources with a wooden hook, which was not only inefficient, but also required constant vigilance over the sea to avoid missing out on valuable items. With this thing, it was like having a free labor force that worked around the clock, completely freeing his hands. However, upon seeing the manufacturing requirements, he frowned. The raft had just exhausted all the wood during the upgrade, and now he had nothing but a few scattered broken planks in his backpack, insufficient to meet the material needs. Although there was a fair amount of garbage floating on the sea, relying solely on the wooden hook to collect it piece by piece would take at least half a day to gather this set of materials. Su Qing turned to glance at the corner of the raft. The seafood Bai Yun had just caught had piled into a small mountain, with sea-based grouper and blue crabs still wriggling on the planks. Food was overflowing. Su Qing directly opened the trading hall. The trading information displayed in the hall was pitifully sparse, and when there were a few items, they were all exchanges of wood planks for water and food, with no one selling iron nails or plastic, which were scarce resources. He switched to the chat channel to check the current market situation. The messages were still scrolling frantically. Is there anyone kind enough to give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for a whole day and night, and my stomach is churning with acid. I'll trade 3 wooden planks for a sip of water. Just one sip. My throat feels like it's on fire. Help. A shark just bit off a piece of my raft. I don't even have any wood left to repair it. Is there any big shot willing to take me along? In real life, I'm an executive of a listed company. If you share some food with me, I'll give you shares when we get back. The person above must be an idiot still thinking about going back. Let's focus on surviving tonight first. The screen was filled with the wails of those struggling just to meet their basic needs. The vast majority of people had not even solved the most basic survival issues, let alone upgrade their rafts. Su Qing turned off the chat channel and returned to the trading hall. He clicked on List Item. Listed item: fresh sea base 500G. Required materials: wood 10 or rope 5 or rusty nails 2 or plastic fragments 5. Note: only survival materials are accepted. No garbage stock is sufficient. Private chat for price. Su Qing quickly listed 10 pieces of sea base meat. As soon as the trading information appeared, the previously wailing chat channel suddenly fell into an eerie silence. For a full 3 seconds, no new messages popped up. Then the entire channel exploded in chaos. What the hell? Am I blind? Is someone actually selling seafood in the trading hall? Sea base. Fresh. I'm still gnawing on bar-covered broken wood. How has this big shot already dined on seafood? Who is Su Qing? I'm remembering this name. He must be a top-tier big shot. Big shot. Qinggu, please just give me a piece of food. I'll trade my last pair of underwear for a piece of fish. Get lost upstairs. Su Qing, dear brother, I'm a female college student, 7 meters tall. Just give me a piece of fish, or I'll do anything for you. Add me in private chat for pictures. Su Qing ignored the clamor in the channel. His private message notifications were flashing red all over. I have 5 wooden planks, so would you trade for a piece of fish? I'm just so hungry. Big shot, I have 3 nails. I don't know where I got them from. Would you trade half a piece of fish? Bro, I have plastic fragments. Oh, let's negotiate a cheaper trade. Su Qing quickly sifted through the private messages. At this stage, food was absolute hard currency. No one could withstand the torment of hunger. He remained firm and traded strictly according to the ratio he had listed. In less than 10 minutes, all 10 pieces of sea-based meat were snatched up. Gained wood 35. Gained rope 12. Gained rusty nails 6. Gained plastic fragments 15. Combined with the remaining stock, the materials for manufacturing the automatic collection net were more than sufficient. Su Qing opened the manufacturing panel and clicked on Automatic Collection Net. Manufacture. A faint light illuminated the edge of the raft on the right. After a series of mechanical assembly sounds, two sturdy wooden mechanical arms extended from the railing, reaching out over 3 meters, pulling a large net woven from tough hemp rope and plastic fibers. The large net partially submerged in the sea, rising and falling with the waves. Just as the collection net was installed, a broken wooden barrel floating downstream happened to collide with it. The internal mechanical arms emitted the sound of gears meshing, and the net suddenly retracted upwards, directly catching the barrel and accurately dumping it onto the empty space at the edge of the raft. The wooden bucket shattered with a thud. The entire process was fully automated, requiring no effort from Xiaoqing. What is this machine? Bai Yun approached, holding a freshly caught grouper, her face filled with astonishment as she gazed at the automatically operating collection net. She had been focused on fishing, and upon turning her head, she saw this large contraption appear out of nowhere on the raft. It's an automatic dredging net, Su Qing said as he collected the wood on the ground into the panel. From now on, there's no need to manually collect garbage. Bai Yun looked at Su Qing's back, her heart overwhelmed with shock. While others were pleading for food in the channels, her future son-in-law not only solved the issue of hunger, but also created such an automated machine. The gap was truly immense. She secretly rejoiced for having put aside her pride to volunteer for work last night. Had she remained a useless burden, Su Qing could have easily tossed her into the sea. Her current state was like night and day compared to yesterday. The meat of the crimson blood spirit fish had completely transformed her physique. Her once delicate and pale hands now held the fishing rod steady as a mountain. Whoosh! The fishing line was cast out. In just a few minutes, splashes appeared on the water's surface. Bai Yun didn't even need to reel in as she firmly pulled the fishing rod back. Get up here. A fish weighing 5 to 6 pounds was yanked straight out of the water, arching through the air before crashing heavily onto the center of the raft. The force was so great that the raft shook slightly. Bai Yun was momentarily stunned, glancing at her hands, her cheeks flushing. This strength was a bit too unladylike. Su Qing walked over, stepped on the still thrashing fish, and knocked it out with the back of the collector's knife. Control your strength, don't snap the fishing rod, Su Qing reminded. Got it, Bai Yun replied, sticking out her tongue as she rethreaded the line and cast the rod again. Working efficiently and not causing trouble, this woman now truly showed no faults in her performance. Su Qing retracted his gaze and walked to the center of the raft. The dark purple Pandora's box sat quietly there. After the enhanced fishing rod had mutated in the morning, the box had remained empty. Su Qing took out an empty plastic bottle from the supplies he had just traded. This item currently had no use other than serving as a seawater purifier. It couldn't even be traded for half a plank in the trading hall. He lifted the box lid and tossed the plastic bottle inside. Added empty plastic bottle. Estimated mutation time, 12 hours. Mutation direction, random, minimum, same level. Closing the box lid, Su Qing sat cross-legged on the log and opened the panel to tally his supplies. To upgrade the raft to level 4, 200 pieces of wood, 50 ropes, and 50 plastic fragments were required. This was an extraordinarily large number. Fortunately, with the automatic collection net, the speed of accumulating supplies would increase exponentially. Time flew by. The scorching sun gradually tilted to the west, and the temperature on the water's surface began to drop. The automatic collection net diligently worked, and a large pile of supplies had accumulated at the edge of the raft. Su Qing checked periodically to clear the collected items, converting them all into numbers on the panel. Bai Yun also had a bountiful harvest, and the seafood pile rose another notch. Xiaoqing, what are we having for dinner tonight? Bai Yun put away her fishing rod and casually asked Su Qing. She had completely adapted to this pace of life, even enjoying the simplicity of not worrying about mortgages or social obligations. As long as she worked, there would be food. Most importantly, being by Su Qing's side brought an unprecedented sense of security. We'll have grilled fish if the water in the purifier is full, so you can fetch some more later. Su Qing did not lift his head, focused on dismantling a broken plank. Okay, Bai Yun replied, turning to fetch the tools for fire making. Xiaoqing, I think I've eaten too much. Bai Yun held her fourth skewer of grilled sea bass, her cheeks flushed. Usually she only ate a few bites of vegetable salad for dinner to maintain her figure, but now she was like a starving ghost, having devoured 3 fish, yet still feeling empty in her stomach. Su Qing added another plank to the fire. The meat of the crimson blood spirit fish has enhanced your physique, so increased consumption is normal. If you want to eat, go ahead and grill, there's plenty of food. Bai Yun sighed in relief, nibbling on the fish meat. With her increased strength, her movements in handling the fish were exceptionally nimble, even easily biting through the fish bones. Su Qing opened the panel and switched to the trading hall. He set the conditions to view blueprints only. The page refreshed. In the empty list, there was only a solitary piece of information. Item: compound crossbow blueprint, find seller Lin, Wanwan. Requirements: 10 liters of fresh water, 10 pounds of cooked meat, plus a piece of warm clothing. Note: the strongest self-defense weapon blueprint at the early stage, non-negotiable, a life for a life, serious inquiries only. In the chat channel, this trading information had been heavily criticized. Is this girl out of her mind? 10 liters of water. I can't even squeeze out a drop of urine right now. And 10 pounds of cooked meat. Why not ask for a full banquet? Even if the blueprint is good, it's just a shell. You still need to gather the materials to make it. Only a fool would trade for it. Lin Wanwan, I've got an original flavor coat. Here, do you want it? Su Qing closed the channel and directly clicked on Lin Wanwan's private chat icon. 3 liters of fresh water, 3 pounds of grilled sea base in exchange for your blueprint. The message was sent, and the other side replied instantly. Lin Wanwan, are you crazy or am I crazy? This is an excellent level weapon blueprint. You think this is enough to send a beggar away? Su Qing typed rapidly. Right now there are less than 10 people in the whole channel who can provide 3 liters of fresh water. This blueprint in your hands is just a piece of waste paper. You won't be able to gather the materials to craft it. Whether you trade or not is up to you. The other side was silent for a full minute. Lin Wanwan, add 2 more pounds of meat. I'm really very hungry and am about to freeze. Su Qing, just 3 pounds, not a single ounce more. You're ruthless. Deal. The trading prompt sounded. Lost fresh water, 3 liters grilled sea base, 3 pounds. Gained compound crossbow, blueprint fine 1. A piece of parchment glowing with blue light appeared in Su Qing's palm. The private chat interface hadn't closed yet, and Lin Wanwan sent another message. Lin Wanwan, boss, how did you manage to get so much water and food? I'm surrounded by glowing green-eyed monsters, and just now a palm-sized bug jumped onto my raft and almost bit off my finger. Su Qing had originally planned to close the panel, but upon seeing this message he paused. Su Qing, green-eyed monster. Yes, they are everywhere in the sea, it's disgusting. Moreover, this sea area is quite eerie. Just now a mass of ghastly green phosphorescence drifted by in the sky resembling a gigantic skull. Didn't you see it? Su Qing suddenly raised his head, his gaze crossing over the railing at the edge of the raft, looking towards the pitch-black sea. Directly ahead, about a mile away, a mass of ghastly green light was suspended in midair, gently swaying with the sea breeze, its shape vaguely resembling a twisted skull. Su Qing squinted, noticing how close it was. The woman was right. In this sea area they almost brushed past each other. Su Qing did not reply and directly closed the chat interface. In a post-apocalyptic survival scenario, exposing one's location is an exceedingly foolish act. Even if the other party is a woman, one cannot afford to let their guard down. Su Qing opened the blueprint for the compound bow. Compound bow blueprint learning successful. Manufacturing requirements: wood 0.15, rope 0.5, plastic fragments 0.5, rusty nails 0.2. The materials were completely sufficient. During the day, the automatic collection net had gathered resources, and combined with the seafood traded earlier, Su Qing's inventory was quite ample. Manufacture. A faint light flickered on the raft as a completely black compound bow appeared out of. The bow was made from high-density synthetic materials, feeling heavy in hand with the bowstring taut and shimmering with a metallic sheen, accompanied by a quiver containing 10 black, feathered wooden arrows. Su Qing grasped the bow with one hand, his fingers resting on the trigger. Compound bow, fine effective range 50 meters. Extremely powerful with a slight armor-piercing effect, comes with 10 wooden arrows, reusable. Bai Yun threw away the fish bones in her hand and leaned over. Xiao Qing, is this a bow? As she asked, her face filled with surprise. Su Qing remained silent and directly drew an arrow from the quiver, knocking it on the bow. He pulled back the bowstring with both hands. Click! The bowstring locked into place. Su Qing aimed the compound bow at a log 5 meters away that had been gnawed on by a sea iguana and later repaired. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind cutting through the air pierced the eardrums. Thud! The wooden arrow struck the log accurately, half of its shaft embedded deeply into the hardwood, the black feathered tail still quivering violently. Such penetrating power, if shot at a person, would definitely pierce through bone in an instant. Bai Yun gasped. Now that she had gained strength, her perception of power was sharper. The lethality of this bow was far more terrifying than her barehanded strikes. With this item, their chances of survival at sea increased dramatically. Su Qing walked over, grasped the arrow shaft, and yanked it out forcefully. The arrowhead was intact. He placed the wooden arrow back into the quiver and slung the compound bow over his shoulder. As night deepened, the temperature plummeted abruptly. The charcoal in the fire crackled, emitting a faint warmth. After the raft reached level 3, its area expanded to 10 square meters, allowing both of them to sleep separately. Su Qing pulled over a gray-brown animal skin and sat against the railing at the edge of the raft. Bai Yun finished tidying up the mess on the ground and hesitated for a few seconds. She looked at the spacious raft, then at Su Qing, who was resting with his eyes closed. The sea breeze blew against her, the thin silk nightgown hardly providing any warmth. She gritted her teeth and cautiously walked over to Su Qing, sitting down next to him. Su Qing opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. Bai Yun felt a bit guilty under his gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. The wind is strong over there. She offered a clumsy excuse, yet her body honestly leaned closer to Su Qing. Su Qing said nothing and directly unfurled the animal skin in his hands, wrapping both of them together. Bai Yun instinctively nestled into Su Qing's embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. With the experience from last night, her movements were now more natural. The warmth of the man quickly dispelled the chill. Bai Yun closed her eyes, listening to Su Qing's steady heartbeat, and soon fell asleep. Su Qing, however, was wide awake, gazing at the gradually fading green phosphorescence on the distant sea. The green-eat monster mentioned by Lin Wanwan did not attack their raft tonight, indicating that the monsters had a defined territorial distribution. In this vast sea, hidden dangers were far more numerous than one could imagine. The sea breeze carried a strong, salty smell. Su Qing opened his eyes, his right side going numb again. In his arms, Bai Yun felt heavy, hanging onto him like a koala. The gray-brown animal skin had long been. The hem of her silk nightgown had rolled up to her waist, her long, fair legs intertwined, without any protection, pressed closely against his thigh. Su Qing took a deep breath, suppressing the morning's instinctive restlessness. He reached out and pinched Bai Yun's shoulder, pushing her gently twice. "Wake up, it's dawn." Bai Yun murmured sleepily, not only failing to let go, but instead nuzzling her face against his chest. Su Qing exerted more force, directly pulling her out of his embrace. As the cold wind blew, Bai Yun shivered, abruptly, fully waking up. She looked down at her exposed body, her face flushed instantly, and hurriedly tugged her nightgown down, scrambling to retreat to the edge of the raft. "Xiao Qing. My sleeping posture," she stammered, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. "Go check the collection net." Su Qing did not respond, standing up to stretch his stiff joints. "Oh, okay," Bai Yun exclaimed, as if granted amnesty, quickly turning to run to the right side of the raft. The automatic collection net had worked diligently throughout the night, the mechanical arms moving up and down incessantly, and a small mountain of various floating debris had piled up at the edge of the raft. Broken wooden crates, plastic bottles, tangled seaweed, and even half a worn-out tire. Bai Yun now possessed incredible strength. She rolled up her sleeves and effortlessly lifted the heavy broken tire, tossing it aside, with ease, her movements as deft as a veteran worker with years of experience. Su Qing walked over and opened the panel, breaking down all the gathered materials. Acquired wood 124, acquired plastic fragments 45, acquired rope 32, acquired rusty nails 18, acquired rags 5. Seeing the rapidly increasing numbers on the panel, Su Qing felt a sense of security. The automatic collection net was truly a god-tier building in the early stages, liberating his hands completely. He opened the manufacturing panel, skipping over the basic tools and directly locking onto the residential facilities. It was too cold at night. Relying solely on an animal skin and body warmth was not a long-term solution. They needed a place to shield from the wind and rain. Simple wooden house, 4 square meters, wood 0.80, rope 0.20, rusty nails 0.10, single wooden bed, wood 0.20, 0.5. The materials were completely sufficient. "Aunt, move back a bit," Su Qing spoke. Bai Yun was squatting on the ground, organizing several empty plastic bottles she had fished up. Upon hearing his voice, she quickly stood up and obediently moved to the other side of the raft. Su Qing clicked manufacture. A blinding light erupted from the center of the raft, followed by a series of dense wood clashing sounds as a wooden house covering 4 square meters rose from the ground. The wooden house was square-shaped, featuring a gabled roof with a simple wooden door in the front and a small window. Although the craftsmanship was rough and there were slight gaps between the logs in the vast ocean, this was essentially a fortress against wind and rain. Following that, Su Qing consumed more materials to build a single wooden bed inside the house. Bai Yun stood nearby, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with shock. "Xiao Qing, do we have a house now?" She hurried to the front of the wooden house, reaching out to touch the sturdy wooden walls, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. In this uncertain and perilous sea, a house that could shield them from the wind brought an indescribable sense of. "Let's go inside and take a look." Su Qing pushed the wooden door open. The interior of the house was not spacious. A single wooden bed, 1.2 meters wide, took up almost half the space, while the remaining area was just enough for 2 people to turn around. Bai Yun followed him inside. The sea breeze from outside was instantly cut off, and the room felt noticeably warmer. She touched the wooden bed. Although it was hard, it was still 1,000 times better than sleeping directly on the waterlogged logs. "From now on, sleep inside at night." Su Qing turned and walked out of the wooden house. "Go fetch some water and stoke the fire to cook fish." "Okay," Bai Yun replied, cheerfully, full of energy. Su Qing walked to the center of the raft, where the dark purple Pandora box sat quietly. The empty plastic bottles he had placed inside before sleeping last night had completed their 12-hour mutation time. The intricate patterns on the surface of the box shimmered with a faint purple light before quickly retracting. Mutation complete. Su Qing crouched down and opened the box lid with one hand. The once worthless, empty plastic bottle had vanished, replaced by a neatly folded wafer-thin piece of black fabric. Su Qing reached out to take the piece of fabric. It felt extremely smooth, weightless, and had a unique elasticity. He pinched a corner of the fabric with 2 fingers and gave it a shake. The black fabric instantly fell, revealing a pair of black stockings. Su Qing was stunned. In this deadly survival world, was there a mutated black stocking? A panel automatically popped up with item information. Acquired constant temperature stockings, excellent attributes, made from mutated fibers, extremely skin tight, automatically adjusts and maintains the body's optimal temperature, ignoring extreme cold and heat. Special effect toughness, provides basic anti-tear effect, not easily damaged. Su Qing raised an eyebrow upon seeing the attributes. Good stuff. Though this item looked inappropriate, its practicality was off the charts. No more freezing at night, and no fear of scorching sun during the day. It could even serve as light armor. Bai Yun happened to walk over with several skewers of grilled sea bass. Xiaoqing, have something to eat. Before she finished her sentence, her gaze landed on the black stockings swaying in Su Qing's hand, and her voice abruptly stopped. The air suddenly fell silent. Bai Yun stared blankly at the black stockings, then glanced at Su Qing, her expression a mix of shock, confusion, and a touch of undeniable panic. Su Qing, a vigorous 20-year-old young man, stood on the sea holding a woman's black stockings. What was a myriad of chaotic thoughts flashed through Bai Yun's mind. She instinctively tightened her oversized sports jacket and stepped back half a pace. Xiaoqing. What are you holding? Her voice trembled. Su Qing remained calm and directly handed over the stockings. Put it on. Bai Yun's hand trembled, nearly dropping the grilled fish. Her eyes widened, and she repeatedly waved her hands, her face turning crimson. No. Xiaoqing, I am Yi's mother. You can't. She was so anxious that tears almost. She admitted that Su Qing was very strong now, and she completely relied on him. If he really wanted to force her to do something, she wouldn't be able to resist. But to directly make her wear something like this, it was too humiliating. Su Qing looked at her panicked expression, feeling somewhat speechless. What are you thinking? Su Qing tossed the stockings onto the wooden bed. This is excellent gear, keeping warmth and preventing cuts. Your nightgown does not block the wind at all. Wear this, and you won't have to cling to me like an octopus at night anymore. Bai Yun was taken aback. Gear. Cold protection. She cautiously leaned forward, reaching out to touch the stockings on the wooden bed. The warm, smooth sensation on her fingertips was nothing like regular synthetic material. So it turned out she had misunderstood. Bai Yun felt so ashamed, she wanted to find a hole to hide into. The images she had just imagined were incredibly embarrassing. I will go inside to wear it. She grabbed the stockings and like a thief slipped into the wooden house, shutting the door tightly behind her. The sound of fabric rubbing together came from inside. Su Qing sat by the fire, took a bite of grilled fish, but the ordinary seafood no longer provided that warm flow after the transformation from the red-blooded spirit fish meat. A few minutes later, creak. The door of the wooden house opened a crack. Bai Yun walked out, head down shut. Su Qing turned to look, pausing for a moment. Bai Yun returned his oversized sports jacket, now wearing only a light pink silk nightgown that barely covered her thighs. Below that were her long legs tightly wrapped in black stockings. The stockings, woven from mutated fibers, fitted her skin perfectly, without a wrinkle, the black, translucent material outlining her already voluptuous leg curves exquisitely. The fleshiness at her thighs was slightly accentuated by the stockings tapering down to her slender ankles. Silk nightgown paired with black stockings. This strong visual impact was lethal to any normal man. Moreover, the woman's identity carried an inherent sense of taboo. Bai Yun stood at the doorway of the wooden house, her hands nervously twisting together, her knuckles slightly pale. That thin layer of black fabric clung to her skin, accentuating every inch of her voluptuous curves. As the sea breeze blew, the hem of the silk nightgown gently lifted. Su Qing sat by the fire, still holding the skewer of grilled fish, but his gaze could not detach. At 20 years old, it was the peak of vigor. The red-blooded spirit fish meat he had eaten yesterday contained immense energy, most of which was used to transform his physique, but the residual vitality still lurked within him. At this moment, that vitality was ignited by the scene before him. Su Qing felt a surge of wicked heat rise in his lower abdomen, spreading wildly through his body, his breathing growing heavy and his Adam's apple involuntarily rolling up and down. He abruptly turned his head, staring at the flickering flames, taking a big bite of the grilled fish, attempting to distract himself by chewing. Xiaoqing. Bai Yun saw him turn his head and thought her outfit repulsed him, her voice tinged with unease. Is it too strange? She took 2 steps forward, her feet in black stockings, stepping silently on the rough wood. The effect of the constant temperature stockings was indeed astonishing. Her body, which had been shivering with cold, now felt not only warm, but somewhat hot. Not strange. Su Qing swallowed the fish meat, his voice a bit hoarse. He dared not turn around. Bai Yun noticed the oddity in Su Qing, The usually calm and decisive boy now seemed rigid. She walked to Su Qing's side and squatted down. This position caused her neckline to open widely, and her legs wrapped in black stockings were fully displayed in Su Qing's peripheral vision. "Why is your face so red?" Bai Yun reached out her fair hand to touch Su Qing's forehead. It felt burning hot. Su Qing's temperature was alarmingly high with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Are you running a fever?" Bai Yun panicked. In this resource-scarce sea, being sick could be fatal. She hurriedly leaned in closer to check Su Qing's condition. A mature woman's unique fragrance mixed with the faint warmth emanating from the constant temperature stockings wafted directly into Su Qing's nose. Su Qing grabbed Bai Yun's wrist, pulling her hand away from his forehead. "I'm not sick." Su Qing gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the chaotic heat within him. Bai Yun winced at the pain in her wrist from his grip, but she did not pull away. She gazed at Su Qing's flushed cheeks and heavy breathing, then her gaze swept down to his waist. As someone with experience, she instantly understood what was happening. It was the after-effects of the red-blooded spirit fish meat combined with the stimulus from her outfit. Bai Yun's face flushed crimson, even her neck tinged with pink. She instinctively wanted to step back, but seeing Su Qing's distressed appearance, her feet felt rooted to the spot. This boy was her only support in the apocalypse. He shared food with her, built her a house, and even provided her with precious cold protection gear to wear. If Su Qing suffered some issue due to the turbulent vitality, she certainly wouldn't survive 3 days out in this sea. Moreover, Bai Yun bit her lower lip. "Xiao Qing." Her voice was as light as a mosquito's buzz. Su Qing did not look at her, merely panting heavily, attempting to calm the life-threatening heat. "I will help you." Su Qing took a deep breath, lowering his gaze to the curled-up Bai Yun. He did not utter any comforting words. In such an environment, any words seemed pale and powerless. He stood up and walked to the bucket by the edge of the wooden raft. Su Qing returned to the fire, finished the remaining grilled fish, and felt the heat within him completely dissipate, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity and refreshment. With the energy from the Qi Shui Ling Yu meat fully absorbed, he felt that now, even barehanded, he could easily handle a sea iguana. He opened the panel and glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. Pandora's box was in a state of idleness. Su Qing rummaged through the nearby pile of supplies and found a rusty iron nail which he had traded for yesterday. Currently, it had little use aside from building a house. He lifted the lid of the dark purple wooden box and tossed in the 5 iron nails. Added rusty iron nails 5. Expected mutation time 4 hours. Mutation direction random, minimum same level. Closing the box, Su Qing walked towards the right side of the wooden raft. The automatic collecting net was tirelessly operating with mechanical arms rising and falling, collecting the floating garbage from the sea. Su Qing stood by the railing, systematically breaking down the supplies emptied from the net. Gained wood 15, gained plastic fragments 8, gained rope 5. The accumulation of supplies was quite remarkable. At this rate, before nightfall the raft would have enough materials to upgrade to level 4. At that moment the door of the wooden house opened. Bai Yun stepped out, her emotions now calmed. Although her cheeks were still slightly flushed, she had regained her clarity. She walked up to Su Qing's side, not mentioning what had just happened, and instead took up the black reinforced fishing rod. "I'm going to fish," Bai Yun said softly. Su Qing replied. A subtle shift in the atmosphere occurred between them. The previous awkwardness and guard were replaced by an inexplicable sense of tacit understanding. Bai Yun sat at the edge of the wooden raft, skillfully casting the fishing hook, her legs wrapped in black silk shimmering softly in the sunlight. Splash! The water erupted in a spray, and the black reinforced fishing rod bent sharply downward. Bai Yun did not even furrow her brow as she gripped the handle with both hands, using her waist to lean back forcefully. "Come up." A 7 to 8 pound bluestone grouper was forcibly pulled from the water, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the open space in the center of the raft. The fish's tail slapped against the wooden board, producing a series of cracking sounds. "Xiao Qing, another one." Bai Yun turned her head, her cheeks flushed, small beads of sweat forming on her forehead. After her physique was enhanced by the Qi Shui Ling Yu meat, she now found catching such a level of sea fish to be as easy as play. Su Qing walked over, stepping on the still wriggling grouper, and swiftly knocked it unconscious with the back of the collector's knife. Not bad efficiency. Su Qing kicked the fish to the side, adding it to the already growing pile of seafood. "This fishing rod is amazing. It doesn't even need bait." Bai Yun wiped her sweat and cast the fishing line back into the sea. Su Qing did not respond, turning towards the right side of the wooden raft. The mechanical arm of the automatic collecting net was making a clicking sound, dumping a net full of floating garbage by the railing. Su Qing crouched down quickly to break down the heap of junk. Gained wood 12, gained plastic fragments 5, gained rope 3. He opened the panel and glanced at the countdown in the upper right corner. Remaining time in beginner protection period 10 hours, 24 minutes. Today was the last day. After midnight tonight, the gentle facade of this sea would be shed completely. Sea beasts would attack actively, severe weather would strike randomly, and other unknown, deadly threats might even emerge. He had to upgrade the raft to level 4 before the protection period ended. Su Qing opened the manufacturing panel to check the upgrade requirements. Raft level 4 wood 185200, a rope 4250, plastic fragments 3850, just a little more. Su Qing directly switched to the trading hall and put up all the excess seafood Bai Yun had caught that morning. Items listed: fresh sea fish 5 hydrogy 30, required materials wood 5 or rope 3 or plastic fragments 3. Note: only exchanging for materials, no idle chatter. As soon as the trading information popped up, the previously lifeless chat channel erupted. Wow, 30 portions of fresh sea fish. Su Qing is throwing out food again. I'm still gnawing on moldy black bread while the big shot has already achieved seafood freedom. Brother Qing, please lower the price a bit. I only caught 2 pieces of wood this morning, and I'm really going to starve. Can I trade you my Porsche car key in real life? Wait until I get back and the car is yours. Su Qing ignored these unnutritious remarks as private messages from the back end began flashing like crazy. At this stage, food remained an absolute hard currency. Many unlucky individuals couldn't even salvage a broken wooden box and could only trade their limited supplies for survival. In less than 5 minutes, all 30 portions of sea fish were swept away. Gained wood 45, gained rope 18, gained plastic fragments 21. The materials were all gathered. Su Qing closed the trading panel, stood up, and stepped back beside the wooden house. Auntie, reel in the line and move closer to the center. Su Qing called out towards the edge of the raft. Bai Yun heard the sound and immediately reeled in the fishing line, quickly walking to Su Qing's side. She now obediently followed Su Qing's instructions without questioning why. Xiao Qing, are we upgrading again? Bai Yun watched Su Qing's actions, somewhat excited. Su Qing silently chanted in his heart, upgrade. The log beneath his feet shook violently, producing a deafening grinding sound. The edge of the raft expanded outward once more, doubling in area from 10 square meters to 20 square meters at a visible speed. The rough wooden railing, half a meter high, also became sturdier and even took on a slight metallic sheen. Ding! Raft upgraded to level 4. Gained hex extraction opportunity 1. Current raft level 4 0 wood 0250, rope 0250, plastic fragments 050, iron blocks. Su Qing took a deep breath. The 20 square meters of space now resembled a spacious studio apartment, finally providing some room to stretch his limbs on the sea. In his mind, 3 glowing icons slowly appeared. Hunting rhythm silver, your damage to sea beasts is increased by 20, and after killing a sea beast your movement speed is briefly enhanced. Ascension talisman colorful provides a high-strength energy shield for the raft, capable of withstanding fatal attacks and slowly recovering after combat. Su Qing's gaze was firmly locked onto the 3rd colorful icon. In the early stages, his attacking means were the collector and the composite crossbow, barely sufficient, but the raft's defense was too weak. A collision with a large sea beast would easily dismantle it. On the sea, the raft is life. Choose the Ascension Talisman. Selection successful. Obtained colorful Hex Ascension Talisman. A translucent light shield of pale gold rose from the edge of the raft, enveloping the entire 20 square meter raft along with the wooden house. The light shield flickered twice before vanishing into the air, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Bai Yun curiously reached out and poked at the air, her fingers touching a highly elastic invisible barrier. This is a protective shield, Bai Yun exclaimed in surprise, her last bit of worry dissipating. Su Qing walked to the center of the raft, where a dark purple Pandora box was emitting a faint purple glow. The 4-hour mutation time had arrived. Su Qing lifted the lid of the box. The 5 rusty iron nails that had been placed inside were gone, replaced by 10 short arrows, entirely black. The arrow shafts were made of an unknown material, extremely heavy. The heads formed into a triangular shape, with notches along the edges glinting with a chilling light. Obtain steel breaker arrows, 10 excellent attributes, extremely heavy, stable flight path, possesses strong piercing and tearing effects. Su Qing took the composite crossbow from his back, placed a steel breaker arrow on the bowstring, and weighed it in his hands. It was over twice the weight of a regular wooden arrow, ensuring a geometric increase in lethality. With this in hand, even if faced with a large sea beast tomorrow, he would have the strength to fight back. Su Qing loaded all 10 steel breaker arrows into the quiver. The arrows were hefty, feeling weighty in his hand, the barbs of the arrowheads gleaming coldly in the firelight. Bai Yun approached, holding 2 skewers of grilled fish, and handed one to Su Qing. She was now wearing the temperature-regulating tights with a silk nightgown over it, completely unaffected by the sea breeze, moving with ease and feeling no chill. Xiao Qing, it's getting dark. Bai Yun looked up at the sky. Su Qing took a bite of the grilled fish. Don't. Su Qing chewed the fish meat calmly, The protection period ends in a few hours. After midnight, the creatures in the sea will no longer be restricted. Bai Yun paused, her face paling slightly. Although she had adapted quite a bit over the past few days, and her strength had increased, the deep-seated fear of the unknown still lingered. All right, I'll listen to you. Bai Yun nodded and finished the fish in her hand. Su Qing finished eating and opened the panel. The countdown was still ticking. Remaining time of newbie protection, 3 hours 15 minutes. Su Qing stood up. Move all the scattered supplies inside the wooden house with rope plastic, and all those fish, put them all inside. Bai Yun immediately got to work. Her strength was great, and she effortlessly lifted the heavy wood, making several trips to clear the edges of the raft. Time passed second by second. The night deepened, and the sea breeze was heavy with a salty scent. It was 11:50. Su Qing, with the composite crossbow on his back and holding the dark gold short blade of the collector, stood at the center of the raft. Bai Yun held a sharpened thick stick, standing slightly behind Su Qing, her breathing quickening. Don't be nervous. Su Qing didn't turn around. With the shield, the first wave of impact won't harm us. Bai Yun swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. At 11:59, the wind on the sea suddenly ceased. The sound of waves crashing against the raft, which could still be heard moments ago, fell into an eerie silence. The countdown in the upper right corner of his vision jumped to the last second. 0. The sky suddenly darkened. The night sky, which had still shown a few stars, was instantly covered by rolling blood-red clouds. Huge blood-red characters appeared out of thin air, directly imprinting on the retina. The newbie protection period has ended. Remaining population on Blue Star 8. 2 billion, 10 billion. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. In 3 days, nearly 2 billion people had died. The blood-red characters dissipated, and new information quickly popped up. Rule updates are as follows. 1. Sea beasts go berserk. All monsters in the sea will become aggressive. Area merged. The current sea area has merged with 9 other sea areas, and the area channel has been activated. 3. Catastrophic weather. Extreme weather will randomly occur. Please prepare for protection. 4. Coordinate unlock. Players in the area can consume resources to view the blurred coordinates of nearby players. Wishing everyone to survive in this true maritime survival. As soon as the information disappeared, the raft beneath his feet shook violently. Su Qing immediately opened the chat channel. The originally separated chat boxes had merged into a gigantic area channel. Information refreshed at a speed too fast to read. Help! Something is biting my raft. Such a huge mouth. There are glowing eyes all around me in the water. They are climbing up. Ah no, don't eat me. They'll give you all my wood. Who can save me? My raft has capsized him in the water. Screams, pleas for help, and desperate howls filled the screen, evoking a strong sense of bloodshed. The information in the area channel continued to scroll wildly, filled with screams and cries for help. Su Qing turned off the panel, focusing his gaze on the surface of the sea ahead, where something was rapidly approaching underwater. The originally calm sea was sliced open by 3 distinct white waves rushing towards the raft with incredible speed and evident intent to attack. Bai Yun gripped the thick stick tightly, her palms sweating, instinctively moving half a step closer to Su Qing. They're coming. Su Qing raised the composite crossbow, his finger resting on the trigger. Bang! A muffled sound. The foremost white wave crashed violently against the outer edge of the raft. However, the raft did not shake violently as before, and even the log showed no damage. In midair, a layer of pale gold translucent light shield suddenly illuminated, rippling like water. The energy shield of the Ascension Talisman blocked the impact, absorbing all the force of the collision and rebounding it back. Water splashed everywhere. A mutated sea beast over half a meter long and covered in dark green spines was flung out of the water and crashed heavily back into the sea. This creature resembled a giant toxic toad magnified several times, with robust limbs, webbed toes, and a mouth that stretched back to its ears, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Spiked skin salamander, level 1 sea beast. Incredible biting power with mild paralytic toxin on its back spines. The information about the monster appeared in Su Qing's line of sight. 2 more spiked skin salamanders followed closely behind, bursting through the water. Clearly they were smarter than the previous one and did not choose to collide head-on. Instead, they leveraged the push of the waves, using all 4 limbs to leap directly onto the rough railing at the edge of the wooden raft. Sizzle! As the monster's claws touched the light golden shield, white smoke immediately started to rise. The shield had a strong repulsion force, and the 2 spiked skin salamanders emitted piercing shrieks, desperately gnawing at the light shield with their sharp teeth, trying to tear a gap open. Seeking death. Su Qing's expression was indifferent as he steadied the compound crossbow, with both hands aiming at one of the monster's heads. He pulled the trigger. Click! The bowstring snapped back, violently producing a powerful tremor sound. The heavy steel armor-piercing arrow transformed into a dark shadow, instantly piercing through the shield and accurately hitting the spiked skin salamander's forehead. Puff! The extremely sharp triangular arrowhead directly penetrated the monster's hard skull, sending a spray of dark red blood flying as it exited the back of its head, pinning it firmly against the wooden railing. The black feathers at the tail of the arrow were still vibrating violently. The monster had no time to scream before its body stiffened, dissipating into white light. A wooden treasure chest damp with water fell at the edge of the railing. The power of the steel armor-piercing arrow was absurdly great. Su Qing did not hesitate, and quickly pulled back the bowstring, drawing out a second armor-piercing arrow from the quiver. At this moment, the third spiked skin salamander, seeing its companion killed, actually abandoned gnawing at the shield, and quickly crawled along the edge of the railing, attempting to circle around to the side of the wooden raft to find a weak point. It moved at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye it circled to the vicinity of the automatic collecting net's mechanical arm. Here was right at the edge of the shield. The monster's hind legs exerted force, abruptly leaping high, its massive jaws wide open, rushing towards Su Qing in the center of the raft. Su Qing had just knocked the arrow and had not yet aimed when a fierce gust of wind suddenly whipped up beside him. Bai Yun moved. The silk nightgown she wore billowed significantly with her movement, and her legs wrapped in black stockings abruptly pushed against the ground. The terrifying power transformed by the red blood spirit fish burst forth at this moment. She gripped the thick wooden stick with both hands, twisting her waist, and swung it fiercely at the spiked skin salamander in midair. Bang! A painful thud echoed as the thick wooden stick accurately struck the monster's side face. The immense force directly deformed the spiked skin salamander's body in midair, causing several sharp fangs mixed with blood to splatter out. The monster was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing 3 meters away into the inner wall of the shield before sliding down. The thick wooden stick also broke in half due to the overwhelming force. The monster fell onto the wooden board, convulsed twice, but was not yet dead. Su Qing stepped forward, flipped his wrist, and the dark golden collector's short blade slid into his palm. He stepped on the monster's neck, and the short blade plunged into its vital spot. Execution triggered. A flash of white light appeared, and the second treasure chest dropped. The battle was over. In less than a minute, the 3 sea beasts were dealt with cleanly and efficiently. No substantial damage was caused. Bai Yun still held the broken piece of the wooden stick, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She looked at the treasure chest scattered on the ground, then glanced at her hands, her face gradually shifting from tension to excitement. Shao Qing, I hit it. She turned her head, her voice filled with a desire for praise. Not bad strength, but don't use wooden sticks next time, they break easily, Su Qing said calmly. He'll get you a proper weapon tomorrow. Bai Yun nodded repeatedly, her heart feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey, as she was no longer the burden that could only hide behind and tremble. Su Qing walked to the edge of the railing, grasped the steel armor-piercing arrow embedded in the wood, and pulled it out with force. The arrowhead was still sharp, showing no signs of dullness. The durability of this quality weapon was indeed reliable. He placed the arrow back in the quiver and dragged the 2 treasure chests on the ground over to open them. Obtained spiked skin salamander meat 4, obtained sea beast mucus 2, obtained hard spike 2, obtained wood 10. The materials were directly stored in the panel. Su Qing picked up the 2 hard spikes. These items were about 20 centimeters long, sharp at both ends and harder than stone. He walked to the center of the raft, lifted the lid of the Pandora's treasure chest, and tossed one of the spikes inside. Placed hard spike. Estimated mutation time 6 hours. Mutation direction random, at least the same. He closed the wooden box. Su Qing opened the panel and glanced at the survival count in the upper right corner. Remaining survivors on Blue Star 7. 8 billion, 10 billion. In just that short span of a few minutes, another 400 million people had perished. The first wave of monster attacks after the protection period had turned into a massacre. Su Qing switched to the regional channel. The direction of the conversation in the channel had completely changed. Those who were previously begging for water and food were now frantically asking for weapons and defense blueprints. My raft has been bitten through. Water is coming in. Who has a weapon? I'll trade 10 liters of water. Useless, those monsters have too thick skin. I tried to stab it with an iron nail, but I couldn't even break the skin. Oh, instead it got angered. My wife was dragged into the water just now. Lin Wanwan, is anyone selling weapons? There are more and more green-eyed monsters on my side. I can't hold on much longer. Damn. The person on the raft next to me was directly grabbed by a big bird. There are monsters in the sky too. Su Qing looked at the information in the channel. The situation was even worse than he had anticipated. There were monsters in the sea and monsters in the sky. Those who had not upgraded their rafts and had no weapons were doomed tonight. He closed the panel and looked up at the light golden shield hovering above the raft. The value of the Ascension Talisman was vividly illustrated at this moment. As long as they didn't encounter an overly exaggerated giant sea beast, this layer of shield was an absolute safe zone. Auntie, go start a fire and roast some meat. Su Qing threw the recently harvested salamander meat onto the wooden board. Sure, Bai Yun replied obediently. She was not tired at all. The brief battle had sent her adrenaline soaring. The fire soon blazed. Su Qing sat beside the fire, continuing to practice aiming with the compound crossbow. The night breeze blew, and the sea surface returned to calm. After the first wave of sporadic attacks, no monsters appeared in the vicinity for the time being. Bai Yun finished roasting the meat and handed Su Qing a skewer. The two sat by the fire eating. Bai Yun ate quickly. The transformation from the red blood spirit fish had made her appetite astonishing. She finished her portion and wiped her mouth contentedly. Xiao Qing, can this shield stay up all the time? Bai Yun looked at the light golden shield in midair and asked softly. As long as the raft isn't completely destroyed, the shield will automatically recover after the battle ends. Su Qing swallowed the meat in his mouth. Bai Yun sighed in relief. She hugged her knees with both hands, resting her chin on her arms, tilting her head to look at Su Qing's profile. The firelight illuminated the man's face, his features sharp and revealing a calmness beyond his years. Go inside and sleep, Su Qing said, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze. I'm not tired. Bai Yun shook her head, shifting closer to Su Qing. They'll keep you company through the night. Su Qing did not urge her to leave. The two sat quietly beside the fire. Time passed, and it was 3 a.m. A thin layer of mist rose over the sea, and the temperature dropped once again. Bai Yun shrank her shoulders. The thermal stockings kept her warm, but the silk nightgown on her upper body did little to block the chill. After hesitating for a moment, she instinctively leaned gently against Su Qing's shoulder. Su Qing did not shy away, allowing her to lean against him. Just then a sharp mechanical grinding sound suddenly came from the right side of the raft. Creak, creak. The sound was extremely shrill, as if gears had jammed against something hard. Su Qing suddenly stood up, causing Bai Yun to nearly stumble. The collecting net has malfunctioned. Su Qing quickly walked towards the edge of the raft. The mechanical arm of the automatic collecting net was stuck in midair, emitting a thunderous noise under strain, and the thick hemp rope connecting the net bag was taut, nearly ready to snap. The net bag was half submerged in the sea, seemingly having caught something extremely heavy. Su Qing approached to take a look, and the seawater around the shield was dyed dark red. What was in the net bag was not floating garbage at all, but a mangled corpse. The lower half of the body had been completely eaten away by something, leaving only a bloodied upper half. Su Qing's brow furrowed tightly. Just as he prepared to cut the net rope and throw this ominous thing back into the sea, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The corpse's stiff hand tightly grasped a metal cylinder radiating a dark golden light. The mechanical arm was stuck in midair, the gears emitting a harsh grinding sound. And hold on to the control end of the net rope. Don't let it continue to wind up, Su Qing instructed without turning his head. Bai Yun hurriedly ran over, gripping the taut, coarse hemp rope with both hands. She exerted force from her waist, her legs wrapped in black silk, braced firmly against the wooden railing, forcibly stopping the mechanical arm's winch in midair. Su Qing approached the edge of the railing and leaned over to look. The lower half of the corpse was completely decayed, intestines and internal organs hanging from the torn holes in the net, dark red blood dripping steadily down the net rope. Upon seeing the minced flesh in the net, Bai Yun's stomach churned, and she turned her head, covering her mouth as she dry-heaved a couple of times. Su Qing remained silent, twisting his wrist as a dark golden collector slipped into his palm. He leaned over the railing, the blade slicing directly down along the stiff joints of the corpse's fingers. Crack! Several fingers broke in response. Su Qing caught the falling metal cylinder, then raised his foot and kicked heavily at the corpse's shoulder. The corpse tumbled out of the net and crashed into the sea below, splashing up a dark red spray. All right, let go. Su Qing washed the blood off his hands with seawater. Bai Yun released the hemp rope and leaned against the railing, gasping heavily. Su Qing walked to the side of the wooden house with the metal cylinder. The surface of the cylinder was engraved with intricate patterns and was extremely heavy. He twisted it forcefully in the opposite direction, and the lid popped open, spilling out a roll of parchment glowing with a dark golden hue. A panel automatically popped up with a prompt. Acquired basic steam propulsion blueprint, rare manufacturing requirements: wood 0-200, iron blocks 0-50, plastic fragments 0-50, C.B. slime 0-10. Description: installed at the rear of the raft, consuming wood or charcoal to provide power, allowing the raft to achieve a maximum speed of 20 knots and freely control its direction. Power system. Su Qing looked at the blueprint in his hand, his breathing growing heavier. The vast majority of people could only drift along with the currents, unable to escape even in the face of danger. With the propulsion system, the raft would transform into a vessel capable of active exploration. In terms of materials, he had gathered quite a bit of wood and plastic fragments last night, more than enough. Having just killed 3 spine-covered sea lizards, he had 2 slimes, but still needed 8 more. The biggest shortage was iron blocks. Upgrading the raft to level 5 also required a large number of them, and scavenging was too inefficient. Before he could think further, the sea suddenly erupted with a large frothy surface. The bloody scent from the corpse that had just fallen drew trouble. 3 enormous black shadows appeared underwater, moving rapidly towards the raft. Bang! The raft shook violently, the faint golden shield above flickering wildly, ripples spreading across its surface. Xiaoqing, there are big guys in the water. Bai Yun nervously clenched her fists, staring intently at the water. 3 mutated sharks over 3 meters long surfaced. These sharks were covered with a thick layer of grayish-white bone, plating on their heads, looking extremely tough. Iron bone shark level 2 sea beast with an incredibly hard bone plate on its head, highly aggressive, known for using collisions to destroy the vessels of its prey. Another violent collision occurred. The energy shield of the Ascension Talisman emitted a burdensome buzzing sound, and its glow visibly dimmed. Although the shield could block deadly attacks, its energy was not infinite. Being continuously charged by such large monsters would eventually shatter it. Qing shoved the blueprint into the panel, drew out the crossbow, and loaded a steel armor-piercing arrow. He knelt on one knee, resting the crossbow on the railing, aiming at one of the iron bone sharks that was retreating to gain speed for another charge. He pulled the trigger. Click! The bowstring snapped back, sharply producing a powerful tremor, the heavy steel armor-piercing arrow transforming into a dark shadow, piercing through the shield, and accurately embedding itself in the iron bone shark's back. The tri-point arrowhead tore through the shark's tough flesh, most of the arrow shaft sinking into its body. The iron bone shark writhed in pain, thrashing in the sea and stirring up large amounts of blood. Qing didn't pause, quickly loading a second and a third arrow. Bai Yun also stayed busy, running to the pile of supplies beside the wooden house and lifting a thick log used for repairing the raft. The log weighed at least 80 to 90 pounds. She raised it above her head and ran to the edge of the railing. Aiming at an iron bone shark that leaped out of the water to strike the shield, Bai Yun exerted her waist and slammed the log down. Died. The log, cutting through the air, struck the iron bone shark's head with tremendous force, disorienting it as half of its body sank into the water. Qing seized the opportunity to fire another arrow, shooting directly into the shark's open mouth and into its brain. In just 5 minutes, all 3 iron bone sharks rolled onto their backs, dissipating into white light. The surface of the sea left behind 3 wooden treasure chests stained with water. Qing set down the crossbow, shaking his slightly sore arms. The power of the steel armor-piercing arrow was indeed fierce, but it consumed a lot of stamina. He used a wooden hook to drag the 3 treasure chests onto the raft and open them one by one. Acquired iron blocks 8, acquired sea beast slime 6, acquired iron bone shark meat 15, acquired with 30 good luck. He obtained 8 iron blocks and 6 slimes, and with his previous stock he now had enough sea beast slime, but still needed 42 more iron blocks. A hint of fish belly white appeared on the horizon. The first morning after the protection period ended had arrived. Qing opened the panel, his gaze sweeping across the upper right corner. Remaining survivors in Blue Star 6. 1 billion, 10 billion. Overnight, over 1 billion people had died, revealing the fangs of this ocean. In the regional channel, the speed of information refreshing was dizzying, filled with cries of despair and hopeless pleas for help. I survived. I knocked the monster down with a plank, but one of my legs was bitten off. Does anyone have a hemostatic agent? It's terrifying. When the sun rose, I realized that the sea around me was full of broken planks and corpses. Food. Water. I'm freezing to death. Any kind-hearted person, give me something to eat. I'll sell my life for you. Qing turned off the chat channel and switched directly to the trading hall. Right now, the most worthless thing was human life, and the most precious were the supplies that could keep people alive. He cut the freshly obtained iron bone shark meat into small pieces and put it up for sale. Listed item: iron bone shark meat 500, required materials: iron blocks 3 or sea beast slime 2. Note: high-level sea beast meat rich in energy, only exchanged for specified materials. Private message with price. As soon as the trading information popped up, the previously wailing regional channel suddenly paused for 2 seconds. Immediately after, the atmosphere of the entire channel shifted. Holy cow! Iron bone shark. That's a level 2 monster, right? Has the boss started killing high-level monsters for meat? Qing. That name again. Yesterday selling seafood, today selling shark meat. This is definitely cheating. Brother Qing. Qingyi. I have 2 iron blocks here, please trade me a piece of meat. I've gone 2 days without food. Big boss, I have a normal level spear blueprint. Can I exchange it for 5 pounds of meat? The private messages flashed red again. Qing sat by the fire, quickly sifting through the private messages. Many people could not come up with 3 iron blocks and were haggling. Qing did not relent. Although iron blocks were difficult to obtain in the early stages, the survivor base was large, and there would always be people who could find them by opening chests or scavenging. In less than half an hour, all 20 portions of iron bone shark meat were sold out. Acquired iron blocks 48, acquired sea beast slime 8. The materials were complete. Qing stood up and walked to the back of the raft, opening the manufacturing panel. Manufacture. A large pile of wood, iron blocks, and plastic fragments gathered in midair, accompanied by a dazzling glow and the sound of mechanical assembly. A steam propulsion system, over half a meter tall and made entirely of brass and black iron, was firmly secured to the rear log of the raft. Above the propulsion system was a funnel-shaped feed opening with two large metal propellers extending below, most of which were submerged in the sea. The raft instantly took on the shape of a ship. Bai Yun walked over with a bowl of freshly boiled hot water, her eyes shining as she looked at the industrial-looking metal mass. Xiao Qing, can this machine make the raft move by itself? Su Qing took a sip of the hot water and casually tossed a dozen pieces of wood into the feed opening of the propulsion system. He clicked start on the panel. Boom! The propulsion system emitted a dull roar, the exhaust pipe at the top spewing out a cloud of white steam, and the metal propellers below began to spin rapidly, stirring the seawater and generating tremendous thrust. The raft, which had been drifting with the waves, suddenly surged forward, splitting the sea waves and sailing smoothly ahead at high speed. Bai Yun lost her balance and quickly reached out to steady herself against the wall of the wooden house, feeling the sea breeze blowing towards her, her face filled with disbelief. At that moment, Su Qing's private message interface suddenly popped up with a special alert sound. It was Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner, Su Qing. Su Qing, big boss, are you there? Help. Su Qing ignored her. There were too many people asking for help at that time. Immediately after, a second message came through, accompanied by a screenshot of an item. Lin Weiner, I have a basic magic energy cannon blueprint rare in my hand. I just used the regional coordinates locator to check, and am less than 3 nautical miles away from you. Lin Weiner, my raft is about to be torn apart by a bunch of green-eyed monsters. If you take me along, this blueprint is yours. If I wait 10 more minutes, it'll be fish food. Su Qing looked at the screenshot of the blueprint glowing with a dark golden hue on the private message interface. Basic magic energy cannon blueprint rare. The value of this item far exceeds that of ordinary cold weapons. With the cannon, the raft could truly possess long-range, large-scale destructive capabilities. 3 nautical miles. Su Qing glanced at the coordinate radar in the upper right corner. After the area merger, consuming 1 piece of wood allowed him to scan the approximate location of players within 5 nautical miles. Subtracting 1 piece of wood. A blinking red dot appeared on the radar panel located 8 nautical miles away at the 9 o'clock position. And go gather some firewood. Su Qing turned off the panel and walked to the rear of the raft, gripping the helm of the propulsion device with both hands. Bai Yun was wiping the window of the wooden house with a cloth when she heard the sound, and immediately ran over, grabbing a pile of boards to stuff into the firewood intake. Where are we going? To save someone. Su Qing fixed the helm at the 9 o'clock position and to grab some good stuff while we're at it. The steam propulsion device roared, and the exhaust pipe spewed out a large cloud of white smoke. The 20-square-meter raft left a white trail on the sea surface as its speed skyrocketed. 2 knots, 5 knots, 10 knots. Finally stabilizing around 15 knots. This speed would be considered normal for a fishing boat in his past life, but in this survival game, where one relied solely on ocean currents, it was a crushing advantage. In less than 10 minutes, a ghastly green halo appeared on the sea ahead. Su Qing squinted. That was the green-eyed monster Lin Wanwan had mentioned. As the distance closed, a dilapidated raft of only about 4 square meters was violently tossed by the waves. The edges of the raft already gnawed to shreds, with seawater continuously surging upward. In the center of the raft, a young girl wearing denim shorts and a tight t-shirt was wildly stabbing at a monster climbing onto the raft with a rusty pitchfork. Those monsters looked like oversized sea cockroaches covered in dark green shells, their compound eyes emitting a ghostly green light, with at least a dozen of them swarming. Get away. So disgusting. Go away. The girl screamed as she stabbed wildly, the pitchfork scraping against the monster's shell with a harsh sound, failing to penetrate its defenses. A slightly larger mutated sea cockroach suddenly leaped up, its pincers heading straight for the girl's ankle. The girl was so frightened that she fell onto the waterlogged boards, about to be bitten. Boom! A deafening roar of steam came from the side behind her. The girl instinctively turned her head. A luxury yacht measuring 20 square meters, surrounded by a sturdy railing and even featuring a wooden house, was crashing through the waves with a domineering presence. The outer layer of the raft was shrouded in a translucent light shield with a faint golden hue. Bang! Su Qing did not slow down. He directly controlled the raft to crash into it. The energy shield from the Ascension Talisman collided violently with the sea cockroaches. A flash of golden light erupted, and several monsters clinging to the edge of the shattered raft were instantly flung away, crashing into the sea. Jump over here. Su Qing stood at the edge of the railing holding a composite crossbow. Lin Wanwan was utterly dumbfounded. She glanced at the nearly collapsing boards beneath her, then at the massive raft before her, equipped with propulsion, a shield, and even wafting scents of grilled fish. Is this really the same survival game? Why are you dazed? Want to feed the fish? Su Qing frowned and directly pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The steel-piercing arrow whizzed past Lin Wanwan's scalp, directly pinning a sea cockroach that was about to ambush her against the board. The foul-smelling bodily fluids splattered on Lin Wanwan's calf. Oh. Lin Wanwan snapped back to reality, scrambling to the edge and lunging forward. Bai Yun stood inside the railing, quick-witted, grabbing Lin Wanwan's arm and lifting her up with one hand. Lin Wanwan felt an absurdly powerful force, and her whole body soared over the half-meter-high railing, landing heavily on the spacious dry boards. Su Qing turned the helm, reversing the propulsion device, and the raft quickly escaped the monster-infested waters. The mutated sea cockroach, losing its target, floundered in the water a few times before being left behind. Lin Wanwan lay on the boards, gasping for air, her heart racing. She had survived. After a 2-second pause, she quickly scrambled up. "Thank you, Big Shot. Thank you." Her words stumbled midway. She stared wide-eyed at the two people before. Su Qing held a futuristic-looking black composite crossbow, young and stern, completely unlike the rough, brawny man she had imagined. The woman standing next to Su Qing made her eyes nearly pop out. Bai Yun wore a light pink silk nightgown, the neckline slightly open, and looking down she revealed a pair of long, stunning legs wrapped in black stockings. This woman had skin that glowed white, a curvy and mature figure. She had just single-handedly lifted Lin Wanwan, demonstrating terrifying strength. In this apocalyptic sea where one couldn't even find food, how could these two not only live in a wooden house and drive a fast boat, but also indulge in such alluring black stocking play? A whirlwind of colorful movie scenes flashed through Lin Wanwan's mind. The blueprint. Su Qing extended his hand, interrupting her chaotic thoughts. Lin Wanwan shivered all over, immediately putting away her messy thoughts. She was a smart girl. In this environment, those without value could be thrown into the sea at any moment. Without hesitation, she opened the panel and handed over the parchment, glowing with a dark golden hue. "Big Shot, this is the blueprint. My name is Lin Wanwan, a junior at Magic Capital University, majoring in mechanical engineering. I have strong practical skills and definitely won't be a freeloader." She spoke rapidly, introducing herself while showcasing her value. Su Qing took the blueprint and glanced. The girl was quite pretty, with an oval face and big eyes exuding a cleverness. Although she had screamed in fear just moments ago, she showed no hesitation in revealing her cards, far better than those who could only cry. "Go dry off." Su Qing pointed toward the wooden house. "And get her a rag." Bai Yun nodded, and Lin Wanwan watched Bai Yun's back, secretly amazed. This woman seemed much older than Su Qing, yet this relationship was so confusing it gave her a headache. But she wisely kept her mouth shut, took the rag Bai Yun handed her, and obediently moved to the side of the wooden house to dry off the seawater. Su Qing looked down at the blueprint in his hand. Acquired basic magic energy cannon blueprint, rare manufacturing requirements: iron blocks 0-100, wood 0-300, sea beast slime 0-20, gunpowder 0-50, steel 0-10. Upon seeing the material requirements, Su Qing's brows furrowed. The cost was simply outrageous. He could gather the iron blocks and wood, and he had a bit of sea beast slime from killing the ironbone shark, but where could he find gunpowder and steel? No one in the trading hall sold such high-level materials. "Big Shot, are you short on materials?" Lin Wanwan dried her calves and approached, clearly good at reading the room. Lacking gunpowder and refined steel, Su Qing did not hold back. "On the broken raft I was on earlier, I salvaged a military supply box filled with black gunpowder, at least over 100 units, and I also have a few pieces of refined steel which I found from a shipwreck." Su Qing turned to look at her. Lin Wanwan felt uneasy under his gaze and quickly explained, "I stored everything in the system backpack. Nothing fell into the sea. As long as you don't chase me away, all these things belong to you." She knew very well that having precious materials without the means to protect them would only turn her into monster fodder. It was better to hand them over for a long-term ticket to safety. Transaction initiated. Su Qing sent a trade request directly. Lin Wanwan did not hesitate and immediately placed all the gunpowder and refined steel up for trade. Acquired black gunpowder 120, acquired refined steel 15. Materials are complete. Su Qing directly opened the manufacturing panel and clicked to create beginner magic energy cannon. A piercing light shone in midair again. A large amount of iron blocks, wood, and refined steel quickly fused and restructured in the radiance. 2 minutes later, a cannon entirely black and gleaming with metallic luster was firmly fixed at the center of the raft's front railing. The cannon barrel was as thick as an adult man's thigh, and the base featured a complex gear steering mechanism capable of adjusting the angle of fire by 180 degrees. There was also an energy slot on the side of the cannon body for loading gunpowder and sea beast slime. Beginner magic energy cannon, rare, effective range 500 meters, fires high explosive energy shells using gunpowder and sea beast slime, capable of delivering devastating strikes against sea beasts and ship hulls. Lin Wanwan stood by watching this ferocious steel beast, her mouth agape. It really got made. She muttered to herself. While others were still poking at bugs with sticks, this one had directly stepped into the era of firearms. Load the ammunition. Su Qing walked to the side of the cannon. He deducted 10 units of gunpowder and 2 units of sea beast slime. The energy slot glowed with a deep blue light. Su Qing gripped the control lever at the back of the cannon with both hands, turning the barrel to aim at the rolling, sickly green glow on the distant sea surface where the mutated sea cockroaches that had chased Lin Wanwan were. Boom! A heavy muffled sound erupted. The entire 20-square-meter raft was jolted downward. A watermelon-sized deep blue energy sphere shot out from the cannon's mouth, tracing a bright trajectory through the air, accurately striking the sea surface hundreds of meters away. Boom! The sea was blasted upwards, creating a water column over 10 meters high. The sickly green glow was instantly shredded, and severed limbs mixed with the stench of bodily fluids flew through the sky. The system notification sounded repeatedly. Killed mutated sea cockroach, acquired sea beast slime. 1 killed mutated sea cockroach, acquired hardened shell 1. One shot cleared the field. Lin Wanwan swallowed hard, her legs feeling weak. This firepower was too monstrous. She secretly glanced at Su Qing's profile and silently vowed to cling to this strong ally. Su Qing released the control lever, satisfied with the power of the cannon. With this weapon, even large sea beasts would either be severely injured or perish. He turned his head to look at Lin Wanwan. You just said the refined steel was salvaged from a shipwreck. Lin Wanwan nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's in the direction I drifted from earlier, about 5 or 6 nautical miles away. There's a huge, ancient wooden sailboat half sunk in the water. I casually salvaged a few boxes from the edge while collecting garbage. Su Qing turned the steering wheel, pointing the bow of the raft toward the direction Lin Wanwan indicated. The steam engine emitted a dull rumble, and the exhaust pipe spewed out large amounts of white smoke as the raft sliced through the waves at full speed. Lin Wanwan dried her hair with a rag and walked over to the fire. She stared at the iron shark meat sizzling on the grill, her throat involuntarily rolling several times. Having been hungry for 2 whole days, and after experiencing a life-and-death escape, now smelling the aroma of meat, her stomach churned. She understood the rules well and did not ask for food in this deadly world. There was no such thing as unearned charity. Lin Wanwan turned around and walked to the steam engine at the back of the raft. She crouched down to observe it closely. She had studied mechanical engineering and was most sensitive to such mechanical structures. After watching for a while, she turned and shouted to Su Qing. Big guy, the drive shaft of your engine is misaligned by ½ an inch. The gears aren't meshing tightly, the fuel isn't burning completely, and at least 20% of the power is lost. I can fix it. Su Qing held the steering wheel with one hand and glanced at her. Fix it. Just give me a handy tool, an iron piece or a rough nail will do. Lin Wanwan extended her hand. Su Qing retrieved a rusty nail from the panel and casually tossed it over. Lin Wanwan caught the nail and directly lay on the board, half of her body probing into the gap of the engine's base. She worked extremely skillfully, wedging the nail into the edge of the gear with force, then tapping and hitting several key connections. A few minutes later, she crawled out from under the machine and dusted off the black grime from her hands. The roaring sound of the engine visibly became smoother. The white smoke from the exhaust pipe was reduced by half, and the speed of the raft increased significantly. Done speed increased by ½ a knot, and wood consumption can be saved a bit. Lin Wanwan raised her chin, showcasing her professional value. Su Qing picked up a knife, cut a piece of grilled iron shark meat, and tossed it into an empty wooden bowl, pushing it in front of her. Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up as she picked up the bowl, not minding the heat, and began to devour it hungrily. The energy contained in the high-grade sea beast meat slid down her esophagus into her stomach, dispelling the chill and fatigue from her body. Bai Yun stood aside, holding a rag, wiping down the exterior walls of the wooden house. She looked at the young and vibrant Lin Wanwan, glancing down at herself. Although her physique had greatly improved after eating the blood-red spirit fish meat, the age gap was still evident. A strange sense of crisis suddenly rose in her heart. Bai Yun set down the rag, walked over to the bucket, poured a bowl of warm water, and approached Su Qing, offering it with both hands. Xiao Qing, drink some water, it's windy ahead, be careful not to catch a cold. Bai Yun's voice was soft, her body slightly leaning forward, her legs wrapped in black silk glimmering in the moonlight. Su Qing took the bowl of water and took a sip, saying, I'm fine. Lin Wanwan observed all of this. She was a smart person and immediately picked up on Bai Yun's subtle possessiveness. She immediately adjusted her position, resolutely refusing to be a decorative vase and instead taking the pure technical route. Sister Yun, this meat is so delicious. Your grilling skills are truly amazing. Lin Wanwan held up her empty bowl and gave Bai Yun a thumbs up, directly calling her sister. Bai Yun was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks slightly flushed, and the little guard she had up melted away considerably. Take your time eating, there's more in the pot. Lin Wanwan, feeling full and satisfied, actively went to organize the trash collected by the automatic collection net. She sorted the wood plastic scraps and rags neatly, working very efficiently without any pretentiousness. After sailing for more than an hour, the wind on the sea suddenly stopped. A vast gray-white fog appeared ahead, visibility sharply decreased, and the temperature dropped, turning the breath she exhaled into white mist. Big guy, it's just ahead. That shipwreck is in the fog. Lin Wanwan pointed ahead, lowering her voice. When I was salvaging garbage over there before, the fog wasn't this thick. That ship is enormous, at least 3 stories high, and the wood is all black. I only dared to pick up a few floating boxes on the outskirts. There were large dark shadows swimming beneath the water, and I didn't dare to get closer. Su Qing opened the panel and took a look at the radar, deducting 1 unit of wood. On the radar screen, a giant light spot appeared to represent the sunken ship, but around the light spot numerous red dots were densely packed. There were other players and quite a few of them. Su Qing frowned. Suddenly someone in the area channel sent out a full-frequency broadcast, the text bold and bright red. Coordinates XXXX discovered an ancient shipwreck filled with treasure chests. Everyone hurry over. I've already salvaged 2 quality blueprints. Su Qing stared at the broadcast. This broadcast is suspicious. Lin Wanwan leaned over to take a look and immediately pointed out the flaw. When I was over there just now, the perimeter was filled with monsters. In such a situation, how could anyone have gone in to retrieve the blueprint and still have the time to broadcast for others to come and share the spoils? It's a lure. Su Qing closed the panel. He checked the energy levels of the magic energy cannon. There were still 110 units of gunpowder left and 18 units of sea beast slime, ensuring ample firepower. Su Qing took the composite crossbow off his back and handed it to Bai Yun. Hold this. If anything approaches, shoot it directly. Bai Yun took the crossbow, holding it steady with both hands. She felt immensely strong now and could draw such a heavy crossbow with ease. She stood at the edge of the railing, poised and ready. Lin Wanwan glanced at the composite crossbow in Bai Yun's hands, then at the menacing magic energy cannon at the bow of the ship, feeling a sense of satisfaction inside. While others were still poking at bugs with sticks, they had already covered themselves with heavy firepower. The raft sailed into the thick fog. Visibility dropped to less than 10 meters, and the sound of the propellers echoed in the mist, sounding particularly dull. The sea turned a deep black, and the water's surface was as calm as could be without a ripple. Suddenly, an old wooden raft burst forth from the left side of the mist. 3 emaciated men stood on the raft, wielding rusted machetes and sharpened wooden poles. Upon seeing Su Qing's massive vessel, they were first stunned for a few seconds before the leader, a man with a scarred face, raised his machete and shouted, "Stop the boat. Hand over all your supplies, or we'll kill you." Lin Wanwan rolled her eyes. Are there really such stupid robbers in this day and age? Su Qing had no intention of slowing down. He gripped the helm tightly and pushed it all the way down. The 20-square-meter raft, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, crashed forward violently. The pale golden ascension shield suddenly lit up. Bang! The small raft was instantly shattered into splinters, debris flying everywhere. The 3 men screamed as they fell into the black seawater, desperately thrashing. At that moment, the water below suddenly churned. Several dark red tentacles as thick as water barrels burst forth from the water's surface, covered in disgusting suckers. The tentacles quickly wrapped around the 3 men and violently pulled them down. They didn't even have time to call for help before being dragged into the deep sea, leaving only a cloud of dispersed blood on the surface. Lin Wanwan took 2 steps back, her back hitting the wall of the wooden cabin. What the hell was that under the water? Su Qing did not answer, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. A gust of sea breeze blew through, clearing a little of the thick fog. A massive, suffocating black, ancient wooden sailing ship lay quietly across the surface of the sea. The ship was dilapidated, with a broken mast, and its hull covered in seaweed and barnacles, radiating a strong aura of death. Surrounding the sunken ship were dozens of large and small rafts. The roar of steam engines grew increasingly loud. On the rafts surrounding the sunken ship, dozens of people stood up, stretching their necks to peer into the fog. What noise is that? It sounds like a tractor. Stop talking nonsense. What tractor would there be at sea? It's probably some large sea beast. Just as the words left his mouth, a massive object broke through the fog and rudely entered everyone's line of sight. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. With its 20-square-meter spacious area completely enclosed, sturdy railing, and even a delicately crafted wooden house in the center. The most outrageous part was that this raft was enveloped in a layer of pale golden, translucent energy shield. At the bow, a pitch-black metal cannon with a barrel thicker than a thigh emitted an eerie glow that sent chills down one's spine. Compared to this battleship, the Level 1 and Level 2 rafts they were standing on, made of a few broken boards and tied together with hemp ropes, were hardly even trash. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Is that a player's raft? Is that cannon real, or just a model? With that shield and size, did some tycoon buy out the server? The crowd erupted into a clamor. Su Qing steadied the helm with one hand, bringing the raft to a stop 30 meters away from the sunken ship. The Ascension Talisman's shield pushed the surrounding water aside, even sending a few nearby small rafts flying away. A middle-aged man in a tattered suit with a face full of grease stood on a small raft, his eyes fixed greedily on the wooden house and cannon on Su Qing's raft. He cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Bro, your equipment is incredible. There must be tons of treasure inside, but also plenty of monsters. You lead the way and use that big cannon to clear the path. Well, follow behind to help take out the small monsters. The blueprints and treasure we find will be shared equally. How about that? More people means more power." This proposal made several people around nod in agreement. Yes, Big Shot, take us with you. We're all human, let's help each other. Su Qing didn't even look at the man, turning to Lin Wanwan. Watch the ship. Lin Wanwan rolled her eyes, walked over to the magic energy cannon, and gripped the control stick tightly, turning it sharply. Click, click, click. The heavy sound of gears meshing echoed as the dark cannon barrel swung a full 180 degrees, aiming precisely at the suited man's raft. Dark blue energy frantically gathered in the cannon tube, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. The suited man's face turned pale. In an instant his legs gave way, and he knelt on the waterlogged plank, urine streaming down his pants. Don't fire. I was joking. He'll shut up. The crowd that had just been cheering desperately paddled their oars, trying to retreat their shabby rafts, fearing they would be blasted to pieces by this living reaper. A bunch of idiots. Lin Wanwan slapped the cannon, her face full of disdain. Su Qing approached the edge of the raft, looking up to survey the ancient sunken ship. The ship's body was immense, the deck at least 7 or 8 meters above the water's surface. The side of the hull had decayed and turned black, covered in seaweed and sharp barnacles that emitted a foul stench. Several thick, broken cables dangled from the deck, reaching down to the water's surface. "Aunt, take the composite crossbow and come up with me." Su Qing took out a length of hemp rope from the panel with a metal hook tied to the end. Bai Yun immediately nodded, having no objections to Su Qing's arrangement. "Big Shot, be careful. This ship looks ominous." Lin Wanwan checked the fuel of the propeller. "If anything jumps down, it'll blow it up." Su Qing said nothing and swung the iron hook over his head twice before hurling it toward the edge of the deck, 8 meters high. Click. The iron hook lodged tightly into the decayed wooden railing. Su Qing tugged on the rope to confirm its strength, then pushed off the black hull with his feet, using his hands alternately to climb up, swiftly moving as smoothly as an experienced climber. "And come up." Su Qing leaned out his head. Bai Yun secured the composite crossbow on her back, gripping the hemp rope. The terrifying strength from the modified blood spirit fish meat was now on full display. She didn't need to use her feet for leverage. Relying solely on her hands, she forcefully pulled herself up. Her legs, wrapped in black silk, swung a couple of times in the air before elegantly flipping over the railing and landing steadily on the deck. The deck was enveloped in thick, gray-white mist with extremely low visibility. The wooden planks underfoot felt soft, oozing black water stains, and the air was filled with the overpowering stench of blood and decay. Su Qing's wrist moved slightly, and a dark golden collector's short blade slipped into his palm. Bai Yun held the composite crossbow, steady, her finger resting on the trigger, closely following Su Qing. The two slowed their pace, advancing toward the cabin. Numerous broken wooden boxes littered the deck, all of which had been opened, and were empty inside, with a few puddles of blood that hadn't completely dried up on the ground. "Xiao Qing, someone has been here," Bai Yun whispered. "MHM. Su Qing's gaze scanned the surroundings. Just then a faint sound of friction came from above. Su Qing suddenly lifted his head. In the thick fog, 3 humanoid monsters covered in gray-brown tumors hung from the broken mainmast. Their limbs were excessively long, with nails resembling rusty iron hooks, lacking eyes, and only a large mouth filled with sharp teeth. Mutated Sea Corpse Monkey Level 1 Sea Beast. It lurks in the shadows of sunken ships year-round, moving with extreme agility, preferring to launch deadly ambushes from above its prey. "Above," Su Qing whispered urgently. The 3 Sea Corpse monkeys released their claws and silently pounced towards the 2. Bai Yun reacted swiftly, needing no aim, raising her composite crossbow and pulling the trigger directly. Click! The bowstring trembled. The heavy steel-piercing arrow tore through the fog, producing a piercing shriek. Thud! The foremost Sea Corpse monkey, still in midair, was pierced through the chin by the arrow, which burst out from the crown of its head, pinning it firmly against the decaying mast with a spray of black-purple blood and flesh. The monster did not even let out a scream before instantly turning into white light. The remaining 2 Sea Corpse monkeys had already pounced close. Su Qing advanced, instead of retreating, meeting the monster on the left. He suddenly crouched down, avoiding the claw that reached for his face, and with great force he slashed upward with the short blade of the collector. The extremely sharp blade sliced through the monster's abdominal tumor, opening a large gash, as if pulling a zipper. triggering collector effect execution. The second monster dissipated into white light. The last sea corpse monkey landed, letting out a piercing scream, and opened its mouth wide to bite Bai Yun's ankle. Bai Yun, unable to reload her crossbow in time, gritted her teeth, lifted her long leg wrapped in temperature-regulating stockings, aimed at the monster's head, and stomped down hard. Bang! A dull sound resonated. The decayed planks on the deck were directly stomped into a large pit. Under Bai Yun's immense strength, the sea corpse monkey's head was crushed like a ripe watermelon. Bai Yun retracted her leg, looking at the black, bodily fluid on the sole of her shoe, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Su Qing glanced at her. This woman's fighting style was becoming increasingly ferocious. He walked over, collected the 3 wooden treasure chests from the ground into the panel, and casually pulled back the steel-piercing arrow. Obtain Sea Beast Mucus 3, Rusty Nails 10, Wood 15. Let's go to the lower cabin. Su Qing wiped the blood off the blade, and continued walking forward. The two bypassed the broken main mast, and arrived at the wooden stairs leading to the bottom of the ship. Below was pitch black with faint flickers of firelight. Su Qing signaled, and Bai Yun immediately pressed herself against the wall, quieting her breath. The two silently crept down the stairs. Just halfway down, a rough voice came from below. Hurry up. Tie this kid tight. Don't let him break free. Boss, this is already the 4th one. That monster still hasn't spit out the blueprints. Are we being tricked? Did it not just spit out a high-quality blueprint for a repeating crossbow? Has the area broadcast gone out? That group of fools outside should be getting restless by now. It has. I just heard noise outside, probably a lot of fat sheep coming our way. Su Qing peeked his head out, looking down through the gaps in the stairs. The lower cabin was extremely spacious, with the central floor completely collapsed, forming a large hole leading straight to the seawater. At the edge of the hole stood 4 burly men wielding bloody machetes and iron rods. They were pushing a weak young player tightly bound to the edge of that large hole. The young player had a rag stuffed in his mouth, shaking his head desperately, tears and snot covering his face, making desperate whimpering sounds from his throat. Throw him in. The leader with a scarred face kicked the young player's lower back. The young player screamed as he fell into the dark water hole. Splash! Water splashed violently. Several dark red tentacles thicker than a thigh reached out from the hole, directly wrapping around the falling player and violently dragging him into the deep water. The water surface churned violently, quickly rising with a large patch of glaring blood. The scarred face and his subordinates stared intently at the water surface, their faces filled with greed. A few seconds later, glub, a series of huge bubbles rose to the surface of the water. Below the stairs, bubbles emerged from the water. A wooden treasure chest covered in slime floated to the surface. The scarred face's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly used his hooked pole to fish the chest up. He couldn't wait to lift the lid, revealing a piece of parchment glowing blue inside. Blueprint for a high-quality water purifier. The scarred face laughed loudly, his face full of flesh squished together. This deal is too damn profitable. Catching those poor souls to feed it is 100 times faster than scavenging trash ourselves. The little brother next to him rubbed his hands and leaned forward. Boss, the area broadcast has gone out. With such a commotion outside, that big ship with cannons must have heard it. If they come in, the better. The scarred face spat on the ground. That big ship must be full of good stuff. This lower cabin is narrow. They can't bring their cannons in. Once they come down, we'll find a way to knock them out and throw them in to feed this treasure. Boss is brilliant. That kid just now was crying and begging for mercy, claiming to be the president of some company. Once at sea, even the president has to be our bait. Another little brother chimed in. Su Qing overheard everything clearly from above the stairs. Using live people to fish for blueprints. These people adapt to the apocalypse, quickly discarding even the bottom line. Su Qing turned his head and glanced at Bai Yun. Bai Yun pressed tightly against the wall, breathing rapidly. She had heard the conversation below and felt her stomach churn. Living people just like that were used as bait and thrown into the water. Watching Su Qing's calm profile, her fear diminished significantly. As long as she followed this man, she wouldn't end up like that. Su Qing pointed at the little brother with the iron rod on the left and made a throat-cutting gesture. Bai Yun instantly understood, lifted her composite crossbow, and rested her finger on the trigger, having no hesitation in following Su Qing's instructions. Su Qing did not hesitate any longer. He leaned on the decayed wooden handrail of the stairs with one hand, flipping himself directly down. In midair, the dark golden collector slid into his palm. At the moment of landing, Su Qing used the momentum of his fall to thrust forward. The extremely sharp blade sliced directly across the throat of the nearest little brother, triggering collector effect execution. That person clutched his neck tightly with both hands, his eyes wide open, unable to make a sound. At the same time, with a crisp click, Bai Yun pulled the trigger on the stairs. The heavy steel-piercing arrow produced a piercing shriek, accurately penetrating the chest of the little brother with the iron rod on the left, the tremendous force sending him flying and pinning him firmly against the supporting wooden pillar behind. In the blink of an eye, only 2 out of 4 remained. The scarred face reacted quickly, stepping back 2 paces in fear, raising the machete in his hand. "Who the hell are you to dare touch my people?" Su Qing said nothing. He gripped the knife in his reverse hand and closed in directly. The scarred face shouted angrily as he swung the machete towards Su Qing's head. Su Qing sidestepped the blade, just grazing his clothing and striking the wooden floor below. He swiftly raised his right leg and kicked hard against the side of the scarred face's knee. The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed. The scarred face screamed, dropping to one knee, the machete slipping from his grasp. "Brother, don't kill me. They'll give you all the blueprints and resources." The scarred face, ignoring the pain, frantically bowed his head and pleaded for mercy. Su Qing's expression remained indifferent as he twisted his wrist, the collector plunging directly into the back of his heart. Enough with the nonsense. The last little brother was so frightened that he wet himself, turning around and scrambling towards the other side of the passage, using both hands and feet, rolling and crawling. After running only a few steps, Bai Yun jumped down from the stairs. The silk nightgown she wore billowed with her movement, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings swept out violently, directly kicking the little brother's shin. Crack! The little brother screamed as he collapsed to the ground. Just as he struggled to get up, Bai Yun stepped on his back. The terrifying power unleashed from the modified blood-red spirit fish meat completely erupted, crushing his ribs inch by inch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The battle ended in less than 10 seconds. Su Qing wiped the blood off the blade and collected the scattered treasure chests on the ground into the panel. These people had killed quite a few players, yielding dozens of pieces of wood and iron, and indeed had 2 high-quality blueprints, which was an unexpected gain. Bai Yun walked to the edge of the water hole, gazing at the pitch-black water surface. "Xiao Qing, what kind of monster is beneath this water? It actually eats people and spits out blueprints." Su Qing stared at the churning black water, a massive shadow faintly swimming beneath the surface. Unable to retrieve information, the level exceeds the detection range. Su Qing grasped Bai Yun's wrist, pulling her back 2 steps. "This thing is too large. We are at a disadvantage in the water. Do not provoke it." Bai Yun obediently retreated, the black silk-wrapped long legs creaking slightly on the decayed wooden boards. She glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "What about these people? They deserve to die." Su Qing stepped over the corpse of the scar-faced man, his gaze sweeping into the depths of the lower cabin. "This place is quite spacious. There should be areas that haven't been looted. Let's go inside and take a look." Bai Yun obediently retreated, the black silk-wrapped long legs creaking slightly on the decayed wooden boards. She glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "What about these people? They deserve to die." Bai Yun covered her nose, holding her composite crossbow steady, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. At the end of the passage was a wooden door wrapped in heavy iron plates. The lock had long rusted into a lump of iron, and a chill emanated from the crack of the door. Su Qing stepped forward, pushed twice, but it did not budge. "He'll do it." Bai Yun stepped forward. She took half a step back, exerted force at her waist, and her long leg, tightly wrapped in thermal stockings, shot up sharply, aiming for the center of the iron-encased wooden door, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! A loud crash echoed. The rusted lock shattered, and the heavy iron wooden door collapsed with a thunderous crash, crashing onto the floor inside and kicking up a cloud of dust. The brute force from the modified flesh of the red blood spirit fish was both violent and effective. Su Qing waved his hand to clear the dust and stepped inside first. It was a spacious cabin with a decaying solid wood desk in the middle, several tattered nautical charts hanging on the wall, and numerous broken porcelain and wooden barrels scattered in the corner. The most eye-catching item was the glowing chest behind the desk. A black iron treasure chest. Su Qing's gaze locked onto the black iron treasure chest, radiating a ghostly light. Bai Yun held her composite crossbow, warily scanning the dark corners around them. Su Qing approached, knelt down, and lifted the heavy iron lid. The screeching sound of metal scraping echoed in the cabin. Acquired magic energy core 1, acquired underwater breathing mask, blueprint fine 1, acquired iron blocks 30, acquired fine steel blocks 5. Su Qing stored the items into the panel. The magic energy core was a fist-sized crystal pulsating with a ghostly blue energy. This item should be used to power the magic energy cannon or upgrade advanced machines. The underwater breathing mask blueprint was a timely boon in the future when diving to salvage items or facing underwater monsters. Survival rates would soar. "Xiao Qing, there's something on this desk." Bai Yun pointed at the desk. Su Qing walked over. On the desk lay a sheepskin nautical chart, its edges rotting and darkened. He reached out and pinched a corner of the chart, gently lifting it. The chart depicted the outlines of this sea area with a red cross marked in the center. The location of the red cross was approximately 10 nautical miles away from their current coordinates. Su Qing rolled up the chart and stuffed it into the panel. "Let's go retreat." Su Qing turned around. As soon as he spoke, the floor beneath his feet suddenly lurched upwards. Rumble. A massive dull roar echoed from the ship's bottom as the entire ancient wooden sailboat tilted violently. Bai Yun lost her balance, her long legs wrapped in black silk sliding forward, and she fell directly into Su Qing's embrace. Su Qing quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, steadying their positions. What's happening? Bai Yun's face turned pale, clutching Su Qing's arm tightly. The thing underwater has moved. Su Qing pulled her and ran outside. The tilt of the ship's hull grew steeper, causing barrels and shattered porcelain in the cabin to roll chaotically into the corners. The decayed wooden boards emitted the sounds of breaking under pressure. The two burst out of the cabin, returning to the edge of the previously collapsed water hole. The black water in the hole had risen, and huge waves were rolling on the surface. A dark red tentacle thicker than a water tank burst through the surface, covered in suction cups the size of wash basins, directly wrapping around a load-bearing wooden pillar. Crack! The stout wooden pillar was brutally snapped, splintering, wood flying everywhere. The entire lower cabin began to collapse. Climb up. Su Qing gave Bai Yun a push. Bai Yun gritted her teeth, grabbing the handrail of the stairs, and leaped up in a few bounds. Su Qing closely followed. The steps beneath them continually broke apart amid the violent tremors. As Su Qing stepped onto a plank, it shattered into two pieces, causing him to plummet downward. Bai Yun leaned over, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Su Qing's wrist. The strength from the modified flesh of the red blood spirit fish erupted, and she forcibly pulled Su Qing up. The two rushed onto the deck. The thick fog outside had been blown away considerably by the fierce wind. Lin Wanwan stood on the raft, gripping the control lever of the magic energy cannon tightly, shouting at them, "Jump now." This ship is sinking. The deck of the sinking ship had tilted nearly 45 degrees, with seawater pouring in wildly along the sides. The monstrous creature underwater seemed thoroughly enraged, with 5 or 6 thick tentacles rising up from all directions, tightly wrapping around the black hull. Boom! The main mast collapsed, crashing through the opposite side of the deck. Jump across. Su Qing pointed at the raft 30 meters away. A distance of 30 meters was normally impossible to jump, but now with the ship sinking to such a height, jumping down would allow them to land in the water and swim over. Bai Yun did not hesitate and leaped. Su Qing followed closely behind. The two plunged into the icy seawater, sending up 2 splashes. Swim fast. Su Qing surfaced, wiping the seawater from his face. Bai Yun was a good swimmer, and coupled with her strength, moved swiftly through the water. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the direction of the sinking ship. The sound was unlike anything a marine creature could produce, carrying a strong, penetrating force that made one's eardrums ache. A massive shadow emerged from beneath the water. Su Qing glanced back. It was an exaggeratedly large mutated octopus, its head alone towering 2 stories high, covered in dark red skin, filled with pus and flesh tumors. The thick tentacles tightened suddenly. Crack, boom. The colossal ancient wooden sailboat was brutally torn in half, splintered wood and debris raining into the sea. Boss, it's looking this way. Lin Wanwan screamed from the raft. The mutated octopus, 2 murky eyes the size of wheels, fixated on Su Qing and Bai Yun swimming in the water. One tentacle raised a towering wave, crashing directly down on the two. Fire! Su Qing yelled. Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth, rotated the cannon, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Boom! The azure energy projectile whistled out, precisely hitting the tentacle suspended in midair. A violent explosion erupted on the surface of the sea. The tentacle was severed halfway, and dark purple blood rained down like a downpour, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. The mutated octopus shrieked in pain, emitting an even more piercing roar as the remaining tentacles thrashed wildly against the water's surface. Taking advantage of the cover from the cannon shot, Su Qing and Bai Yun swam to the edge of the raft. Lin Wanwan quickly tossed aside the control stick, rushed over, and pulled the two onto the raft. Hurry! We can't handle this thing. Lin Wanwan dashed to the thruster and pushed the rudder all the way. The steam thruster let out a strained roar, spewing thick black smoke from the exhaust pipe. The raft suddenly shot forward, leaving a long white wake on the surface of the sea. Su Qing slumped down on the wooden planks, gasping for breath. Bai Yun was soaked, her silk nightgown clinging tightly to her body. She was too anxious to care about her modesty, nervously glancing back. The mutated octopus did not pursue them. It seemed more interested in the split wreck of the sunken ship, with countless tentacles rummaging through the debris. That scared me to death. What on earth was that thing? Lin Wanwan patted her chest, her legs still trembling. A sea monster, Su Qing replied, standing up and wringing out the water from his clothes. He recalled the markers he had seen on the nautical chart earlier. This sea area was definitely not simple. The raft sailed at full speed for half an hour, completely leaving the dense fog and sunken ship behind. The surface of the sea regained its calm, and the sunlight broke through the clouds, bringing a touch of warmth. Su Qing walked over to the campfire and took off his soaked jacket to dry it. "Auntie, go change your clothes," Su Qing said, glancing at Bai Yun. Bai Yun's face flushed, and she hurriedly dove into the wooden cabin. Lin Wanwan leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. Big shot, did you find anything good on the ship? Su Qing opened the panel and displayed the blueprint for the underwater breathing mask. Lin Wanwan gasped, a fine-grade blueprint. This is a good item, we won't have to worry about suffocating underwater. Do we have enough materials? I still have some stock. Su Qing glanced at the manufacturing requirements. Underwater breathing mask, fine plastic fragments 020, sea beast, slime 05, iron blocks 010. Enough materials. Make 2. Su Qing deducted the materials. A flicker of light passed, and 2 technologically advanced black half-face masks appeared on the wooden planks. The sides of the masks were equipped with miniature filtration devices capable of extracting oxygen from seawater through the unique properties of the sea beast slime. Su Qing picked one up and handed it to Lin Wanwan. For me, Lin Wanwan was taken aback. You understand machinery, you'll need to go down to dismantle things when we encounter underwater ruins or sunken ships, Su Qing stated blandly. Lin Wanwan immediately took it, grinning widely. Boss, you're so generous. I guarantee I'll complete the task. The door to the wooden cabin opened, and Bai Yun stepped out in a fresh change of clothes. Su Qing handed her the remaining mask. Put this on, it allows you to breathe underwater. Bai Yun took the mask, carefully touching it. Su Qing walked over to the thruster and checked the fuel consumption. After that frantic escape, the wood had nearly burned out. Wanwan, go sort out the supplies from the collection net and put the wood into the thruster. Su Qing instructed. Okay. Lin Wanwan replied energetically. Su Qing returned to the center of the raft, where the dark purple Pandora box sat quietly. The hard backstab that had been placed inside earlier had completed its 6-hour mutation time. Su Qing lifted the lid of the box. The originally gray-brown backstab had vanished, replaced by a strikingly dark red military dagger with an exaggerated design. The surface of the military dagger was covered with fine blood grooves, and the grip was wrapped in an unknown beast's hide, exuding a strong killing intent. Acquired bloodthirsty military dagger, rare attributes, extremely sharp, with armor-piercing effect. Special effect, bloodthirsty. Each time damage is dealt to a target, it can absorb a small amount of life force to replenish itself, restoring stamina. Su Qing gripped the military dagger and swung it in the air a couple of times, producing a sharp slicing sound. This item was more suited for a direct confrontation than the collector. Just then, a series of red warning messages suddenly popped up in the regional channel. Regional announcement: a large-scale catastrophic weather event is forming. Catastrophe type: extreme cold storm. Expected arrival time 2 hours later. Duration 24 hours. Warning: during the storm, temperatures will plummet below zero and large areas of the sea surface will freeze. All players are advised to find a shelter or make a fire to stay warm as soon as possible. Extreme cold storm. Su Qing stared at the scarlet warning characters on his retina. Lin Wanwan leaned and shivering upon seeing the content. Below zero. The sea will freeze. Big shot, this shabby wooden cabin of ours is leaking everywhere. Won't we freeze into popsicles at night? Su Qing didn't respond directly, opening the manufacturing panel. Wooden cabin upgrade intermediate wood 0-200, iron blocks 0-20, glass fragments 0-10, rusty nails 0-20, missing glass fragments. We can only endure with the existing materials. Wanwan, can you make a heating device? Su Qing closed the panel. Lin Wanwan confidently patted her flat chest, saying, I can do this. As long as you give me iron blocks and what I can handcraft a metal stove with a chimney, I guarantee it won't leak smoke and poison us. Su Qing directly allocated 30 iron blocks and 100 pieces of wood to her. Lin Wanwan hugged the materials and squeezed into the wooden cabin, starting to hammer away. Bai Yun approached with a basin of freshly collected fresh water. Xiao Qing, it's going to cool down. We need to prepare more warm food. Let's roast all the remaining iron skin shark meat and make a pot of fish soup, Su Qing said, taking out a simple iron pot he had previously crafted from iron blocks. Bai Yun nodded and quickly started processing the ingredients. She wore black thermal stockings that fully shielded her from the sea breeze, moving with agility. Lin Wanwan poked her gray head out of the wooden cabin, holding an iron pipe, her gaze fixated on Bai Yun's legs. Sister Yun, these stockings of yours are incredible. After splashing around in the sea, not a single thread came loose. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but chime in. Bai Yun's cheeks flushed as she tugged at the hem of her silk nightgown. Xiao Qing gave me this cold-proof gear. Lin Wanwan immediately turned to Su Qing, her big eyes blinking. Boss, do you have any extra protective gear? My denim shorts really can't withstand the wind. Su Qing tossed out some rags and a piece of gray-brown beast hide from the panel. Sew it yourself. Lin Wanwan pouted, retracting into the wooden cabin to continue hammering the metal. Su Qing took the remaining wood and sea beast slime, sealing all the gaps around the wooden cabin. You can see if the drive shaft is misaligned. Do you understand the exhaust structure of this stove? Su Qing asked from outside the window. Lin Wanwan did not lift her head, saying, This is all basic thermodynamics. I can understand half of the blueprints for the magic energy cannon. Building a furnace is nothing. However, Big Shot, you really need to expand this wooden house, or at night the three of us will have to stack ourselves like a tower. Su Qing ignored her teasing, and the countdown to the storm began 1 hour. The temperature began to plummet sharply, and the air they exhaled turned into white mist. Lin Wanwan sneezed several times from the cold and hurriedly stuffed wood shavings into the newly built furnace to start a fire. The flames leaped up and the temperature in the wooden house gradually rose. However, the 4 square meter space was too cramped. With a single bed, a furnace, and 3 people squeezed, and even turning around was a struggle. Su Qing simply dismantled the single bed and used the materials to build a 2-meter-wide large wooden bed. As a result, the bed took up almost half the area of the wooden house, and the 3 of them could only sit cross-legged on the bed. Bai Yun entered with an iron pot, the milky white fish soup bubbling and emitting a rich aroma alongside several skewers of sizzling, oily iron-bone shark meat. "Dinner's ready," Su Qing announced. Outside, the wind howled fiercely and the sound of waves crashing against the wooden raft was deafening. Inside the wooden house, however, it was warm with the wood in the furnace crackling softly. Bai Yun ladled a bowl of the thickest fish soup and gently handed it to Su Qing. "Xiao Qing, have some warm soup first." Her voice was soft, carrying a clear concern. Lin Wanwan pouted beside them, holding a wooden bowl and saying, "Sister Yun, your favoritism is too obvious. I just did a ton of physical work and you only gave me clear soup." Bai Yun felt embarrassed by her remark and quickly scooped a large piece of fish meat for Lin Wanwan. "There's plenty more in the pot, don't worry." Lin Wanwan took a big bite of meat and mumbled, "That's more like it. In this broken place, being able to eat a hot meal is worth more than a fairy's blessing. Sister Yun, with your cooking skills, whoever marries you will be blessed." Bai Yun paused, subconsciously glancing at Su Qing, her cheeks flushing slightly. "You're so sweet-tongued. Hurry up and eat before it cools down." Su Qing silently gnawed on the roasted meat. Having transformed his body with the flesh of the crimson blood spirit fish, his body temperature was already on the high side, and now consuming the energy-rich sea beast meat made him feel like a small furnace. After finishing the meal, only 10 minutes remained on the countdown. Outside, it was completely dark and the wind howled like a ghost's wail. The wooden house creaked under the pressure of the wind, but thankfully the energy shield from the Ascension Talisman kept it from collapsing. Lin Wanwan felt full and sleepy, but she was dressed too lightly. Although there was a furnace warming the front, the cold wind still blew against her back. She subtly scooted closer to Su Qing. The warmth radiating from him was too tempting. Bai Yun tidied up the bowls and sat back on the bed. She had thermal stockings protecting her lower body, so she wasn't actually cold, but seeing Lin Wanwan nearly glued to Su Qing made her feel inexplicably sour. "Wanwan, if you're cold, cover yourself with this," Bai Yun said, taking the large beast skin and draping it over Lin Wanwan. She then sat down on the other side of Su Qing, her black stockings brushing against his arm. The smooth sensation made Su Qing's body tense up for a moment. To his left was a lively young female college student, and to his right was an alluring mature woman. The air in the wooden house became somewhat thick. Lin Wanwan, wrapped in the beast's skin, suddenly poked her head out and asked, "Big Shot, how did you and Sister Yun meet? You don't look like relatives." Bai Yun's heart skipped a beat, her hands nervously twisting together. "We met on the first day of the apocalypse at sea." Su Qing replied in a flat tone. He didn't mention his girlfriend in the apocalypse. Past identities held no significance. Surviving was the only truth. Lin Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "So you two. What kind of relationship do you have?" Bai Yun's face instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly waved her hands to deny it. "Don't say nonsense. I am much older than Xiao Qing." Lin Wanwan chuckled as she leaned closer. "So what if you are older? Age is just a number. Sister Yun, with your figure, even I as a woman feel envious. Big Shot is not a wooden man." Bai Yun shy covered Lin Wanwan's mouth, and the two began to wrestle playfully on the bed. Lin Wanwan's shorts rolled up, revealing her fair thighs, while Bai Yun's silk nightgown slipped down one shoulder during their tussle, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Su Qing sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the suppressed lust from earlier rising again. His transformed body from the crimson blood spirit fish had too much vitality. "Stop messing around," Su Qing said. The two women froze, halting their movements in unison. Bai Yun hurriedly adjusted her shoulder strap, her face turning crimson as she lowered her head to straighten her nightgown's hem. Lin Wanwan, however, felt no embarrassment, pulling the large beast skin tightly around herself and nudging closer to Su Qing. "Big Shot, you're so warm," Lin Wanwan said, leaning against Su Qing's arm through the beast's skin, her eyes. Outside, the wind howled fiercely. Although the furnace was lit, the wooden house was drafty and the patched areas still felt chilly. Su Qing was like a furnace to her. "Having eaten too much high-grade sea beast meat, my vitality is high," Su Qing stated without moving. Lin Wanwan decided to share the beast skin, draping half of it over Su Qing's legs while she nestled into the fur, pressing tightly against his left side. As time passed, the extreme cold storm completely descended. The wind outside turned into a shrill whistle, and the temperature plummeted sharply. The flames in the furnace flickered uncertainly as cold winds seeped through the gaps, and a layer of white frost began to form on the inner walls of the wooden house. Lin Wanwan shivered from the cold, burrowing deeper into Su Qing's embrace. "It's cold. Too cold," she said, her voice trembling. Su Qing reached out to touch the wooden wall. Oh, it felt extremely cold. The Ascension Talisman could block physical attacks, but could not prevent the temperature from extreme weather from seeping through. He turned to Bai Yun, who also looked a bit pale, tightly hugging her arms. "Get on the bed and cover up," Su Qing said as he stood up, filling the furnace with more wood and tossing in 2 chunks of sea beast slime. The slime ignited upon contact with the fire, the flames shooting up high, emitting heat that was more than double that of burning wood. Su Qing returned to the bed. The 2-meter-wide bed was actually quite spacious for 3 people, but now to keep warm they had to huddle together. Lin Wanwan unabashedly claimed Su Qing's left arm, holding it tightly, while her thigh rested directly on his leg. Bai Yun hesitated for a moment, lifted a corner of the beast's skin, and crawled in, pressing against Su Qing's. To Su Qing's left was the youthful and lively female college student, and to his right was the alluring mature woman. The 2 distinct fragrances mixed together, invading Su Qing's nostrils. Su Qing closed his eyes forcefully, suppressing the restlessness within his body. "Wanwan, don't move around," Su Qing warned as Lin Wanwan fidgeted, trying to find a comfortable position. "I'm cold," Lin Wanwan said with a pitiful tone. "Big shot, your body temperature is incredible. It's like a lifesaver." Bai Yun remained silent, simply reaching into Su Qing's coat pocket to warm her hands with his body heat. Her fingertips accidentally brushed against Su Qing's abdominal muscles, causing her to retract them immediately, but moments later, she pressed them back against him. "This storm is going to last for 24 hours. Lin Wanwan peeked her head out. "We can't just lie here in bed all the time, can we? We'll modify the heater tomorrow." Su Qing opened his eyes to direct the heat throughout the room. "Leave it to me." Lin Wanwan patted her chest. "As long as we have enough materials, I'll make you a floor heating system." Bai Yun softly spoke. "Little Qing, your clothes have several tears. Let me patch them up for you." Su Qing looked down and saw the rips from his earlier scuffle with the scarred face gang. "No need to worry, as long as I can wear it, it's fine. I have a needle and thread." Bai Yun took out a small cloth bag from her system backpack, which she had obtained from opening a regular treasure chest. "It won't take long." Su Qing took off his coat and handed it to her, revealing only a thin t-shirt underneath, the contours of his solid muscles clearly visible. Lin Wanwan swallowed hard. "Big shot, with a physique like yours, it's a shame you're not a model." Bai Yun held the coat, using the firelight to sew it back together stitch by stitch. Her expression was focused, and her profile appeared particularly serene in the glow of the flames. Unable to sit still, Lin Wanwan, draped in a fur pelt, moved closer to the heater, using an iron rod to tap on it. "Big shot, the smoke pipe on this heater is too straight. All the heat escapes through it." Lin Wanwan pointed at the metal pipe. "Tomorrow I'll add a bin to it, and lay some iron blocks under the bed to direct the hot air there. Sleeping on top will definitely be comfortable." "How many materials do we need?" Su Qing asked. 30 iron blocks and 50 pieces of wood will suffice," Lin Wanwan gestured. "It would be even better if we could get some fire-resistant bricks." "We'll see if we can gather them tomorrow," Su Qing nodded. This girl truly had great value. Oh, she was well suited for this. Bai Yun bit off the thread and handed the patched coat back to Su Qing. "It's stitched up. You can try it on." Su Qing put on the coat, noticing that the rips were meticulously sewn shut, the stitches tight and neat. "Your craftsmanship is impressive," Su Qing commented. Bai Yun smiled, her cheeks flushed in the firelight as she put away the needle and thread and crawled back into the fur pelt. Su Qing opened the interface. The regional chat was filled with cries for help. "I'm freezing. Who has a torch? I'll trade for a blueprint. The water's frozen. My raft is stuck in the ice and monsters are smashing the ice. Help. I have no wood to start a fire. I dismantled the raft to burn it, and now there's only a single board left." The lethal force of the extreme cold storm was more terrifying than that of sea beasts. It was a pure natural disaster. Without defensive gear, one could only wait for death. Su Qing turned off the channel and glanced at the Pandora's box in the corner. Currently lacking cold-resistant materials, he took out a piece of ordinary torn cloth from his backpack, which he had fished out from the garbage earlier. He lifted the lid of the box and tossed the torn cloth inside. Item added: torn cloth. Expected mutation time 4 hours. Mutation direction random minimum. He closed the box. Night deepened. The fire in the heater gradually dimmed, leaving only the dark red. Lin Wanwan had already fallen asleep, her limbs entangled around Su Qing, half her face pressed against his chest, one leg draped over his waist. This girl was extremely restless in her sleep. Su Qing felt his left side becoming numb from her weight. He reached down to move Lin Wanwan's leg away, but but within 2 minutes that leg returned rubbing against him twice. Outside the wooden cabin the wind howled, and the storm battered against the energy shield of the Ascension Talisman, producing a deep rumble. Inside the cabin the wood in the heater burned bright red, radiating warmth. On the 2-meter-wide wooden bed Lin Wanwan hung on Su Qing like an octopus. Su Qing pushed her leg down again, but in less than 2 seconds she wrapped around him once more, mumbling, "Meat. Roast me another piece." Sweat began to bead on Su Qing's forehead. The energy contained in the iron-bone shark meat surged chaotically within him, combined with Lin Wanwan's utterly defenseless sleeping posture. Any normal man would be unable to withstand it. To his right, Bai Yun lay on her side, facing away from the heater. She hadn't fallen asleep at all. Su Qing's breathing grew heavier, the heat radiating through his clothes was scalding. Bai Yun bit her lower lip, fully aware of Su Qing's current state. The last time he consumed the crimson blood spirit fish meat it was like this, and after eating so much high-grade sea beast meat today, if he didn't release it, this pent-up fire could smother him. Moreover, Lin Wanwan was so recklessly pressing against him. Bai Yun turned over under the fur pelt, facing Su Qing, their proximity, allowing them to feel each other's breath. Su Qing opened his eyes, meeting Bai Yun's gaze in the dim firelight. Her voice was barely audible, carrying a softness that was hard to refuse. Time stretched infinitely in the darkness. The sound of the storm outside became the best cover. The qi and blood within him calmed down, leaving him feeling refreshed. He walked to the corner where the dark purple Pandora box flickered with a soft glow. The 4-hour mutation period had come to an end. Su Qing crouched down and lifted the box lid with one hand. The worthless piece of rag he had placed inside earlier had vanished, replaced by a small gray cloth bag about the size of a palm. The surface of the bag bore no patterns, looking exceedingly ordinary, with even a slightly frayed edge. Su Qing reached out to take the bag. It was light as a feather, almost weightless. The panel automatically displayed the item information. Acquired basic space bag, quality good attributes, contains 10 cubic meters of independent storage space capable of storing non-living materials. The weight of items placed inside does not count towards burden. Description: an essential item for home travel and covert operations. A good item indeed. Su Qing felt a surge of excitement. As the raft upgraded, the resources salvaged increased substantially, and the wooden cabin could no longer accommodate them, leaving them outside risked being swept away by storms or damaged by sea beasts. With this space bag, the problem of storing resources was easily resolved. 10 cubic meters was equivalent to a small shipping container. Su Qing approached the pile of wood and iron blocks, and with a thought the materials on the ground disappeared in an instant, all sucked into the bag. He opened the bag to take a look. The interior space was square, with the materials neatly stacked in the corners clearly visible. Hanging the bag on his belt, Su Qing glanced at the time. It was 4 in the morning, and the storm was still raging. The temperature outside the cabin had dropped below freezing. The energy shield of the Ascension Talisman was even coated with a thin layer of frost. Su Qing added a few pieces of wood and sea beast slime to the stove, and the temperature inside the stove rose once more. He returned to the bed. Lin Wanwan rolled over and snuggled closer, this time resting her head directly on Su Qing's lap. Su Qing ignored her, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Bai Yun sat nearby, watching Su Qing, a faint smile appearing on her lips as she closed her eyes too. Early the next morning, Su Qing was awakened by a clanging sound. Opening his eyes, he saw Lin Wanwan already up, holding a piece of iron sheet and gesturing next to the stove. Bai Yun was tidying up the bedding, and seeing Su Qing awake, her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, "Good morning." "Morning," Su Qing replied as he sat up and stretched his shoulders. "Big shot, you're awake," Lin Wanwan exclaimed, holding the iron sheet. "I've modified the smoke pipe of the stove, adding a return bend. Now the heat is circulating entirely inside the cabin, not wasted at all." Su Qing sensed it. The temperature inside the cabin was indeed much higher than the previous night, even a bit warm. "Not bad," Su Qing nodded. Lin Wanwan proudly lifted her chin. "Of course. I'm a professional. By the way, everything outside is frozen. Are we sailing today?" Su Qing pushed open the cabin door, and a biting cold wind rushed in instantly. The sight outside was chilling. The once turbulent sea had completely turned into a vast expanse of white ice. The ice layer was extremely thick, stretching out as far as the eye could see. The energy shield of the Ascension Talisman pushed the seawater away, creating a vacuum area that had not frozen, but the raft was firmly trapped in the surrounding ice and could not move at all. The steam propeller's propeller was also frozen, with long icicles hanging from it. The automatic collecting net's mechanical arm was halted midair, covered in frost. "What do we do? The ship is frozen." Lin Wanwan, wrapped in beast skin, came out shivering from the cold. Su Qing opened the regional channel. The channel was in chaos. "Damn, this ice must be half a meter thick. I chopped at it for ages and it's over. The raft can't move. How do we salvage the resources?" "What resources?" A white bear just ran past on the ice. There are monsters in the sea, and there are also on the ice. Someone help me. My fire is out and my hands and feet have lost feeling. Su Qing turned off the channel and scanned the ice surface. The extreme cold storm not only froze the sea surface, but also brought a new batch of monsters. In the distance on the ice, a few white shadows could be seen moving quickly. Su Qing flipped his wrist, and the composite crossbow appeared in his hand. Wanwan, go see if the artillery is still usable, he said, staring at the white shadows. Lin Wanwan hurried to the bow of the ship to check the energy chamber and gears of the magic energy cannon. The gears are frozen. They won't move. Lin Wanwan struggled with the control lever, sweating in anxiety. Pour hot water on it, Su Qing said, without turning his head. Bai Yun immediately came out with a pot of boiling hot water and poured it directly onto the cannon's base. Crack, crack, crack. Along with the sound of ice breaking, the gears finally resumed movement. Lin Wanwan sighed in relief, grasping the control lever to adjust the cannon's aim. The white shadows drew closer. They were 3 massive ice wolves covered in thick snow white fur, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, and their claws left deep scratches on the ice. Mutated Ice Wolf Level 2 Monster. The top predator in extreme cold environments, extremely fast with astonishing biting power. Big shot, should we fight? Lin Wanwan looked through the cannon's sight. Wait until they're closer to shoot. Su Qing raised the composite crossbow, knocking a steel armor-piercing arrow. The ice wolves clearly regarded the raft trapped in the ice as their prey. They halted 50 meters away from the raft, spreading out and surrounding it in a fan shape. The largest ice wolf in the center raised its head and let out a mournful howl. A woo! The sound echoed across the vast ice. Immediately after, it pushed off with its hind legs, charging towards the raft like a white cannonball. Its speed was so great that it even left a residual image on the ice. Fire! Su Qing shouted coldly. Lin Wanwan quickly pulled the trigger. Boom! The bluish energy projectile whistled out, striking the path of the ice wolf's charge. The violent explosion shattered ice fragments into the air. However, the ice wolf reacted with incredible agility. At the moment the energy projectile landed, it managed to make a sharp turn on the ice, avoiding the core explosion area. Ice fragments struck it, but not even its skin was broken. Missed. Lin Wanwan panicked, quickly loading a second round of ammunition. The ice wolf had already charged to the edge of the raft, leaping high with its jaws wide open, directly pouncing towards the shield. Bang! The ice wolf collided with the energy shield of the Ascension Talisman, being sent flying. But just as it landed, Su Qing pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The steel armor-piercing arrow tore through the air, accurately piercing through the left eye of the ice wolf. Puff! The arrowhead penetrated the eyeball, reaching the brain. The ice wolf let out a scream, rolling wildly on the ice, struggling for a moment. The corpse of the ice wolf twitched twice on the ice before completely dissipating into white light. A black iron chest, exuding a faint glow, was left in its place. What the heck? A black iron treasure chest! Lin Wanwan shouted from atop the cannon. The other 2 ice wolves, witnessing their companion's swift demise, did not retreat. Instead, their ferocity was ignited. They split into 2 groups, charging towards the raft from the left and right. Wanwan, the one on the right is yours. Anticipate its movement. Su Qing quickly readied the crossbow, aiming at the one on the left. Leave it to me. Lin Wanwan grit her teeth, gripping the control stick tightly, as the cannon's muzzle swiftly turned to follow the ice wolf's movement. Boom! The magic cannon roared again. This time Lin Wanwan was clever, as she did not aim directly at the wolf, but predicted where it would be on the ice. The azure energy projectile struck 2 meters in front of the ice wolf, and the violent explosion shattered the thick ice, creating a large pit 3 meters in diameter. The ice wolf on the right could not dodge in time, and fell into the ice hole. The frigid seawater instantly engulfed it as it desperately clawed at the edges of the ice to climb back up. Bai Yun had picked up the dark red blood-draining dagger without anyone noticing. She stood on the edge of the raft, looking down at the struggling ice wolf. Without any hesitation, Bai Yun gripped the dagger with both hands and plunged it fiercely into the wolf's head. The blood-draining dagger pierced straight through the ice wolf's skull as the blood grew frantically, absorbed the creature's life force. Bai Yun withdrew the dagger, and the wolf's corpse transformed into white light, dropping a wooden treasure chest. Meanwhile, the left ice wolf had already lunged at the energy shield. Bang! The energy shield flickered violently, and the ice wolf was knocked back a few steps from the rebounding force. Su Qing did not give it a second chance. The steel-piercing arrow whistled through the air and shot directly into its open mouth, exiting through the back of its head. The third ice wolf transformed into white light and also dropped a wooden treasure chest. The battle was over. Done. Lin Wanwan slumped onto the deck, panting heavily. This cannon's recoil is too strong, it made my wrists numb. Su Qing lowered the crossbow and unfastened the iron-hooked rope from his waist, throwing it towards the ice surface with force. The hook accurately snagged the handle of the black iron chest. Su Qing exerted his strength with both hands, dragging the chest across the ice and onto the raft. He retrieved the other 2 wooden treasure chests in the same manner. Xiao Qing, are you hurt? Bai Yun approached with a clean cloth, wanting to help Su Qing wipe off his sweat. I'm fine. Su Qing waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the black iron chest. The probability of obtaining a black iron chest was extremely low in the early stages. These 3 ice wolves were clearly special monsters brought by the frigid storm with rich rewards. Su Qing knelt down, lifting the heavy iron lid. The piercing sound of metal scraping echoed. A soft red light emanated from the bottom of the chest, dispelling the surrounding cold air. A panel notification popped up automatically. Obtained Ice Essence Blood Fruit 2, obtained Thick Fur of Ice Wolf 3, obtained Steel Block 10, obtained Iron Block 30, obtained Wood 100. Su Qing reached into the chest and took out the 2 fruits radiating red light. The fruits were the size of walnuts, translucent with a thin layer of white frost on the surface. Holding them in his hand, they exuded an astonishing warmth. Ice Essence Blood Fruit Rare, a mutated fruit that grows in extremely cold regions. Consuming it greatly enhances physical constitution, permanently increasing cold resistance and strengthening muscle density. A great find. Items that can permanently enhance attributes in the early stages are invaluable. Su Qing held the 2 walnut-sized Ice Essence Blood Fruits. The red light illuminated his face, and he could distinctly feel the incredible heat emanating from the fruit's surface. Lin Wanwan leaned over, sniffing curiously. Big shot, what is this? It smells nice, can it be eaten? Su Qing did not respond, and directly tossed both fruits into his mouth, crushing and swallowing them. The fruit flesh entered his stomach. Contrary to his expectations of a cold sensation, it felt like swallowing a burning coal. A terrifying wave of heat exploded in his stomach, surging through his blood towards his limbs. Su Qing let out a muffled groan, kneeling on the wooden planks, gripping the edge of the raft tightly. Xiao Qing! Bai Yun exclaimed in surprise, rushing over to support him. Su Qing raised his hand to stop her. His clothes were instantly soaked with sweat, and wisps of white vapor rose from his head. His bones cracked with a loud pop as his originally sturdy muscles expanded and restructured at a visible rate, becoming even more compact. The bone-chilling cold brought by the frigid storm was thoroughly dispelled in that moment. Even wearing just a thin t-shirt, Su Qing felt no chill, instead feeling hot enough to want to shed his clothes. Detected breakthrough in physical constitution. Personal attribute panel activated. A strange sound echoed in his mind as a new translucent interface popped up on his retina. Name: Su Qing. Strength 28. The average for adult males is 10, agility 24, constitution 35, cold resistance level beginner, can ignore environments below 10 degrees. Evaluation: you can now tear apart low-level sea beasts with your bare hands. Su Qing stood up, clenched his fists, captivated by the exhilarating feeling brought on by his surge in strength. He turned to look at the ice hole created by the ice wolf earlier, next to which lay a piece of broken ice weighing over 100 pounds. Su Qing walked over, hooked a hand around the edge of the ice block, and effortlessly lifted it over his head, casually tossing it into the sea. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. Lin Wanwan stared in disbelief, her mouth agape for a long time. Big shot. Did you eat spinach? Bai Yun approached with a dry towel, helping Su Qing wipe the sweat from his forehead. Her actions natural. That fruit can enhance the body, Su Qing said, taking the towel to wipe his neck. Lin Wanwan immediately turned her attention to the black iron chest, eager to see if there were any more fruits inside. Stop looking, there are only 2, Su Qing replied as he stored the materials from the chest into his spatial bag. The extreme cold storm brought about these special monsters, resulting in attribute fruits dropping. Now that the regions have merged, tens of thousands of people are in the same sea area. The vast majority have no idea about the true value of such fruits. This is the information gap. Su Qing opened the panel and switched to the trading hall. The channel was still filled with despair. Cold. Too cold. Who can give me a piece of wood to start a fire? I'll call him Dad. I killed a white wolf and finally got a treasure chest, but there's nothing to eat inside, just broken materials. You upstairs, you still have the energy to kill wolves. I don't even have the strength to hold a knife. Su Qing directly posted the trading information. Items for sale: iron bone shark meat 510 wood 50, required materials various glowing mutated fruits. Note: no ordinary wild fruits, only special fruits. Bring a price, serious inquiries only. As the trading information emerged, the regional channel paused for a moment before wildly scrolling. Is Su Qing alive again? This time he's trading fruits instead of materials. Su Qing ignored the nonsense on the video channel and opened the private message backend, where unread messages instantaneously hit 99. Soon a private message caught his attention. The sender was Zhao Gang. Brother, I have a Qi Yin Gua just cut from the belly of a red bird. It heats up when eaten, but I'm starving. Can I trade it for 2 pieces of meat? It came with a screenshot. Qi Yin Gua rare, contains a trace of fire element, consuming it raises body temperature for a short, while slightly enhancing strength. Su Qing's fingers tapped on the virtual screen. 1 piece of meat plus 10 pieces of wood. The other side replied in seconds. Deal. I'm starving. In a flash of white light, a piece of iron bone shark meat and wood vanished, and Su Qing found a completely red fruit in his hand. Without hesitation, he devoured it. A wave of heat surged up and the strength value on the panel flickered, changing to 29. It was useful. Su Qing continued to browse through private messages. Big shot. I have 2 fengxinghui, eating them makes you run fast. Can I trade for 5 pieces of meat? Too expensive. 2 pieces of meat. 3 pieces. Can't go lower. I risked my life for these. 2 pieces of meat plus a bowl of hot fish soup. Deal. 2 green fruits were in hand. Su Qing consumed them, and his agility value rose from 24 to 26. In just half an hour, he used the ample food and wood on hand to frantically shop in the trading hall. This group of players was now only seeking survival and couldn't care less about long-term development. To them, trading worthless fruits that couldn't fill their stomachs for high-grade sea beast meat and life-saving wood was simply a bargain. Su Qing's attribute panel experienced a leap. Strength 35, agility 32, constitution 42. Even without a weapon, he could crush the skull of a spike-skinned lizard with a punch. 1-1. Su Qing closed the panel and called out. Lin Wan was squatting next to the cannon, tinkering with a wrench. Can we make something to break the ice? The collection net is frozen and we can't retrieve the supplies. Su Qing pointed to the right side of the raft. Lin Wan ran over to take a look at the thick ice layer. This ice is too hard, or a regular iron pick can't break it. She stroked her chin and looked at the propeller, but I can draw the waste heat from the propeller and make a steam nozzle to directly melt the ice with high-temperature steam. What materials do you need? 20 iron blocks and 2 sea beast slime as seals. Su Qing took the materials out of the spatial bag and tossed them onto the deck. Get it done quickly. Lin Wan hugged the materials and crawled into the bottom of the wooden hut, starting to fiddle with the pipes. Bai Yun walked out holding a bowl of freshly cooked fish soup. Xiao Qing, have some soup to warm your stomach. Su Qing took the wooden bowl and drank it all in one go. His constitution was extremely high, so he wasn't afraid of the cold, but this high-energy food could quickly replenish his stamina. Auntie, your strength is much greater than before. Su Qing put down the bowl and looked at Bai Yun. After eating that spiritual fish meat, I feel like I have endless energy. Su Qing flipped his wrist and handed her the dark red blood-drinking dagger. You should keep this knife for self-defense. Bai Yun was taken aback. This is too precious. I can manage with a wooden stick. Wooden sticks can easily break. Su Qing shoved the dagger into her hand. The ice wolf is just an appetizer. The storm will last for over 20 more hours, and the monsters will get stronger. Bai Yun tightened her grip on the dagger, feeling a warm touch from the handle. A sense of inexplicable safety surged within her. I understand. I will protect myself and not drag you down. Su Qing nodded and turned to the bow of the ship to check the energy tank of the magic cannon. There were still 70 gunpowder left, and the sea beast slime was sufficient. Hiss! High-pressure steam gushed out. Lin Wan was squatting on the deck, carrying a thick iron pipe. The pipe sprayed scalding white steam directly onto the thick ice layer on the right side of the raft. The extreme cold ice met the high-temperature steam, producing a violent cracking sound, and large chunks of ice rapidly melted into water. Done. Lin Wan dropped the iron pipe and wiped the sweat off her face. The pressure of this steam nozzle is incredible. It's 100 times better than an iron pick. The frozen automatic collection net's mechanical arm regained its freedom. Su Qing walked over and pressed the start switch. The gears engaged again, and the mechanical arm rose and fell, scooping the floating debris mixed in the melted ice water into the net. At that moment, the crimson countdown in the upper right corner of his retina completely hit 0. Regional announcement: the extreme cold storm has ended. The temperature starts to rise, and the ice layer enters the melting phase. Congratulations to the surviving players. The thick gray-white clouds overhead split open in the middle, and the long-lost sunlight poured onto the sea, rapidly raising the temperature at an unreasonable speed, and the bone-chilling chill that had frozen people dissipated completely in just a few minutes. The ice field beneath him made a deafening cracking sound. Huge ice blocks pressed against each other and broke apart, and the sea surface returned to a turbulent state. Lin Wan took off the large beast's skin wrapped around her and exhaled deeply. I survived. This terrible weather almost took me away. Bai Yun walked out carrying 2 cups of hot water from the wooden hut, handing one to Lin Wan. The silk nightgown she wore appeared somewhat thin under the sunlight, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings looked slender. Xiao Qing, the ice has melted and the corpses of those monsters have surfaced. Bai Yun pointed to the distant sea. Su Qing followed her gaze. As the ice layer disintegrated, a large number of sea beasts that had died from freezing or fighting each other floated on the water's surface, interspersed with many broken raft fragments and unclaimed treasure chests. The extreme cold storm had cleared out a large batch of underpowered players, leaving a sea full of treasures. Wan, take the helm and steer the raft over, following the trail of those wrecks. Su Qing instructed. Okay, I'm the best at scavenging. Wan quickly finished the hot water, ran to the back of the raft, and activated the steam propeller. The raft broke through the broken ice and sailed smoothly forward. Su Qing opened his personal panel and glanced at the number of survivors in the upper right corner. Remaining survivors in Blue Star 4. 8 billion, 10 billion. In just 24 hours, the extreme cold storm had taken the lives of over 1 billion people, with an outrageous elimination rate in this sea. He closed the chat channel and switched to the crafting panel. Previously, he had traded meat for materials using information disparity, and with the loot from those black iron treasure chests, he had accumulated a substantial amount of supplies. Raft level 5. Wood 10001000, rope 250250, plastic fragments 250250, iron blocks 50-50. All materials are full. Without any hesitation, Su Qing silently recited, "Upgrade." The logs beneath him shook violently, emitting a dull rumbling sound. The edges of the raft crazily expanded outward again, the originally 20 square meter area visibly doubling, reaching a total of 40 square meters. 40 square meters equated to a spacious living room. The outer railings became sturdier, raising the height to nearly 1 meter, and the surface of the logs was even covered with a thin layer of iron, significantly enhancing the defense. The faint golden ascension shield in midair expanded along with the raft, enveloping it once more. Ding! Raft upgraded to level 5. In his mind, 3 glowing icons slowly materialized. Obtained 210 pieces of wood. Gold. Directly received 210 pieces of wood. Pearl glow lotus. Colorful. All your attacks, including melee, range, traps, artillery, etc., have a 50 base chance to trigger a critical hit, with critical hit damage increased by 200. Su Qing fixed his gaze on the third icon. Pure explosive output. Select Pearl glow lotus. Selection successful. Obtained colorful hex Pearl glow lotus. The raft beneath his feet had completely stopped vibrating. The 40 square meters of space felt spacious to the point of discomfort. The sturdy guardrail, a meter high, was wrapped in a layer of dark brown metal. The sunlight reflected off it, giving it a metallic sheen. Wan stood next to the thruster, hands on her hips, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an apple inside. Boss, whose villa foundation have you brought over? Wan ran around the deck twice, stamping her foot. With this area and this metal edging, this isn't a raft, it's a freaking armored boat. Bai Yun stepped out from the wooden cabin, looking at the space that had doubled in size, her face filled with surprise. Xiaoqing, the raft's upgrade speed is too fast. Su Qing took out a pile of wood and iron blocks from the spatial bag and threw them in the middle of the deck. Wan, the wooden cabin is too small. Su Qing pointed at the dilapidated wooden cabin of 4 square meters. Tear it down and rebuild it. We have 40 square meters of space. Please plan it out with the kitchen and workbench separated. Wan's eyes brightened as she dashed towards the pile of materials. Leave it to me. I've long found that single room unsatisfactory. There's barely room to turn around. Wan patted her chest and promised, give me 2 hours and he'll build you a sea view suite. Bai Yun stepped forward to help Wan sort the materials. Su Qing paid no attention to their commotion. He walked to the edge of the guardrail and took down the crossbow from his back. He needed to test the practical effects of the Pearl glow lotus. The floating ice on the sea had completely melted, revealing numerous corpses of mutated sea beasts drifting in the distance, along with several wrecked wooden rafts. Su Qing turned his gaze, locking onto a piece of driftwood approximately 80 meters away in the front left. A solitary spiked sea lizard was resting on that piece of driftwood. This monster was gnawing on a severed human thigh, its mouth stained with dark red blood. This distance had already exceeded the effective range of a regular crossbow. Even a refined steel armor-piercing arrow would experience serious ballistic deviation if shot. Su Qing did not hesitate. He drew a refined steel armor-piercing arrow and placed it on the crossbow. Kneeling on one knee, he braced the crossbow against the metal guardrail. He aimed. He pulled the trigger. Click! The bowstring snapped back. The refined steel armor-piercing arrow. At the moment it left the crossbow, the arrow suddenly erupted in a brilliant pink light. A phantom lotus light flickered at the sharp 3-edged tip. Critical hit triggered. The speed of the armor-piercing arrow soared more than doubled, tearing through the air with an extremely piercing sonic boom, covering the 80-meter distance in an instant. Boom. There was no penetration, only pure explosion. The spiked sea lizard, along with the large piece of driftwood it was gnawing on, exploded into a cloud of dark red mist upon contact with the arrowhead. Wood chips mixed with shredded flesh plummeted into the sea, creating a water column over 2 meters high. Wan, holding a piece of wood to plan the room, turned her head at the commotion, causing the wood to fall directly onto the deck. Boss! Did you stuff high-explosive grenades into this crossbow? She swallowed hard, pointing at the distant swirling blood. Su Qing set down the crossbow and glanced at the empty bowstring. The damage overflowed too much. With the Pearl Glow Lotus 200 critical hit damage, a normal level 1C beast left not even a complete corpse, it was instantly vaporized. The only pity was that this sea lizard didn't drop a treasure chest, it was completely obliterated. Just a power test. Su Qing slung the crossbow over his back and turned towards the center of the raft. Have you drawn up the blueprint? Lin Wanwan quickly picked up the piece of wood and ran over on which a crooked sketch was drawn with charcoal. For 40 square meters I plan to build a 20 square meter 2-bedroom apartment with a separate workspace and kitchen, leaving the remaining 20 square meters for a deck activity area and artillery position. Lin Wanwan pointed at the sketch full of enthusiasm. How much material do we need? 500 pieces of wood, 50 iron blocks, and if we have glass shards that would be best. If not, we'll have to use wood planks to seal the windows. It will be quite dark inside during the day. Su Qing opened the spatial bag hanging at his waist, focusing his thoughts. Clatter. A small mountain of supplies tumbled directly onto the deck. Last night, taking advantage of the extreme cold storm, he exchanged a large amount of basic materials for sea beast meat at the trading hall. Now he was most lacking in wood and iron blocks. As for the glass shards, he had previously collected over 20 while scavenging. We have glass. Su Qing moved all the materials over. 2 hours, can you complete it? Just watch me. Lin Wanwan rubbed her hands excitedly, directly opening the construction module on the manufacturing panel, starting to craft frantically. Bai Yun followed Lin Wanwan with a cloth and bucket, assisting her. She wore a loose coat over her silk nightgown, and her lower body was still clad in tight-fitting black thermal stockings. She moved swiftly, showing no trace of a pampered rich lady. Su Qing walked to the edge of the guardrail, watching the various debris drifting on the sea with the current. With the extreme cold storm just past the sea surface was practically a natural treasure trove. The automatic collection net was tirelessly working, and each time the mechanical arm scooped it brought up a large batch of supplies. Su Qing stood beside the net bag, quickly breaking down the materials. Obtained wood 30. Obtained plastic shards 15. Obtained worn-out fabric 10. Suddenly, a wooden treasure chest soaked in icy water rolled out of the net bag. Su Qing picked it up with one hand and opened the lid. Obtained intermediate water purifier blueprint excellent. Obtained iron blocks 5. Obtained sea beast slime 2. An excellent level water purifier. Su Qing immediately opened the manufacturing panel. The intermediate water purifier requires iron blocks 20, plastic shards 30, sea beast slime 5. The materials are completely sufficient. Su Qing directly disassembled the original crude plastic bottle water purifier and placed the intermediate water purifier in the kitchen area Lin Wanwan had just planned. Accompanied by a faint glow, a machine half a meter high featuring a metal filter barrel and water storage tank appeared on the deck. Intermediate water purifier can automatically convert 2 liters of pure water per hour with a storage tank capacity of 20 liters. Freshwater is now free. The frame of the wooden house quickly took shape under Lin Weiner's operation, with a clear layout of 2 rooms and a living area, even featuring a sturdy windproof door made of iron sheets and wooden boards. Su Qing sat beside the stove that had been moved to the new living room, opening the regional channel. The survivors after the storm were crazily licking their wounds. Who has food? I'll trade a weapon blueprint for it. I just fished out a black iron treasure chest. It contained a longsword. Look at the coordinates XXXX. An island has appeared on the sea. A huge island. I see. It seems there are buildings on the island. An island. Su Qing immediately switched to the radar panel, deducting a piece of wood to begin scanning. On the radar screen, a massive green light block appeared about 7 nautical miles away from them. The value of land in this boundless ocean was immeasurable. There must be special resources on the island, and there might even be higher-level treasure chests. Su Qing stood up and walked to the propulsion device at the stern. Weiner, pause your work for a moment, Su Qing called out. Lin Weiner, who was hammering the window frame, poked her head out and asked, "What's wrong, boss?" "There's an island 7 nautical miles away. Let's go take a look." Su Qing adjusted the rudder and stuffed 20 pieces of wood into the propulsion device. An island? Really? Lin Weiner's eyes lit up as she dropped her hammer. There's land now. Finally, we don't have to sway on these rickety wooden boards. She hurried over to take the rudder. Bai Yun approached with a plate of freshly cut fruit, which was the ordinary apples obtained from the previous treasure chest. Xiao Qing, have some food. Su Qing took a bite of the apple, which tasted sour, but being able to eat fresh fruit at sea was already a luxury. "Aunt, go grab the blood-drinking military dagger. The island might not be safe," Su Qing instructed. Bai Yun nodded and immediately returned to the house to retrieve the dark red blood-drinking dagger, which she strapped to her waist. Wearing thermal stockings paired with a silk nightgown, she had a fierce-looking military dagger at her waist, creating a striking contrast. The propulsion device roared as the 40-square-meter armored wooden raft surged through the waves. Half an hour later, the outline of a lush green island appeared on the horizon. The island was quite large, surrounded by a circle of white sandy beach with dense vegetation inside, where a few crumbling stone buildings could be vaguely seen hidden among the treetops. However, there were already 7 or 8 wooden rafts anchored in the shallow waters surrounding the island. The largest of these rafts measured over 10 square meters, on which stood 5 or 6 burly men with bare chests who were using their rafts to block the only easily accessible beach entrance. The 40-square-meter armored wooden raft broke through the waves, heading straight for the beach entrance. The steam propulsion device's exhaust pipes spewed out thick white smoke, and the roaring sound created a sense of oppression over the open sea. On the raft stuck in the shallow water, several bare-chested men stared wide-eyed. The leader, a bald man, held a rusty machete with fresh blood still staining the blade. He fixed his gaze on the massive ironclad vessel enveloped in a faint golden shield, greed completely overshadowing his fear. "Boss, that ship is a treasure. Just the iron skin alone is worth a fortune." A nearby skinny man swallowed hard. The bald man spat and raised his machete, pointing it towards Su Qing's direction while shouting, "Listen, on the ship. This island is under the control of the blood shark. If you want to live, stop the boat. Men get off, women and supplies stay. Otherwise ill." Wainer. Su Qing stood in the center of the deck, not even glancing at the bald man. Lin Wainer was already beside the magic cannon, gripping the control lever tightly. "Boss, where do we fire?" "Fire at everything." Lin Wainer grinned widely and abruptly turned the gears, aiming the dark cannon directly at the row of connected rafts. The bald man was still shouting when he saw the cannon turn towards him. He paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Who do you think you're scaring with that broken iron pipe? Brothers, get ready to go over and rob." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wainer pulled the trigger. Boom. The dull explosion made the 40-square-meter armored wooden raft sink suddenly. A bluish energy projectile shot out from the cannon. At the moment it exited the barrel, the surface of the energy projectile erupted into a brilliantly colorful pink glow. A phantom lotus flower burst open in midair. The pearl-like lotus triggered a critical hit. The speed of the energy projectile was so fast that the naked eye could barely catch it, and with a piercing sonic boom, it smashed directly into the center of the bald man's raft. There were no screams, no sounds of splintering wood. Only pure destruction. Boom. A massive hemispherical energy storm erupted in the shallow waters, instantly evaporating the seawater. White steam mixed with dark red blood mist shot up into the sky. The 7 or 8 connected rafts, along with the 5 or 6 men standing on them, were completely vaporized the moment they came into contact with the pink energy storm, leaving not even a splinter of wood behind. The enormous shockwave raised waves over 10 meters high, crashing violently onto the beach and uprooting several coconut trees along the shore. The shockwave rolled back, crashing into the energy shield of the Ascension Talisman. The faint golden shield flickered violently a few times before firmly blocking the residual wave. Lin Wainer released the control lever, plopping down on the deck, her mouth agape, as she struggled to regain her senses. "Is this the cannon I created?" She looked at her hands, and then at the enormous water pit still steaming in the distance. Bai Yun stood at the door of the wooden house, tightly gripping the blood-drinking dagger, her face pale. She had witnessed Su Qing's decisiveness, but this firepower had completely exceeded her understanding. One shot erased 7 or 8 rafts along with their crews, and the destructive power was terrifying. "The power is decent." Su Qing shrugged his wrist, which had gone a bit numb from the shock. With a 200 critical damage bonus from the pearl-like lotus, combined with the rare destructive capability of the magic cannon, nothing at this stage could withstand such an attack. The only downside was that these men hadn't dropped a single treasure chest. They were all obliterated into nothingness. "Dock the raft." Su Qing walked to the propulsion device, personally taking over the rudder. The raft slowly entered the gap in the shallow waters created by the explosion, coming to a steady stop at the edge of the white sandy beach. Su Qing pressed the stop button on the propulsion device, and then operated the panel. The energy shield of the Ascension Talisman expanded outward, enveloping the raft along with several meters of the surrounding beach. "Disembark." Su Qing strapped on the composite crossbow. Bai Yun was the first to climb over the railing, stepping onto the soft sand. She bent down to take off her shoes, holding them in her hand, and walked barefoot on the sand, her toes wrapped in black stockings standing out against the white sand. Lin Wainer jumped down behind her, holding a heavy iron wrench. "Boss, which way do we go?" Lin Wainer looked. The outer edge of the island was a circle of beach leading into a dense tropical rainforest with extremely tall trees, whose canopies obscured the sun, making the forest seem eerie and dark. Vaguely, a few small paths trampled by people could be seen leading deeper into the rainforest. "Stick close to me." Su Qing drew the dark golden collector's short blade and walked ahead. Bai Yun immediately followed, keeping half a step behind Su Qing, holding the blood-drinking dagger in reverse grip, alert to any movements on either side. Lin Weiner brought up the rear responsible for covering them. The three of them followed the widest path into the rainforest. As soon as they entered, the light suddenly dimmed, and a damp, rotting smell filled the air, mixed with a faint scent of blood. The ground was littered with numerous chaotic footprints and a few puddles of already darkened blood. "Someone got to the island before us," Lin Weiner whispered. The people blocking the door earlier were merely lowly minions responsible for collecting tolls at the periphery. Su Qing scanned the trees around. The real main force has long since entered. The tree trunks bore numerous marks from axes and knives, and several broken wooden arrows were embedded in the bark. After walking for about 10 minutes, a sudden rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Su Qing stopped, raising his left hand to signal. Bai Yun immediately halted, crouching slightly, her military dagger poised across her chest, while Lin Wanwan gripped the iron wrench tightly, holding her breath. Suddenly the bushes were violently pushed aside and a blood-soaked man stumbled out. One of his arms was completely severed, the wound a gruesome mess, and his face was filled with sheer terror. Upon seeing Su Qing and the others, the man seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, kneeling on the ground with a thud. "Help! Save me! There are monsters inside. They're all dead. The boss and everyone else are dead." The man frantically knocked his head against the ground, his voice piercingly shrill. Su Qing did not move, merely twirling the collector's short blade at his fingertips. "What kind of monsters?" Su Qing asked. The man trembled all over, pointing into the depths of the rainforest. "The stones. The stones have come to life. They can move. The blades can't cut through. The boss brought over 30 people, and they were all turned into mush. We need to run. This island is a trap." Before he could finish speaking, a massive grayish-white hand suddenly reached out from the bushes behind him. The hand was entirely composed of rough rock fingers splayed. It seized the man's head. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. The man's head burst like a crushed tomato, red and white matter splattering everywhere. The headless corpse fell limply to the ground. The bushes were completely flattened as a towering creature, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged. Its body was entirely assembled from hard grayish-white rocks, shimmering with a ghostly blue energy at the joints, devoid of facial features, with only a narrow glowing slit where its head should be. Ancient Gargoyle, Level 2 Guardian. The gatekeeper of ancient ruins, with extremely high physical defense, immune to most edge damage. "What the hell is this thing?" Lin Wanwan took 2 steps back, swallowing hard. The ghostly blue slit on the gargoyle's head locked onto Su Qing and the others. It raised its rock-like hand smeared with brain matter and smashed it down toward the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently. A stone the size of a basin was forcibly pried from the earth, whistling through the air directly at Su Qing. It was moving at incredible speed. "Get down!" Su Qing shouted, diving sharply to the left. Bai Yun reacted swiftly, using her legs to propel herself, and Lin Wanwan to roll to the right. The massive stone grazed past Su Qing's shoulder, crashing into a large tree behind him. The trunk, as thick as 2 people hugging, was smashed cleanly in half, crashing down. Su Qing knelt on one knee, smoothly sheathing the collector's short blade at his waist, and swiftly retrieving the compound crossbow from his back. "High physical defense. Then let's see how it fares against armor-piercing arrows." Su Qing quickly loaded the crossbow, aiming at the shimmering core area on the gargoyle's chest. He pulled the trigger. Click! The armor-piercing arrow shot out with great speed. This time there was no triggering of the pink critical hit glow from the pearl flower. The black arrow embedded itself directly into the gargoyle's chest. Ding! A clear metallic sound of collision rang out. The steel arrowhead barely penetrated 2 centimeters before getting stuck in the hard rock, its tail vibrating violently, unable to advance further. The gargoyle yanked out the armor-piercing arrow from its chest, crushing it in its hand, and charged towards Su Qing, the heavy footsteps thundering against the ground. Even steel arrows can't break through its defense. Lin Wanwan exclaimed, getting up from the ground, her face filled with shock. "Fall back, find cover," Su Qing said without turning his head. He tossed the crossbow into the spatial bag, standing empty-handed. His physical constitution reached 42 points, strength 35 points. His strongest weapon now was not the crossbow, but this body that had been crazily transformed by attribute fruits and high-grade sea beast meat. The gargoyle rushed close, its giant rock fist bearing down with the force of a mountain, slamming towards Su Qing's head. Su Qing did not evade, pushing off with his right foot to create a deep pit. His waist twisted, power transmitting from his thigh to his spine, finally converging in his right fist. He swung a punch. No flashy moves, just pure physical strength unleashed. Boom! The 2 fists, one large and one small, collided midair. A visible wave of white energy erupted from the point of impact, knocking nearby weeds flat. Crack! The crisp sound of rock shattering echoed. The gargoyle's fist, larger than a basin, developed intricate cracks at the moment of contact with Su Qing's punch. The cracks rapidly spread, and in less than half a second the entire right arm of the rock creature exploded. Large and small fragments flew out like bullets. Su Qing staggered back half a step, shaking his slightly reddened knuckles. "This bone is quite hard," he muttered. With a physical constitution of 42 points and strength of 35 points, he could withstand such a level 2 monster, but the recoil still caused him slight pain. The gargoyle, having lost its entire right arm, lost its balance and stumbled back 2 steps. The ghostly blue slit on its head flickered wildly, seemingly unable to comprehend why this tiny human possessed such terrifying power. Roar! The gargoyle let out a deep, voiceless growl, swinging its left arm in an attempt to swat Too slow. Su Qing's eyes were cold, his body advancing instead of retreating. He crouched low, evading the incoming rock left arm, getting close to the gargoyle's chest like a leopard. He shot his hands out like lightning, gripping the edges of the glowing core armor plate on the gargoyle's chest tightly. "Open up!" Su Qing let out a low roar from his throat, his arm muscles bulging in an instant, veins popping, and overwhelming force erupting. Creak! A grinding sound that made one's teeth ache arose as the thick rock armor plate, which even the armor-piercing arrow couldn't penetrate, was forcibly pried open by Su Qing. Ghostly blue energy gushed out from the gap. The gargoyle struggled violently, its left arm desperately slamming down towards Su Qing's back. Bang! Bang! The heavy rock fist struck Su Qing's back, producing a dull thud, but with a physical constitution of 42 points, his muscle density was akin to steel. Such blunt force could only make him stagger, slightly unable to cause any substantial harm. Qing Bai Yun, seeing this, disregarded her fear, gripping the blood-drinking military dagger tightly, her legs wrapped in black silk, suddenly exerted force, leaping into the air. She aimed for the joint of the gargoyle's left arm, fiercely plunging the dark red military dagger down. The extremely sharp dagger successfully entered the rock crevice. Bai Yun used her weight from the fall, pressing down hard on the handle, effectively pinning the gargoyle's left arm in midair. "Wan," Bai Yun shouted. "Coming." Lin Wan had already circled around to the back of the gargoyle, swinging the heavy iron wrench overhead. She used all her strength to smash it down on the joint of the gargoyle's leg. Clang! Sparks flew. The gargoyle's leg joint was damaged, causing its massive body to suddenly lower, dropping to one knee on the ground. Opportunity. Su Qing squinted, his eyes tearing, his hands outward. Boom! The thick core armor plate was completely torn off, revealing a fist-sized, glaringly bright, ghostly blue crystal inside. Su Qing did not hesitate, his right hand clenched into a fist, plunging it directly into the gargoyle's chest, gripping that energy core tightly. With a fierce tug, click, the energy core was brutally yanked out. The gargoyle's massive body instantly stiffened, the ghostly blue slit on its head quickly dimming, ultimately extinguishing completely. With a loud crash, the 3-meter-tall rock body collapsed, turning into a pile of energyless rubble. A flash of white light revealed a chest exuding black light, left behind in its place. Huff! Su Qing exhaled a long breath, stowing the still glowing energy core into his spatial bag. The battle was over, lasting less than 3 minutes. Lin Wan discarded the iron wrench, plopping down on the ground, panting heavily. She looked at the debris scattered all around, and then at Su Qing, her gaze resembling that of looking at a monster. "Boss, are you even human? You just dismantled a giant with your bare hands." Bai Yun pulled out the blood-drinking military dagger, walked over to Su Qing, and took out a clean handkerchief to wipe off the stone dust from his hands. "Are you hurt?" Her voice was gentle, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. "I'm fine, just a bit scraped." Su Qing glanced at the back of his hand. The tiny abrasion was visibly healing at an astonishing rate due to his high constitution. He walked over to the pile of rubble, picking up the dark chest with one hand. He opened the lid. Su Qing lifted the box lid with one hand. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed through the rainforest. A soft blue light emanated from within the box. Obtained terrain map of the ancient ruins, perimeter 1. Obtained optical camouflage cloak blueprint, excellent 1. Obtained energy crystal 5. Obtained iron block 40. Su Qing dumped everything out. Lin Wan leaned closer and unfolded the parchment-like terrain map. "Oh my," she gasped, pointing at a mark on the map. "Boss, look at this red." The map depicted the outline of the entire island, with a ring of sparse red dots around the perimeter, becoming denser as it approached the central area. In the very center, where a temple pattern was drawn, the red dots were crowded together. A quick count revealed at Su Qing pinched his reddened right finger joint. The stone gargoyle from earlier was merely one of the outermost red dots. With a physique of 42 points and strength of 35 points, he could dismantle the monster barehanded, but the recoil was undeniable. If surrounded by a dozen of these 3-meter stone lumps, even if he didn't get killed, he'd exhaust his stamina here. "We can't fight, Heaton." Su Qing shook his wrist. "The monsters on this island have too high defense. Going in hard is tantamount to seeking death." Bai Yun inserted the bloodthirsty dagger back into her waist and handed over a wet tissue. Xiao Qing, wipe your hands. This monster can't even be pierced by fine steel arrows, it's truly wicked. Su Qing took the tissue and wiped his hands casually, his gaze falling on the freshly opened blueprint. Optical camouflage cloak, excellent worn-out fabric 020, A energy crystal 02, sea beast mucus 05. Description: automatically changes color based on the surrounding environment when worn, achieving a concealment rate of 90 in a stationary state and 50 when moving. With all the materials ready, Su Qing directly opened the crafting panel. A soft light flashed 3 times and 3 grayish hooded cloaks appeared on the grass, the fabric feeling thin and oddly slippery to the touch. Su Qing picked one up and draped it over himself, pulling up the hood. A miraculous scene unfolded as the cloak's surface rapidly changed color, matching the dark green of the bushes behind him within seconds, even mimicking the leaf patterns clearly. This thing is amazing. Lin Wanwan quickly grabbed one and put it on, stepping aside to blend directly into the tree trunk. Bai Yun also donned a cloak and took a few steps to test it. Visually it can deceive the eye, Su Qing observed the two, but these monsters have no eyes, they locked onto us not through sight. Lin Wanwan slapped her thigh, pulling out the luminous energy core that Su Qing had forcibly extracted earlier from her spatial pouch. It's the energy fluctuations. Holding up the core, Lin Wanwan said, I observed earlier that big guy only has a glowing seam on its head devoid of eyes altogether. They must rely on the resonance frequency of this core to distinguish between friend and foe. Su Qing asked, can you modify it? Lin Wanwan grinned, revealing her small canines. This is a bit beyond the syllabus, but I can try. As long as I reverse the energy field of this core and envelop the 3 of us to them, we will appear as 3 walking stones. How long will it take? 5 minutes. Lin Wanwan sat cross-legged on the ground, taking out a metal wrench and several fine iron wires from her system backpack and began to tap on the luminous energy core. Bai Yun stood beside Su Qing, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Xiao Qing, the person who ran out earlier, said their boss brought over 30 people and all perished inside. Having more people is useless. Su Qing leaned against the tree trunk. Facing such high defense monsters, if we can't even breach their defenses, bringing 100 would just be delivering food. Click. Lin Wanwan twisted 2 iron wires together, and the surface of the energy core flickered with a ghostly light before settling into an extremely faint strobing state. Done. Lin Wanwan handed the modified core to Su Qing. Boss, hang this on your waist. Its coverage radius is about 5 meters. As long as we don't stray too far apart, we'll be absolutely safe. Su Qing took the core and strapped it to his belt. A faint tingling sensation spread along his waist, as if an invisible membrane enveloped the 3 of them. Let's go to the central temple. Su Qing pulled up his hood. Stay close to me and don't fall behind. The 3 donned the optical camouflage cloaks and stealthily made their way deeper into the rainforest along the route, with fewer red dots on the map. The deeper they went, the darker it became. The surrounding trees were ridiculously large, requiring several people to wrap their arms around, while broken weapons, torn fabrics, and the mangled bodies of players littered the ground. The stench of blood was nauseating. Stop! Su Qing suddenly raised his hand. Ahead was an open wasteland plaza with 2 massive stone pillars standing in the center. 2 stone gargoyles larger than the previous one were heavily patrolling back and forth among the ruins, their chest cores emitting blinding red light, clearly a higher grade than the blue cores outside. Red ones. Lin Wanwan shrank behind Su Qing, swallowing hard. If they discover us, a single punch could flatten us. Don't make a sound, move slowly past. Su Qing spoke in a very low voice. The 3 pressed tightly together, using the ruins for cover, inching forward. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. One of the stone gargoyles with a red core suddenly halted, its massive rocky head turning towards them, the glowing red seam pointing directly at Su Qing and the others. Bai Yun held her breath, her palms sweaty, gripping the bloodthirsty dagger tightly. Su Qing stood motionless. The stone gargoyle stared at them for a full 3 seconds, its head's red light flickering, as if making some kind of determination. Finally it turned its head and continued its heavy strides in another direction. Phew. Lin Wanwan exhaled a long breath, her legs feeling weak. The frequency modulator worked. Su Qing remained vigilant. Keep moving, don't stop. Passing through the ruined plaza, the view ahead suddenly opened up. An immensely grand ancient temple appeared before the 3, built entirely of black giant stones, with the doors wide open, revealing a faint firelight inside. Yet lying haphazardly on the steps outside the temple were a dozen corpses. Su Qing stopped at the bottom of the steps. The ground was littered with fragments, not complete corpses, but rather pieces of flesh sliced into extremely regular chunks. Su Qing crouched down, picking up a broken iron rod, the cut surface of which was smooth enough to reflect light. They weren't crushed to death. Su Qing threw away the iron rod and stood up. Lin Wanwan leaned in to take a look at the fragments on the ground, her stomach churning, and quickly turned her head away. This cut looks like it was made by high-frequency energy rays. Lin Wanwan covered her mouth. These people charged in recklessly and got shredded. Bai Yun tightened her grip on the military dagger, moving closer to Su Qing. The entrance of the temple was half ajar, shrouded in darkness, emanating a musty odor. Su Qing pulled the hood of his optical camouflage cloak down and stepped up the stairs first. Crossing over the scattered flesh, the three entered the temple. Inside was a wide stone corridor with several thick load-bearing pillars standing on either side, and glowing blue crystals embedded in the walls, barely illuminating the environment. Just as Su Qing was about to move forward, "Boss, wait." Lin Wanwan suddenly called out, grabbing the back of Su Qing's coat. Su Qing halted his steps. Lin Wanwan rummaged through her spatial bag, pulling out a plastic bottle filled with fresh water. She unscrewed the cap and took a large mouthful of water. With her cheeks puffed out, she suddenly sprayed the mist towards the corridor ahead, the fine droplets dispersing in the air. The previously empty corridor was instantly illuminated by a dense array of red lights. The lights crisscrossed, extending along the ground to the end of the corridor, forming a death net with no blind spots. As soon as the mist touched the red lines, it was vaporized into white steam. "I knew it." Lin Wanwan wiped the water from her mouth. These ancient people love to set up such defense mechanisms. The people outside just now were caught off guard and ran straight into it. Bai Yun looked at the dense web of red light, feeling a chill run down her spine. "How do we get past this?" Bai Yun asked. "It's completely sealed off." Su Qing's gaze followed the red lines to both sides. On either side of the wall, every 10 meters, was a protruding stone sculpture of a beast's head, with the red lines shooting out from their mouths. "Wanwan, if you smash those beast heads, will the lines disappear?" Su Qing pointed at the wall. Lin Wanwan followed his gesture and nodded. "Those are the launching nodes. Smashing them would do the trick. But they're too far away. The nearest one is still 15 meters from us." Su Qing said nothing, bending down to pick up a few fist-sized stones from the ground. He stepped back half a pace with his right leg, gathering strength at his waist. His arm swung in a semicircle, the stone in his hand whistling through the air as it shot out. Bang! The beast headstone sculpture on the left wall 15 meters away was smashed to pieces, debris scattering. The red lines on the left side of the corridor instantly dimmed significantly. Lin Wanwan gaped. "Boss, your strength is a loss to the sports world if you don't throw shot put." Su Qing ignored her and continued his actions. Bang! 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 With several loud explosions, the 4 beast head nodes on either side of the corridor were all obliterated. The dense web of red light flickered twice before completely extinguishing. "Let's go," Su Qing said, brushing the dust off his hands. The three followed the corridor forward, but after walking less than 20 meters, an extremely piercing sound of grinding gears suddenly echoed from the walls. The previously flat stone tiles suddenly flipped, revealing 4 dark openings. "Watch out," Su Qing shouted. For shadowy figures sprang out from the openings, lunging at the three with astonishing speed. Su Qing used the blue light on the wall to get a good look at the creatures. The 4 mechanical dogs, over half a meter tall, were covered in dark brown metal armor, their limbs armed with sharp blades, and their mouths filled with interlocking steel teeth. 2 lunged at Su Qing, 1 at Bai Yun, and 1 straight at Lin Wanwan. Su Qing didn't dodge at all. His 42 points of physique gave him the confidence to face them head-on. He clenched his right fist, meeting the first mechanical dog midair with a powerful strike to its metal head. Clang! A deafening sound echoed. The mechanical dog's metal skull was crushed inward, its intricate gears and parts exploding out, its entire body sent flying by the immense force, crashing against the wall and vanishing in a burst of white light. The second mechanical dog was already biting towards Su Qing's thigh. Su Qing lifted his right leg and delivered a forceful knee strike, landing solidly on the mechanical dog's jaw, instantly shattering its steel teeth. Su Qing then swiftly drew the collector's short blade from his waist, stabbing it into the gap in the mechanical dog's neck armor and twisting forcefully. Execution triggered. On the other side, Bai Yun faced the lunging mechanical dog with complete composure. She wore a silk nightgown, and her long legs wrapped in thermal stockings kicked out forcefully. The kick landed directly on the mechanical dog's abdomen, flipping it upside down midair. Before the mechanical dog could land, Bai Yun stepped forward, gripping the dark red, blood-drinking dagger tightly, and accurately thrust the blade into the mechanical dog's chest. The dagger's armor-piercing effect activated, directly penetrating the metal exterior. Lin Wanwan was the most brutal. She didn't even use a weapon, swinging the heavy iron wrench she held and smashing it repeatedly at the attacking mechanical dog. "Take that for trying to bite me. Take that for trying to bite me." The wrench struck the metal shell, creating sparks as it forcibly broke the mechanical dog's leg. Su Qing walked over and crushed the head of the struggling mechanical dog underfoot. With the battle over, several glowing parts and 2 wooden chests lay on the ground. Su Qing stored the treasure chests in his spatial bag and took a glance at the parts on the ground. Acquired excellent grade mechanical gear. 4, good stuff. Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up as she rushed over and snatched the gears. This can be made into a high-level transmission shaft. The propeller can be upgraded one more level. Let's focus on the task at hand first, Su Qing said, pointing towards the end of the corridor. At the end of the corridor was a heavy stone door, slightly ajar. The three slowed their pace, passing through the stone door, and their vision suddenly broadened. They entered an exceedingly vast underground main hall with an immensely high dome above which were densely embedded glowing crystals illuminating the entire hall. The surroundings of the main hall were empty, with only a black stone platform over 3 meters tall standing in the center. There were no guards around the platform nor any signs of traps, and in the very center of the platform rested a box. The surface of the box was covered in intricate patterns of verdigris with an ancient material that emitted an extremely heavy metallic luster. A bronze treasure chest. Su Qing's breath quickened. From wood to black iron, and now to bronze. Being able to open a black iron treasure chest would significantly boost strength. The contents of this bronze treasure chest would undoubtedly be top-tier resources at this stage. Boss, it's bronze. Lin Wanwan exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands together. We're going to strike it rich. Bai Yun, however, frowned and scanned the surroundings. Xiao Qing, this place is too quiet, Bai Yun said, gripping her dagger tightly. With so many monsters guarding the perimeter, there isn't even a single guard in the main hall. Something's not right. Su Qing certainly knew that something was off. Unusual occurrences often heralded danger. Su Qing raised his hand to hold back Lin Weiner, who was about to step forward. The main hall yawned, vast and hollow footsteps setting off long echoes. In the center of the black stone dais sat alone. The verdigris veins on the bronze chest took on an uncanny texture beneath the blue light. Lin Weiner was eager, asking if they should just go grab it, but she did not dare move. Su Qing said nothing. He stooped, picked up a severed limb of the mechanical hound from the floor, tested its weight, and flung it hard toward the stone dais. The limb described a parabola through the air and clattered onto the floor less than 2 meters from the dais. Nothing happened. No hidden arrows, no traps, no energy beams. Bai Yun loosened her grip on the combat dagger and murmured that it seemed there was no mechanism. Su Qing pointed ahead and told them to look at the floor tiles. Lin Weiner followed his gesture. The hall's floor was paved with half-meter square black slabs. The slabs struck by the limb glowed with a faint, almost imperceptible red light along its edge. Crouching, Lin Weiner narrowed her eyes to study the seams and suggested a gravity sensor at first, then corrected herself. It was an energy circuit. Beneath the tiles lay an induction grid that would trigger a counterattack whenever weight exceeded a set threshold. Su Qing asked if she could calculate a safe route. Lin Weiner scratched her head, dug several mechanical gears from her spatial pouch that they had picked up earlier, and said to give her a minute. She rolled the gears along the floor. Light and small, they rolled across the slabs. Some seams flickered with a weak blue light, others with red. Lin Weiner built a three-dimensional map in her head and explained that red meant death, while blue was safe. She instructed them to follow her and step only on the blue tiles. She went first, stepping left and right like playing hopscotch. Su Qing, followed by Yun, brought up the rear, and the three reached the edge of the dais without mishap. The bronze chest lay within reach, its ancient weighty metal provoking possessiveness. Just as Su Qing was about to climb the dais, a barely audible click sounded from above. Small though it was, the sound carried starkly in the cavernous hall. Su Qing shot his head upward. Half of the glowing blue crystals in the dome had gone dark without them noticing. From the gloom, 4 black silhouettes hung upside down from the dome, released their claws, and drifted down like silent phantoms. Su Qing yanked Lin Weiner behind him and warned them that the threat was above. 4 jet-black mechanical creatures, grotesquely like giant bats, descended. The edges of their wings were rimmed with high-frequency energy blades that sliced the air with a teeth-grinding whine. They were so fast they left afterimages. Su Qing had no time to draw his crossbow. He clenched his right hand and struck the first machine bat as it dove. The instant his fist met the mechanical skull, a burst of brilliant pink light flared across his knuckles. A phantom lotus of light unfolded in an instant. A pearlescent lotus, and the melee had triggered a critical strike as well. A thunderous blast followed. The machine bat did not even cry out. Its metal skull was pulverized by 200% critical damage into a storm of parts, the ruined body smashing against a nearby pillar like a torn sack before dissolving into white light. The remaining 3 machine bats reversed midair, avoiding Su Qing's edge, and turned to dive at Bai Yun and Lin Weiner. Su Qing shouted for Bai Yun to be careful. Lin Weiner swung her iron wrench at one of the diving machines. The wrench struck the energy blade and had a large piece of iron sheared off, sparks flying. The massive recoil numbed the web of her thumb and sent her sprawling to the floor. The machine opened a toothed metal maw to bite Lin Weiner's neck. At the critical moment, Bai Yun's dark red, blood-drinking dagger sliced a blinding scarlet arc through the air. The dagger plunged precisely into the open mouth, its armor-piercing effect ripping the internal precision components apart. Bai Yun twisted with both hands and destroyed the creature's core. By then the last two machine bats had maneuvered behind Su Qing, their high-frequency blades crossing as they slashed toward the back of his neck. Without turning his head, Su Qing twisted his body in an almost impossible motion and drew the short collector blade from his waist. With a reverse-handed sweep, the blade sliced through the air and neatly opened the abdominal armor of one bat. The execution triggered, and the monster dissolved into white light. The final bat, seeing its odds collapse, beat its wings fiercely to gain distance and tried to fly back to the dome. Su Qing flipped his wrist, and the compound crossbow appeared in his hand. No aim was necessary, he fired in a single motion. A hardened steel armor-piercing bolt streaked out, erupting again in that pink pearlescent lotus effect. The machine bat in midair detonated into a brilliant bloom of sparks, its parts rained down clattering across the floor. When the fight ended, 4 wooden chests fell to the ground. Su Qing slung the compound crossbow over his back and shook metal fragments from his fists. These things were far nastier than the gargoyles outside, Lin Weiner said as she hauled herself up and inspected her wrench, wincing at the gouged metal. The energy blades were brutal. Touch one, and you were dead. Bai Yun drew her dagger, stepped to Su Qing's side, and checked his back carefully. Only when she found no wounds did she exhale in relief. Lin Weiner muttered that the temple's owner was truly devious, with mines on the floor and bats in the ceiling. Su Qing collected the wooden chests into his spatial pouch and turned toward the black stone dais. This time there was no obstruction. He climbed the steps and stood before the bronze chest. Its surface was mottled with verdigris. The ancient heavy metal carried a mystery steeped by the passage of years. He braced his fingers and heaved the lid upward. The instant the cover sprung open, a dense, intense purple light erupted from the chest's depths, bathing the black stone dais in brilliant radiance. Purple, the exclusive glow reserved for items of rare rank and above. Acquired micro-spiritual energy reactor blueprint rare 1. Acquired ancient mechanical exoskeleton right arm fine 1. Acquired blood fruit rare 2. Acquired bronze pieces 30. Acquired fine steel pieces 20. Acquired energy crystals 10. Item information flashed across the retina. Su Qing took everything out and laid it on the stone platform. Lin Weiner saw the parchment blueprint shimmering with purple light, her eyes widening in surprise. Lin Weiner disregarded the gravity-sensitive tiles beneath her feet and dashed up to the stone platform in a few quick steps. Spiritual energy reactor. What the heck? Lin Weiner grabbed the blueprint, her words tumbling out. Boss, this thing can replace our woodbending steam engine. As long as we have energy crystals, this power can propel our wooden raft to take off. Take it, let's build it when we get back. Su Qing placed the blueprint into Lin Weiner's arms, his gaze falling on the nearby jet-black mechanical arm. Ancient mechanical exoskeleton right arm fine. Wearing it significantly enhances single-arm strength, with basic kinetic buffering that can offset some rebound damage. The arm was entirely black. The exoskeleton had smooth lines with precision gears exposed at the joints. Su Qing directly slid his right arm into it. With a few soft clicks, the adaptive clasps inside the exoskeleton tightened, instantly fitting snugly against Su Qing's arm muscles. Su Qing moved his arm slightly, feeling no hindrance, his right arm brimming with power. Then Su Qing picked up the 2 blood fruits. Unlike the previous blood flame fruit, these had vibrant blood-colored patterns swirling on their surfaces and felt very warm in hand. Without any hesitation, Su Qing threw both fruits into his mouth and chewed them up. The fruit flesh settled in his stomach. Strength 45. His strength value soared by 10 points. Su Qing clenched his right fist, wrapped in the mechanical exoskeleton, with the metallic knuckles clashing against each other, producing a sharp sound. Su Qing had a strange illusion that he could smash through the black stone platform with one punch. Xiaoqing, put the stuff away first. Bai Yun stood at the foot of the steps, holding her bloodthirsty dagger, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Su Qing nodded, opening the space bag at his waist, sweeping the bronze pieces and crystals inside. Just as the last piece of bronze left the stone platform. Click! A faint mechanical sound came from within the stone platform. Su Qing said, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire black stone platform suddenly sank down. Immediately the walls surrounding the main hall began to tremble violently. A large amount of dust fell from the dome, accompanied by collapsing debris. Lin Weiner ran down the steps, clutching the blueprint. Bai Yun stepped forward, grabbing Lin Weiner's arm and pulling her towards the passage. Above the main hall, the previously extinguished blue crystal cluster suddenly lit up. The color of the crystals instantly transformed into a blinding scarlet. A low synthesized mechanical voice rang out fiercely in the spacious hall. Warning! Core resources of the temple have been lost. Highest level extermination protocol has been activated. Stasis pods unlocked. Rumble. A large area of black stone bricks on the surrounding walls fell off, revealing dozens of metal stasis pods, over 2 meters tall. The pod doors hissed open, slowly rising. Pairs of mechanical eyes flashing red light lit up one after another in the darkness. Mechanical sentinels over 2 meters tall stepped out from the pods. The sentinels were fully covered in heavy armor, wielding high-frequency energy blades. Run! Su Qing grabbed the back of Lin Weiner's collar and pushed her forward. The three of them sprinted through the passage. The infrared emitters on both sides had already been smashed by Su Qing, leaving a clear path. The metallic footsteps behind them were dense, each step heavy and fast. They burst out of the passage, crossing the temple gates and returning to the outside ruined square. The sky outside had completely darkened and the rainforest was eerily silent. The metallic footsteps behind them were loud. "Boss, they're chasing us out." Lin Weiner glanced back, her steps faltering. At the temple gates, 5 heavy armored mechanical sentinels. The sentinels held translucent high-frequency energy blades with the transmission devices at their joints, emitting a piercing roar. The 2 red core gargoyles in the ruined square were also activated by the alarm. The gargoyles turned their massive bodies, their heads locking onto the 3 fleeing figures. "They're blocking the way," Lin Weiner said. The 2 gargoyles positioned themselves to the left and right. Their enormous rocky arms swept across, blocking the path. "You all keep running, don't stop." Su Qing suddenly exerted force with his feet. He did not slow down and charged directly toward the left gargoyle. Su Qing raised his right arm, the black mechanical exoskeleton gleaming with a cold, hard sheen in the night. With 45 points of strength plus the kinetic amplification of the exoskeleton, Su Qing had no intention of dodging. His right fist clenched tightly, directly smashing toward the gargoyle's sweeping rocky arm. Bang! The recoil transmitted through the exoskeleton. After the weakening from the basic kinetic buffer, only a slight tremor remained. The gargoyle's rocky arm shattered from the fist to the elbow. Debris flew in all directions. Su Qing did not pause, using the momentum to leap high, his exoskeleton right fist smashing down hard onto the gargoyle's chest red core. The armor panel instantly dented, and the core was directly smashed to pieces. The 3-meter-tall gargoyle collapsed to the ground. While One Punch Man, Lin Weiner was stunned. "What are you staring at? Run!" Bai Yun grabbed Lin Weiner's arm forcefully, dragging her forward. The right gargoyle was stepping heavily towards them. Bai Yun did not confront it directly, leading Lin Weiner nimbly around a fallen stone pillar and into the rainforest. Su Qing landed casually, scooping the red energy core off the ground into the space bag before turning to run. The mechanical sentinels had already chased to the edge of the ruined square. One of the sentinels raised its left arm. The armor cracked open, revealing a black cannon. Whoosh! A red energy beam zipped past Su Qing's scalp, hitting a large tree in front. The trunk was instantly burned through, collapsing to the ground. "These metal clunks can attack from a distance too," Lin Weiner shouted while running ahead. "Shut up, save your energy to run," Su Qing called from behind. Bai Yun stopped in her tracks and turned back. Without a word, she bent down and hoisted Lin Wanwan onto her shoulder. "Sister Yunyu," Lin Wanwan exclaimed. "Don't move around." Bai Yun's voice was steady. Having consumed the flesh of the blood spirit fish, carrying a girl weighing less than 100 pounds was no burden for her. Bai Yun's long legs wrapped in black stockings left deep footprints in the mud as she carried Lin Wanwan, maintaining her speed without any decrease, closely following Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at her, said nothing, and continued forging ahead. 10 minutes later, the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed from ahead. "We're almost there." Su Qing quickened his pace. The 3 of them burst out of the rainforest, revealing a stretch of white sandy beach. The 40-square-meter armored wooden raft lay quietly in the shallow water, emanating a faint golden glow from the energy shield of the Ascension Talisman in the night. "Get on the boat," Su Qing shouted. Bai Yun carried Lin Wanwan across the beach, leaping directly onto the wooden raft's deck. She set Lin Wanwan down, who without a moment to catch her breath crawled frantically to the steam engine and pushed aside the steering wheel. Boom! The engine roared, and the exhaust pipes belched out a thick cloud of white smoke. Su Qing ran to the edge of the beach, just preparing to jump. From the edge of the rainforest behind them, 3 mechanical sentinels violently broke through the trees and charged out. The red lights on their heads locked onto Su Qing, and 3 red energy beams shot out simultaneously. Su Qing's right leg pushed off the ground, forcefully propelling him into the air as the energy beams grazed the soles of his feet and struck the beach, kicking up clouds of dust. Su Qing landed steadily inside the energy shield, stepping onto the deck. "Full throttle, full speed," Su Qing issued the command. Lin Wanwan shoved all the wood from the fuel tank into the machine, and the raft suddenly tipped backward, retreating into deeper water before turning the bow and speeding through the waves. The 3 mechanical sentinels reached the water's edge and halted. They seemed constrained by some programming, unable to enter the sea. The armor cracked open and the cannon barrel charged up once more. A barrage of red beams struck the energy shield of the Ascension Talisman, creating ripples of faint golden light. The shield flickered violently, but held firm against the assault. The raft sailed further away, the silhouettes of the mechanical sentinels gradually fading into several blurred red dots before vanishing completely. Su Qing leaned against the railing and let out a long breath. This trip had been exceedingly precarious. Had they been trapped in the temple facing dozens of such mechanical sentinels, they could have exhausted themselves to death. Lin Wanwan collapsed on the deck, lying flat with her chest heaving heavily. I've survived. I feel like I've exhausted all my physical activity for this lifetime today. I've survived. Lin Wanwan murmured to herself. Bai Yun walked over to Su Qing's side, took out a wet tissue, and helped wipe the dust off his face. Xiao Qing, that beam didn't hit you, did it? Bai Yun's tone carried a hint of fear. She had seen clearly from the boat that the red light had just grazed Su Qing's feet. It didn't hit me. Su Qing allowed her to wipe his face, his gaze falling on his right arm. The black mechanical exoskeleton fitted tightly around his forearm. The sensation of that punch shattering the stone statue vividly showcased the value of this equipment. Su Qing opened the spatial pouch and dumped the spoils from the bronze chest onto the deck. 30 pieces of bronze, 20 pieces of fine steel, and 10 energy crystals. Also there was that blueprint for the miniature spiritual energy reactor glowing with purple light. Lin Wanwan, who had been pretending to be dead, instantly sprang up and grabbed it. Boss, with this we can completely bid farewell to the era of burning wood. Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled as she stared at the schematic on the blueprint. Can it be built, eh? Su Qing asked. Are the materials enough? Lin Wanwan immediately opened the manufacturing panel to verify. 20 pieces of bronze, 10 pieces of fine steel, 5 energy crystals, and 10 mechanical gears. All accounted for. The gears picked up in the corridor are just what we needed. Build it right away, Su Qing decisively commanded. Lin Wanwan ran to the back of the boat with the materials. Accompanied by a burst of dazzling purple light, the formerly cumbersome steam engine was completely disassembled, replaced by a sleek silver-gray metallic device full of technological flair. The device was compact, only half a meter tall, with a transparent energy tank in the middle swirling with a ghostly blue glow. Miniature spiritual energy reactor rare consumes energy crystals to provide powerful propulsion, equipped with a silent navigation mode, no emissions. Put a crystal inside to test it, Su Qing approached. Lin Wanwan carefully took out an energy crystal and inserted it into the reactor's slot. Buzz, a faint energy resonance sound emerged. The raft shot forward at speed at least 3 times faster than before. Most importantly, the deafening roar of the steam engine was gone along with the acrid black smoke. The entire journey was smooth and quiet. This speed, this thrust, it's amazing. Lin Wanwan excitedly grasped the steering wheel. 1 crystal can cover 100 nautical miles, and we have 10 now, enough to cruise across the sea. Su Qing nodded. Although this trip to the island had been perilous, the rewards were explosive. The resources from the bronze chest had catapulted the raft's technological capabilities into a new era. Bai Yun came over with 2 cups of warm water, handing them to Su Qing and Lin Wanwan. Drink some water first. After running for so long, your throats must be parched. Bai Yun tidied her disheveled hair, her silk nightgown fluttering slightly in the sea breeze, her long legs wrapped in black stockings remaining straight. Su Qing took the cup of water, had a sip, and walked to the edge of the raft, gazing at the dark sea. Currently the raft had reached level 5, with an area of 40 square meters, greatly enhancing its survivability, thanks to the power of the spiritual energy reactor. Boss, where are we going next? Lin Wanwan asked as she set the course for automatic navigation. Just pick a direction and leave the sea area. Su Qing looked at the radar screen. The commotion on the island had been too great. He couldn't predict what high-level sea beasts might be drawn in, so distancing themselves was the safest option. Night fell, and the sea breeze carried a slight chill. Lin Wanwan yawned and crawled into the newly built wooden house to rest. Bai Yun did not go in immediately, though she walked to Su Qing's side and leaned against the railing. Xiao Qing, you were too reckless today. Bai Yun's voice was soft, her fingers unconsciously entwined together. If anything happened to you, I know what I'm doing, Su Qing interrupted her. Bai Yun bit her lip, suddenly reaching out to grasp Su Qing's left hand, which was not wearing the exoskeleton, gently placing it against her cheek. I don't want to see you chased by monsters again. Bai Yun closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. The warm sensation flowed from his palm, and Su Qing did not withdraw his hand, allowing her to lean against him. The sea breeze swept across the deck, and the newly installed micro-spiritual energy reactor operated silently, with only the sound of waves lapping against the wooden hull around them. Bai Yun's breath was somewhat erratic, brushing against Su Qing's hand, and she slightly raised her head, their distance less than half a meter. Go back and rest, Su Qing retracted his hand. Bai Yun did not move. Instead, she took a small step forward, her whole body almost pressed against Su Qing, the fabric of her silk nightgown extremely thin, allowing Su Qing to even feel the warmth of her skin. I'm scared alone. Bai Yun's voice was very low, tinged with a noticeable nasal tone. Su Qing had just consumed 2 blood fruit, causing a surge of 10 points of strength within him. His qi and blood were in an extremely vigorous state, and now being so close to her, his body temperature spiked. He looked down at Bai Yun. Bai Yun bit her lower lip, wrapping her arms around Su Qing's waist, her long legs clad in black silk, slightly bent, rubbing against Su Qing's pants. Su Qing said no more and bent down to lift her up in a horizontal embrace. Bai Yun gasped in surprise, quickly covering her mouth and glancing at the newly built wooden house. Lin Wanwan's plan, 2 rooms and 1 hall, was already completed, the windproof wooden door tightly closed. That girl had been busy all day and had long since fallen into a deep sleep. Su Qing carried Bai Yun and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The master bedroom was not large, about 8 square meters, with a large wooden bed that was 2 meters wide inside. Su Qing used his foot to close the door. There was no fire in the room, but Su Qing's physique had now reached 42 points, making him a furnace radiating heat. He placed Bai Yun on the bed. Bai Yun instinctively pulled at the collar of Su Qing's coat, dragging him down. The wooden bed let out a slight creaking sound. Wanwan is next door. Bai Yun's voice trembled, yet her hands were exceedingly restless as they attempted to unbutton Su Qing's shirt. The wall panels are filled with soundproofing scraps and wood chips. Su Qing pressed down on her wrist. She can't hear us. Bai Yun's cheeks flushed intensely as she proactively slipped off the silk straps from her shoulders. In the darkness, their breaths gradually intensified. The mechanical exoskeleton on Su Qing's right arm had not yet been removed. The cold metal brushed against Bai Yun's skin, causing her to shudder. Take that off. It's uncomfortable, Bai Yun protested softly. Su Qing pressed the release latch of the exoskeleton. With a click, the mechanical right arm detached and fell to the floor. Stifled gasps echoed in the master bedroom. The quality of the wooden bed was evidently not as good as Lin Wanwan boasted. Bai Yun bit down hard on Su Qing's shoulder, afraid to make too much noise. This experience, separated by only a wall, heightened the sensation to its peak. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden boards into the master bedroom. Su Qing opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He had expended a lot of physical energy last night. Yet instead of feeling fatigued, he felt the violent energy within him brought on by the blood fruit had completely settled. The alignment of strength and body had reached perfection. Bai Yun was still asleep, half of her body exposed. Su Qing lifted the animal skin off the bed and picked up the mechanical exoskeleton from the floor, reattaching it to his right arm. Pushing open the door to the master bedroom, a rich aroma wafted through the living room. Lin Wanwan was squatting in the kitchen area, staring at the mid-level water purifier, stirring something in the nearby iron pot with a spoon. Hearing the door open, Lin Wanwan turned her head. Boss, good morning. Lin Wanwan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, yawned. Did you not sleep well? Su Qing walked over to the water purifier and filled a glass with pure water. Lin Wanwan pouted, her gaze darting back and forth between Su Qing and the door to the master bedroom. Boss, the blueprint for this wooden house was designed following standard architectural practices. Lin Wanwan lowered her voice. Although soundproofing materials were filled between the wall panels, the resonance issue of the wooden boards cannot be resolved. Next time you'll get some sea beast slime to reduce the shock absorption at the bed's legs, Lin Wanwan proposed seriously. Otherwise this wooden raft will eventually fall apart because of you too. Su Qing set down the glass of water. What are we having for breakfast? Su Qing changed the subject. Lin Wanwan, recognizing a good moment to stop, pointed to the iron pot. Ironbone shark meat stewed with kelp, and I added 2 bird eggs we caught yesterday. This water purifier works wonders. The filtered water has no fishy taste at all. Just as she was speaking, the door to the master bedroom opened. Bai Yun emerged, changed into a clean outfit. She looked radiant, her skin glowing with moisture, and her steps were light. Good morning, Sister Yun, Lin Wanwan greeted cheerfully. Bai Yun's face flushed. She had evidently overheard the earlier conversation and hurried to the stove, snatching the spoon from Lin Wanwan's hand. They'll serve you. Go wash your face, Bai Yun said, lowering her head and busying herself. Su Qing walked out onto the deck. The 40-square-meter armored wooden raft sailed steadily on the sea, the power output from the micro-spiritual energy reactor extremely stable. Su Qing opened the regional channel. The survivors were still desperately fighting for a bite to eat. Who fired the cannon over by the island last night? That was too loud. Don't even mention the island. That place is simply not accessible to humans. I saw dozens of people with knives being turned into mush by stone monsters. Has anyone managed to get fresh water? I'll trade wood for it. I'm dying of thirst. Su Qing turned off the channel. He walked to the corner of the raft where a dark purple Pandora's box lay silently. Su Qing opened his spatial bag and took out the red energy core that he had forcefully extracted from the temple's outskirts. This item contained immense energy, and using it directly as fuel would be a waste. He lifted the box lid and tossed the red core inside. Added high-level energy core rare. Expected mutation time 12 hours. Mutation direction random, at least the same level. Closing the box, Su Qing walked over to the automatic collection net at the bow of the ship. The mechanical arm was tirelessly at work. The net bag, already filled with half a net of supplies with plastic fragments, rags, and several ordinary wooden chests. Su Qing decomposed all the supplies into his bag. He picked up a wooden chest from the net bag with one hand. There were 4 in total. He opened the first 3 chests directly, after the sound of metal grinding. A pile of basic materials appeared on the ground. Obtained wood 40, a plastic fragments 20, a rusty nails 15. Su Qing swept the items into his spatial bag, his hand resting on the last wooden chest. The lid popped open, revealing a rich purple glow from the bottom of the chest. The wooden chest had yielded a rare grade item. Su Qing reached in and pulled out a handful of dark red soil. The soil was slightly moist and emitted an extremely pleasant fragrance of grass and wood. Heavy in his hand. Item information automatically popped up on his retina. Acquired mutated soil rare 10 units. Attributes: a special soil that contains immense life energy. Crops planted within it will have their growth cycle forcibly shortened by 90, with a 10 chance to induce beneficial mutations. Description: with this you can truly realize the dream of being a farmer on the sea. Su Qing squeezed the dark red soil in his hand, thinking of a 90 reduction in the growth cycle. This meant that crops that originally took months to mature could now be harvested in just days or even hours. In this sea where fresh water was extremely scarce, the value of this item was simply immeasurable. Boss, what are you holding? Lin Wanwan approached with a wooden bowl, which still had a few spoonfuls of fish soup left. She leaned in to take a look at the soil in Su Qing's hand. Red mud. What can this stuff do? Patch walls. Lin Wanwan pouted. Bai Yun also walked over from the kitchen area, holding a dry cloth, her gaze falling on the dark red soil. The color of this soil is very deep, and it looks highly breathable. It's of better quality than the nutrient soil I had at home before. Bai Yun, who often grew flowers and plants on the balcony, was quite sensitive to such things. This is mutated soil. Su Qing put the soil back in the box. It allows things planted in it to mature quickly. Lin Wanwan's eyes instantly lit up, and she threw the wooden bowl onto the deck. Quickly mature. Then can we grow big cabbage now? After eating seafood every day, I feel there's a fishy taste in my mouth. We need seeds first. Su Qing turned off the panel. Leave it to me. Lin Wanwan patted her chest. They'll make a few planting boxes, ensuring they won't leak water or rot the roots. She turned and ran to the workbench, pulling out wood and iron pieces from her spatial bag, starting to hammer away. The regional channel was still noisy. Most players were desperately trying to secure a sip of fresh water and a piece of roasted meat. The extreme cold storm had just passed, and many people had consumed all their stored supplies. It was the most critical time. Su Qing directly listed trade information. Listed item: purified water, 50 milliliters, 20 portions. Required materials: various crop seeds, mutated plant seeds. Remarks: no preference for varieties. Water will be given according to the rarity of the seeds. Private message with pictures, no idle chatter. As soon as the trade information was sent out, the regional channel exploded. Did I see that right? Su Qing is trading purified water for seeds. Is he crazy? A sip of water can save lives, and he's trading it for that useless junk. What use are seeds? Planting them on wooden boards. Even if there's soil, watering with sea water will kill them with fresh water. Who the hell has that much fresh water to water the fields? I don't understand the world of the big guy. Maybe he has too much water and can't drink it all, wanting to grow some green plants to look at. The channel was filled with confusion and ridicule. In the eyes of current players, seeds were nothing but completely useless waste. With an excessively long growth cycle, stringent environmental requirements, and the consumption of extremely precious freshwater resources, by the time one could wait for a few months to harvest crops, they would have already starved or died of thirst hundreds of times. Su Qing paid no attention to the comments in the channel. His private messages filled up instantly. Unread messages nearing 999. Bro, I have half a bag of bok choy seeds obtained from a treasure chest. How much water can I exchange for? 50 milliliters. Su Qing replied. Deal? This junk has been taking up space in my bag for days. A flash of white light, and a small bag of ordinary bok choy seeds was obtained. Su Qing continued to scroll down. Big guy, I have a strange seed that I dug out of a seabird's stomach, glowing red. Do you think it can be traded? Accompanied by a screenshot. Blood spirit fruit seed rare. After planting it can yield mutated fruits that enhance blood vitality. Su Qing tapped on the virtual screen. 200 milliliters of purified water and a piece of grilled ironbone shark meat. The other side replied instantly, their tones so excited it was almost incoherent. Trade? Trade. Big guy, you're my dad. I'll send it right away. In just a few minutes, Su Qing completed a frenzied shopping spree in the trading hall at an extremely low cost. With less than 2 liters of purified water and a few pieces of sea beast meat spent, the returns were exceptionally rich. A large pile of ordinary vegetable seeds, including cabbage, tomatoes, and potatoes. 3 mutated seeds, blood spirit fruit, seed windwalker grass, seed ironbark tree seed. These items were trash occupying space in others' hands, but for Su Qing, combined with the mutated soil, they represented a continuous influx of attribute points and high-level resources. Boss, the planting boxes are ready. Lin Wanwan shouted from the deck. Su Qing turned off the panel. 4 rectangular iron boxes were neatly arranged in the wind-sheltered area beside the wooden house, with drainage holes made at the bottom and a layer of corrosion-resistant plastic film lined the inside. Nice craftsmanship. Su Qing took out the 10 units of mutated soil. The dark red soil was poured into the planting boxes, just enough to cover all 4 of them. Bai Yun walked over, rolled up her sleeves. Xiao Qing, let me plant it. She took the seed bag from Su Qing's hand. These vegetable seeds should be separated, and the spacing cannot be too tight, or they won't grow well. She moved skillfully, pressing shallow pits into the red soil, with her fingers carefully placing the cabbage and tomato seeds inside, then gently covering them with a layer of thin soil. In the end, she planted the 3 mutated seeds separately in one box. Wanwan, go fetch some water, Su Qing instructed. Lin Wanwan immediately ran to the kitchen and filled a large basin with purified water from the intermediate purifier. Bai Yun held the water in her hands and evenly sprinkled it over the surface of the dark red soil. As the water seeped into the soil, a strange change occurred. The previously smooth surface of the soil suddenly bulged with small lumps. Then, with a soft popping sound, a few tender green sprouts directly broke through the soil, emerging. What the hell? Lin Wanwan jumped back in shock, almost throwing the basin in her hand. Is this planting or performing magic? Bai Yun was also stunned, her hands still in the position of sprinkling water as the green sprouts shot up at a visibly rapid pace. They stretched and unfolded their leaves. In just a few minutes, the previously empty planting boxes were filled with vibrant green bok choy sprouts, and the tomato vines began to climb over the edges of the iron boxes. The terrifying effect of the mutated soil shortening the growth cycle by 90 was vividly displayed before the 3 of them. At this rate, we can have fresh vegetables by tomorrow morning, Su Qing said, staring at the crazily growing seedlings. Lin Wanwan swallowed hard and turned to look at Su Qing. Boss, earlier you traded water for these seeds in the channel, and they called you foolish. If they see this scene, they would probably line up to jump into the sea, quietly making a fortune. Su Qing turned and walked towards the bow of the ship. At this stage, whoever mastered a sustainable food source held the absolute initiative. Bai Yun looked at the vibrant green leaves, her smile completely unable to be concealed. In this sea full of death and despair, seeing this symbol of life was a great comfort to the psyche. She carefully watered the box containing the mutated seeds a bit more. The dark red soil rolled twice, and 3 tender sprouts of different colors emerged from the ground. One was entirely crimson, another tinged with green, and the last bore gray-black patterns reminiscent of metal. The growth was not as exaggerated as the nearby cabbage and tomatoes, but it shot up visibly by a dozen centimeters. Lin Wanwan crouched beside it, reaching out to poke the gray-black sprout. Ouch! She quickly withdrew her hand, a faint white mark left on her fingertip. The edges of this leaf are serrated, it's really tough. That's the ironwood tree, Su Qing said as he stepped forward and glanced at the growth. In the future, we'll need high-quality wood for upgrading the rafts, and this will be very useful. Bai Yun took a dry cloth and helped Lin Wanwan wipe her hands. Go to your thing, I can keep an eye on things here. Bai Yun set the basin of water aside. Once the cabbage grows, I'll make a stir-fry for you at noon. Lin Wanwan cheered and ran to the back of the boat. The miniature energy reactor was running, and the crystals in the transparent energy tank emitted a ghostly blue glow. Lin Wanwan lay on the floor, pressing her ear against the deck to listen for a while. Boss, come here, she waved her hand. Su Qing walked over. The base has some resonance. Lin Wanwan pointed to the connection between the reactor and the deck. The previous steam engine was too heavy. Now that we've replaced it, the weight has decreased and the waterline has changed. The base has some resonance. Lin Wanwan pointed to the connection between the reactor and the deck. The previous steam engine was too heavy. Lin Wanwan handed over a heavy iron wrench. Su Qing took the wrench. The reactor's installation spot was far back, right next to the railing. The space was very cramped. Lin Wanwan half knelt on the deck, her upper body almost probing into the gap beneath the reactor. She wore a pair of faded denim shorts, her fair legs exposed. Move aside, I'll do it, Su Qing said. No, someone has to press the latch inside, or the nut will turn with it. Lin Wanwan didn't turn her head. You reach in from above and hold that hex screw. Su Qing had no choice but to take a step forward. The two of them squeezed into a corner of less than 1 square meter. Su Qing knelt on one knee, his right hand with the wrench reaching through the gap above Lin Wanwan's shoulder. The distance was too close. Su Qing's chest was almost pressed against Lin Wanwan's back. Lin Wanwan felt as if a large furnace had come up behind her, the heat drilling directly into her neck. She paused for a moment. Have you got it pressed? Su Qing asked. His voice came from above, carrying warm air that brushed against Lin Wanwan's ear. Her ears instantly turned crimson. No, I can't find the spot. Lin Wanwan's voice grew quieter as her hand groped inside. Su Qing simply extended his left hand in, as well, operating blindly. His knuckles accidentally brushed against Lin Wanwan's hand, causing her to tremble. Su Qing quickly grasped her wrist and pulled her forward. Here, Su Qing guided her hand to press on the loose latch. Push hard. Lin Wanwan's heart raced. The large hand gripping her wrist was extremely warm, the palm rough with calluses from years of wielding a knife. Got it pressed. Lin Wanwan took a deep breath, forcing her voice to stabilize. Su Qing applied force with his right hand, the wrench locking onto the hex screw, pressing down hard. Creak. The rusty screw emitted a piercing screech as it turned. Lin Wanwan felt the heat behind her draw even closer as Su Qing exerted force. The muscles of his chest pressed entirely against her back. She could even feel the explosive contours of his muscles. This girl, usually so careless and full of chatter, was now pressed against a vigorous man, frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe. Tighten at another half turn. Su Qing rotated his wrist. The force he exerted was immense. Lin Wanwan's finger pressing the latch went numb from the shock, and her body involuntarily shrank back, bumping right into Su Qing's embrace. Su Qing paused his movements and glanced down. From this angle he could see the alluring neckline of Lin Wanwan's shirt, fair and heaving. What are you staring at? Su Qing withdrew his gaze and loosened the wrench. It's tightened. Lin Wanwan felt as if she had received a pardon and quickly crawled out from under the reactor. She sat on the deck, her face flushed to the point of practically dripping blood, fanning herself with her hand. This reactor has terrible heat dissipation. I'm dying from the heat. Lin Wanwan found a poor excuse. Su Qing stood up and tossed the wrench into the toolbox. In the distance, Bai Yun was loosening the soil around the cabbage. She glanced up at the direction of the boat's tail, her movements pausing for half a second. Then she continued to lower her head and work, not asking anything. Boss. Lin Wanwan regained her composure and grew bolder. She looked up at Su Qing. Your body temperature would definitely be in high demand as a warm baby in this cold weather. Lin Wanwan lowered her voice. No wonder Sister Yun was up so late last night. Su Qing shot her a glance. You couldn't sleep last night. I sleep very well. Lin Wanwan pouted. But with all the noise you guys made and the resonance frequency of the boards, my mechanical brain automatically simulated the scenes. Su Qing walked over, looking down at her. Talk any more nonsense, and you'll be eating kelp for lunch today. Lin Wanwan immediately covered her mouth and shook her head frantically. I was wrong, boss, I didn't hear anything. Su Qing couldn't be bothered to deal with her and walked to the corner of the raft where the Pandora's box was located. 12 hours of mutation time had arrived. He lifted the dark purple lid of the box. The originally red, high-level energy core had completely transformed into a deep purple with tiny arcs of electricity jumping across its surface. Mini Fusion Core Epic contains extremely terrifying compressed energy, can serve as a power source for advanced machinery with an energy reserve 10 times that of a normal core. Its quality had directly surpassed rare, reaching the epic level. Su Qing stored the fusion core in his spatial bag. This item was not needed right now. The miniature energy reactor could run for a long time with regular energy crystals. This epic core was to be kept for future heavy equipment. He fished out a piece of ordinary stone from the bag. This was something he had picked up casually from the ruins on the island, tossed into the treasure box. Added ordinary gravel. Estimated mutation time 2 hours. Mutation direction random, at least the same level. He closed the box and walked to the workbench where Lin Wanwan was wiping down the intermediate water purifier with a cloth. Wanwan, Su Qing called her. Lin Wanwan immediately straightened up, her hands pressed against her pants seam. Boss, I really didn't eavesdrop. Come here. Su Qing tossed several parts that emitted a faint glow onto the workbench. These were the high-frequency energy blade fragments that had dropped after smashing the mechanical bats in the temple last night, along with a few fine-grade mechanical gears. Lin Wanwan's attention was instantly drawn to these parts, and she leaned over to examine them closely. Your iron wrench is dull now. Su Qing leaned against the edge of the workbench. If you encounter high-defense monsters and can't break through their defense, use these fragments to craft yourself a suitable weapon. Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up. Boss, are you really willing to let me use this energy blade? She touched the edge of the fragment, her fingers almost getting cut. If you die, no one will fix my boat, Su Qing said flatly. If you need any auxiliary materials, go get them from the bag. Can you get it done in 2 hours? An hour is enough. Lin Wanwan said enthusiastically, spreading out the blueprint and beginning to sketch. Bai Yun was crouched there, carefully harvesting the cabbage with a small pair of scissors. The effects of the mutated soil were too overpowering. The seeds planted just yesterday had already grown into plump cabbages, their leaves thick and lush, while the tomato vines nearby hung heavy with bright red fruit. Xiaoqing, this soil is truly miraculous, Bai Yun said, placing the harvested cabbage into a wooden basin, her face beaming with joy. I just tasted a tomato. Oh, it's so sweet, even better than the organic vegetables sold in the supermarket before. Suqing picked a tomato, casually wiped it, and took a bite. The juice burst forth and the taste was excellent. Most importantly, after eating it, a faint warmth spread within her body. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as attribute fruits, it was still much stronger than ordinary food. Save some seeds. Suqing swallowed the tomato. We can't run out of vegetables in the future. Bai Yun carried a full basin of vegetables toward the kitchen. An hour later, a piercing sound of a chainsaw echoed from the workbench. Lin Wanwan ran over holding an extremely wild-looking weapon. It was a short-handled chainsaw about half a meter long. The handle was wrapped tightly in the hide of a sea beast, and the saw chain at the front was completely made from high-frequency energy blade fragments. With the switch pressed, the chain spun at high speed, cutting through the air with a buzzing sound. Boss, look at my high-frequency cutting saw. Lin Wanwan excitedly swung it a couple of times. Suqing picked up a thick piece of iron sheet that he had previously replaced and held it up with one hand. Give it a try. Lin Wanwan gripped the saw handle with both hands and aimed it at the iron sheet, bringing it down hard. Screech! Not a single spark flew. The thick iron sheet was cleanly cut in half, the edge smooth enough to reflect light. Lin Wanwan was startled by the power of the cut, staring at the chainsaw in her hand as she swallowed hard. This cutting power. Cutting bones is definitely as easy as cutting tofu. Lin Wanwan turned off the switch, lovingly caressing the saw handle. In the future, if I encounter close-range monsters, I'll just saw them. Suqing tossed the leftover half of the iron sheet into the sea. With this weapon, along with her agile mind, the girl's ability to protect herself had skyrocketed. Dinner's ready, Bai Yun shouted from the kitchen. On the wooden table lay 2 plates of food. One plate had stir-fried baby bok choy, and the other had scrambled eggs with tomatoes, accompanied by a pot of hot pure water fish soup. There was no pungent smell of the sea, only the pure aroma of the meal. The three gathered around the table as Lin Wanwan shoved a large mouthful of cabbage into her mouth, chewing twice before nearly bursting into tears. So delicious. I feel like I'm living in human society again, Lin Wanwan mumbled indistinctly. The bowl was cleaned out completely. Bai Yun took the empty plates away to wash in the kitchen area. Lin Wanwan sat on the deck, carefully wiping down the newly made high-frequency cutting saw, the edges gleaming with a chilling metallic luster. Suqing leaned back in his wooden chair, opening his personal panel. Strength 45, agility 32, constitution 42. With these attributes combined with the mechanical exoskeleton, right arm, dismantling low-level sea beasts with bare hands was no problem. In the corner of the raft, the dark purple Pandora's box suddenly flickered. The 2-hour mutation time had arrived. Suqing walked over and lifted the box lid with one hand. The ordinary gravel that was previously placed inside was gone, replaced by a black chip the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint blue glow. Acquired primary radar amplification chip. Fine. Attributes: when installed on the basic radar, it can triple the scanning range and can initially detect the energy fluctuation intensity of targets. Description: say goodbye to blindfolds and precisely lock onto fat sheep. A good item. The basic radar's scanning range was only 10 nautical miles. In this boundless ocean, 10 nautical miles of visibility was far too limited. Suqing took the chip to the control panel and directly pressed it into the radar panel's expansion slot. Click. The chip fit perfectly. The radar screen flickered twice, and the originally green scanning grid instantly changed to deep blue, the scanning radius expanding directly from 10 nautical miles to 30 nautical miles. At the edge of the screen, over a dozen light spots of varying sizes immediately popped up. Before Suqing could carefully check the information on these light spots, the sky above suddenly changed. The originally clear blue sky was instantly dyed a blinding dark golden color. Massive golden characters appeared out of nowhere, directly imprinting themselves on the retinas of all surviving humans on Blue Star. Whether on the raft on the island or hiding in underwater ruins, everyone saw these words at the same time. The system update is complete. The current population of Blue Star 4. 1 billion out of 10 billion. The beginner adaptation period has completely ended. From now on, the survival points mode is activated. A series of announcements fell like a thunderclap, and the air felt frozen. Lin Wanwan threw down the rag in her hand and stood up abruptly. Bai Yun also stopped washing the dishes, shook off the water on her hands, and quickly walked to Suqing's side. The golden characters continued to scroll. The rules of the survival points mode are as follows. 1. Players can earn points by killing sea beasts, opening treasure chests, and exploring ruins. 2. Killing other players allows you to directly inherit 50 of their current points. 3. Points are settled once a week and reset to 0 afterward. 4. Open area points leaderboard 10,000 people in this area and global points leaderboard over 4 billion players in total. 5. During the weekly settlement, the top entries will receive extremely generous special rewards. Happy hunting to everyone. The sky returned to normal. On Su Qing's translucent panel, 2 brand new modules appeared: area leaderboard and global leaderboard. Lin Wanwan stared at the panel, taking a sharp breath. The heavenly Tao seems to think there aren't enough people dying. Lin Wanwan's voice became dry with the rule that killing players inherits 50 of their points who would dare to greet others when encountering other rafts on the sea. Bai Yun's face turned pale. She was all too aware of the darkness of human nature. During the extreme cold storm, there were people who would push their companions into the sea just to grab a piece of wood to start a fire. Now with a direct price tag on killing, one can gain points and climb the leaderboard for rewards. This vast sea has completely turned into a dark forest. Xiaoqing. Bai Yun instinctively grabbed Su Qing's arm. Su Qing patted the back of her hand. The rules have changed, we just need to adapt. Su Qing opened the chat channel. As expected, the channel had gone completely crazy. Brothers, let's team up to hunt sea beasts. Coordinates XXXX, come if you dare to fight. Don't be foolish upstairs, killing sea beasts isn't as fast as killing people. The people on the raft next to me attacked me directly. Oh, luckily, I ran fast. I'm done for. I only have wooden sticks on my boat. Who can save me? I'll give them all my supplies, just don't kill me. Panic, greed, madness. Various emotions intertwined in the channel. Su Qing turned off the channel and switched to the global leaderboard. Names and scores had already started to appear less than 3 minutes after the leaderboard opened. First place, Alexander Ivanov. Points 150. Second place, Miyamoto Musashi. Points 120. Third place, Jack Smith. Points 110. The scores jumped rapidly. These people are really fast. Lin Wanwan leaned in to take a look. They've already scored over 100 points in just a few minutes. Su Qing observed the continuously rising scores. What are they doing? Killing people. Su Qing's tone was calm. Killing an ordinary player probably doesn't yield many points, but the sheer number makes it add up. Those large regional alliances are surely madly clearing out random players, concentrating the points into just a few heads. Lin Wanwan swallowed hard, gripping the high-frequency cutting saw tightly. So what do we do? Go rob them? Lin Wanwan asked. We don't have the time for that. Su Qing approached the radar panel. Inheriting 50 of points from killing is too inefficient. If we are going to grind, we should target high-score objectives. Su Qing looked down at the radar screen. Having installed the amplification chip, the targets within 30 nautical miles were laid bare. Su Qing's finger glided across the radar screen. After the amplification chip was installed, the situation within 30 nautical miles had completely changed. The originally green grids now displayed 3 different colored dots. The most numerous were the white dots, densely scattered everywhere, moving very slowly. These white dots should be the rafts of ordinary players. Lin Wanwan pointed to the edge of the screen. Look at their movement trajectory. They are just drifting with the waves. The green dots were fewer, gathering in small clusters, occasionally moving quickly for a distance. These were sea beasts. Su Qing's gaze crossed over these ordinary targets, directly locking onto the 12 o'clock direction of the screen. About 18 nautical miles away, an extremely glaring red light was flashing frantically. The red light was several times larger than the ordinary green dots. Strangely, dozens of white dots that were originally clustered around it were now disappearing in chunks at a visibly fast rate. With every white that disappeared, the brightness of that red light increased by 1. What is this red light? Lin Wanwan gasped. Is it a Pac-Man? Swallowing one player at a time. It's not the sea beast that eats people. Su Qing focused on the frequency at which those white dots disappeared on the screen. It's people killing people. When sea beasts attack players, the rafts would be damaged and players would have time to resist. The frequency of white dots disappearing wouldn't be so uniform. The speed at which a white dot disappears every few seconds indicates that a well-organized player team is conducting a one-sided massacre. They are madly grinding points. Su Qing opened the panel and switched to the area leaderboard. First place, Chen Dao. Points, 320. Second place, Wang Meng. Points, 280. Third place, Zhao Si. Points, 150. The scores jumped in a mesmerizing fashion, with Chen Dao's points rising by 5 to 10 points almost every few seconds. Killing inherits 50 of points. Su Qing closed the leaderboard. These people accumulated a wave of supplies by robbing others during the early stages, and now that the points mode is activated, they are treating the surrounding random players as ATMs. Bai Yun frowned as she listened. She put the few tomatoes she had just washed into the wooden basin, water droplets trickling down her fingers. Xiaoqing, should we avoid them? Bai Yun asked with concern. These people are blinded by blood. They would do anything. Su Qing turned to look at her. We can't avoid it. Su Qing pointed at the radar screen. The points mode settles weekly, and the rewards will surely be extremely generous. If we don't grab points now, when others take the rewards and widen the gap, We won't even have the chance to avoid them later. Lin Wanwan grabbed the high-frequency cutting saw and pressed the switch. Buzz! The saw teeth spun wildly, cutting through the air. The boss is right. Lin Wanwan turned off the switch with our armored raft and the spiritual energy reactor. What are we afraid of? Let's go teach them a lesson. Su Qing walked to the helm and grasped the steering wheel. Wanwan, go prepare the cannon. Su Qing aimed the course towards the red light. In the energy chamber of the mini spiritual energy reactor, a deep blue halo suddenly brightened. The 40 square meter armored raft left a white trail on the sea surface, reaching full speed, heading straight toward the coordinates 18 nautical miles away. Without the roar of a steam engine, the raft glided through the waves as quietly as a ghost. 20 minutes later, a large shadow appeared on the horizon. Su Qing stood at the bow picking up the binoculars. The sea ahead was a veritable hell. Fragments of over a dozen broken rafts floated on the water, staining it dark red. In the center, an extraordinarily large artificial platform was anchored. It could hardly be called a raft. It was a water fortress forcibly pieced together from 7 or 8 large and medium-sized rafts with iron chains and wooden planks covering an area of over 200 square meters. High wooden fences were erected around the fortress, with several still dripping blood from the bodies of players hanging on them. In the center of the fortress stood a thick mast flying a tattered flag painted with a blood-red cleaver. On the deck stood 30 to 40 people wielding various weapons, including iron spears, machetes, and even a few crude homemade crossbows. They were gathered at the edge of the fortress, shooting arrows at several random players still struggling in the water. Boss, there's a girl still alive over there. A skinny monkey pointed into the water. Beneath the mast stood a large wooden chair. A muscular man with his chest bare and a dragon tattoo across his shoulders sat there with a relaxed demeanor, casually toying with a finely crafted iron crossbow that glimmered with a blue light. Chen Dao ranked first in the regional leaderboard. Alive! Chen Dao spat. Pull her up. Let the brothers enjoy themselves before we finish her off. Don't waste her. The lean monkey chuckled, tossing out a hooked rope that snagged the woman's shoulder in the water, dragging her up to the deck. The woman let out a piercing scream, her shoulder a bloody mess. At that moment, a minion at the edge of the fortress suddenly pointed at the distant sea and shouted, "Boss, a ship is coming." Chen Dao frowned, standing up and walking to the railing. An armored wooden raft enveloped in a pale golden energy shield was crashing through the waves at an incredibly unreasonable speed. There were no sails, no oars, and not even a trace of black smoke from an engine. Most alarming was the thick iron plating that surrounded the raft, with a wooden house resembling a proper structure built atop the deck. Damn! Chen Dao's eyes widened in disbelief. After several days of plundering in these waters, he had thought his 1,200 square meter fortress made him invincible. But compared to this ship, his makeshift fortress was nothing but a pile of garbage. Fat sheep. An absolute fat sheep. Chen Dao raised his iron crossbow. Forget about those worthless fools in the water. Prepare for boarding. We are taking that ship. 30 or 40 men immediately dropped their tasks, rushing to one side of the fortress armed with ropes fitted with hooks, ready to forcibly connect when the raft drew near. Su Qing stood on the deck, lowering his binoculars. 500 meters away. Boss, there are quite a few of them on the opposite side, Lin Wanwan said, gripping the control stick of the energy cannon, her palms a bit sweaty. A bunch of rabble, Su Qing said, flipping his wrist. A compound crossbow appeared in his hands as he knelt, resting the bow on the iron railing. The pitch-black mechanical exoskeleton on his right arm emitted a soft sound of gears meshing, providing him with extremely stable support. At 400 meters, they had entered the maximum range of the compound crossbow. Su Qing's gaze pierced through the sight, directly locking onto Chen Dao, who stood at the front of the crowd with an iron crossbow in hand. Capture the leader first. By killing the top of the leaderboard, he would earn half the points. Click. Su Qing pulled the trigger, and the moment the steel armor-piercing arrow left the bowstring, its tip erupted into a brilliant burst of pink light. An illusory lotus of light suddenly bloomed in midair. The Pearl Lotus critical hit activated. The speed of the armor-piercing arrow doubled, tearing through the air with a sharp sonic boom. At 400 meters, it took less than half a second. Chen Dao, grinning, was raising his iron crossbow to aim. He didn't even hear the bowstrings recoil, but only saw a flash of pink light racing past him. The steel armor-piercing arrow shot directly into Chen Dao's left eye, carrying 200 critical damage, instantly penetrating his skull. The powerful kinetic energy did not stop upon penetration. Chen Dao's entire head exploded like a tomato smashed by a hammer, bursting into a mist of red and white. The headless corpse swayed and then fell with a thud onto the deck. The surrounding minions, who were prepared to throw hooks, were left dumbfounded, their faces splattered with their boss' warm brain matter, failing to comprehend what had just happened. A row of golden system notifications popped up in Su Qing's retina. Player killed Chen Dao. Triggered point plunder mechanism. Current points of the target, 450 points. Points gained, 225 points. Current total points 225 points. The regional leaderboard has been updated. Su Qing checked the leaderboard and saw that he had directly jumped from an unknown nobody to the second place in the regional leaderboard. The first place had become the previous second place Wang Meng. Wanwan. Su Qing stood up slinging the compound crossbow behind his back. Here. Lin Wanwan responded loudly. Fire the cannon. Su Qing's tone was calm as he tapped the railing. Got it. Lin Wanwan abruptly turned the gears, aiming the dark cannon mouth directly at the 1,200 square meter water fortress. At 300 meters. Boom. The ghostly blue energy projectile whistled out. This time the Pearl Lotus did not activate, but the rare destructive power of the energy cannon was more than enough to deal with a patched-up wooden raft that had no shield representing a dimensional strike. The energy projectile smashed into the center of the fortress beneath the mast, and a violent explosion flipped the deck, killing a dozen people before they could even scream. Their bodies shattered on the spot. The massive shockwave tore apart all the connections of the surrounding wooden rafts. The once mighty water fortress disintegrated into 7 or 8 pieces of broken wood, and the remaining people fell into the sea, flailing desperately. Su Qing's retina was flooded with kill notifications. Player killed. Earned 5 points. Player killed. Earned 8 points. Player killed. Earned 12 points. Points soared, directly surpassing 300, firmly occupying the first position on the regional leaderboard. The sea was littered with splintered wood. With Chun Dao's death, the makeshift 1,200 square meter fortress completely collapsed, and the waters were filled with struggling minions who had been arrogant just moments ago, now crying out for help. Boss, should we kill those in the water? Lin Wanwan asked, still gripping the control stick of the energy cannon, which was still emitting white smoke. Su Qing glanced at the surface of the water. No, it's a waste of ammunition, Su Qing replied, slinging the compound crossbow behind his back. Killing one only gives a few points, it doesn't even cover the cost of a single energy projectile. Uff. Lin Wanwan pouted and released the control stick. Su Qing walked to the bow, pressing the switch for the automatic collection net. The mechanical arm plunged into the water, beginning to salvage useful materials from the wreckage. Chun Dao and his crew had plundered quite a bit, and although the raft had exploded, the floating wood iron pieces and a few wooden treasure chests had all fallen into Su Qing's hands. At that moment, the radar panel on the control deck emitted a series of urgent beeps. Su Qing walked over. On the radar screen, a group of rapidly moving light dots appeared 15 nautical miles away from their position. A white was leading, followed by 3 red dots flashing rapidly, evidently engaged in a chase. Someone is being pursued, Su Qing pointed at the screen. Lin Wanwan leaned in. Shall we join the fun? Those 3 red dots probably have a lot of points on them. Full throttle all ahead, Su Qing commanded. The energy reservoir of the miniature spiritual energy reactor flared up with a ghostly blue glow, and the 40 square meter armored wooden raft carved a white trail across the sea, speeding towards the target area. In less than 10 minutes, several black dots appeared on the horizon ahead. Su Qing stood at the railing, adjusting the focus of his binoculars. In his field of vision, a rickety wooden raft, less than 10 square meters, rocked violently in the wave. A woman stood on the raft, her white shirt torn in several places, and her black fitted skirt ripped open along a long seam for ease of movement. Barefoot, she gripped a sharpened stick tightly, her knuckles whitening with the strain. 3 wooden rafts formed a fan shape, closely pursuing within 50 meters. The man in the middle raft cursed loudly, raising his bow. You filthy whore, don't run away. Once I catch you, I will make sure you die right on the deck. The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on the approaching pursuers, her chest heaving violently. Su Qing lowered his binoculars. Do you know them? Lin Wanwan leaned closer and asked who. Su Qing replied flatly, my university counselors, Su Qinghan. Lin Wanwan's eyes widened, nearly dropping the high-frequency cutting saw in her hand. Counselor. That means we are saved. My final grades depend entirely on her. Su Qing ignored Lin Wanwan's bad joke and turned to the helm. Wanwan full throttle crashed straight into them. All right. Lin Wanwan immediately ran back to the reactor, pushing the thrust to maximum. The miniature spiritual energy reactor roared to life. The transparent tank, filled with a deep blue glow, surged violently. The 40 square meter armored raft carved a long white wave on the surface of the sea, its speed maxed out, directly charging towards the scene of the chase. On the pursuer's raft, the leading man was about to shoot an arrow when a younger associate suddenly tugged at his arm. Big brother, look over there. The younger man's voice trembled. The leading man turned to look. A massive steel monstrosity was silently closing in, encased in thick iron plating, a faint golden energy shield hovering above, and there was even a wooden house with a windbreak door on the deck. What the hell is that ship? The man's eyes almost popped out. Su Qinghan also sensed the commotion. She turned around and looked at the increasingly approaching armored raft, her heart sinking. If she couldn't handle 3 ordinary rafts, how could she face such a massive vessel? Today she would likely meet her end here. Su Qing stood behind the guardrail, flipping his right hand, the dark golden composite crossbow falling into his grasp. 200 meters. Su Qing braced the crossbow against the iron guardrail, the pitch-black mechanical exoskeleton on his right arm emitting a faint sound of gears meshing, providing extremely stable support. The crosshairs locked onto the leading man with the bow. He squeezed the trigger. Click. The steel armor-piercing arrow shot out, exploding into a brilliant pink light the moment the arrowhead left the crossbow. The pearlescent lotus was triggered. The armor-piercing arrow, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, pierced straight through the chest of the leading man. A 200 critical damage exploded instantly, and the man's upper body was blown apart, flesh and blood splattering all over the younger associate. Instant kill. A line of golden text popped up on the retina. Killed player gained 15 points. Su Qing glanced at the prompt, noting that these people had 2 low scores. 1-1, clear the field. Su Qing put away the composite crossbow. Watch this. Lin Wanwan had been eagerly waiting next to the magic energy cannon, her hands rapidly cranking the gears, the dark barrel aimed directly at the remaining 2 rafts. Boom. The deep blue energy bomb whistled out, accurately striking the sea between the 2 rafts. A violent explosion sent a towering water column soaring over 10 meters high, the shockwave tearing the 2 broken rafts to pieces. All 4 people on top were blown away, falling into the sea without struggling, and there was no further movement. The battle ended decisively. The armored raft slowed down smoothly, stopping next to Su Qinghan's damaged raft. Su Qinghan stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend how the attack had occurred. The group chasing her had been completely annihilated. She looked up at the massive ship rising more than a meter above the sea, her mind blank. Su Qing walked to the edge of the guardrail, looking down at her. Teacher Su, long time no see. Su Qing spoke. Upon hearing the voice, Su Qinghan froze, scrutinizing the familiar face. Su Qing. Su Qinghan said in disbelief. She remembered Su Qing, the quiet boy who always sat in the back corner of the classroom with average grades and a very low presence. Now this boy was standing on an armored raft that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, having just killed 5 thugs in a single strike. It's me. Here, take this rope with the iron hook. Su Qing tossed down a rope. Come up. Su Qinghan hesitated for half a second, dropped the wooden stick in her hand, and climbed up, grabbing the rope. As she climbed over the guardrail and stepped onto the solid wooden planks, Su Qinghan's legs went weak, nearly causing her to fall. After days of anxiety at sea, her strength had already been depleted. Bai Yun stepped forward, reaching out to support her. Be careful. Bai Yun's voice was gentle. Su Qinghan turned her head, recognizing Bai Yun's face, and was stunned again. Ms. Bai. Su Qinghan recognized Bai Yun. When she started her freshman year, Bai Yun had come to drop off her daughter, and as a counselor she had received them. Su Qinghan remembered Bai Yun as an elegant and dignified lady. But now Bai Yun was wearing a slightly loose coat over a silk nightgown, and her lower half was clad in skin-tight black stockings. Seeing this outfit out at sea, especially with Su Qing, made Su Qinghan's mind spin. Teacher Su, have some. Bai Yun handed her a cup of warm, pure water, her expression natural, completely unembarrassed. Su Qinghan took the cup, the warm sensation transmitting through her palm. She swallowed hard and gulped down the water in the cup. The pure water went down without a hint of the sea's fishy taste. She looked around. The spacious 40-square-meter deck featured a wooden house with a windbreak door, 4 iron boxes in the corner filled with vibrant green vegetables and ripe red tomatoes, and next to it was a mid-range water purifier. Not far away, a girl with a ponytail was wiping a stylized chainsaw with a tattered cloth. This was not survival. This was more like a resort. Su Qinghan glanced down at her tattered clothes, her feet covered in blisters. A strong sense of contrast surged in her heart. Why were they chasing you? Su Qing pulled over a wooden chair and sat down, getting straight to the point. Su Qinghan took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She was a smart woman, well aware of her current predicament. With no supplies, no weapons, and the raft on the verge of falling apart in this lawless sea, Su Qing could save her or kill her. Because of this, Su Qinghan reached into her skirt pocket, pulling out a palm-sized metal disc. The surface of the disc was covered with intricate patterns, and a dull red crystal was embedded in the center. I found this in a black iron treasure chest I salvaged. Su Qinghan handed the disc to Su Qing. The item information shows this is a coordinate locator. Those people saw me open the box and started chasing me relentlessly. Su Qing took the disc. The item information popped up. Damaged relic locator, special records the precise coordinates of an ancient underwater relic currently lacking energy, unable to activate. Repair conditions: inject 100 units of energy crystal or place in a high-level energy source. Su Qing gripped the disc. The underwater relic held many secrets, and the previous island temple was merely the tip of the iceberg. What do you plan to do? Su Qing placed the disc on the table, looking at Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan bit her lip. She was once a respected university teacher, accustomed to being in control, but now she had to sell herself to survive. I want to stay on your ship. Su Qinghan looked Su Qing in the eye. The locator belongs to you. I can do anything. Cooking, laundry, organizing supplies. With a relaxed posture against the chair, Su Qing remarked, with Sister Yun for cooking and Wan Wan for repairs, you lack irreplaceable value. Su Qinghan's face turned pale. I have this. Su Qinghan gritted her teeth and pulled out a thin string from her collar on which hung a white bead emitting a soft glow. This came from that black iron treasure chest, Su Qinghan explained as she removed the bead. I don't know its exact purpose, but when those people saw it, they went crazier than when they saw the positioning disc. Su Qing extended his hand to take the bead. Acquired Junior Water Avoidance Bead. Rare attributes can be worn on the body, allows free breathing underwater, and creates a protective shield against water pressure, ignoring pressures within 50 meters. Su Qing's eyes brightened. This item paired with the underwater relic positioning disc was simply a perfect match. Alright, Su Qing stored the water avoidance bead and the positioning disc. Go take a shower and change into some clothes. Wan Wan, take her to the water purifier. Lin Wan Wan set down the chainsaw she was holding and ran over to grab Su Qinghan's arm. Teacher Su, let's go. They'll find you a clean outfit. We have plenty of fresh water here. Su Qinghan followed Lin Wan Wan towards the side of the wooden house, her back revealing a weariness of someone who had survived a disaster. Bai Yun held an empty water cup and approached Su Qing. Xiao Qing, after all, Teacher Su is your teacher, Bai Yun whispered. Wasn't that a bit too direct what you just said? Here there are no teachers or students. Su Qing stood up, gazing at the wreckage on the sea. Only value exchanges. If she doesn't present something valuable, I won't keep anyone who just eats for free. Bai Yun sighed and chose not to say more. She knew Su Qing's approach was correct, however she personally had not completely crossed that psychological hurdle. I'll go pick some tomatoes for lunch. Bai Yun turned towards the planting box. Su Qing approached the radar panel. On the screen, the light points within 30 nautical miles continued to move slowly. After activating the points system, the killing frequency in this sea area had noticeably increased. Su Qing opened the spatial pouch and took out the damaged relic positioning disc. The repair requirement was 100 units of energy crystals, and he only had a few in hand, far from enough. Su Qing walked to the corner where the Pandora's box was, opened the lid, and tossed the relic positioning disc inside. Placed damaged relic positioning disc special. Expected mutation time, 24 hours. Mutation direction, repair upgrade guaranteed, at the same level. Su Qinghan emerged from the side of the wooden house, drying her hair. Lin Wan Wan had found her a set of clothes that Bai Yun had never worn. Bai Yun's figure was a bit more voluptuous, making the black silk spaghetti strap dress look somewhat baggy on Su Qinghan. The hem barely reached her thighs, and the neckline was quite revealing. Su Qinghan tugged at the hem of the dress, her bare feet on the deck. Su Qing was leaning against a wooden chair by the stove, flipping through the translucent system panel. Su Qinghan stopped 2 meters in front of Su Qing. She bit her lower lip, her hands tightly grasping the edge of the dress. She was an exceptionally intelligent woman, fully aware that calling names at sea held no significance. Boss, Su Qinghan changed her address. Su Qing closed the panel, his gaze falling on her. There's a water bucket and a rag over there. Over there at the ship's edge, Su Qing pointed. There was some blood from the earlier kill. Go clean it up. No pleasantries were exchanged, and he directly assigned the rough work. Su Qinghan showed no hesitation. She turned and walked over to grab the water bucket and picked up the dirt. She knelt beside the bloodstain left from the earlier battle, directly kneeling on the wooden planks. The rag, dampened with some seawater, was used to scrub the coagulated blood in the gaps of the planks. In the past, she had been a cold counselor at the university, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and always maintaining a stern expression. Even the boys in her class would be nervous just meeting her gaze. Now the black spaghetti-strap dress fell as she bent down, revealing large areas of her snow-white skin without any cover. Su Qinghan couldn't care less about the risk of exposure. She desperately scrubbed at the stains on the wooden planks, eager to showcase her value. After cleaning the floors, Su Qinghan poured the dirty water into the sea and washed her hands. She walked back to Su Qing's side and circled around to the back of the chair. Boss, let me give you a shoulder massage. Oh, I learned a bit of acupressure before. Su Qinghan's voice was very soft. Su Qing remained silent. As Su Qinghan placed her hands on Su Qing's shoulders, she was startled. His muscles were as hard as stone, the terrifying explosive power noticeable even through his clothes. She pressed down hard, her fingers quickly growing sore, but she gritted her teeth and continued. Su Qing closed his eyes, enjoying the service. Bai Yun emerged from the kitchen area carrying a large wooden tray. Xiao Qing, it's time to eat. Bai Yun placed the tray on the table, which held a plate of stir-fried greens, a plate of tomatoes and bird eggs, and a big bowl of milky fish soup. The steam rose, and the aroma filled the entire deck. Su Qinghan's hand stopped. She stared intently at the plate of green, glistening vegetables, the sound of her swallowing particularly pronounced in the quiet air. For the past 2 days at sea, she had only drunk rainwater and gnawed on stinking raw fish. Now seeing fresh vegetables and hot soup, her stomach churned violently, aching from hunger. Bai Yun served a bowl of rice and handed it to Su Qing. Then she naturally sat down next to him. Teacher Su, don't just stand there, come sit and eat with us. Bai Yun turned to look at Su Qinghan, her tone gentle, yet carrying the composure of a hostess. Su Qinghan immediately released her grip on Su Qing's shoulders. Thank you, miss. But Su Qinghan pulled out the chair at the edge carefully and sat down. Just call me. Lin Wanwan walked over holding the high-frequency cutting saw, plopping down in front of Su Qing and grabbing a big mouthful of egg with her chopsticks. Teacher Su, eat more, we have plenty of vegetables here. From now on you'll be in charge of washing the dishes and vegetables. I fix machines every day and my hands are always dirty with oil. Alright, I'll take on all the chores from now on. Su Qinghan nodded repeatedly. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of cabbage to eat. After chewing a few times, her eyes turned red. The sweetness of the vegetables burst in her mouth, going down her throat and warming her stomach. After dinner, sort the wood and stack it properly. Su Qing sipped the fish soup, his tone flat. Then clear out the clutter on the right side of the deck. Understood. Su Qinghan dug into her bowl of rice. After the meal, Su Qinghan carried the empty plate towards the kitchen area. She stood in front of the intermediate water purifier, watching the half-meter-tall metal machine continuously filter out clear freshwater, once again struck by awe. Beside it were 4 metal planting boxes filled with leafy greens and vibrant red tomatoes hanging from them. Su Qinghan took a deep breath. She felt fortunate to have just exchanged the water avoidance bead and positioning disc for the chance to stay on this wooden raft. Even if it meant doing menial tasks, it was still 1,000 times better than living in fear outside. Su Qing sat on the chair, opening the trading hall. After defeating Chun Dao and his gang, he not only gained 225 points, but also collected several wooden treasure chests and a large amount of basic materials. Chun Dao's group had stolen quite a few good items. Su Qing opened all the treasure chests and found a bunch of iron pieces, plastic fragments, and 2 fine quality repeating crossbow blueprints. The crossbow blueprints were of no use to Su Qing since he had a composite crossbow and a magical energy cannon. He directly listed the blueprints in the trading hall. Listed items: fine quality repeating crossbow blueprint 2. Required materials: advanced energy crystals, rare metals, special mutated plants. Note: no exchange for basic materials. Private message with a price. As soon as the blueprints were listed, the regional channel exploded. Damn. Fine quality weapon blueprints. Su Qing is back with another devastating blow. This thing can fire continuously. Whoever manages to craft it will be a scoring god in this points mode. Big shot, can I trade 1,000 pieces of wood for it? I don't have any advanced materials. Su Qing lamented, silently shutting the chat window. The private messages in the background were jumping wildly. The allure of the refined crossbow blueprints was simply too great. With the points system, just opening this item was a genuine score booster. Su Qing leaned against a wooden chair, his fingers swiftly swiping across the virtual screen. Boss, I have a deep-sea secret silver. Can I exchange it for a blueprint? This item was said to be capable of crafting high-level equipment, yet I do not even have a blacksmith shop. Su Qing paused, opening the screenshot attached to the private message. Deep-sea secret silver, rare, a metal with extremely high tensile strength, usable for upgrading mechanical creations of refined level and above. Good stuff. Su Qing replied directly, deal. A flash of white light, the blueprint vanished, and a metal block the size of a fist gleaming with a silver-blue luster fell into the spatial bag. 1 blueprint remained. Su Qing continued to scroll quickly, locking onto another target. Boss Su, I have 3 advanced energy crystals and 50 bronze blocks. I want to exchange them for that remaining blueprint. I know you definitely need the crystals. The sender was named Li Tai, currently ranked 6th on the regional leaderboard. This person had some brains. Su Qing didn't waste words and clicked on the trade directly. The supplies arrived, and the fuel reserves for the miniature spiritual energy reactor became more substantial. Turning off the panel, Su Qing picked up the cup of water on the table and took a sip, his gaze landing on the right side of the deck. Su Qinghan was moving wood. The black silk suspender dress she wore was completely drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to her body, outlining her prominent curves. There were too many basic materials exploded out by Chun Dao's group, and the wood was piled up like a small mountain. Su Qinghan picked up the wood one by one and neatly stacked them at the edge of the deck. Wood splinters pierced her fair palms, and her palms had developed several blisters, burning with pain. She gritted her teeth, not making a sound. In the past, she was a lofty counselor in college, sitting in an air-conditioned room every day filling out forms. Now she had to work hard doing manual labor. Because on this 40-square-meter raft, she felt insecure. Bai Yun walked over from the kitchen area with a cup of warm water. Teacher Su, take a break and have some water. Bai Yun handed over the cup, her tone gentle. Su Qinghan set down the wood in her hands, casually wiped her hands on her dress, and took the cup. Thank you, Sister Yun. Su Qinghan drank the water in big gulps and returned the cup. Bai Yun did not rush to leave her gaze lingering on Su Qinghan's long legs for half a second. This work is quite exhausting. A little Qing is the same. How can I let you do it alone? Bai Yun took out a clean handkerchief and handed it to Su Qinghan. Wipe your sweat. The raft doesn't have many rules, but little Qing is straightforward. Just go along with him. This remark sounded considerate, but the master's posture was clearly set. Su Qinghan was a smart person. How could she not catch the underlying meaning? I understand. Su Qinghan accepted the handkerchief, lowering her head. I just boarded the ship, so it's only right to work harder. I can't just eat and drink for free. Bai Yun smiled, said no more, and turned back to the kitchen. The sound of the knife chopping on the cutting board was slightly louder than usual. She had just made substantial progress with Su Qing, and now there was a young and beautiful university teacher on board. Although Su Qing's attitude was cold, Bai Yun's sense of crisis kept surging. Beauty was the least valuable here, as she had to firmly grasp the logistics department to make Su Qing rely on her care. On the other side, a loud sound of an electric saw came from the workbench. Lin Wanwan, wearing a pair of goggles, held the high-frequency cutting saw in her hand, sparks flying everywhere. She had completely dismantled the base of the magical energy cannon and was stuffing several refined-level mechanical gears inside. Boss! Lin Wanwan shouted loudly, patting the modified cannon base. Su Qing walked over. Look! Lin Wanwan pointed at an additional layer of spring structure underneath the base. I made a shock-absorbing layer with the tendons of sea beasts and iron blocks plus these gears for transmission. In the future, when firing, the recoil will be at least halved and the turning speed will increase by 30%. Su Qing pressed down on the cannon barrel, pushing it down hard. It was indeed much smoother than before. Well done, Su Qing nodded. Lin Wanwan lifted her chin. She was a tech enthusiast, but also noticed the shift in atmosphere on the ship. Su Qinghan was beautiful with a good figure, and Lin Wanwan felt her position was seriously threatened. She had to step up her game and push the technology tree to the limit. Covered in machine oil, she extended her dirty hand. Boss, give me the deep sea secret silver. You just got to upgrade your composite crossbow. Su Qing took out the block of silver blue gleaming metal from the spatial bag and tossed it onto the workbench along with the composite crossbow on his back. How long will it take to finish? Half an hour. Lin Wanwan picked up the high-frequency cutting saw, pressed the switch, and directly cut into the deep-sea secret silver, sparks flying and metal shavings scattered everywhere. The girl clearly felt a sense of crisis seeing Su Qinghan board the ship, and her work efficiency doubled. Su Qing did not mind her and turned to walk towards the right side of the deck. Su Qinghan was still moving wood as she neatly stacked the last few pieces of wood and collapsed onto the deck. The black silk suspender dress clung to her back, revealing her fair skin. She gasped heavily, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Bai Yun emerged from the kitchen area carrying a wooden basin. Xiao Qing, the few mutated seeds we planted yesterday have borne fruit. Bai Yun waved at Su Qing. Su Qing walked over. In the isolated metal planting box, the bright red seedling had already grown to half a meter tall with 5 or 6 dragonized red fruits hanging from the vine, while the adjacent windwalker grass had a string of green grass seeds. The metallic patterned iron tree was even more exaggerated, with a trunk as thick as an arm and 3 gray-black hard-shelled fruits hanging from its branches. The effects of the mutated soil were indeed domineering. Su Qing reached out to pick the blood spirit fruits. The fruits were hot to the touch and contained significant energy. He also plucked all the windwalker grass seeds. Without any hesitation, Su Qing directly stuffed 3 blood spirit fruits and all the windwalker grass seeds into his mouth and chewed them. The fruit flesh entering his stomach unleashed a violent torrent of heat throughout his body. Data crazily jumped on his retina. Strength 52, agility 41, constitution 48. These attributes were absolutely overwhelming for players at this stage. There were still 3 blood spirit fruits left in the planting box. Su Qing picked all the remaining fruits, turned, and handed one to Bai Yun. Eat this, Su Qing said. Bai Yun set down the wooden basin in her hands, taking it with both hands. She did not eat it immediately, but while taking the fruit lightly traced her fingers across Su Qing's palm. I stay on the ship every day cooking. It would be a waste to eat such good food. Bai Yun lowered her voice, only audible to the two of them. You eat more, I'll make you a soup with seaweed to replenish you tonight. Su Qing grasped her wrist with the back of his hand. If I let you eat, then eat. Having a better constitution makes it less likely to fall ill. Bai Yun's cheeks flushed as she obediently placed the fruit into her mouth. Soon a fine layer of sweat appeared on her fair skin, and she looked exceptionally vibrant. A crisp sound came from the workbench. Lin Weiner ran over holding a brand new crossbow. The originally dark golden composite crossbow was now completely covered in a layer of silver blue metallic coating, with the bowstring replaced by some unknown sea beast's sinew, which was thicker than before. Boss, it's done. Lin Weiner handed over the crossbow. I melted the deep-sea secret silver and reforged the body and pulley system. The current draw weight is 3 times that of the previous one, and I added a simple mechanical cocking device, so you won't need to pull hard anymore. Su Qing took the secret silver composite crossbow. It felt solid in his hand, weighing twice as much. Secret silver composite crossbow rare range increased to 600 meters with a strong armor-piercing effect. Well done. Su Qing slung the crossbow over his shoulder and casually tossed a blood spirit fruit to Lin Weiner, who fumbled to catch it. What is this? Blood spirit fruit, it boosts attributes. Su Qing looked at her, a reward for you. Lin Weiner cheered and immediately stuffed the fruit into her mouth. A rush of warmth surged and the dark circles under her eyes from staying up late faded significantly, making her appear revitalized. Boss is generous. He'll take care of all the weapon upgrades on the ship from now on. Lin Weiner patted her flat chest in assurance. Su Qing carried the last blood spirit fruit and walked towards the edge of the deck. Su Qinghan had just taken a short break when she saw Su Qing approaching. She immediately pushed herself up from the wooden board, but almost stumbled forward due to the sudden movement. Su Qing reached out to steady her arm. Su Qinghan used the support to regain her balance and quickly took a step back to create distance. Boss, the wood has been stacked up nicely. Su Qinghan lowered her head, hands clasped behind her back. Su Qing opened his palm, and the red fruit lay quietly in his hand. Eat it. Su Qinghan was stunned. She had clearly seen that this fruit was an extremely precious mutated plant. Su Qing ate one himself and shared it with Bai Yun and Lin Weiner. She thought it was not meant for her since she had just boarded the ship and was merely a laborer. Is this for me? Su Qinghan's throat felt dry. The ship doesn't keep idle people, but it also doesn't mistreat those who work hard, Su Qing replied calmly. Eat it to restore your strength. We need to clean the lower deck this afternoon. Su Qinghan's hands trembled slightly as she took the blood spirit fruit. She bit into it, and the rich juice flowed down her throat. Seconds later, her pale face from fleeing turned rosy and the blood blisters on her palms began to scab over visibly. The fatigue vanished. Su Qinghan looked up at Su Qing. She had hardly any impression of this student during her time at school. Now this man controlled her life and death and gave her the confidence to survive in this vast sea. Thank you, boss. Su Qinghan's voice was soft, her posture very humble, as she bent slightly, her hands crossed in front of her, the fabric of her neckline sagging. Su Qing glanced over without stopping. Get to work now. Su Qinghan immediately turned and walked towards the lower deck, her steps significantly lighter. Su Qing returned to the helm, pulled a wooden chair over, and sat down. The raft sailed steadily under the push of the mini spiritual energy reactor. He opened his personal panel and glanced at the regional leaderboard. His current score was 515 points, firmly in first place. The second place Wang Meng had 380 points, already creating a gap between them. Holding the top score in the region did not make Su Qing feel relaxed. He swiped on the virtual screen and switched to the global leaderboard. First place, Alexander Ivanov. Score 1850. Second place, Miyamoto Takashi. Score 1620. Third place, Jack Smith. Score 1580. Su Qing's gaze scanned down, flipping through several pages before finding his name in the corner. 876th place. Su Qing closed the panel and leaned back in the wooden chair. Being first in the region but failing to make it into the top 500 globally indicated that the methods top players used to earn points were extremely ruthless. Killing granted half the points. Alexander's 1850 points were definitely not accumulated by just killing sea beasts. These people likely consolidated resources from the entire region, treating lower-tier players like farmed pigs, harvesting them collectively. Merely wandering aimlessly at sea would only widen the point gap. The underwater relic locator must be repaired as soon as possible. A dull thud came from the lower deck as Su Qinghan climbed up the wooden ladder. She was covered in dust and with chips, her originally fair face marked with 2 streaks of dirt, and sweat clung her hair to her forehead, making her look extremely disheveled. She walked up to Su Qing, her hands neatly placed at her sides. Boss, all the clutter in the lower deck has been cleared and sorted. Su Qinghan panted, her chest rising and falling. The iron pieces and plastic fragments are in the left storage box, and the wood is stacked on the right. Su Qing gave her a glance. She worked hard and didn't cut corners. Go wash up. Su Qing pointed in the direction of the water purifier. Su Qinghan nodded and turned towards the kitchen area. Just as she took a few steps, Bai Yun emerged from the wooden house, carrying a steaming large iron pot. The two crossed paths in the middle of the deck. Bai Yun was still dressed in that silk nightgown and black stockings, looking clean and fresh, exuding a scent of shower gel, as if she had just bathed. Su Qinghan looked down at her dirty dress, her toes digging into the wooden boards. In university, she had been a high-ranking counselor, and Bai Yun was a student's parent. Now Bai Yun was holding the iron pot like a hostess, while she herself was covered in dust, resembling a laborer who had just finished a tough job. Teacher Su, you've worked hard. Bai Yun smiled at her, her tone gentle. Go take a shower, dinner will be ready soon. Thank you, Sister Yun. Su Qinghan's voice was very low as she avoided Bai Yun and hurried towards the water bucket. A wooden table was set up in the center of the deck, and the four of them sat around it. Lin Weiner eagerly lifted the lid of the iron pot, and a rich meaty aroma mixed with the freshness of kelp wafted out. Iron bone shark stewed kelp. Lin Weiner swallowed and reached for the meat with her chopsticks. Bai Yun took the ladle and blocked Lin Weiner's chopsticks. Drink the soup first. Bai Yun filled a large bowl which was full of thick kelp and several pieces of tender fish belly, and placed it directly in front of Su Qing. Xiao Qing, drink more. Bai Yun looked at Su Qing. You sweated so much today, the kelp replenishes qi and blood specially made for you. Su Qing picked up the bowl and took a sip. It was indeed very good, without a hint of fishiness, and the warmth flowed down his throat, making his stomach feel very comfortable. Su Qinghan sat at the edge of the table holding a wooden bowl and eating rice in small bites. She was an extremely intelligent woman, and her profession as a counselor made her habitually observe the people around her. Bai Yun's words about replenishing qi and blood, combined with the way she looked at Su Qing, made Su Qinghan instantly understand. These two were definitely not just simple teammates. Su Qinghan's gaze landed on Su Qing. This man was too powerful. In this lawless sea, following him not only ensured survival, but allowed for a good life. However, Bai Yun was firmly in control of logistics, and Lin Weiner handled the technological upgrades of it. Apart from being able to create a few spreadsheets, she had no irreplaceable value. If she continued to do menial labor, she would eventually be marginalized. She had to find a way to rise to a higher position. Su Qinghan bit her chopsticks, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Bai Yun's collar before glancing at herself. In terms of appearance and figure, she was confident that she was certainly not inferior to Bai Yun. Teacher Su, what are you daydreaming about? Lin Wanwan asked with her mouth full of fish, her words muffled. Eat more vegetables, this cabbage is from our own garden. Su Qinghan came back to her senses and hurriedly picked up a piece of cabbage. It's nothing, I just think the food is too delicious, she forced a smile. If it's good, then eat more, Bai Yun said, filling Su Qingsheng's bowl with soup, casually continuing the conversation. There will be many chores on the boat later. If you don't eat enough, you won't have the strength to work. She did not refute, but merely nodded obediently. Sister Yun is right. I felt my strength was lacking when I moved the wood in the afternoon. I will definitely work harder in the future to build my strength. After dinner, Su Qinghan took the initiative to handle the dishes and wipe the table. Once everything was tidied up, the sky had completely darkened, and the sea breeze blew across the deck, bringing a distinct chill. Su Qinghan dried her hands and walked in front of Su Qing. Boss, where am I sleeping tonight? The wooden house had only 2 bedrooms and a living room, and both the master and guest rooms were already occupied. There are a few idle animal skins in the corner of the living room. Su Qing leaned back in his chair without looking up. Make a bed for yourself. Okay. Without any hesitation, Su Qinghan turned to get the animal skins. Lin Wanwan yawned and took the high-frequency cutting saw into the guest room. Bai Yun walked over to Su Qing and naturally linked her arm with his. Xiao Qing, it's windy outside, let's go back inside. Su Qing stood up, allowing Bai Yun to pull him towards the master bedroom. With the door of the master bedroom closed, Su Qinghan spread out the animal skins and lay down on the cold wooden floor of the living room. Covered with a thin coat, she curled up into a ball. Before long, sounds came from the master bedroom. The creaking of the wooden bed was clearly not as good as Lin Wanwan had boasted. The grinding noise was sharply piercing in the quiet night, accompanied by suppressed gasps. Su Qinghan turned over, covering her ears with her hands. But the sound was pervasive, desperately drilling into her mind. She closed her eyes, her mind filled with the image of Su Qing holding a compound crossbow, with one hand coldly pulling the trigger. That kind of extreme violence was deadlier than any sweet words in this post-apocalyptic world. Su Qinghan bit her lower lip, her fingers gripping the animal skin beneath her tightly. She did not want to sleep on the floor, as she wanted to sleep in that bed. By the late night, the sounds from the master bedroom had long ceased. The raft sailed steadily across the sea, propelled by the miniature spiritual energy reactor. The door of the master bedroom was pushed open, and Su Qing walked out with his upper body bare. His physical constitution was at 48 points, so he felt no cold at all. He walked over to the advanced water purifier, grabbed a cup of water, and drank it in one gulp. On the living room floor, Su Qinghan lay with her back to him. The black spaghetti-strap dress she wore had rolled up to the top of her thighs, her fair skin glimmering under the dim moonlight. Su Qing's footsteps were light, but Su Qinghan was actually not asleep at all. Hearing Su Qing come out, she deliberately slowed her breathing slightly, adjusting her body to make the curve of her collar more pronounced. She was betting whether this vigorous young man, Su Qing, would have some other thoughts about an unguarded woman on this silent night. As long as Su Qing touched her, she could naturally climb up. Su Qing held the cup of water, his gaze sweeping over Su Qinghan, lingering for less than half a second. He averted his gaze, completely ignoring the woman pretending to be asleep on the floor, and walked straight towards the control panel. Su Qinghan waited for a long time, but did not hear any movement. She quietly opened her eyes and only saw Su Qing standing in front of the radar panel, a wave of intense frustration surging in her heart. Su Qing stood at the control panel, his gaze fixed on the radar screen. The effect of the primary radar amplification chip was extremely obvious. Within a scanning radius of 30 nautical miles, there were dense light points. In the upper right corner of the screen, at a position 25 nautical miles away, a group of red light was flashing at an incredibly fast rate. With each flash, several white points around it disappeared. Su Qing switched out the translucent panel and clicked on the regional leaderboard. Originally ranked second, Wang Meng's score was jumping wildly. Second place, Wang Meng. Score 580. Second place, Wang Meng. Score 610. In just a few minutes, Wang Meng's score had directly approached Su Qing's 630 points. This person must have found an extremely efficient way to farm points. Su Qing closed the panel, gripping the steering wheel with both hands, steering towards the group of red lights. With the thrust of the miniature spiritual energy reactor maximized, the ghostly blue halo in the transparent energy tank suddenly expanded. The sky gradually brightened, and the horizon glimmered with a hint of dawn. Su Qinghan crawled up from the animal skins in the corner of the living room. Her whole body ached. The wooden floor was too hard, and coupled with the extremely awkward half hour from last night, she had not slept soundly all night. She glanced down at the black spaghetti strap dress she was wearing. The hem she had deliberately rolled up last night was still stuck at the top of her thighs, but that man had not even glanced at her. Su Qinghan pulled her dress down and tidied her messy hair. She knew clearly that such low-level tactics would not work on Su Qing. This man only valued worth. She walked to the edge of the deck, picking up a bucket and a cloth, and began to scrub the wooden planks vigorously. Bai Yun pushed open the master bedroom door and walked out wearing a clean set of sportswear, her hair casually tied back, looking in great spirits. "Teacher Su, you're up so early." Bai Yun walked over to the kitchen area and greeted casually. "Good morning, Sister Yun," Su Qinghan replied, without looking up, vigorously scrubbing the gaps in the wooden planks. "There is dust on the deck, so I'm wiping it a few more times." Bai Yun did not say anything more and turned to check the vegetables in the planting box. Lin Wanwan yawned as she emerged from the guest room, still holding a screwdriver. "Boss, where are we going?" Lin Wanwan walked to the control panel, looking at the red dot on the radar screen. "To kill people," Su Qing said, staring at the sea ahead. "Wang Meng's score has far surpassed mine." Lin Wanwan instantly perked up, stuffing the screwdriver into her pocket, and ran directly to the magical energy cannon, gripping the control lever with both hands. "I reinforced the shock-absorbing layer again last night. I guarantee today will hit wherever we aim." Half an hour later, a large dark shadow appeared on the surface of the sea ahead. Su Qing picked up the binoculars. It was an extremely large water camp, not a makeshift raft, but 3 medium-sized wooden boats, each over 50 square meters, connected together by thick iron chains. The outer layer of the 3 boats was wrapped in rusted iron sheets, and 2 simple catapults were set up on the deck. In the center of the camp, a huge circle was enclosed with wood and barbed wire. Inside the circle, dozens of scattered players were crammed together. These players had all been stripped of their shirts, their hands bound behind their backs. Wang Meng stood bare-chested, holding a gleaming purple mountain-cutting knife outside the barbed wire, flanked by a dozen henchmen armed with spears. "Boss, once this batch of piglets is killed, your score will definitely soar to the top of the region," one henchman said with a fawning expression. Wang Meng spat and raised his mountain-cutting knife. "Kill them all. Move faster." A dozen henchmen raised their spears and thrust them through the barbed wire. The scattered players inside let out piercing screams, blood flowing along the wooden planks into the sea. Su Qing put down the binoculars. Treating players as piglets for farming and slaughtering them in concentration, it was no wonder these people's scores were rising so absurdly. "Wanwan, aim for the connection point of the iron chains on that middle boat," Su Qing said in a low voice. "Received." Lin Wanwan turned the gears, pressing down the cannon muzzle. 400 meters away. "Fire!" Boom. A bluish energy projectile howled forth, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. At the moment the energy projectile left the chamber, a dazzling burst of pink light erupted from its surface. The Pearl Glimmer Lotus triggered. A 200 critical damage bonus. The energy projectile accurately struck the thick iron chain connecting the 2 ships, and a violent explosion tore through the air. The wrist-thick iron chain vaporized instantly in the pink energy storm, and the violent shockwave flipped the 50-square-meter wooden ship on the right, sending the catapult and several minions flying into the air, disappearing into the sea. Wang Meng was knocked to the deck, his ears ringing with a buzzing sound. He quickly got up and turned to look at the sea. An armored wooden raft wrapped in a pale golden energy shield was rapidly approaching. "Damn, Su Qing." Wang Meng recognized the ship's distinctive shield. "I didn't go looking for you, yet you came right to me." Wang Ming raised his purple glowing mountain-splitting knife and shouted at the remaining subordinates, "Bring the ship closer. Smash the catapult. Kill him, the first one is mine." The catapult on the left wooden ship swiftly turned, hurling a boulder weighing dozens of pounds into the air, aimed at Su Qing's raft. Bang! The boulder struck the pale golden shield of the Ascension Talisman. The shield flickered violently a few times before firmly blocking the attack, leaving not a single crack. Su Qing stood behind the railing, drawing out the secret silver composite crossbow from his back. The crossbow, upgraded with deep-sea secret silver, was extremely heavy, and at a distance of 300 meters the sight locked onto the operator beside the catapult. He pulled the trigger. Click! A steel armor-piercing arrow shot out. Its speed was twice as fast as before, making it impossible for the naked eye to track its trajectory. The operator was just about to load the second stone when a large hole exploded in his chest. The armor-piercing arrow penetrated his body, with unrelenting force, nailing him to the mast behind the arrow's tail, vibrating violently. A prompt jumped up on the retina. Kill player gained 12 points. Su Qing didn't stop twisting his wrist as the crossbow's mechanical string puller automatically drew back the bowstring. Second arrow. Third arrow. Thud. Thud. 2 more minions fell. Wang Ming was anxious. He hadn't expected Su Qing's firepower to be so fierce, unable to even defend. Ram it. Smash his shield. Wang Ming rushed into the cockpit, pushing the fuel to maximum. The remaining 2 wooden ships with tremendous inertia rushed towards Su Qing's armored raft. "Boss, they're coming in," Lin Wanwan shouted. "Steady the rudder." Su Qing stood up and hung the secret silver composite crossbow back on his back. He clenched his right fist, the joints of the mechanical exoskeleton rubbing against each other, making a piercing sound. The moment the 2 ships collided, boom, a massive muffled sound exploded on the sea surface. Wang Ming's ironclad wooden ship crashed violently against the energy shield of the Ascension Talisman. The shield's light dimmed greatly, but held firm against the impact. Conversely, the bow of Wang Ming's ship crumpled, with wooden planks shattering extensively. Su Qing's legs exerted tremendous force, propelling him into the air, landing steadily on Wang Ming's deck. Looking for death, Wang Ming's eyes turned red. Gripping the purple glowing mountain-splitting knife tightly, he brought it down fiercely towards Su Qing's head. The blade tore through the air. Su Qing did not dodge. He raised his right arm, wrapped in the mechanical exoskeleton, directly meeting the exquisite mountain-splitting knife. Clang! The loud sound of metal clashing erupted. The mountain-splitting knife struck the exoskeleton armor, sparking wildly, leaving no mark. Wang Ming felt a violent tremor in his hands, nearly losing grip on the knife. Su Qing's left hand shot out like lightning, firmly grasping Wang Ming's wrist. With a powerful twist, crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed, and Wang Ming let out a scream, the mountain-splitting knife clattering to the deck. Without any pause, Su Qing's right fist clenched tightly struck Wang Ming's chest with terrifying explosive power. This punch triggered the Pearl Glimmer Lotus critical hit. The pink light exploded in front of Wang Ming's chest. His chest caved in instantly, all his ribs shattered, and he flew backward like a broken sack, crashing through the wooden planks of the cockpit. Instant kill. On the retina, golden system prompts flooded the screen. Kill player Wang Ming. Trigger point plundering mechanism. Current target points 640 points. Points gained 320 points. Current total points 1105 points. The area leaderboard has been updated. First place, Su Qing. Global leaderboard has been updated. 95th place, Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at the panel, having directly entered the global top 100. The few remaining minions on the deck were utterly terrified, dropping their weapons and jumping into the sea, desperately swimming away. Su Qing paid no mind to those in the water, turning towards the barbed wire enclosure containing the scattered player. There were still more than 20 survivors inside, all injured, staring in terror at the god of slaughter, who had just defeated Wang Ming barehanded. Su Qing drew the collector's short blade from his waist, casually swung it, and cut the lock of the barbed wire gate. "The supplies on the ship belong to me." Su Qing scanned the group. "The remaining hull you can divide it yourselves." Su Qing sheathed the collector's short blade. The more than 20 scattered players in the enclosure exchanged glances, no one daring to speak, not even stepping through the cut opening. Su Qing couldn't be bothered with their reactions, kicking away the broken wood at his feet and walking straight towards Wang Ming's storage area. The wealth of the second ranked was indeed substantial. 3 large storage boxes were lined up behind the cockpit. Su Qing lifted the lid of the first box with one hand, and it was filled with basic materials, wood, iron blocks, and plastic fragments piled high. He opened his spatial bag and swept everything inside. The second box contained food and fresh water, dozens of pieces of charred sea beast meat, and 3 large barrels of murky rainwater, which Su Qing didn't even glance at, passing by directly. He had fresh vegetables on his ship and drank purified water from his water filter. This garbage was simply not worth his attention. The third box was locked. Su Qing raised his right arm covered in the mechanical exoskeleton and smashed his fist against the lock. With a crack, the rusty iron lock flew off. Inside the box lay several items emitting a faint glow. Intermediate Energy Crystal 5 Exquisite Underwater Propeller Blueprint 1 Water Repellent Potion Ordinary 3 good items. Su Qing collected the crystals and blueprints. Wang Meng's group had clearly also noticed the goods at the bottom of the sea, even obtaining the underwater propeller blueprint, though they had yet to gather the materials to craft it. After looting, Su Qing turned towards the edge where the two ships had collided. The scattered players finally reacted, kneeling down in a panic. "Thank you, Big Boss, for saving us. Big Boss, take us with you. We can do anything." Su Qing ignored them, gathering his legs to leap back onto his armored wooden raft. Letting these people go without killing them was already Su Qing's greatest mercy. Taking on these burdens was absolutely out of the question. Wanwan flipped the ship retreat. Su Qing issued the command. Lin Wanwan yanked the control lever, the micro-spiritual energy reactor outputting in reverse as the armored raft smoothly backed away from Wang Meng's wrecked ship, turning the bow and swiftly sailing away from the area. Su Qinghan approached with a clean towel in hand, her silk camisole drenched in sweat and then dried by the sea breeze, clinging to her body in wrinkled disarray. "Boss, wipe your hands." Su Qinghan offered the towel with both hands, her head slightly bowed, her demeanor exceedingly submissive. She had just witnessed Su Qing single-handedly take down Wang Meng on the deck, the sheer violence of it shattering the last vestiges of her highbrow reserve. Su Qing took the towel, casually wiped the blood from his hands, and tossed the towel into the water bucket. "Clear the space on the left side of the deck. Get the newly salvaged materials sorted out." "On it," Su Qinghan replied, turning to get to work without a word of idle chatter. Bai Yun approached with a cup of warm water. "Xiao Qing, are you injured?" She looked Su Qing up and down, confirming she saw no wounds before handing over the cup. Su Qing took a sip of water. "A bunch of rabble can't hurt me." He walked to the workbench and slapped the blueprint for the superior underwater propulsor onto the table. Lin Wanwan, who was maintaining the chain of the high-frequency cutting saw the blueprint, and her eyes instantly lit up. "An underwater propulsor. This is top-notch equipment for exploring the seabed." Lin Wanwan grabbed the blueprint and quickly scanned the material requirements: 50 iron blocks, 30 plastic shards, 1 intermediate energy crystal, and 1 small motor. "The basic materials are sufficient, and the crystal is accounted for." Lin Wanwan ran her fingers through her hair. "But we need a small motor. This thing only has a chance of dropping from treasure chests." Su Qing opened the trading hall. In the regional channel, news of Su Qing's single-handed kill of Wang Meng had spread like wildfire. "I was just nearby." Su Qing shot a cannonball that blew Wang Meng's ship apart, then jumped over and punched him to death. "Bullshit. Wang Meng had such high vitality, one punch to kill him. Are you filming a movie?" "Really? I saw it with my own eyes." Su Qing has broken 1,000 points now. Su Qing ignored the discussions and directly listed trading information. Items for sale: repeating crossbow common 3, iron spear common 5. Materials needed: small motor. Note: only trade for the motor, message privately with a picture. These common weapons were just picked up conveniently and were useless to Su Qing, but for ordinary players at this stage, they were life-saving artifacts. In less than a minute, a private message flashed with a player named Zhao Gang, sending a screenshot. "Small motor superior, a well-preserved micro-power core. Boss Su, he'll trade. I have a few pieces of scrap iron, and he'll give them all to you." The other party's tone was extremely excited. Su Qing clicked to trade. In a flash of white light, a palm-sized silver motor appeared in his hand. He tossed the motor to Lin Wanwan. "How long will it take to make it?" Lin Wanwan caught the motor and patted her chest. "Give me half an hour, I guarantee to coat it thoroughly with water." Su Qing nodded and turned towards the corner of the raft. The sky had darkened, and the sea breeze carried a distinct chill. In the corner, the dark purple Pandora's box was emitting a strong frequency of flickering light. The 24-hour mutation time was up. Su Qing walked over and lifted the box lid with one hand. A blinding golden light surged forth from the bottom of the box, illuminating the surrounding deck. Golden. Legendary. Su Qing's heart raced. He originally only hoped the box would repair the broken positioning disc, but unexpectedly, it had directly jumped 2 qualities to reach the legendary level. As the light faded, a palm-sized compass made entirely of dark golden metal lay quietly at the bottom of the box. The surface of the compass had no needle, and in the center was embedded a deep blue crystal swirling with what appeared to be a nebula. Item information automatically popped up. Acquired Eye of the Sea God Relic Compass. Legendary attributes: automatically locates all underwater relics within a radius of 500 nautical miles and projects a holographic sea map, can ignore the primary energy barriers surrounding relics, and directly open a passage. Current target locked: Ancient Sea Clan Outpost, 15 nautical miles away. Countdown: in 2 hours and 14 minutes this relic will be completely swallowed by the undertow. The coordinates will become permanently invalid. Su Qing held the compass, feeling the chilling metallic texture against his fingertips. Only a little over 2 hours remained. He turned and walked towards the control station. Wan, stop working on the propulsor for now, come steer the ship. Su Qing placed the compass on the control panel, and the blue crystal immediately projected a semi-transparent, holographic sea map. On the sea map, a red dot was flashing with distance and countdown marked beside it. Lin Wan set down her tools and ran over, her mouth watering at the sight of the holographic sea map. This technology. Boss, you've created a divine artifact. Lin Wan grasped the steering wheel, direction set, full speed ahead. The micro-spiritual energy reactor emitted a faint hum as the armored raft carved a white wave through the night, racing towards the target sea area. Su Qing sat in the chair and took out the primary water avoidance pearl that Su Qing had submitted. The pearl was entirely snow white, emanating a soft glow. With this pearl, along with the soon-to-be completed underwater propulsor, the conditions for exploring the underwater relics were basically met. Su Qing had just finished cleaning the deck and washed her hands as she approached, her gaze sweeping over the holographic sea map and the water avoidance pearl in Su Qing's hand, causing her heart to tighten. Boss, is there anything I need to prepare? Su Qing asked proactively, her voice soft. Su Qing put the water avoidance pearl into his pocket. Go sharpen those spears and place them by the railing as backup. Su Qing pointed to a few sticks that had just been collected. When I go into the water, you and Yun Jie stay on the deck to keep watch. Understood. Su Qing immediately turned to get to work. Bai Yun walked out from the kitchen area, holding a few freshly roasted pieces of beast meat. Xiaoqing, eat something to line your stomach. Bai Yun placed the plate on the table, her brow slightly furrowed. The seabed is too dangerous, you going down alone. I know what I'm doing. Su Qing took a bite of the beast meat. This relic is about to be swallowed by the undertow. If the system clears the contents inside, the loss would be too great. Half an hour later, the armored raft slowed down and stopped in a pitch-black sea area, the red dot on the holographic sea map overlapping with the green dot representing the raft. Boss, we've arrived. Lin Wan ran over from the workbench, holding a silver-gray streamlined device. The underwater propulsor is ready. With a double propeller design, the speed is absolutely fast. Su Qing took the propulsor. It was not light, and the exterior was coated with a thick layer of waterproof glue. He took off his coat, wearing only a tight vest, the mechanical exoskeleton fitting snugly around his right arm, with the upgraded mithril composite crossbow hanging on his back and a collector's dagger at his waist. Su Qing hung the primary water avoidance pearl around his neck. The moment the pearl touched his skin, an extremely thin, transparent membrane instantly expanded, wrapping him completely inside. Wan, keep an eye on the radar. If a large sea beast approaches, fire directly. Su Qing walked to the railing. Rest assured, boss. Lin Wan patted the base of the magical energy cannon. Without hesitation, Su Qing hoisted the underwater propulsor in one hand, vaulted over the railing, and leaped into the pitch-black sea. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. The moment Su Qing entered the water, the transparent membrane formed by the water avoidance pearl immediately expanded, perfectly isolating the seawater. He could not only breathe freely inside the membrane, but also felt no chill or water pressure from the sea. He pressed the switch on the propulsor. Vroom! The double propellers spun rapidly, creating two trails of bubbles as Su Qing shot downwards like a torpedo into the unfathomable depths of the sea. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The light grew dimmer, surrounded by the suffocating deep-sea blue. Su Qing turned on the searchlight at the front of the propulsor, the strong beam piercing through the darkness. At 50 meters deep, the terrain became extremely complex, with giant coral reefs intertwining like the skeletons of monsters. Su Qing controlled the propulsor to slow down, his gaze passing through the beam of the searchlight. At the end of the coral reef, the outline of an extremely large ancient city gradually emerged, with a rugged architectural style made entirely of massive grayish-blue stone blocks, the surface covered in glowing seaweed. In the center of the ancient city stood a stone pillar towering over 10 meters high, at the top of which was embedded a crystal radiating a ghostly blue light. This was the outpost of the ancient sea clan. Su Qing controlled the underwater propulsion device hovering at the edge of the ancient city. A semi-transparent light blue light curtain resembling an inverted bowl enveloped the entire ancient sea tribe outpost. The surface of the light curtain was adorned with intricate runes, and occasionally a few unfortunate deep-sea fish would collide with it, instantly turning to char, leaving not a trace behind. A basic energy barrier. If Wang Meng and his group truly gathered the materials to dive in, this barrier alone could spell disaster for their entire army. Su Qing reached into his spatial pouch with one hand and retrieved the Eye of the Sea God relic compass. The blue crystal in the center of the compass sensed the presence of the barrier, glowing brightly as a solid blue beam shot forth, striking the light curtain. There was no violent explosion nor any piercing sound. The light blue curtain melted silently like butter pierced by a red-hot iron rod, creating a circular gap 2 meters in diameter. Su Qing pushed down on the joystick of the propulsion device, and his body slipped through the gap. The moment he passed through the barrier, the surrounding water's flow suddenly changed, becoming extraordinarily gentle. A transparent membrane formed by the water-repellent pearl adhered to his body, and Su Qing could even smell a faint briny scent in the air. Although there was water inside the barrier, the water pressure and resistance were significantly reduced. He attached the propulsion device to his waist and firmly planted his feet on the grayish-blue stone path. The street was wide, flanked by towering stone structures, their walls covered with bioluminescent seaweed, casting a dim glow around. Su Qing drew the short blade of the collector from his waist and walked along the wall. After just a few steps, his gaze fell upon a recess at the street corner where a black iron treasure chest covered in barnacles lay quietly. Su Qing approached, pried off the barnacles with the short blade, and opened the chest with one hand. Obtain Sea Tribe Alloy Block Quality Good 10. Obtain Deep Sea Night Pearl Common 2. Obtain Blueprint for Basic Underwater Breathing Potion 1. All are rare materials unattainable on land. Su Qing swept everything into his spatial pouch, not even sparing the 2 fist-sized night pearls, as they would serve perfectly as lighting for Lin Weiner. He continued deeper. Most of the buildings in the ancient city had collapsed, with shattered stone pillars and enormous boulders scattered everywhere. Su Qing searched and scavenged along the way, opening 3 more black iron treasure chests and acquiring dozens of water attribute energy crystals. The closer he got to the towering stone pillar at the center, the quieter the surroundings became. It was an unsettling kind of silence. Su Qing stopped in his tracks, his mechanical exoskeleton's right fist slowly tightening. 50 meters ahead was a vast circular plaza, and at the very center stood the stone pillar embedded with glowing crystals. Beneath the pillar lay 3 massive creatures. They resembled enlarged devilfish, their backs covered with thick greenish bone plates, their tails tipped with barbed spikes radiating a ghostly blue poison. They lay on the plaza's stone slabs, seemingly in slumber. Deep Sea Stingray Elite Level Sea Beast. Its body is covered with high-strength bone plates, and its tail spikes contain neurotoxin. Su Qing did not recklessly approach. Even with the water-repellent pearl diminishing the water pressure, his explosive movements would still be compromised. If all 3 creatures awakened simultaneously, entangling with them underwater would be quite troublesome. He drew the mithril composite crossbow from his back and knelt behind a partially collapsed stone pillar. The deep-sea mithril crossbow, upgraded, remained stable underwater. Su Qing pulled the thick bowstring taut, locking onto the eye of the leftmost stingray. No matter how hard the bone plates were, the eyes were definitely the weak point. He pulled the trigger. The steel-piercing arrow was released, trailing a long white stream behind it underwater. The Pearl Lotus did not trigger, but the penetration power of the mithril composite crossbow was already terrifying enough. Thud! The piercing arrow accurately struck the left eye of the stingray, directly penetrating its brain. The creature's massive body jolted, rolling violently in the water, dark green blood instantly dispersing in the sea before crashing heavily onto the stone slab, motionless. Elite Level Sea Beast killed, gained 50 points. The smell of blood immediately startled the other 2 stingrays. The bone plates on their backs flared open, gliding across the ground towards Su Qing at high speed, like 2 underwater fighter jets, their tails raised high, the poison spikes gleaming with deadly blue light. They were incredibly fast. Su Qing did not retreat. He hung the crossbow back on his back and pushed off the ground with both legs. With 48 points of constitution and 52 points of strength fully unleashed, he shot forward like a cannonball, charging at the 2 creatures. The mechanical exoskeleton of his right arm emitted a low, grinding sound. The foremost stingray suddenly whipped its tail, stabbing its poison spike towards Su Qing's chest like a spear. Su Qing tilted his body at an incredibly unnatural angle in the water, avoiding the poison spike just in time as he grabbed the thick tail with his left hand. Get up! Su Qing roared, unleashing all the power of his right arm's exoskeleton, forcibly swinging the several hundred-pound creature in the water, smashing it towards the second stingray, charging from behind. Bang! The 2 creatures collided, the sound of their bone plates shattering echoing dully underwater. Before they could react, Su Qing, already closed in his right fist, clenched tightly, striking towards the soft belly of one of the stingrays. A pink glow suddenly burst forth in the deep sea. Pearl Lotus. A 200 critical damage bonus combined with the kinetic boost of the mechanical exoskeleton. The belly of this stingray was blasted open, its innards and chunks of flesh exploding in the seawater. The remaining stingray went completely berserk, opening its flat mouth filled with sharp teeth and lunging at Su Qing's head. Su Qing did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, drawing the short blade of the collector from his waist and thrusting it upward directly into its jaw, pulling with force. The sharp blade cut through flesh, cleanly severing half of its head. The battle was over in less than 10 seconds. Su Qing shook off the green blood from the blade, sheathed the short blade at his waist, and the two creatures' corpses transformed into white light, leaving behind two glowing blue treasure chests. Su Qing approached and collected all the treasure chests into his spatial pouch. He looked up at the towering stone pillar at the center of the plaza. At the top of the pillar, the human head-sized ghostly blue crystal radiated an extremely pure energy wave. Su Qing swam towards the towering stone pillar. The underwater propulsion device was powerful, quickly elevating him. The transparent membrane formed by the water-repellent pearl completely isolated him from the seawater, leaving him unaffected by the water pressure, breathing steadily. Approaching the top of the pillar, the human head-sized ghostly blue crystal was within reach. The surface of the crystal was covered in natural geometric patterns, and the energy swirling within was incredibly viscous, even stirring up subtle ripples in the surrounding sea. Item information popped up on the retina. Obtains Sea Tribe Energy Core Epic. Attributes contains an extremely vast and pure water attribute. Spiritual energy can serve as the energy hub for a large base or activate facilities of ancient relics below legendary grade. Once again, an epic grade relic. Su Qing did not hesitate. He gripped the collector dagger's handle with his right hand and drove it hard into the groove at the crystal's base. He flexed his wrist, and the gears of the mechanical exoskeleton emitted a low roar. With a cracking sound, the connection at the top of the stone pillar shattered. Su Qing pried the epic core free with one hand and stuffed it into his spatial cloth pouch. The instant the energy concentrating core separated from its housing, the whole plaza changed violently. The bioluminescent seaweed clinging to the walls dimmed in an instant. The blue-gray flagstones beneath his feet began to tremble, and the seabed silt churned, clouding the surrounding water. Ahead, a massive stone wall at the end of the plaza emitted a dull grinding. The wall split down the middle and slowly receded to either side. A broad corridor was revealed, its interior free of seawater, a completely dry, self-contained space. Su Qing tightened his grip on the dagger and steered his thruster toward the entrance. Passing through the invisible barrier that kept the sea at bay, Su Qing's feet found a hard metal floor. He shut off the thruster and hung it at his waist. The air here was dry, carrying the stale tang of rusted metal. The sensor lamps along the passage lit in sequence, their pale blue beams stretching into the depths. On the surface, night had fallen in full. The armored wooden raft floated silently. The pale golden energy shield of the Ascension Talisman was conspicuous against the darkness. Su Qinghan gripped a sharpened wooden stake with both hands at the rail. The sea wind bit cold, her half-dry silk slip could not keep out the chill, and goose flesh rose on the exposed skin of her arms. She stared at the black sea, her thoughts in turmoil. If Su Qing died below, the three women on that raft would not survive until morning. She had seen Wang Meng and his party slaughter clearly, who once the scoring mode activated, this stretch of sea had become a true slaughterhouse. Bai Yun carried a tray from the galley with 2 steaming cups. "Teacher Su, have some hot water." Bai Yun handed over the cup. Su Qinghan caught it with one hand. The cup's warmth seeped into her palm and steadied her a little. "Sister Yun, the boss. He's been down so long. What if something happened?" Su Qinghan whispered. Bai Yun sipped her own cup calmly. He would not have gone down unless he was absolutely confident. "We only need to keep the raft in order and not create trouble for him." Su Qinghan looked at Bai Yun's composed bearing and felt her small anxieties immediately melt away. Bai Yun's trust in Su Qing was carved into her bones. That kind of assurance was something a newcomer like her, half an outsider, could never match. At the helm, Lin Wanwan lay over the radar console. She stared at the screen and sucked in a cold breath. On the radar, the grid representing the area directly beneath the raft, once a calm, deep blue, suddenly erupted into a dazzling ripple of energy. "Wanwan, what's wrong?" Bai Yun asked as she came over. "There's a massive energy reaction on the seabed. The peak at that instant was dozens of times higher than our micro-spiritual energy reactor." Lin Wanwan tapped the keyboard and pulled up the detailed readings. The boss must have disturbed something extraordinary down there, beneath the ruins. Su Qing walked along the corridor, his footsteps echoing through the hollow metal passage. At its end stood a heavy alloy gate. The gate was ajar. Su Qing slipped through sideways, and his line of sight opened wide. It was an enormous underground armory. The vaulted ceiling soared over 20 meters. On the floor, several abandoned assembly lines lay in neat rows, strewn with rusted mechanical parts and unidentified metal ingots. At the center of the hall sat a chest that glowed with a bronze luster. Around it, in a ring, stood 8 mechanical sentinels over 2 meters tall. The sentinels were cast from blue-gray alloy, each gripping a long pole blade. Their surfaces were encrusted with barnacles and marine scale, evidence of many years of dormancy. They were ancient Sea Tribe Guards, elite-grade constructs, heavily armored, driven by spiritual energy cores, adept at holding defensive positions. Su Qing's gaze swept over the 8 iron hulks. Elite grade. Left out in the open, any one of them could tear a common player's raft to pieces. Su Qing did not slow. He walked straight toward the bronze chest at the hall's center, 10 meters from the chest. With a click, the heads of all 8 sentinels flared with harsh red light. Their hibernation protocols disengaged. Heavy metallic footsteps sounded together as the 8 rose, hoisting their pole blades in unison and surging to encircle Su Qing. The blades ripped the air with a shrill howl. Su Qing did not retreat. He snatched the deep-sea mithril composite crossbow from his back and wound its mechanical cocking device instantly. The crossbow, reinforced with deep-sea mithril, was exceedingly heavy, yet under his 52 points of strength it felt weightless. He aimed the sight at the red ocular sensor of the foremost sentinel. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! A hardened steel armor-piercing bolt tore out. Pearlescent lotus triggered. A pink glow erupted at the bolt's tip, delivering 200 critical damage combined with the crossbow's tremendous penetration. The bolt drove clean through the sentinel's head. The hard blue-gray alloy skull burst, scattering parts and circuitry. The headless mech twitched twice before collapsing heavily to the metal floor. Su Qing's motion never paused. His wrist rolled. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid shots. The chest armor of 3 sentinels was torn open, their spiritual energy cores destroyed, and they were rendered inert on the spot. The remaining 4 sentinels had already closed in. 4 pole blades descended from different angles, at once sealing off every escape. Su Qing slung the composite crossbow back over his shoulder, bent his knees, and slammed forward. Rather than retreating, he barreled into the body of the sentinel to his left. The black mechanical exoskeleton on his right arm roared. Su Qing clenched his fist and delivered a brutal uppercut that crashed into the sentinel's jaw. Boom! A tremendous burst of kinetic energy exploded outward. The 2-meter-tall behemoth was sent airborne, its feet leaving the ground as its neck snapped backwards in a grotesque arc. Su Qing drew the collector dagger from his belt and in a reverse swing sliced through the joint connection of the sentinel to his right. The dagger, forged from high-frequency energy blade fragments, was razor-sharp and cut that sentinel's right arm clean from its socket. In less than a minute, the 8 elite ancient sea tribe sentinels had been reduced to a pile of scrap. Su Qing flicked oil from the dagger and sheathed it at his waist. The floor was littered with blue-gray alloy fragments and severed circuitry from the ruined sentinels. He stepped over the wreckage and walked straight to the center of the hall. The glowing bronze chest rested upon the stone dais. He lifted the lid with one hand. A blinding light flashed. A handful of items lay arranged neatly within. Acquired blueprint for the multifunctional workbench of the Sea Tribe Rare 1. Acquired Deep Sea Phantom Gold, or Rare 20. Acquired Intermediate Spiritual Energy Shield Generator Rare 1. Acquired High-Level Energy Crystals 5. Su Qing swept everything into the spatial bag. The blueprint for the workbench will definitely make Lin Weiner ecstatic when brought back. That old wooden table modified into a workbench has long been unable to keep up with the upgrade pace of the raft. Around the abandoned assembly line in the hall, there were still many dusty metal ingots scattered about. Su Qing walked over and waved his arm, collecting them all. Acquired rusty alloy blocks 150. Acquired abandoned transmission gears 80. Suddenly a line of red warnings popped up on his retina. Warning: the underwater current has shifted violently and the ruins will be completely submerged in 10 minutes. There was no time to linger. Su Qing turned and quickly made his way back along the same path. Passing through the invisible barrier that blocked the seawater, Su Qing re-entered the deep sea, activating the underwater propeller strapped to his waist. The dual propellers spun rapidly, propelling him straight up to the surface. On the sea surface, the armored raft remained stationary. The pale golden shield of the Ascension Talisman emitted a faint glow in the night. Su Qinghan held a sharpened wooden stick in both hands, standing by the railing. The sea breeze penetrated her half-dry silk suspender dress, and her legs trembled from the cold. The water surface suddenly broke apart. Su Qing grabbed the railing with one hand, leaped onto the deck, and the transparent film formed by the water beads instantly dissipated. Not a drop of seawater touched him. He was only wearing a tight vest, his muscular lines distinctly visible. Su Qinghan quickly discarded the wooden stick and handed a dry towel with both hands. Not wet, Su Qing said as he walked past her towards the center of the deck. Su Qinghan stood frozen, with the towel raised silently, retracting her hands, lowering her head to follow behind. Lin Weiner rushed over from the cockpit. "Boss, what exactly is down there? The radar data just peaked almost off the charts." Su Qing unbuckled the spatial bag at his waist and directly dumped its contents onto the wooden table. With a splash, a pile of materials emitting various glows formed a small mountain. Lin Weiner fell to her knees in front of the table, grabbing that blueprint with both hands. "Rare grade. Sea Tribe multifunctional workbench." Lin Weiner's voice cracked. "Boss, did you raid the Sea King's lair?" Bai Yun walked over from the kitchen area, holding a bowl of hot soup. "Drink something hot first," Bai Yun said as she handed the bowl to Su Qing. Su Qing took the bowl and took a sip, feeling warmth spread in his stomach. Su Qinghan stood by, staring at the table full of high-grade materials, then looking at the towel in her hand that she hadn't given away, feeling quite uncomfortable. She needed to find something to do. Su Qinghan took the initiative to squat down and help Lin Weiner sort the metal pieces on the table. "Weiner, where do these deep-sea phantom gold ores go?" Su Qinghan asked. "Put them in my parts box. Be gentle, this thing is extremely precise, don't damage it." Lin Weiner replied, without looking up, her gaze fixed on the structure in the blueprint. Su Qing sat on the wooden chair, reaching into the bag with one hand to pull out the Sea Tribe energy core, which was the size of a human head. The eerie blue glow erupted instantly, illuminating the entire 40-square-meter deck. Lin Weiner forgot about the blueprint, staring at the core with wide eyes, swallowing hard. The purity of this energy. Compared to our micro-reactor, it's simply a lighter. Lin Weiner reached out to touch it, but hesitated. "This thing can't be used right now, we need to wait until the raft is upgraded to a higher level," Su Qing said, as he stowed the core back into the spatial bag. "First, let's build the workbench. Is there enough material?" "Enough. This batch of rusty alloy blocks can be reprocessed combined with the deep-sea phantom gold, it's just right." Lin Weiner nodded vigorously. "Let's build it directly," Su Qing ordered. Su Qinghan immediately started moving the sorted materials to the original workbench. The metal blocks were heavy, causing the shoulder straps of her silk suspender dress to dig into her flesh, leaving 2 red marks. The blisters on her feet hadn't fully healed, and stepping on the wooden planks was painfully excruciating. She gritted her teeth and remained silent. Bai Yun walked up behind Su Qing, placing her hands on his shoulders and massaging with moderate force. "Are you hungry? I can go grill you a couple of pieces of meat," Bai Yun asked softly. "No need, just the soup is fine." Su Qing leaned back against the chair. He opened the translucent panel and switched to the regional leaderboard. His own score was currently 1250 points, still firmly in first place, while the second place had changed to someone named Lu Chang with 720 points. At that moment, a glaring golden announcement suddenly popped up on his retina. Server-wide announcement: player Alexander Ivanov has successfully killed a Lord-level sea beast, earning 1500 points. Server-wide announcement: the global points leaderboard has been updated. Su Qing switched to the global leaderboard. First place, Alexander Ivanov. Points 3,850. Second place, Miyamoto Musashi. Points 2,900. The gap not only didn't narrow but instead grew larger. Lord-level sea beast. Su Qing's fingers tapped the armrest of the wooden chair. The top player in this region must have some extremely perverse weapon or special hunting method. An ordinary raft could not withstand even a single impact from a Lord-level sea beast. He closed the panel. A burst of bright light erupted from the right side of the deck. A technologically advanced silver-black workbench appeared out of thin air, replacing the original shabby wooden table. Sea Tribe multifunctional workbench rare comes with a micro-furnace and precision engraving, mechanical arm processing speed of materials increased by 300, and has a 5 chance of producing beneficial mutations when crafting items below epic grade. Lin Weiner kissed the metal casing of the workbench fervently. "Boss, this thing is incredible." Lin Weiner excitedly patted the control panel. "With this I can modify your composite crossbow again, definitely maximizing its armor-piercing capability." Su Qing threw the intermediate spiritual energy shield generator over. Lin Weiner caught the glowing intermediate spiritual energy shield generator with both hands, bouncing up in excitement. "Boss, this is a great item." Lin Weiner hugged the generator and turned to run towards the brand new Sea Tribe multifunctional workbench. She carefully placed the generator on the control panel, pulled down the goggles, and directly activated the workbench's precision engraving mechanical arm. Sparks instantly lit up the night, and the harsh sound of cutting reverberated across the deck. Su Qing withdrew his gaze. He had fought with a few elite stingrays in the sea, getting covered in green blood and mud from the seabed. Now it felt sticky and uncomfortable on his skin. Su Qing took off his jacket and tossed it on the wooden chair, wearing only that tight vest as he walked directly towards the side of the wooden house. Their simple washing area was enclosed with several thick wooden boards connected to the water tank of the intermediate water purifier. Bai Yun was in the kitchen area processing the sea beast meat. They had just pulled up the knife, chopping rhythmically on the cutting board. Su Qinghan stood at the edge of the deck, her gaze glued to Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing head towards the washing area, she immediately turned around, picked up an empty wooden bucket nearby, and ran to the water purifier's outlet to collect half a bucket of warm water. She also tore off a clean soft towel from the clothesline and quickly followed after. The rinsing area was compact. Su Qing had just peeled off his tight-fitting sleeveless shirt, revealing a back sculpted with defined musculature. Across his shoulder blades ran several faint white scars, remnants of his recent battle against the sea beast. Su Qinghan entered carrying a water bucket and casually closed the wooden door of the rinsing area halfway. Boss, she murmured, her voice hushed and laced with deliberate deference. Su Qing did not turn around. He switched on the rudimentary overhead shower. Warm, purified water cascaded from his hair down his entire body. Su Qinghan placed the bucket beside her feet, soaked a towel in it, then wrung it dry. She stepped forward, drawing near to Su Qing's back. "Let me wipe you down," she said, pressing the warm, damp towel directly against his skin. Su Qing offered no refusal, allowing her movements behind him without resistance. Her motions were meticulous. The towel carefully lifted streaks of green blood from his top muscles. Her black silk slip dress was already short, now bending slightly to exert more pressure. Its neckline gaped wide open. With each stroke, her chest occasionally brushed against Su Qing's arm. His body radiated intense heat, like a forge burning at its peak. So close, Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed crimson. Within moments, her breathing quickening. "Press harder," Su Qing commanded. Instantly, she increased the pressure in her hands and took another small step forward until her entire body nearly adhered to his broad, solid back. "Boss, is the water temperature comfortable?" Her voice trembled. Su Qing turned to face her. Su Qinghan instinctively crouched, lifting the towel to cleanse the sand and grime from his abdomen and waist. She tilted her head upward, gazing at his face. Back in university, she had been an aloof academic advisor, cool and composed in her air-conditioned office, watching students bow and scrape for course credits. This extreme inversion of status did not wound her pride. Instead, it ignited within her a fierce, intoxicating thrill. On this lawless, amoral expanse of ocean, attaching oneself to such a paragon of strength was an opportunity countless women could only dream of. Su Qing looked down at her. Spray from the shower had dampened Su Qinghan's slip dress, causing the fabric to cling tightly to her skin. Vast expanses of pale, unblemished flesh laid bare. "What do you intend?" Su Qing seized her chin, forcing her gaze upward. She did not flinch. Instead, she deliberately pressed her cheek into the rough warmth of his palm. "I don't wish to remain mere labor." Su Qinghan met his eyes unwaveringly. "Boss, I'm far more useful than that. I can handle heavy tasks, yes, but also much more. What Yun Jiedas I can do too." Her voice dripped with seduction. "And once I was your teacher, doesn't that make it different?" She was a woman of extraordinary intelligence, keenly aware of the darker impulses that stirred in men's hearts. Su Qing's fingers tightened ever so slightly, enough to make her jaw ache. "You're quite adept at finding your place," he said, releasing her. "But order aboard this vessel must never be compromised." A surge of elation shot through Su Qinghan. She knew he had not refused. "I understand the rules," she rose swiftly. "I'll never encroach upon Yun Jie's domain. As long as you require me, I'll be there, always." Warm, purified water continued to pour from the rudimentary showerhead, drumming steadily against the wooden floorboards. Su Qing looked down at her. "Back at school you weren't like this," he observed, tone even and detached. Her movements paused. Just half a flash crossed her mind, herself standing tall at the lectern, clad in sharp professional attire, addressing dozens of students in a classroom. Aloof, untouchable, offended by even a lingering glance from a male student. That searing dissonance did not deter her. It kindled instead a perverse primal will to survive. Here, where human life was cheaper than grass, dignity held less value than a moldy black loaf. School is school. This is the sea. Su Qinghan leaned closer, her cheek brushing against his thigh. "Boss, I know only one truth: survival lies with you." She had utterly abandoned the last vestiges of restraint. Beyond the rinsing area's wall, at the workbench, Lin Wanwan activated the mechanical arm. Its screeching metal cuts sent sparks flying. In the kitchen zone, Bai Yun's rhythmic thuds echoed as she chopped meat with practiced precision. Separated by a single wall. Half an hour later, the sound of water ceased. Su Qinghan slumped onto the shallow pool of water, gasping deeply. Her slip dress was ruined. Its strap slipped askew, her posture exuding a languid, irresistible allure. Su Qing reached for a dry towel draped over the wooden rack and briskly wiped droplets from his skin. "Get up," he said, tossing the towel into the bucket. Su Qinghan pushed herself upright, legs unsteady. She hastily adjusted her strap, folded her hands behind her back, and stood before him, head bowed, cheeks still flushed. "I state the rules only once." Su Qing pulled on a clean, sleeveless shirt. "You'll continue handling deck chores. Bai Yun oversees logistics. Lin Wanwan manages equipment. Do not interfere in their domains." Su Qinghan nodded vigorously. "After cleaning the deck tonight, you'll be on call. Whenever summoned." Su Qing watched her. "Understood, boss." Her voice softened, rich with submission. She knew she had secured her place. As long as Su Qing stood, her safety aboard this raft was absolute. Su Qing pushed open the wooden door and strode out. Su Qinghan remained inside, dumping the filthy water from the bucket, wiping the floor dry with a cloth, then smoothing her clothes before stepping onto the deck. On the deck, Lin Wanwan circled the newly completed Seafolk multifunction workbench, rubbing her hands together in exhilaration. Forged entirely from silver-black deep-sea umbral metal, its surface shimmered with undulating cobalt energy veins. To its left hummed a miniature furnace, to its right extended an exquisitely precise mechanical arm. Its control panel flickered with intricate real-time data streams. Su Qing approached. "Boss, this thing is pure magic." Lin Wanwan pointed at the console. "I tested the micro-furnace just now. Iron processing speed has tripled with unprecedented purity." Bai Yun arrived bearing a tray of neatly sliced fruit, which she set upon the wooden table. She glanced at Su Qing, then at Su Qinghan, who emerged from the rinsing area with unsteady steps, and said nothing. Instead, she simply slid the fruit platter toward him. "Xiao Qing, have some fruit." Bai Yun said, her tone as gentle as ever. Su Qinghan lowered her head and hurried to the deck's edge, seizing a broom to sweep away the metallic shavings left by the earlier cutting, working with renewed, fervent diligence. Su Qing picked up a piece of fruit and popped it into his mouth, his gaze fixed on the workbench. "Can you upgrade the composite crossbow again?" he asked. "Absolutely." Lin Wanwan patted her flat chest. "I examined that intermediate spirit energy shield generator. Its core yields ultra-dense energy conduits." She gestured toward the mechanical arm. "Integrate those conduits into the crossbow's pulley system, then recoat the frame with deep-sea umbral metal, and every bolt will carry piercing energy discharge." "How long will it take?" 2 hours. "Give me 2 hours." Lin Wanwan snapped her protective goggles into place. Su Qing removed the secret silver composite crossbow from his back and placed it on the operating table. Lin Wanwan immediately activated the workstation. The mechanical arm extended out precisely, disassembling the composite crossbow into dozens of parts, while the miniature furnace spewed out a ghostly blue flame, beginning to smelt the deep-sea dark gold. Su Qing pulled over a wooden chair and sat down. He opened the translucent panel and switched to the regional rankings. The points mode had been active for over 24 hours. He was still in first place with 1250 points. Lu Chong in second place had increased his points to 890. In third place was someone named Zhao Gang with 850 points. The points among the top 10 were tightly contested. These people were absolutely hunting down scattered players or low-level sea beasts like madmen. Su Qing tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair. The rewards from the underwater ruins were indeed high, gaining several hundred points and a large amount of high-level materials in one go. However, ruins are a rare find. Although the Eye of the Sea God Ruins compass has a scanning radius of 500 nautical miles, there were no new red dots appearing on the holographic sea chart. To widen the gap with the people behind, one must take the initiative. "Yunjie," Su Qing said as he turned off the panel. Bai Yun immediately walked over and stood by his side. "Tomorrow harvest all the cabbage and tomatoes from the planting box and save enough seeds," Su Qing instructed. "Put the rest on the trading platform to exchange for energy crystals and rare metals." "All of it? Shouldn't we keep some for ourselves?" Bai Yun hesitated. "The mutated soil grows quickly, and we can just plant another batch tomorrow." Su Qing leaned back in his chair. "What the region needs most right now is fresh food. Those large teams have good resources, they won't part with them unless we use food to squeeze them dry." Bai Yun nodded and took note. Su Qinghan cleaned the deck and disposed of the trash into the sea. She walked over to the water purifier to wash her hands, hesitated for a moment, then walked to the other side of Su Qing and stood still, her hands neatly clasped in front of her. Su Qing ignored her, his gaze fixed on the radar screen at the helm. After installing the beginner radar amplification chip, the movements within 30 nautical miles were clear at a glance. The screen was filled with white dots representing ordinary players, occasionally mixed with a few green dots representing sea beasts. Suddenly, the radar panel emitted a series of extremely piercing beep-beep sounds. In the upper right corner of the screen, at a distance of 28 nautical miles, a disproportionately large red dot appeared. This red dot was not flashing, it was solid and dark in color. Strangely, it moved at an astonishing speed, faster than the armored wooden raft at full speed. It was charging straight towards Su Qing's coordinates in a perfectly straight line. All the white dots representing ordinary players along the way would instantly disappear from the screen upon overlapping with this straight line, not disappearing in small numbers, but being wiped out in entire sections. "Boss!" Lin Wanwan suddenly pushed aside her goggles and turned to stare at the radar screen. "What is that? The speed is ridiculous." Su Qing stood up and strode to the helm. He stared at the rapidly approaching giant red dot. Su Qing focused on the radar screen. The trajectory of that solid red dot was extremely straight. Lin Wanwan quickly tapped on the operating panel, bringing up the radar's energy monitoring data, and the values on the screen turned crimson. "Boss, this energy peak is unusual." Lin Wanwan's voice trembled. "It's over 10 times higher than the elite stingrays we encountered before. It's coming for us." Without any hesitation, Su Qing directly pressed the full rudder button on the helm. Evasive course, maximum thrust on the reactor. The miniature spiritual energy reactor emitted a high-frequency hum, and the 40-square-meter armored wooden raft suddenly made a sharp turn on the sea. On the radar screen, the enormous red dot also made a right-angle turn. It was completely locked on. Su Qing released the steering wheel and turned to walk towards the deck. Wan, go to the cannon position. Yun Jie takes Su Qinghan inside and secure the wind door. Bai Yun immediately put down what she was holding, grabbed Su Qinghan's arm, and headed towards the wooden house. Su Qinghan's face turned pale. She had also seen the movement on the radar, and that speed was simply beyond what current players could handle. Xiao Qing, be careful. Bai Yun left only this sentence and firmly closed the heavy wooden door. Lin Wanwan had already rushed to the operation table of the magical energy cannon. The base, transformed by the Sea Tribe workstation, was extremely stable. Charging complete. Lin Wanwan gripped the control stick tightly with both hands, her veins bulging. The sea surface began to churn violently. 500 meters ahead, the sea water split to the sides, forming a towering water wall over 10 meters high. A colossal creature burst forth from the water. Its body length definitely exceeded 40 meters, covered entirely in thick black-brown bone armor, with an enormous head that occupied a third of its body, filled with interlocking fangs, each as thick as an adult's arm. Deep Sea Tyrant, Ironclad Crocodile, Lord-level sea beast, the absolute overlord of the deep water zone. Its bone armor is extremely difficult to destroy, and its biting force can crush steel. A blood-red warning popped up on Su Qing's retina. Lord level. Fire. Su Qing shouted loudly. Lin Wanwan abruptly pressed the launch button. Boom. The ghostly blue energy projectile whistled out, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, accurately striking the giant crocodile's head armor. A violent explosion sent a spray of water into the air. The shock-absorbing layer significantly absorbed the recoil, and Lin Wanwan immediately turned the gears, preparing for a second shot. As the water mist cleared, the giant crocodile's head armor had only been blown into a shallow dent, with a few shattered armor pieces falling into the sea. Not even a drop of blood was shed. Its defensive power was absurdly high. The giant crocodile was enraged by this shot. It violently swung its thick tail, and its massive body erupted with an incredibly terrifying acceleration, heading straight for the wooden raft. 300 meters. 200 meters. Fire again. Aim for its eyes. Su Qing drew the secret silver composite crossbow from his back, and the mechanical string puller was instantly drawn tight. Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth, adjusting the cannon's aim. The second energy projectile was launched. The giant crocodile was extremely intelligent. At the moment the energy projectile approached, it submerged its head into the water, bracing itself against the hit with the thickest part of its back armor. The explosion only slightly slowed its speed for half a second. Less than 50 meters remained. Hold steady. Su Qing shouted loudly. Bang. The giant crocodile's head slammed violently against the faint golden energy shield of the Ascension Tower. The entire 40-square-meter armored wooden raft tilted violently, the deck creaking under the immense strain, and the surface of the energy shield instantly filled with dense cracks, its glow dimming to an extreme. In the energy chamber of the miniature spiritual energy reactor, the consumption of the crystalline energy was visibly plummeting. Su Qing's legs were slightly bent, firmly anchored to the slanted deck. The mechanical exoskeleton erupted with a deep rumble. He raised the mithril composite crossbow, the targeting reticle locking directly onto the left eye of the giant crocodile that surfaced. He pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing arrow shot forth. The arrowhead erupted in a brilliant burst of pink light. The Pearl Lotus was triggered. With 200 critical damage and the immense penetrating power from the deep-sea mithril modification Poo, the armor-piercing arrow struck directly into the giant crocodile's left eye, embedding itself completely. The giant crocodile let out an extremely piercing roar, the sound waves causing the sea surface to churn into layers of white foam. Dark red blood gushed from its eye socket, staining a vast expanse of seawater. It fell into a complete frenzy. The massive body rolled violently, its thick tail wielding tremendous force, striking fiercely against the energy shield. Crack! The energy shield of the Ascension amulet finally couldn't withstand the series of heavy blows, shattering into a myriad of light spots. The wooden raft lost its last barrier. The giant crocodile opened its massive maw, directly biting towards the edge of the deck. Boss! Lin Wanwan was thrown to the ground, witnessing the giant mouth poised to swallow both the cannon and half the deck. Su Qing did not retreat at all. He discarded the composite crossbow in his hand and swiftly drew the short blade of the collector from his waist. A surge of 52 points of strength erupted, the gears of the mechanical exoskeleton sparking. Su Qing charged straight towards the descending giant mouth. Instead of bracing himself, he pushed off the railing with both feet, launching himself into the air. The giant crocodile's jaw crashed heavily onto the deck, the reinforced metal skin curling and breaking, wooden splinters flying everywhere. Su Qing, harnessing the height of his jump, landed directly on the giant crocodile's nasal bone. The bone armor here was not as thick as on the back. Su Qing gripped the collector's short blade and reversed the sharp fragments of the high-frequency energy blade shimmering in the night. With all his strength, he thrust the blade fiercely above the giant crocodile's intact right eye. The blade sliced through the tough keratin layer, embedding itself to the hilt. The giant crocodile thrashed in pain, Su Qing gripping the hilt tightly, his body swinging in midair, the joints of the mechanical exoskeleton nearly tearing apart. Wan, fire! Blast its mouth! Su Qing roared. Lin Wan scrambled to her feet, blood splattered across her face, disregarding her injuries. She lunged to the cannon, lowering the barrel to its minimum, directly aiming it at the giant crocodile's gaping mouth. Die, beast! Lin Wan pressed the firing button. The azure energy projectile shot deep into the giant crocodile's mouth. Boom! The muffled explosion resonated within the giant crocodile's body. Its oral cavity had no bone armor for protection, and the shot directly shattered its upper jaw, turning it into a bloody mess. The giant crocodile's movements froze. Su Qing seized the moment, the power of the external skeleton fully activated, twisting his wrist, holding the short blade violently. Brain matter mixed with blood sprayed out along the blade. The giant crocodile's massive body lost all strength, toppling backwards, crashing into the sea. A colossal splash drenched the entire deck. Su Qing withdrew the short blade, and using the crocodile's fall as momentum, jumped back onto the wooden raft, rolling twice on the slick planks to dissipate the impact. He gasped heavily, the mechanical exoskeleton on his right arm, feeling slightly warm, his stamina heavily depleted. On his retina, golden system notifications were flashing rapidly. Kill the Lord level C, beast, deep sea tyrant, iron-shelled, giant crocodile. Points earned 2,000 points. Current total points 3,250 points. Immediately, a massive golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Su Qing's wooden raft. Server-wide announcement: players Su Qing successfully killed the Lord level C beast, earning 2,000 points. Server-wide announcement: global points leaderboard has been updated. Su Qing exited the panel to take a glance. He had skyrocketed from over 90 to second place globally, only 600 points behind the first place Alexander. The storm door of the wooden cabin swung open. Bai Yun and Su Qinghan rushed out. Bai Yun dashed to Su Qing's side, grabbing his arm and inspecting him up and down, her eyes reddening. I'm fine, Su Qing reassured her, patting her hand as he stood up. On the surface of the sea, the giant crocodile's corpse dissipated into countless specks of light. An extraordinarily large treasure chest remained where it had been. It was neither black iron nor bronze. Instead, it was a treasure chest radiating silver light. Lord level drop, silver treasure chest. Su Qing pressed the switch for the automatic collection net. The mechanical arm plunged into the rolling seawater, firmly grasping the silver light-emitting treasure chest, gears whirring violently as the mechanical arm forcibly dragged the heavy chest onto the deck. With a muffled thud, the 40-square-meter armored raft shook slightly. Lin Wan wiped the blood from her face, approaching with a high-frequency cutting saw. Su Qing knelt on one knee, gripping the edge of the silver treasure chest with both hands, yanking it upwards. The blinding silver light instantaneously illuminated the entire deck. Several items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest, radiating different colored glows. Lord level flesh essence rare 5. High concentration energy crystals that permanently increase all attributes by 10 points upon consumption, limited to 1 per person. Professional inheritance crystal junior mechanic rare, grants understanding of fundamental mechanical manufacturing principles, enhancing blueprint comprehension and manufacturing success rate. Skill book shadow step, fine master short distance explosive displacement techniques, significantly enhancing instant burst speed upon learning. Blueprint spiritual energy greenhouse fine can replace ordinary planting boxes, increasing plant growth speed by 200 with a chance to yield mutated fruits. Deep sea crocodile back armor epic 2, top tier forging material with extremely high hardness. Su Qing picked up a dark red Lord level flesh essence and directly bit into it. The rich blood scent spread within his mouth, followed by an extremely violent wave of heat surging down his throat to his stomach, exploding and radiating throughout his limbs. Su Qing clenched his fists, his bones cracking like popping beans. The attribute panel on his retina flicked. Strength 62, agility 51, constitution 58. This overwhelming sense of power was unmistakable. The weight of the mechanical exoskeleton now felt feather-light to him. Su Qing turned around, picking up the blue glowing professional inheritance crystal and tossing it to Lin Wan. Lin Wan caught the crystal with both hands and without hesitation crushed it with force. The crystal transformed into a stream of blue light that instantly drilled into her forehead. Lin Wan let out a muffled grunt, closing her eyes. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes, her previously clear gaze now filled with complex data streams radiating an intense focus of an engineering quality. Boss. Lin Wan swallowed hard, turning to the multifunctional workstation of the Sea Tribe, My mind is filled with blueprints of gears and drive shafts. I can modify that magic energy cannon into a dual-barreled one. She completely disregarded the blood on her body, rushing directly to the workstation, pulling down her goggles, and began operating the mechanical arm. Su Qing approached Bai Yun with the spiritual energy greenhouse blueprint and a flesh essence. Bai Yun was holding a clean towel ready to wipe Su Qing's sweat. Su Qing stuffed the items into her hands. Eat the red bead and take the blueprint to upgrade the planting box. Su Qing instructed. Bai Yun didn't ask further, directly putting the flesh essence in her mouth and swallowing it. Within half a minute, her fair cheeks flushed, instantly fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, mixed with a bit of gray-black impurities. So hot. Bai Yun tugged at her collar, feeling an immense surge of energy filling her body. Go wash up in the shower area. Su Qing pointed to the side of the wooden cabin. Bai Yun nodded and quickly walked towards the wash area, her steps much lighter than usual. Su Qinghan was mopping the floor vigorously, cleaning up the water and wood shavings left by the giant crocodile's impact. Her silk dress clung wetly to her body, and the sea breeze made her shiver. Su Qinghan, come here, Su Qing called out. Su Qinghan immediately put down the mop and jogged over to Su Qing, her hands neatly clasped in front of her, her head slightly bowed. Su Qing spread his right hand, quietly cradling a dark red Lord-level flesh essence in his palm. The rich smell of blood mingled with an extremely pure wave of energy drilling straight into Su Qinghan's nostrils. Su Qinghan was stunned. Her gaze darted between Su Qing's face and the orb, not daring to reach out her hand. This was a top-tier item dropped from the kill of a Lord-level sea beast. Su Qing had just consumed one for himself and given one to Bai Yun. Lin Wanwan had taken on a career inheritance, as she thought it would be good enough if she could get a few pieces of grilled meat. Is this for me? Su Qinghan's voice trembled as her hands twisted tightly together. The ship doesn't need useless cargo that can't even carry a bucket of water. Yes, Su Qing replied flatly. Eat it. Su Qinghan took a deep breath and cradled the flesh essence in her hands. Without any hesitation, she shoved it into her mouth and bit down hard. The fishy sweet juice slid down her throat into her stomach. In less than 3 seconds, a violently intense heat surged within Su Qinghan's body. Her legs went weak and she collapsed onto the damp deck. It was too hot. A faint cracking sound came from her bones. The muscle soreness caused by prolonged escape and hard labor vanished in an instant under the onslaught of the heat. What replaced it was an overwhelming surge of explosive power. Su Qinghan gasped for air, the sweat cascading down her forehead, thoroughly soaking her silk camisole. She could distinctly feel that her physical strength, reaction speed, and even vision had dramatically improved. All attributes had increased by 10 points. This kind of enhancement was a complete transformation for an ordinary player at her current stage. Su Qinghan looked down at her hands. The blisters that had formed on her palms were already scabbed over and falling off, revealing fresh fair skin. She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Power. This was the taste of power. Back in college, she managed students through her role as a counselor and the school's regulations. Out here on the sea, those things counted for nothing. But now this flesh essence had completely changed her perspective. Su Qing was willing to give her such a top-tier item, indicating that he didn't care about the supplies. What he wanted was a crew member who could keep pace with the raft's upgrading rhythm. Su Qinghan suddenly raised her head to look at Su Qing's back. She didn't want to be just a burden anymore. If she could only provide value while in bed, she would eventually be replaced by a younger, prettier woman. She wanted to grow stronger. She wanted to become a blade in Su Qing's hand, an irreplaceable assistant. Su Qinghan steadied herself on the wooden plank and stood up, her movements incredibly light, completely free of the previous clumsiness. Go clean the blood off the deck, Su Qing commanded casually without looking back. Right away. Su Qinghan turned towards the wooden bucket, lifting the one filled with seawater with one hand, barely feeling its weight. Her speed in working was more than doubled compared to before. Su Qing shifted his gaze back, picking up the glowing blue skill book Shadow Step. He slapped it against his chest, and the skill book transformed into a blue streak of light, instantly merging into his body. A prompt popped up on his retina. Successfully learned the refined level skill Shadow Step. Skill effect consumes a small amount of stamina to unleash an incredibly terrifying speed in a specified direction, completing a short distance shift within 5 meters. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Su Qing closed his eyes, feeling the additional set of power techniques embedded in his muscle memory. He opened his eyes, locking his gaze on the wooden wall 5 meters away. With his legs slightly bent, the muscles in his calves tensed instantly. Activate. Whooshed. Su Qing's figure blurred on the spot, and almost simultaneously he was already standing in front of the wooden wall. It was too fast. This speed was beyond what the naked eye could capture. Su Qing turned around, looking at the spot where he had just stood. If combined with the kinetic amplification of the mechanical exoskeleton along with the sharpness of the collector's dagger within that 5-meter advancement, he could instantaneously eliminate any unprepared target. This was the explosive power of a god-level assassin. An extremely harsh metallic grinding sound came from the workbench. Lin Wanwan was sprawled over the multifunctional workstation of the sea tribe, her eyes, under the goggles, shining frighteningly bright. After inheriting the junior mechanic profession, her entire demeanor had changed. She was no longer just a clumsy mechanical engineering student, she resembled an extremely fervent war engineer. "Boss!" Lin Wanwan shouted, waving a freshly drawn sketch in her hand. Su Qing walked over. "Look at this." Lin Wanwan pointed at the complex structure in the sketch. "I've cut up the epic back armor that the giant crocodile dropped." The thick dark brown bone armor on the workstation had been sliced into several neatly shaped armor plates. "I've integrated these armor plates into the base and outer layer of the magic energy cannon," Lin Wanwan spoke rapidly, "and then I modified the circuit of the spiritual energy drive shaft." She slammed her hand down on the metal shell of the workstation. "Now this cannon not only has maximum defense, but it can also fire double shots. As long as there's enough energy crystal, pull the trigger once, and 2 energy projectiles will fire simultaneously." Su Qing looked at the newly revamped magic energy cannon. The originally single-barrel cannon had now transformed into a remarkably robust double-barreled structure, the surface covered with a layer of dark brown bone armor, plating exuding an intensely fierce heavy firepower aura. "Well done," Su Qing nodded. "Is the composite crossbow ready?" Lin Wanwan immediately turned around, pulling out a heavy crossbow of deep blue from the cooling slot of the workstation. The deep-sea secret silver material had been reforged, combined with the energy conduits disassembled from the mid-level spiritual energy shield generator. This crossbow now had an extremely exaggerated design with bowstrings as thick as steel cables. "I connected the energy conduits to the pulley system." Lin Wanwan handed the crossbow to Su Qing. "When you shoot, the spiritual energy will attach to the arrowhead, doubling its penetration power." Su Qing took the crossbow, which felt very heavy. However, he now possessed a terrifying strength of 62 points, effortlessly wielding the heavy crossbow with one hand. The door on the side of the wooden house swung open, and Bai Yun walked out after finishing her bath. She had changed into a clean, tight-fitting yoga outfit, her wet hair draped over her shoulders. After consuming the Lord-level flesh essence, Bai Yun's transformation was remarkably evident. Her already curvaceous figure became even more toned, her skin fair with a hint of rosy glow radiating an intense and mature vitality. She walked over to Su Qing, naturally linking her arm with his. "Xiao Qing, I've upgraded the planting box." Bai Yun pointed to the corner of the deck. The 4 iron boxes had now transformed into a semi-enclosed glass greenhouse covering an area of 5 square meters, emanating a gentle glow of spiritual energy. "The mutated soil has been placed inside and the seeds have been sown," Bai Yun said gently. "The growth rate is indeed absurdly fast. They have already sprouted right after being planted." Su Qing glanced at the spiritual energy greenhouse, realizing that the logistical support was now completely stable. Su Qinghan walked over with a bucket, pouring the last bit of wood shavings overboard. She stood up straight, her gaze sweeping over Bai Yun as she clung to Su Qing's arm. Su Qinghan said nothing, simply walking over to the workbench, picking up a cloth, and starting to wipe the engine oil that Lin Wanwan had dropped on the floor, moving with remarkable efficiency. Bai Yun glanced at Su Qinghan. The woman's intuition was extremely sharp. She could sense that Su Qinghan had changed. No longer the timid and fragile counselor who could collapse at any moment, Su Qinghan now exuded an intense resilience. Su Qing paid no attention to the undercurrents between the two women. He walked to the control panel, pulled over a wooden chair, and opened the translucent panel, switching to the global leaderboard. First place, Alexander Ivanov. Points 3,850. Second place, Su Qing. Points 3,250. Third place, Miyamoto Takashi. Points 2,900. The gap had narrowed to 600 points. With less than 48 hours until this week's point settlement, Su Qing's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the wooden chair. Alexander and his crew would definitely not stop grinding for points. Aimlessly searching for sea beasts on the ocean was too inefficient. A significant target had to be found. At that moment, the radar panel on the control desk suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. It was not a normal beep-beep sound, but a sharp, prolonged shriek. Wanwan. Su Qing sat up straight. Lin Wanwan immediately dropped the wrench in her hand and rushed to the radar screen, her hands flying over the keyboard to pull up the radar's underlying data. On the radar screen, all the white and green dots within a 30 nautical mile scanning radius had vanished. Instead, a massive golden halo appeared in the extreme north of the screen. This halo covered a quarter of the radar screen's area. "Boss, this is not a sea beast." Lin Wanwan stared at the data on the screen. This is an extremely large fixed coordinate radiating an intensely strong wave of spiritual energy. Su Qing squinted, a striking blood-red server-wide announcement suddenly popping up on his retina. Server-wide announcement: a special regional event, Sea God Coliseum, has been triggered. Event description: the Sea God Coliseum has surfaced 50 nautical miles from the player's current sea area. Rule 1. The Coliseum is an absolute safe zone, and any form of private combat is prohibited. Rule 2. Players can enter the Coliseum and challenge sea beast illusions generated by the system. Successful challenges will yield substantial points and special resources. Rule 3. The Coliseum will be open for 24 hours at any time beyond that will cause it to sink back into the sea. Good luck to all. The announcement was repeated 3 times, and the regional chat channel exploded. Damn. The Sea God Coliseum. A holy land for grinding points. A safe zone. Finally, a place where you don't have to watch your back. Brothers charge. 50 nautical miles we must paddle over at all costs. Su Qing will definitely go. This is practically a custom-made point-grinding arena for him. Su Qing turned off the channel. Safe zone. In this vast ocean, there was no real safe zone. The system releasing this Coliseum was undoubtedly to concentrate all high-scoring players in the sea area. This was nothing but a meat grinder. Full throttle due north, Su Qing stood up and walked to the edge of the railing. The thrust of the mini-spiritual energy reactor was maximized. The armored raft sliced through the night, creating a furious, white wave as it headed straight for the massive golden halo. Su Qing leaned against the wooden chair by the control panel, his fingers swiftly gliding over the translucent panel. Having just slain a Lord-class giant crocodile combined with the previous looting of Wang Meng's inventory, the basic materials in the spatial bag had already piled up like a mountain. He opened the crafting panel. Raft upgrade requirements would 20002000, iron blocks 500500, plastic fragments 300300, intermediate energy crystals 1010. All requirements were fully met. Without any hesitation, Su Qing directly pressed the upgrade button. Boom. The entire 40 square meter armored raft suddenly sank, followed by a violent tremor. The sea surface rolled, the black-brown iron edges of the raft rapidly expanded outward while the wooden logs at the bottom visibly thickened and lengthened. An earthquake. Lin Wanwan, who was leaning over the workbench adjusting the blueprints, was jolted down onto the deck. Bai Yun in the wooden house hurriedly pushed the door open and ran out, steadying herself against the door frame. Su Qinghan reacted the fastest. After consuming the essence of the Lord-class flesh, her agility attribute, which was dozens of points high, came into full play. She lightly tapped her toes on the slanted deck, sliding smoothly to the edge of the railing, gripping the iron edge with one hand steady as a mountain. The vibration lasted a full minute. When it stopped, the area of the raft had doubled directly. 80 square meters. What had previously seemed somewhat cramped was now spacious enough to run a 50-meter shuttle run on. The thickness of the outer iron edges increased by a full double, and the gaps between the wooden planks on the deck even faintly glimmered with a metallic sheen. In the depths of his mind, the system's notification sound arrived as expected. Ding. Detected that the raft's level has increased. Gained 1 extraction opportunity. Would you like to extract Hextech enhancement? Su Qing silently thought. Extract. A flash of light appeared in his mind as 3 distinctly different icons slowly emerged. Source plan: implant silver increases the durability of all your mechanical creations by 50. Portable forge gold can randomly forge a common item into a fine grade item once a day. Hunting rhythm color instantly restores 10 of maximum stamina after each target kill and increases movement speed and attack speed by 30 for 5 seconds. This effect can stack indefinitely. Su Qing's gaze locked directly onto the third icon. Colorful Hextech. A pure killing engine. In the meat grinder of the Sea God Coliseum, the greatest fear was being surrounded after exhausting stamina. With hunting rhythm, as long as he could keep killing, he would be an unstoppable machine. Choose hunting rhythm. Selection successful. Gained colorful Hextech hunting rhythm. A subtle warmth instantly coursed through his body. Su Qing clenched his fist, feeling as if a violent power lay dormant within his muscles, ready to explode at any moment. Boss, our ship is increasingly resembling a fortress on the water. Lin Wanwan jumped up from the ground, excitedly running a couple of laps on the 80 square meter deck. The work area can be expanded. I want to separate the furnace from the cutting table. Su Qing stood up and pointed to the large, empty space on the right side of the deck. Su Qinghan, go help Wanwan move the materials. Understood. Su Qinghan immediately walked over. Lin Wanwan pointed to a pile of rusty alloy blocks weighing hundreds of pounds in the corner. Teacher Su, this pile needs to be moved next to the workbench. If you can't lift it, just move it in batches. Before she could finish, Lin Wanwan fell silent. Su Qinghan bent down and hugged the base of the pile of alloy blocks. With a sudden surge of strength in her waist, she uprooted the hundreds of pounds of metal. Her face remained unblushed and her breath steady as she briskly walked to the workbench and placed it down steadily. I can't believe it. Lin Wanwan swallowed hard and turned to Su Qing. Boss, did you feed her spinach? Su Qinghan dusted off her hands and turned to Su Qing, her eyes sparkling with an uncontainable excitement. She finally could engage in some tangible heavy work, and this sense of genuine value brought her immense comfort. Keep working, Su Qing said without further ado and turned to walk towards the control station. Bai Yun walked over to Su Qing and placed a cup of warm fruit tea on the control panel. Xiao Qing, how far is the arena? Bai Yun looked at the massive golden circle on the radar screen. At our current speed, we should arrive before dawn. Su Qing took a sip of the fruit tea, enjoying the perfect sweetness. The night gradually faded and the horizon turned a pale white. The micro-spiritual energy reactor had been running at high load throughout the night. Su Qing stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze making his clothes flap. In the distance, a magnificent structure broke through the sea mist, fully revealing itself to everyone. It was a colossal Roman-style arena constructed entirely from white giant stones larger than one could imagine. Surrounding the arena, a faint golden translucent barrier reached up to the sky, completely isolating the interior from the surrounding seawater. Boss, the radar shows a large number of players gathered at the entrance of the arena. Lin Wanwan pointed at the densely packed white dots on the screen. Why are these people blocking the entrance instead of going in? Su Qing picked up the binoculars. In front of the arena, there were 3 towering gates of light, each several dozen meters high. Dozens of rafts and makeshift wooden boats were anchored on the sea surface surrounding the gates. At the forefront were 5 heavy wooden ships, each over 60 square meters in size, tied together with thick iron chains, effectively blocking the 3 gates. On the ships stood hundreds of people armed with various crossbows, spears, and even a few simple catapults. Floating on the sea outside the gates were numerous corpses and broken wooden boards of scattered players. Safe zone. Su Qing put down the binoculars, sneering. The system did indeed specify that the interior of the arena was an absolute safe zone where private duels were prohibited. But the system never mentioned that the outside was safe as well. These members of the large alliance were quite clever. They weren't in a hurry to challenge the sea beasts, but instead blocked the entrance, wanting to enter the safe zone to take refuge or earn points. Certainly, they would have to surrender half of their supplies and points. This was blatant extortion for toll fees. Wanwan charged the cannons. Su Qing issued the command. It's already fully charged. Lin Wanwan gripped the joystick of the dual-barreled magic cannon with both hands, the deep-sea crocodile armor covering the cannon's muzzle gleaming with a dark red ferocity in the morning light. The armored raft did not slow down, cutting through the white waves straight towards the gates. 500 meters. 400 meters. The blockading fleet clearly noticed this exaggerated steel monster. On the largest ship in the center, a bald, muscular man raised a metal megaphone and shouted towards Su Qing. Listen up, ships ahead. We are the Sea King Alliance. This area has already been taken over by us. If you want to enter the arena, pay a toll of 200 units of basic materials per person or 1 piece of quality equipment. Dare to break through? We'll sink you directly. Just as the bald man finished his sentence, catapults on 2 nearby ships tightened their ropes and loaded dozens of heavy stones. Su Qing completely ignored the megaphone. He walked to the railing and drew the mithril crossbow from his back. Wanwan, do you see the cockpit of the ship in the center? Su Qing raised the crossbow. Clearly visible. Lin Wanwan licked her lips. Blast it. Got it. Lin Wanwan suddenly pressed the dual launch button. Boom. Boom. 2 extremely violent sonic booms exploded at the same time. 2 azure energy projectiles shot out one after the other. 300 meters away. The bald man was still holding the megaphone, preparing to shout a second time, when 2 blue lights in his field of vision suddenly magnified. What the hell? Dodge. The voice was completely drowned out by the explosion. The first energy projectile accurately struck the cockpit of the central ship, causing a violent explosion that flipped the entire cabin, scattering wooden debris and severed limbs everywhere. The second energy projectile followed closely, directly smashing into the thick iron chain connecting the ship. The high temperature instantly severed the chain, and the shockwave violently tilted the 2 large ships, sending dozens of thugs on the deck, plunging into the sea like dumplings. Enemy attack. Shoot arrows. Fire the catapults. The leader on the nearby ship shouted frantically. Several large stones whistled towards them. Bang. Bang. The giant stones crashed onto the 80 square meter deck of the armored raft, leaving the wooden boards completely unscathed, not even a white mark. Su Qing knelt on one knee. The mechanical tensioner of the mithril crossbow instantly pulled tight, locking onto the catapult operator on the right side ship. He pulled the trigger. The armor-piercing bolt shot out. The pearl-like lotus flower was triggered. A pink glow exploded at the arrowhead. The armor-piercing arrow pierced through the operator's chest, its momentum unabated shooting into the wooden main shaft of the catapult. Crack! The main shaft broke, rendering the catapult completely useless. The scattered players who were stuck outside looking in were left dumbfounded. Whose ship is this? Such firepower. Dual-barreled cannons. That's Su Qing. The second-ranked Su Qing has arrived. So ruthless, going straight to war, no nonsense. The defense line of the Sea King Alliance instantly collapsed. 2 of the 5 large ships were blown apart, and the remaining members no longer dared to stop, desperately turning their steering wheels to flee. Su Qing's armored raft charged straight in the massive shadow sweeping over the floundering thugs as the raft headed directly towards the towering gate of light. The moment he passed through the light barrier, the noisy sounds of the sea and the cursing vanished instantly. A golden system notification popped up on his retina. Entered the absolute safe zone, Sea God Arena. Player identity detected: Su Qing second in the global points ranking. Distributing independent observation platform. The armored raft came to a steady stop at a massive dock made of white stone. Su Qing stepped off the raft and onto the hard stone slab. The interior of the arena was extremely vast, with a circular sandy arena over 1 kilometer in diameter at its center, surrounded by tiered stands. At this moment, many people were already seated in the stands. Su Qing walked to the edge of the observation platform, casting his gaze towards the central arena. Su Qing leaned against the white stone railing, gazing down below. The circular sandy area was extreme. At this moment, a fierce battle was erupting in the center of the sandy ground, as a team of 7 casual players surrounded a gigantic elite-level sea beast, the mutated iron crab. The battle was a one-sided massacre. The iron crab rampaged through the area, its massive pincers severing the waist of the player at the front, who was holding a wooden shield, blood gushing forth, and entrails spilling everywhere. Save me. I give up. The player cut in half had not yet died, and was screaming frantically on the sandy ground. A nearby woman crawled and rolled towards the red light pillar at the edge of the arena, slamming down the button. A flash of white light. The 6 survivors were forcibly teleported to the medical area of the stands. The player who had been severed at the waist was left behind in the sand, swallowed whole by the iron crab. The system panel rolled across the arena. Player team failed to challenge the elite-level sea beast. Deducted ticket points, 50 points person. Deaths, 1 person. Su Qing turned around. Beside the birthing area stood a semi-transparent virtual stone pillar, where Lin Wanwan had already approached swiftly, sliding her fingers across the screen. Boss, I understand the rules now. Lin Wanwan pointed at the screen. This is an absolute safe zone, where players cannot attack each other, and they can't even draw their weapons. Su Qing walked over to take a look. The challenges were divided into 4 levels. Normal level ticket, 10 points. Winning rewards, basic supplies, and 30 points. Elite level ticket, 50 points. Winning rewards, fine level blueprints, and 150 points. Lord level ticket, 500 points. Winning rewards, epic level materials, and 2,000 points. At the very bottom, there was an option presented in blood red. Endless slaughter mode, single player, only ticket, 1,000 points. Rules: no limit on the number of sea beast waves, each wave doubles in quantity. Exiting midway is not allowed, and recovery potions cannot be used. Rewards: kill points are doubled at settlement. For every 10 waves cleared, receive a legendary lottery opportunity. High risk, high reward. The prohibition on exiting midway completely extinguished the thoughts of ordinary players attempting it. Exhausting one's stamina meant certain death. But for Su Qing, this was practically a tailor-made ATM for him. The colorful Hextech hunting rhythm restores 10 of maximum stamina upon killing targets, while stacking attack speed and movement speed. As long as there were enough monsters, he would be an unceasing meat grinder. Boss, are you going for the endless mode? Lin Wanwan watched Su Qing's finger hover over the red option. Su Qing nodded. A sound of footsteps approached from the side. 3 men walked over along the white stone path, the leader with a buzz cut, wearing a piece of fine level leather armor with a long knife hanging at his waist. He stopped 10 meters away from Su Qing, voluntarily spreading his hands to indicate he meant no harm. Su boss. The buzz-cut man spoke. I'm Zhao Gang, ranked 3rd on the regional leaderboard. I previously traded an engine for your crossbow. Su Qing's gaze swept over. Zhao Gang was quite respectful of the rules, not daring to approach the armored wooden raft's warning zone. What's the matter? Just came to say hello and give some intel. Zhao Gang stepped forward a couple of paces. The leader of the Sea King Alliance, Chun Hai, entered a team Lord-level challenge half an hour ago with 4 core members. Zhao Gang pointed to a box seat at the top of the stands. Chun Hai has announced that he possesses a special item against Lord-level sea beasts, and when he comes out, his points will definitely surpass yours. Moreover, Zhao Gang paused for a moment. The arena is indeed a safe zone, but 24 hours later it will sink. Chun Hai has left dozens of boats outside, forming a blockade 50 nautical miles away, preparing to ambush you when you come out. Su Qing listened, showing no reaction. One of Zhao Gang's underlings couldn't hold back any longer. "Su boss, what Brother Gang means is that we can form an alliance." The underling interjected. "You do have powerful firepower, but Chun Hai has too many people on his side. With just these 3 women on your boat, if a fight breaks out." Before he could finish, a loud crash echoed. Zhao Gang and the others turned to look. Su Qinghan was carrying a metal parts box weighing several hundred pounds towards the workbench, the bottom of the box snagging on a protruding stone pillar of the white stone berth. She didn't put down the box at all. Instead, she kicked it hard with one foot. The half-meter-tall hard white stone pillar was directly shattered, with debris flying everywhere. Su Qinghan didn't even take a breath as she steadily placed the several hundred-pound box at the location designated by Lin Wanwan, brushing off the stone dust from her hands. Zhao Gang's underling swallowed the rest of his words, his eyes wide with shock. Her strength and physique were nearly comparable to their boss Zhao Gang. No need for an alliance. Su Qing returned his gaze. "Take care of yourselves." Zhao Gang was a smart man and immediately nodded. "Understood, then we won't disturb you any further, Su boss." Zhao Gang pulled the dazed underling away and turned to leave decisively and cleanly. Bai Yun walked over, holding a tray with several pieces of roasted high-level sea beast meat on it. "Xiao Qing, eat something before going down." Bai Yun placed the tray beside the virtual stone pillar. Su Qing picked up a piece of meat and finished it in a few bites. Wanwan set the cannon at the edge of the berth. Su Qing instructed, "Whoever dares to come within 10 meters of the wooden raft will be shot directly." "Rest assured, boss." Lin Wanwan patted the sturdy barrel of the twin-barreled magic cannon. "The safe zone only restricts drawing weapons, but the fixed cannon's targeting system isn't locked. Anyone who dares to come close, I guarantee they'll be turned to dust." Su Qing turned to Su Qinghan. "Keep an eye on the things on the deck. Don't let anyone mess with them." "Understood." Su Qinghan stood upright, her hands clasped behind her back. She felt very confident now. That kick that shattered the stone pillar made her fully understand her position. Su Qing turned back and pressed his finger directly on the blood-red option on the virtual screen. "Confirm selection, endless slaughter mode, single player. Deducting 1,000 points. Current remaining points 1250 points." A scarlet beam of light descended from above, enveloping Su Qing. A sensation of weightlessness struck. The next second, Su Qing's feet landed on the soft sandy ground. The stands around him rapidly rose, completely sealing the entire arena with a semi-transparent red light curtain. The sounds from the outside world were completely isolated, and the system prompt echoed across the empty arena. Endless slaughter mode has been activated. The first wave of challenges is about to begin. Target: deep sea frenzied merman, normal level, quantity 50. Su Qing stood in the center of the sandy area. He did not draw his composite crossbow, but let his hands hang naturally at his sides. The pitch-black mechanical exoskeleton on his right arm emitted a deep, grinding sound of gears meshing. The massive bronze gate directly in front of him slowly rose, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping. Countless crimson points of light illuminated the darkness behind the gate. 50 hunched, green-scaled, spiked berserk mermen charged out, wielding rusty tridents and bone knives, emitting a piercing roar as they lunged directly at Su Qing. They moved with great speed. Su Qing stood still, not moving. The foremost merman was already less than 2 meters away, swinging its rusty bone knife straight at Su Qing's face. Su Qing abruptly lifted his head. At that moment, his power of 62 and agility of 51 erupted completely. He didn't even need to evade. With a tight fist, he smashed directly at the descending bone knife. Bang! The steel knuckle of the mechanical exoskeleton shattered the bone knife, and his punch continued unabated, striking fiercely at the merman's chest. The upper body of that berserk merman exploded into a mist of blood, bits of flesh mixing with green blood spraying backward in a fan shape, toppling the few mermen following closely behind. Killing the deep-sea berserk merman awarded him 2 points, double bonus 4 points. At the same time, an extremely faint yet pure stream of heat flowed into Su Qing's body through his pores. The colorful hex effect hunting rhythm activated. Su Qing felt a lightness in his body, and the explosive power deep within his muscles surged to a new level. He swiftly drew the collector's dagger from his waist, the sharpness of the high-frequency energy blade flashing under the crimson light. Su Qing slightly bent his legs and activated the exquisite skill Shadow Step. Whooshed! He left behind an afterimage, instantly crossing a distance of 5 meters and diving straight into the densest area of the merman. The dagger swept horizontally. The sound of the blade slicing through scales and bones formed a symphony as 3 spiked merman heads shot up into the sky. Hunting rhythm stacked level 3. Su Qing's movements became increasingly rapid. In the stands, Zhao Gang stood at the edge of his viewing platform, gripping the white stone railing tightly, his eyes fixed on the sandy ground below. "Brother Gang, he isn't even using a crossbow, just charging in for close combat." A younger subordinate swallowed hard. The number of monsters in endless mode increased exponentially. The first wave had 50, the second wave would be 100, the third wave 200. The stamina consumption was terrifying, and everyone felt Su Qing was being reckless. But the scene on the sandy ground completely overturned their perceptions. Su Qing was not fighting. His speed was so fast that he left behind blurred shadows on the sand, and each time he paused it was accompanied by pink critical strike flashes and the severed limbs of the mermen. In less than 3 minutes, all 50 berserk mermen turned into corpses, dissipating into white light. Su Qing stood still, his breathing completely calm. First wave challenge completed. The second wave will begin in 10 seconds. Target deep-sea berserk merman, ordinary level quantity 100. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the bronze gate rose again as 100 mermen screeched and surged out. Su Qing shook off the green blood from his dagger and sheathed it back at his waist. He reached for the mithril heavy compound crossbow on his back, which had been modified by Lin Wanwan and was connected to energy conduits. The bowstring was frighteningly thick. Su Qing held the crossbow steady with one hand as the mechanical cocking device quickly drew back fully. He squeezed the trigger. The moment the arrow was released, an extremely bright blue glow erupted from the energy conduit attaching itself to the steel armor-piercing arrow. Boom! The armor-piercing arrow, carrying a terrifying wave of energy, shot directly into the merman crowd. It penetrated and then penetrated again. It pierced through 7 mermen's bodies before finally embedding into the bronze gate behind. Su Qing's wrist twisted continuously, and the mechanical cocking device whirred madly. Bang! 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 A rain of arrows poured forth, each arrow carrying pink critical strike bursts and the blue penetration from the energy conduit. The 100 mermen didn't even reach within 10 meters of Su Qing before they all collapsed on the path of their charge. Hunting rhythm stacked level 153. Su Qing stood still, feeling the raging power within him about to overflow. His movement speed and attack speed had reached an extremely absurd level. Second wave challenge completed. The third wave begins. 200 berserk mermen surged out from Su Qing, hung the mithril compound crossbow back on his back. The distance was too close, and the monsters were too dense for him to have enough time to cock it before they could swarm him. He swiftly drew the collector's dagger from his waist. With 153 layers of hunting rhythm stacked, Su Qing's speed now far exceeded the comprehension of an ordinary player. Shadow step activated. Su Qing charged directly into the merman horde. The dagger danced with no unnecessary movements as pink critical strike flashes formed a continuous wave on the sandy ground. The wails of the mermen echoed as severed limbs flew through the air. Fourth wave 400. Fifth wave 800. Sixth wave 1,600. The number of monsters increased exponentially, and the sea beasts pouring out from the bronze gate filled the entire sandy ground. Su Qing's movements showed no signs of slowing down. With each kill, he restored 10 of his maximum stamina, feeling utterly tireless, while the mechanical exoskeleton on his right arm emitted an astonishing heat from its high-intensity operation. The sandy ground was covered with a thick layer of remains, and pools of bluish-green blood collected into puddles. At the highest point of the stands, the luxurious box was kicked open. Chunhai, the leader of the Sea King Alliance, strode out, his face glowing red. He tossed a golden orb in his hand. Damn, this lord-level sea beast is tough. Good thing I have this weakening orb. Chunhai laughed loudly, turning to look at a few of his trusted subordinates behind him. This wave will net us 2,000 points. It's a sure win, right? The subordinates did not respond, but stammered, pointing at the virtual screen in midair. Leader, look at the leaderboard. Chunhai looked up. At the very top of the screen, one name was extremely glaring. First place, Su Qing. Points 18,500. The golden orb in Chunhai's hand fell to the ground, rolling twice. How the hell did he rack up that many points? Did the system bug out? Chunhai cursed fiercely, rushing to the edge of the railing and looking down. On the sandy ground, the ninth wave challenge was underway. Over 500 elite deep-sea giant crabs filled the entire arena. A blurred shadow weaved through the crowd of crabs, and with each pause a pink glow erupted. The hard crab shells were as fragile as paper in front of that dagger. Chunhai was left dumbfounded. Beside him, Zhao Gang clutched the railing, tightly swallowing hard. In endless mode, stamina consumption is fatal. How is he getting faster as he kills? On the armored raft, Lin Wanwan aimed the dual-barreled magical fire cannon directly at the luxury box where Chunhai was. Teacher Su, hand me that component box. Lin Wanwan didn't even look up. Su Qinghan grabbed the heavy iron box weighing dozens of pounds with one hand and set it down steadily beside Lin Wanwan. Her gaze swept over Chunhai in the stands, then back to Su Qing, who was slaughtering in the sandy ground. A sense of security, this solid feeling, made her heart race. Bai Yun sat on a wooden chair, leisurely peeling a grape freshly picked from the greenhouse. Wanwan raised the cannon a bit higher. Don't accidentally hit the railing in the stands. Bai Yun reminded. Don't worry, Sister Yun. I'm locking onto that bald guy's head. Lin Wanwan patted the cannon barrel. In the center of the sandy arena, the ninth wave came to an end. Su Qing halted his steps, shaking off the blood from his short blade. His attack and movement speed bonuses had reached a level that defied all common understanding. A system notification echoed above the Colosseum. The ninth wave challenge has concluded. A detection indicates that the player is in endless slaughter mode, with the 10th wave being a special node. The countdown begins, and the 10th wave will commence in 10 seconds. Target Deep Sea Fusion Tyrant Lord Level Mutant Quantity 1. The bronze gates slowly began to rot. This time there was no massive horde of monsters emerging, instead a gigantic creature over 30 meters in size squeezed out from the darkness. It had the head of a giant crocodile, the body of a merman, and its limbs were thick crab claws exuding an extremely foul stench of blood. The energy fluctuations of this creature were even stronger than the armored giant crocodile encountered previously. With each step it took, the entire Colosseum trembled. In the stands, Chun Hai clearly saw the attributes of the monster and let out a cold chuckle. Lord level mute. Chun Hai gripped the railing with both hands, saying, "If we encountered this thing outside, our entire fleet would have to steer clear. Su Qing is all alone without any cover. Let's see how he dies." Zhao Gang stood nearby, silent, his gaze fixed on the sandy arena. The deep sea fusion tyrant let out an ear-piercing roar, its massive body leaping forward, and 4 enormous crab claws came crashing down towards Su Qing. A shadow loomed over Su Qing. Activating Shadow Step, Su Qing vanished from his spot. The claws smashed into the sand, creating a massive pit several meters wide, with sand flying everywhere. Su Qing had already appeared above the head of the fusion tyrant. His right arm's mechanical exoskeleton emitted a thunderous roar as he gripped the collector's short blade with both hands and plunged it directly into the tyrant's skull. A pink glow instantly illuminated the entire Colosseum. The Pearl Lotus was triggered. The short blade effortlessly sliced through the hard bone armor, embedding itself to the hilt. Su Qing twisted his wrist sharply, and the roar of the fusion tyrant abruptly ceased. Its massive body froze in place before crashing heavily into the sand, sending a giant wave of sand into the air. One-shot kill. The system notifications flooded the screen. Killed a Lord-level mutant, earning 3,000 points, double bonus 6,000 points. Passed the 10th wave challenge. Received a legendary lottery opportunity 1. Would you like to draw immediately? Su Qing withdrew the short blade and landed on the sandy ground. Draw. A giant spinning wheel radiating golden light appeared before Su Qing, divided into dozens of sections. Each section contained a legendary item glowing with golden light. The pointer began to spin wildly. It passed over the heart of the sea god Poseidon's battle armor deep sea beast summoning scroll. After several seconds, the pointer slowed down and ultimately stopped on a very small section. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a legendary item, Trident of the Sea God, incomplete. A dark golden trident fell from the wheel. Su Qing caught it with one hand. It felt extremely heavy. Trident of the Sea God, incomplete, legendary, control the currents with absolute armor-piercing effects, currently in incomplete state, requires devouring high-tier energy crystals for repair. Holding the trident, Su Qing swung it casually. The air ahead was directly sliced open, creating a with the dark golden trident in hand. Su Qing twisted his wrist. The incredibly heavy blade carved a deep gash into the sand, and the white stone base at the bottom was sliced open with a smooth crack. Without using any skills, just the sharpness of this incomplete artifact exceeded that of a refined weapon by far. A scarlet prompt box popped up on his retina. Would you like to start the 11th wave of the Endless Slaughter Challenge? Warning: the 11th wave will feature 2 Lord-level sea beasts, and you cannot exit midway. Su Qing glanced at the scoreboard in the upper right corner. 18,500 points. A crushing. The colorful Hextech effect of the hunting rhythm indeed provided overwhelming stamina recovery, but after over an hour of intense fighting in this sandy arena, a sense of mental fatigue began to wash over him. There was no need to continue exhausting himself. Settlement exit. The scarlet light curtain instantly dissipated, and a beam of white light enveloped Su Qing. The next second, a deafening roar exploded above the Colosseum, and huge golden characters rolled wildly in the skies over the entire 50 seas. Server announcement: player Su Qing has passed the 10th wave of Endless Slaughter mode. Server announcement: player Su Qing has topped the global leaderboard with 18,500 points. Server announcement: the global leaderboard has been updated. In the luxurious box at the highest point of the stands, there was a deathly silence. Chun Hai, the leader of the Sea King Alliance, stared intensely at the golden characters in midair, the flesh on his face twitching uncontrollably. 18,000 points. He had brought along 4 core members earlier, exhausting all their trump cards and risking their lives to kill a single Lord-level sea beast, earning only 2,000 points. Su Qing alone single-handedly had pushed his points to a despairing number. Boss. A younger member gulped, his voice trembling. Should we still block him? Block. Chun Hai kicked over a nearby wooden table. You can't even draw your weapon in the safe zone, and you want to block him, waiting for him to come out and smash you all to death. Chun Hai was not a fool. He had built such a large alliance for a reason. The image of the fusion tyrant that had been one-shot still lingered in his mind. In a heating confrontation, they would all be wiped out by Su Qing alone. Notify everyone outside to withdraw from the Colosseum. Chun Hai strode out of the box with rapid speech, retreat to the normal waters outside the 50 seas, and set up the deep sea magic restriction net for me. The younger member hesitated for a moment. Boss, that net is our trump card against Lord-level sea beasts. Stop talking nonsense. The power core of that raft must be of high quality. Chun Hai gritted his teeth. As long as the magic restriction net locks down his power, he becomes a living target. Set up catapults and heavy crossbows. In the sea I will bury him with numbers and firepower. The members of the Sea King Alliance left decisively, not even daring to leave behind a harsh word. A flash of white light. Su Qing stood firmly on the planks of the armored raft. Boss. Su Qinghan rushed over first, holding a large basin filled with warm water in one hand with two clean soft towels draped over it. After consuming the essence of the Lord-level blood and flesh, Su Qinghan's impressive strength attribute was fully displayed, and the basin weighing dozens of pounds did not spill a single drop of water in her hands. Su Qing casually inserted the trident of the sea god into the deck. He took the towel and wiped the blood from his face and neck. Is the deck cleaned up? Su Qing threw the towel back into the basin. Everything is sorted and classified. Su Qinghan stood straight, her tone revealing an uncontainable sharpness. The metal materials needed by Wanwan have also been moved next to the workbench. Su Qing nodded, unfastened the space pouch at his waist, and dumped its contents in the middle of the deck. With a crash, several thousand units of wood, iron blocks, plastic scraps, and dozens of energy crystals of various attributes piled up into a small mountain. These were the basic materials dropped by the sea beasts from the previous 9 waves. Move them into the storage box, Su Qing instructed. Right away. On the other side of the deck, Lin Wanwan was crouched next to the dark golden trident of the sea god, holding a high-frequency cutting saw of fine quality, eager to try. Boss, let me test the hardness of this thing. Lin Wanwan shouted. Don't break the saw, Su Qing casually. Lin Wanwan lowered her goggles and started the cutting saw. The saw blade spun rapidly, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound as it pressed directly against the edge of the trident. Crack! Before any sparks could fly, the fine quality saw blade snapped into 3 pieces, with shards flying past Lin Wanwan's cheek and embedding into the wooden board behind her. Startled, Lin Wanwan sat down on the deck, yanking off her goggles and staring at the cutting machine in her hands, which now only had a bare handle left, swallowing hard. What the hell? Is this hardness ridiculous? Lin Wanwan got up, sadly tossing the broken cutting machine into the waste bin. I was planning to cut off some powder to study the material, but it can't even breach the defense. Su Qing walked over and pulled the trident from the wooden board with one hand. A legendary, incomplete artifact. Your broken saw could barely make a dent. Su Qing weighed it in his hands. Can you make a non-slip grip for it? This metal surface is slippery when wet with blood. That's easy. Lin Wanwan immediately patted her chest. It'll melt the deep sea dark gold into liquid and pour it directly onto the trident's handle, ensuring perfect fitting, and it will enhance the spiritual energy conduction rate. Su Qing handed the trident to her. Lin Wanwan took it with both hands, but as soon as she did, the weight of the trident caused her to lurch forward, almost falling onto the deck. Su Qinghan was quick and grabbed the back half of the trident's handle, helping Lin Wanwan stabilize her stance. It's so heavy. Su Qinghan was also a bit surprised. With her current strength of several dozen points, even holding this felt taxing. Be careful, you two. Su Qing turned and walked back to the wooden chair. Bai Yun walked out of the wooden house carrying a large tray. The tray held several pieces of height-ear sea beast meat sizzling with oil, along with a bowl of fresh tomato soup just picked from the spiritual energy greenhouse. Xiao Qing, let's eat first. Bai Yun placed the tray on the small table in front of Su Qing and casually handed him a clean set of chopsticks. Su Qing was indeed hungry. After an intense battle in the endless mode for over an hour, although the hunting rhythm could restore stamina, the emptiness in his stomach was very real. He picked up the chopsticks and took big bites of the roasted meat. Bai Yun stood beside him, gently wiping away a bit of blood left on Su Qing's neck with a handkerchief, her movements very tender. Will those people outside leave? Bai Yun asked softly. Although she had been in the wooden house the whole time, she had also heard the commotion outside earlier. No, they won't. Su Qing took a sip of tomato soup. Chun Hai can rally such a large alliance. He's the kind of person who won't stop until he sees results. He surely has set everything up outside waiting for me. Then no need to worry about him. Su Qing said flatly. Let him stay outside for a few hours, enjoying the sea breeze after a good meal. Su Qing opened the semi-transparent panel and switched to the global chat channel. The messages within the channel were scrolling so fast, they were almost leaving afterimages. It was all about discussing Su Qing's exaggerated score of 18,500. Alexander Ivanov, this is definitely a system error. How can one person possibly get 18,000 points? He must be cheating. Miyamoto Takashi Baka, what kind of place is the Sea God Arena? Why doesn't our region have such special events? This is unfair. Jack Smith, Su Qing, if you see this message, I'm willing to trade 10 pieces of fine quality equipment for your score boosting strategy. Su Qing glanced at the furious comments and directly shut down the channel. Strategy. In the endless slaughter mode where one risks their life, even if he threw the strategy in their faces, these people wouldn't last past the 5th wave. Several hours passed. A deep rumbling sound echoed over the arena. The red light curtain began to flicker, and a huge countdown appeared in midair. The Sea God Arena is about to close. Countdown 30 minutes. All players please evacuate as soon as possible. Those who do not will sink into the deep sea with the arena. Su Qing stood up and stretched his shoulders. After several hours of rest, his energy and stamina had fully recovered to peak condition. Lin Wanwan ran over holding the modified trident of the Sea God. The handle now had an additional layer of dark blue deep sea dark gold coating with a surface covered in fine non-slip textures. Boss, it's done. Lin Wanwan handed over the trident. I tested it, and the grip is absolutely top-notch. Su Qing caught it with one hand and casually twirled it. The heavy blade of the trident sliced through the air, producing a low whistling sound. The feel was indeed much better than before. Well done, Su Qing said, placing the trident beside him on the deck. Head to the cannon position, it's time to get to work. All right. Lin Wanwan excitedly ran to the dual-barreled magical energy cannon, grasping the control stick with both hands and quickly checking the energy reservoir. Su Qing turned to Su Qinghan. Go to the hold and bring up those fine-quality iron spears. Guard the right side railing. Understood. Su Qinghan immediately turned and dashed towards the hold. Bai Yun didn't say much, quietly tidying up the tableware on the table. Max out the reactor, thrust open the light gate. Su Qing issued the command. The mini spiritual energy reactor at the bottom of the armored wooden raft emitted a high-frequency, buzzing sound, and a dark blue halo instantly expanded. The massive wooden raft, spanning 80 square meters, churned up a violent white wave on the surface of the water, heading straight for the dozens of meters high light gate. In the moment of passing through the light curtain, the surrounding environment abruptly changed. The sea surface was shrouded in thick fog with extremely low visibility. Just as the raft burst through the light gate, the radar panel in the control room erupted with an extremely piercing alarm. On the screen, a dense cluster of red dots formed a semicircle completely surrounding the area of the sea in front of the raft. Boss, there's a high-energy reaction underwater. Lin Wanwan yelled. Before her words could finish, a massive net made of pure blue energy suddenly surged up from the sea, rising around the raft. This net shot up from the seabed, tightly adhering to the wooden logs and the reactor shell at the bottom of the raft. The buzzing sound of the mini spiritual energy reactor instantly choked. As if an engine had been stuffed with sand, the thrust sharply dropped and finally extinguished completely. The armored wooden raft slid forward several dozen meters under the influence of inertia, coming to a stop on the water surface. Warning: interference from the deep sea anti-magic net. The spiritual energy transmission system has collapsed. Estimated recovery time 1 hour. Su Qing looked at the prompt in his retina and let out a cold laugh. The fog was blown away by the sea breeze. Ahead, several hundred meters away, more than 30 wooden boats of various sizes were arranged in a tight semicircular formation. Every boat's deck was crowded with people. Heavy crossbows, catapults, and even several makeshift gunpowder cannons were all aimed at Su Qing's raft. On the largest of the heavy wooden ships in the center, Chun Hai stood bare-chested, holding a large purple glowing cleaver in his hand, standing at the bow of the ship. Su Qing. Chun Hai raised a tin horn, his voice echoing across the sea, filled with uncontrollable joy. What good is your high score? In the Sea God Arena, I couldn't touch you, but outside you're just a live target. Chun Hai pointed at the shimmering blue energy net underwater. The deep sea anti-magic net. A top-notch item specifically used to trap lord-level sea beasts. Chun Hai laughed heartily. Your power has been locked down. Now your broken ship is just an iron coffin. Chun Hai swung down the large cleaver in his hand. Smash it. Crush him and his ship into pieces. Dozens of thugs on the ships acted simultaneously, the winches of the catapults producing a tooth-grinding friction sound. Several heavy stones weighing hundreds of pounds soared into the air, carrying terrifying kinetic energy directly towards the armored raft. A barrage of heavy crossbow bolts followed closely behind, raining down. Boss. Lin Wanwan gripped the cannon control stick tightly, her palms sweaty. Su Qing didn't even look at the giant stones flying through the air. He pulled the trident of the sea god from the deck with one hand. Wanwan aimed for Chun Hai's main ship. Su Qing said with a steady voice. Fire. Lin Wanwan pressed down hard on the control stick with both hands, her thumb fiercely pressing the red launch button. Two violent sound explosions erupted on the surface of the sea as the stout barrels of the dual-launch magical energy cannons recoiled sharply, the shock-absorbing layer emitting a muffled sound of stress. Two azure energy projectiles whistled out, leaving behind two dazzling trails in the air heading straight for Chun Hai's main ship. In the sky, several boulders and densely clustered crossbow bolts had already struck the top of the armored wooden raft. Su Qing stood in the center of the deck, gripping the dark golden trident of the sea god with one hand. He had no intention of dodging. Looking up at a boulder weighing 100 pounds crashing down, Su Qing flipped his wrist, and the heavy trident swept up from below with great force. The blade of the trident sliced through the air, creating a visible ripple. There was no violent collision sound. The 100-pound boulder split in half the moment it touched the blade, the break smooth and flawless. The two halves of the boulder grazed Su Qing's body and crashed into the seawater surrounding the raft, splashing up a towering column of water. Absolutely armor-piercing. The sharpness of this broken artifact, combined with Su Qing's terrifying strength of 62 points, was simply unreasonable. Su Qinghan. Su Qing shouted. Here. Su Qinghan, gripping a finely crafted iron spear with both hands, stood by the right railing, her gaze fixated on the incoming heavy crossbow bolts. The attribute boost from the Lord-level blood essence burst forth at this moment. She slightly bent her legs, exerted her waist, and the iron spear in her hand danced into a dark shadow. Clang, clang, clang. Several thick crossbow bolts aimed at the wooden house and workbench were deftly deflected by the iron spear, skewering into the sea at an angle. Su Qinghan's palms tingled, but she did not take a step back. She breathed heavily, her heart racing, not from fear, but from excitement. The feeling of blocking lethal attacks with her own hands completely freed her from the previous sense of helplessness, where she could only depend on others. She finally proved her worth on this ship, no longer the burden, who couldn't even lift a bucket of water. A gap opened in the windproof door of the wooden house, and Bai Yun held a finely crafted lightweight crossbow, her vigilant gaze sweeping across the deck. She did not blindly rush out to cause chaos, but stayed near the workbench and supply box. If any escaping minion tried to board amidst the chaos, she would absolutely not hesitate to pull the trigger. On the other side, Lin Wanwan's two energy projectiles had already crashed into Chun Hai's main ship. Chun Hai watched as two blue lights rapidly magnified in his field of vision. Damn! Shields! Raise the shields! Chun Hai frantically retreated. Several minions raised thick wooden shields wrapped in iron in front of them. It was utterly useless. The first energy projectile struck the wooden shield, exploding instantly, the high temperature and shockwave vaporizing the minions without even a scream. The second energy projectile followed closely, crashing directly into the center of the main ship's deck. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed across the sea, and Chun Hai's massive heavy wooden ship was directly blown apart at the keel, the entire hull splitting in two with seawater rushing in wildly. Chun Hai was hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily onto the broken deck, spitting out a mouthful of blood, one arm dangling limply, clearly broken. Boss! A nearby minion went mad with fear. In just one confrontation, the main ship of the Sea King Alliance was completely wrecked. The people on the more than 30 surrounding ships were dumbfounded. They originally thought that locking Su Qing's mobility would allow them to wear down this wooden raft with numbers and firepower. Who would have thought that the opponent's firepower was fiercer than all their 30-odd ships combined? Continue firing. Su Qing drew out the trident. Wanwan, free fire, break their formation completely. Understood. Lin Wanwan's face flushed with excitement as she frantically turned the gears. The dual-launch cannon began to rapidly charge. Su Qing turned and walked towards the railing. With the power not yet restored, the raft remained a target, and that broken net underwater had to be dealt with. He held the trident in one hand, directly flipped over the railing, and leaped into the sea. Splashed. The moment he entered the water, the primary water avoidance pearl around Su Qing's neck formed a layer of transparent membrane. But he soon discovered that this membrane emitted a hissing, corrosive sound upon contact with the blue deep sea magic restriction net underwater. This net not only locked the spiritual energy propulsion system, but was also continuously shrinking, trying to crush the bottom of the wooden raft. Su Qing hovered in the water, staring at the massive blue light net. He did not draw out the collector's short blade, but tightened his grip on the sea god trident. This broken artifact had an attribute control over currents. Su Qing took a deep breath, pouring all the power within him into his arms, gripping the trident tightly, aiming at the blue light net below, and swung it fiercely. The dark golden light suddenly brightened in the deep sea. The surrounding seawater surged instantly, becoming violent. A visibly terrifying dark current formed in the direction the blade of the trident was swung, creating a massive water blade that struck hard against the deep sea magic restriction net. Crack. An extremely crisp shattering sound spread underwater. The so-called net that could lock down Lord-level sea beasts was directly shattered into countless blue light spots under the dual onslaught of the current and the trident. Above the sea surface, the miniature spiritual energy reactor at the bottom of the armored raft emitted a dull roar, and the azure glow lit up again. Boss, power has been restored, Lin Wanwan shouted as she looked at the data flickering back to life on the control panel. Full throttle ram them. The water parted as Su Qing grabbed the railing with one hand, flipping himself back onto the deck. His clothes were completely dry, and the trident in his hand emitted a chilling gleam. The 80 square meter armored wooden raft, propelled by the reactor's full power, charged violently towards the group of wooden ships that had already descended into chaos. Chun Hai held his severed arm, just getting up from the wreckage of the main ship, when he saw the massive raft rushing forward through the white waves. Retreat. Quick retreat. Chun Hai shouted hoarsely. It was too late. The armored raft's speed was absurdly fast. Bang! The foremost makeshift wooden ship was directly smashed to pieces by the ironclad edge of the raft, and several people on board screamed as they fell into the sea. Su Qing stood at the bow holding the mithril composite crossbow, in one hand the mechanical string fully drawn. Fwipch! The steel armor-piercing arrow infused with azure energy pierced through Chun Hai's thigh, pinning him firmly to the broken deck. Chun Hai let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, completely losing his ability to move. The remaining ships scattered in all directions, unable to care for their boss. Su Qing did not pursue the fleeing minions. He steered the raft towards the sinking wreck of Chun Hai's main ship. Su Qinghan, get the people up. Su Qing stored the crossbow. Yes. Su Qinghan, holding a bundle of coarse hemp rope in one hand, threw it over accurately, ensnaring Chun Hai's neck, and pulling hard. Chun Hai was forcibly dragged from the wreckage into the sea, then pulled onto the deck of the armored raft, gasping for air as he spat out seawater. Su Qing walked up to him, looking down from a height. You can't kill me. Chun Hai's face was filled with terror, blood flowing from his thigh along the deck. I am the leader of the Sea King Alliance. I have hundreds of brothers out there. If you kill me, they will definitely fight you to the end. Seeing Su Qing's lack of reaction, Chun Hai's tone immediately softened, taking on a whimper. I have a lot of supplies. I also have a coordinate for an underwater temple. They'll give you everything, just spare my life. Too much nonsense. Su Qing's tone was flat as he casually swiped the trident in his hand. Chun Hai's head rolled away. Player killed Chun Hai. Triggering score, plunder mechanism. Gain score, 1200 points. Su Qing didn't even glance at the headless corpse, turning to the golden glowing treasure chest, where Chun Hai's head had fallen, and opened the lid with one hand. Dazzling golden light flashed, and several items lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. Obtained Deep Sea Magic Restriction, Net Blueprint Epic 1, obtained High-Level Energy Crystals, 10 obtained Space Expansion Backpack, Fine 1 Jackpot. Su Qing swept everything into the spatial bag. That epic blueprint was definitely a strategic resource. If it hadn't been for his possession of the Sea God Trident, this raft would have been trapped by that net and left to die on the surface. Chun Hai had definitely hoarded all the good stuff from the entire Sea King Alliance onto himself, and now it all benefited Su Qing. With a thud, Su Qinghan lifted Chun Hai's headless corpse with one hand, tossing it into the churning sea like a discarded sack. She turned around, grabbing a wooden bucket filled with seawater, swiftly washing away the remnants of blood and flesh on the deck. Su Qing diverted his gaze, casually tossing the purple glowing blueprint onto the workbench. Wanwan, take a look at this. Lin Wanwan, who was wiping the barrel of the dual-fire magical cannon, immediately dropped the cloth and caught the blueprint midair with both hands upon hearing the sound. As her gaze swept over the data on the blueprint, Lin Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Epic level. Deep Sea Anti-Magic Net. Lin Wanwan jumped up in excitement, rushing over to Su Qing and wrapping her arms around his arm. Boss, you're simply my god. If this thing gets built, who would dare approach our raft? They'd be caught like a dead fish. She pressed her body against Su Qing, her chest rising and falling with excited breaths brushing against his arm through the thin fabric. Su Qing pulled his arm away and playfully ruffled her hair. Do we have enough materials? We lack high-grade energy crystals and deep-sea ebon gold. Lin Wanwan pointed at the list of required materials on the blueprint. But there are plenty of high-end goods from those people earlier. I dismantled that discarded energy transmission shaft. I can barely piece together a set. Then go get it done. Su Qing leaned back in the wooden chair at the helm. Leave it to me. Lin Wanwan turned and dashed back to the multifunctional workbench of the Sea Tribe, lowering her goggles as the mechanical arm emitted a sharp cutting sound. Su Qinghan approached, carrying an empty bucket, thoroughly cleaning the deck. The silk dress she wore was already soaked, clinging tightly to her skin, accentuating her exaggerated curves. Having just blocked arrows and moved things around along with breaking a sweat, she had an incredibly alluring flush across her face. Boss, the deck is clean. Su Qinghan stood respectfully 2 meters in front of Su Qing. Su Qing scanned her from head to toe. Go take a shower. Su Qing tapped the armrest of the chair, change into dry clothes. Su Qinghan bit her lip and quickly walked toward the wash area beside the wooden house. 10 minutes later, Su Qinghan walked out drying her hair. She had changed into a loose white shirt that Bai Yun had worn before with black tight shorts on the bottom. The hem of the white shirt barely covered the tops of her thighs, leaving her long slender legs fully exposed to the air. Instead of returning to her rest area, she walked directly to the side of the helm. Su Qing was leaning back in his chair, resting his eyes. Su Qinghan glanced at Lin Wanwan, who was engrossed in her work, and then at Bai Yun, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen area. She tiptoed, sneaking around to the visual blind spot of the helm, directly squatting down beside Su Qing's chair. Su Qing opened his eyes and looked down at her. Boss, you were in there for over an hour. Your legs must be sore. Su Qinghan spoke in a very low voice, her hands naturally resting on Su Qing's shins, kneading with just the right amount of pressure. Her technique was clumsy, but she had considerable strength. Su Qing remained still, allowing her to knead. Su Qinghan tilted her head back, locking eyes with Su Qing. She intentionally tugged at her collar, revealing that she wore nothing underneath the vast expanse of whiteness subtly visible beneath the white shirt. Back in school, you always sat in the last row of my class, dozing off. Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed as her fingers slid slowly up Su Qing's leg. I never would have imagined that one day I would be here kneeling to massage your legs. Regretting it, Su Qing grabbed her chin. Not at all. Su Qinghan leaned forward, rubbing her face against Su Qing's palm. The rules in school can't save lives, but the rules here can help people survive. I can not only do chores, but also help you relax. She wrapped her arms around Su Qing's knees, her cheek pressed against the outer side of his thigh. The secret actions in this hidden corner of the deck, while the other 2 women were unaware, made Su Qinghan's heart race almost to the point of bursting. Su Qing's fingers ran through her half-dried hair, gently pressing her head. Su Qinghan obediently closed her eyes, her breathing gradually becoming heavier. Xiao Qing, it's time to eat. Bai Yun's voice came from the wooden house, interrupting the romance beneath the helm. Su Qinghan's eyes snapped open, her hands releasing, as if shocked. Hastily adjusting the collar of her white shirt, she stood up, supporting herself on the deck. She lowered her head, pretending to check the radar lines. Su Qing stood up, patted his pants, and walked toward the wooden table in the center of the deck. The table was laid out with 4 dishes and a soup. A large plate of roasted golden hide-ear armored crocodile, meat, a plate of stir-fried mutated cabbage, a bowl of tomato-stewed sea-bird eggs, and a few cut blood spirit fruits. In this cannibalistic sea, such a meal was simply extravagant. The 4 of them sat around the table. Lin Wanwan grabbed a piece of crocodile meat and stuffed it into her mouth, eating with grease dripping down her chin. Sister Yun's cooking is amazing. Eating this meat makes me feel like I'm radiating heat all over. Lin Wanwan gave a thumbs up. Bai Yun smiled, picking up a piece of cabbage and placing it into Su Qing's bowl. Eat more vegetables to cut the grease. Bai Yun spoke, gently, her gaze unintentionally sweeping over Su Qinghan across the table. Su Qinghan lowered her head, shoveling rice, the collar of her white shirt slightly disheveled, with a suspicious flush still lingering on her neck. Having experienced this, Bai Yun immediately sensed something amiss. She said nothing, but under the table, her foot clad in black silk lightly hooked Su Qing's calf. Su Qing did not stop his movements, continuing to sip his soup. Bai Yun's toes slid up along his pant leg, carrying a clear hint of seduction. After finishing the meal, Su Qinghan very consciously stood up to clear the dishes, carrying the plates to the purifier to clean them, while Lin Wanwan dove back to the workbench, continuing to struggle with that epic blueprint. Bai Yun pulled Su Qing's arm, leading him toward the master bedroom. I boiled some hot water to wipe you down. Bai Yun pushed open the windproof wooden door, pulling Su Qing inside, and locked the door behind them. The master bedroom was significantly larger than before, and the wooden bed had been replaced with a wider double bed. The room was unlit, only a few glowing luminescent stones in the corner emitted a dim light. Bai Yun brought over a basin of warm water, soaking and wringing out the towel. She was wearing a winered silk slip dress today, the fabric extremely thin, revealing her voluptuous curves with every bend. Su Qing took off his vest and sat on the edge of the bed. Bai Yun held the warm towel, meticulously wiping Su Qing's broad back. Teacher Su has quite a bit of strength now, and she works efficiently. I saw her at the helm earlier, but she seemed to have been there for quite a while. Are you jealous? Su Qing turned around, pulling Bai Yun's waist, bringing her into his embrace. Bai Yun gasped, falling onto Su Qing's lap. I can't even afford to be jealous. Bai Yun wrapped her arms around Su Qing's neck, her cheek pressed against his chest. I'm just afraid she doesn't know her limits and delays important matters. As long as you don't mind my age, I'll listen to whatever you say. Su Qing said nothing, leaning down to seal her lips with his own. Bai Yun responded passionately, her hands gripping Su Qing's broad shoulders tightly, the silk slip dress sliding down her fair shoulders, pooling at her waist. The The wooden bed began to emit rhythmic creaking sounds. With a terrifying physique of 62 points and the restorative effects from hunting rhythm, Su Qing felt like an inexhaustible piledriver. Bai Yun quickly turned into a mess, biting her teeth, tightly gripping the animal skin mat beneath her, stifling sounds in her throat. Though the wooden house had been soundproofed, the violent vibrations could not be concealed. Outside the door, Su Qinghan finished washing the dishes and neatly stacked the plates. As she passed by the master bedroom door, her footsteps paused. From the crack of the wooden door, extremely suppressed gasps were audible alongside the protesting sounds of the overloaded wooden bed. Su Qinghan leaned against the wooden wall of the corridor, her legs feeling weak. She bit her lip, her mind filled with the sensation of Su Qing's fingers running through her hair beneath the helm earlier. This clear sense of disparity ignited a strong desire to win within her. She had to be more useful and bolder than Bai Yun. An hour later, the commotion in the master bedroom finally settled down. Bai Yun lay limp in Su Qing's embrace, lacking even the strength to lift a finger, her body soaked in sweat, her skin radiating an alluring pink hue. The air in the master bedroom felt somewhat suffocating. Bai Yun lay on Su Qing's broad chest, unable to muster the energy to even turn over. Her winered silk camisole was a wrinkled mess casually tossed onto the floor. Su Qing leaned against the wooden headboard, idly playing with Bai Yun's hair. His impressive physique, scoring 62 points, rendered him completely devoid of fatigue, while the restlessness brought on by his past killings had been entirely soothed. Xiao Qing, Bai Yun's voice was soft, laced with a thick nasal tone. Does Teacher Su have feelings for you? Su Qing's movements did not cease. On this ship, as long as one can work, it doesn't matter who has feelings for me, Su Qing replied in a flat tone. Bai Yun bit her lip, her fingers gently tracing the muscular lines on Su Qing's chest. I'm just worried she won't stay in her lane. Bai Yun lifted her head, her cheeks flushed. After all, she used to be your advisor, and she has high ambitions. Now she may be doing menial work, but what if one day? There is no what if. Su Qing interrupted her. He grasped Bai Yun's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Sister Yun, the rules on the raft are simple. You manage the logistics, well, while Wan takes care of the equipment. If Su Qinghan dares to overstep or fails to do her job, I can throw her overboard to feed the fish at any moment. Do you understand? Bai Yun's heart trembled, and she quickly nodded. Understood. I won't ask too many questions from now on, and I will definitely cater to your tastes well. She leaned in and pecked Su Qing on the cheek, then obediently snuggled back into his embrace and closed her eyes. Su Qing lifted the animal skin blanket and got out of bed. He slipped into a black, tight-fitting vest, pushed open the wooden door of the master bedroom, and was greeted by a gust of salty sea breeze on the deck. The night was already deep, but the workstation still glowed with a ghostly blue flame. Lin Wan donned protective goggles, practically leaning over the multi-functional workstation of the Sea Tribe, her high-frequency welding gun emitting a piercing hum. Su Qing walked over. Still awake. Su Qing pulled a wooden chair and sat down. Lin Wan jumped in surprise, nearly misdirecting her welding gun. She removed her goggles and turned to see Su Qing immediately breaking into a wide smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Her face was streaked with 2 dark lines of machine oil. I can't sleep. Lin Wan excitedly patted the watermelon-sized metal sphere on the workstation. This is an epic blueprint, boss. Who could sleep with this around? The metal sphere was entirely dark blue, its surface covered with extremely complex energy circuits, faintly glowing. Is this the generator for the deep-sea anti-magic net? Su Qing asked. Yes. Lin Wan hugged the metal sphere with one arm and directly stuffed it into Su Qing's embrace. I melted down the drive shaft from Chunhai's broken ship and combined it with the advanced energy crystal you provided, cramming it all into here. Su Qing hefted it, finding it quite heavy. How's the effect? It's definitely 10 times stronger than the inferior product Chunhai used. Lin Wan leaned closer to Su Qing, almost pressing against his arm. As long as we install it at the bottom of our raft, we can activate it directly when encountering enemies. Within a radius of 500 meters, a net will be instantly cast. Don't even talk about the raft's power system. Even a Lord-level sea beast will be thoroughly ensnared. Lin Wan grew more excited as she spoke, gesticulating animatedly. She was completely unaware that her oil-stained clothes had already rubbed against Su Qing's vest. Su Qing set the metal sphere down on the table with one hand, while the other hand pressed against Lin Wan's head, gently pushing her away. Well done. Su Qing took out a cut blood spirit fruit from his spatial bag and directly stuffed it into Lin Wan's mouth. Lin Wan instinctively chewed a couple of times, her eyes instantly lighting up. The violent heat flowed down her throat, sweeping away the fatigue from staying up all night. Delicious. Boss, you're so generous. Lin Wan swallowed the pulp and then hugged Su Qing's arm, shaking it. I'm going to install the generator in the bottom cabin right now. From now on, we shall dominate this sea area. After saying that, the girl hurriedly dashed towards the bottom cabin with the metal sphere. Su Qing watched her retreating figure leaning back in his chair. The three women on this ship had each found their own way of survival. This was just fine as he didn't have to worry about those chaotic internal conflicts. The sky gradually brightened, and a dazzling fish-belly white appeared on the horizon. Su Qing stood up and walked to the edge of the deck to stretch his muscles. Su Qinghan emerged from the side of the wooden cabin. She had risen early, still wearing that oversized white shirt and black tight shorts. Holding a wooden basin filled with warm water, she draped a clean white towel over her shoulder. She stopped 2 meters behind Su Qing, standing obediently. "Boss, good morning," Su Qinghan said softly. Su Qing turned around to look at her. "What are you up so early?" "The deck has been swept and the water is boiling." Su Qinghan took a step forward, placing the wooden basin on the nearby table. "I'll help you wash your face." She soaked the towel, wrung it out, and with both hands holding the warm towel walked directly in front of Su Qing. The two were less than half a meter apart, and Su Qinghan slightly tiptoed, gently wiping Su Qing's cheeks and neck. The collar of her white shirt was open. As she raised her hand, large swathes of snow-white flesh entered Su Qing's line of sight. Su Qinghan showed no intention of covering up, but rather intentionally leaned forward, making the visual impact even more pronounced. Su Qing did not move, allowing her to wipe. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Su Qing casually asked. Su Qinghan's movements paused for half a second. Of course, she didn't sleep well, as she had clearly heard the commotion in the master bedroom keep her awake all night. "I slept quite well." Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed, but her hands did not stop moving. "As long as I'm on the boss ship, I feel secure no matter where I sleep." She washed the towel again and wrung it out. This time she did not wipe Su Qing's face, but directly squatted down, delicately wiping Su Qing's calves and ankles with the towel. The hem of her white shirt slipped down her thighs. This posture was humbly submissive to the extreme. Su Qinghan looked up at Su Qing. "I can be more useful than Sister Yun, or I can take on all the heavy and laborious tasks, and in the evenings. I can also." She was a clever woman. She understood that on this raft merely doing menial work would not earn her a core position, as she had to demonstrate her value in every aspect. Su Qing grasped her chin. "Do what you are supposed to do." Su Qing released his hand. "Go harvest the vegetables from the planting box." Right away, Su Qinghan immediately stood up, picked up the wooden basin, took 2 steps back, and turned towards the spiritual energy greenhouse. Her steps were light, showing no signs of disappointment from being rejected. She knew that Su Qing did not push her away, which meant he accepted her attitude. Su Qing walked to the helm, pulled over a wooden chair, and sat down. He opened the translucent panel and switched to the trading hall. The mutated cabbage and tomatoes planted yesterday had all matured by this morning. Su Qing directly listed hundreds of units of fresh vegetables. Items listed: fresh mutated cabbage 100, mutated tomatoes 100. Required materials: advanced energy crystals, rare metals, special blueprints. Note: no basic materials. In exchange, private chat with prices. No bargaining. Just 10 seconds after listing them, the regional chat exploded. "Damn. Fresh vegetables. Hundreds of units. Is Su Qing doing wholesale? I've been gnawing on rotten fish for 3 days. You just give me a bite of green vegetables. Trading advanced crystals for cabbage. Isn't that too Blackheart? If it's too Blackheart, then don't trade. Who else in the entire region besides Su Qing has fresh vegetables? Trade if you want to." Private messages flickered furiously in the background. Su Qing leaned back in his chair, filtering through them. He ignored those trying their luck with broken copper and iron. Soon he exchanged this batch of vegetables for 10 advanced energy crystals, plus dozens of deep-sea ghost gold. The fuel reserves for the mini-spiritual energy reactor were once again full. At that moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly emanated from a corner on the right side of the deck. Su Qing turned off the panel and looked over. The palm-sized dark purple wooden box, Pandora's box. The intricate carvings on its surface were flashing with a purple-black light. Su Qing turned off the panel and looked away. Last night, while sorting through the spoils of Chun Hai's group, he had found a standard-level skill book titled Basic Water Manipulation. Su Qing already possessed a water avoidance pearl, so he decided to discard this item as it was just taking up space, casually tossing it into the treasure chest. He walked over and lifted the chest lid with one hand. The purple-black light instantly converged, revealing a skill book that emitted a rich blue glow, quietly resting at the bottom of the chest. Mutation successful. Acquired skill book Spirit Cuisine, cooking technique rare. Effect after learning: master the special handling techniques for spiritual ingredients. The food cooked has a chance to provide temporary attribute enhancements and significantly increases the energy conversion rate of ingredients, removing impurities. A good item. If this skill book were posted in the trading hall, it would definitely cause the logistics managers of major factions to scramble for it. In this vast seafood that provides attribute enhancements is worth even more than high-quality weapons. Su Qing picked up the skill book and turned to look at the kitchen area. Bai Yun was tying her apron, slicing the mutated cabbage she had just received into even strips. Yun Jie, come here, Su Qing called out. Bai Yun immediately set down her knife, wiped her hands on her apron, and hurried over to Su Qing. What's up, Xiao Qing? Su Qing handed over the glowing skill book. Press it against her chest. Without asking further, Bai Yun took the skill book with both hands and pressed it directly against her chest. A flash of blue light occurred as the skill book transformed into a stream of light and entered her body. Bai Yun let out a soft grunt, closed her eyes, and after several seconds, opened them again. The warmth in her gaze was now tinged with undeniable excitement. I suddenly have so many methods for processing ingredients in my mind, Bai Yun exclaimed, looking at her hands in astonishment. I can seemingly see all the textures of the mutated vegetables and the energy nodes of the sea beast meat. Go try it out, Su Qing pointed towards the kitchen area. Make a soup using the freshly harvested cabbage and high-grade giant crocodile meat. Okay. Bai Yun cheerfully ran back to the stove. In less than 20 minutes, an extremely rich aroma wafted from the iron pot, more fragrant than any previous occasion. Lin Wanwan set down her wrench, drawn towards the scent. Yun Jie, what divine seasoning did you put in the pot? This smells incredible. Lin Wanwan gulped. Bai Yun ladled out a steaming bowl of meat soup and presented it to Su Qing. The soup appeared an enticing milky white, with several pieces of vibrant green cabbage sprinkled throughout. Su Qing picked up the bowl and took a sip. It was fresh. The extreme freshness exploded on his taste buds, completely eliminating the fishy taste of the giant crocodile meat, leaving only pure meat fragrance. The warm soup slid down his throat, quickly transforming into a soothing warmth that spread throughout his body. A prompt appeared on his retina. Consuming spirit cuisine, white jade crocodile meat soup. Temporary enhancement, strength 3, constitution 3, duration 2 hours. Recovery speed of stamina increased by 50. Su Qing set down the bowl. From now on, all the ingredients on the ship will be handled by you, he said to Bai Yun. No need to prepare regular food anymore. Bai Yun's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded vigorously. Leave it to me, I will definitely enhance all your— She turned to look at Su Qinghan, who was still standing nearby, and said gently, Teacher Su, there's still some left in the pot. You should have a bowl, you must be tired from working. Thank you, Yun Jie, Su Qinghan replied, walking over to serve herself a bowl. Just then the sky suddenly darkened. Countless massive golden characters abruptly appeared in the air above the formerly clear sea surface. An ear-piercing system notification blasted in every player's mind. Server-wide announcement: the first round of the scoring survival mode is about to end. Countdown 60 minutes. After the countdown ends, the global score leaderboard will be locked and settlement rewards will be distributed based on rankings. The top 100 players will receive special treasure chests. The first place will receive a unique special reward. All players, please seize the last moments. The chat channel erupted in excitement. Wow, it's finally about to end. These past few days have been filled with anxiety, fearing being ambushed and losing points. I only have 150 points. I can't even make it into the top 10,000. This reward has nothing to do with me. Do we even need to look at the first place? Su Qing, the big shot, has a whopping 1800 points, a crushing lead. Alexander only has 4000 points. He's chasing after the first place. Su Qing sat on a wooden chair, bringing up the leaderboard panel. First place, Su Qing. Points 19,700. Second place, Alexander Ivanov. Points 4,200. Third place, Miyamoto Musashi. Points 3,800. The gap was despairingly large. Lin Wanwan leaned close to Su Qing, her eyes glued to the numbers on the screen, grinning widely. Boss, the first place is as good as secured. Lin Wanwan rubbed her hands together. What kind of extraordinary reward could the unique special reward yield? We'll know once the countdown ends. Su Qing leaned back against the chair. 60 minutes felt exceedingly long on this vast sea. Many players desperate to climb the rankings had gone completely mad at the last moment. On the radar screen, distant red dots flickered and vanished frequently, indicating fierce battles that were taking place. But within a 10-mile radius of Su Qing's armored raft, it was completely clean. No one dared to approach this monster with 19,000 points. Time ticked away. The enormous golden countdown numbers in the sky continued to leap. 3, 2, 1. Countdown ended. The first round of scoring survival mode is officially closed. The score plundering mechanism has been cancelled. The global score leaderboard has been locked. Immediately afterward, a golden pillar of light, thicker than any before, broke through the clouds and slammed down onto Su Qing's armored raft. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Su Qing for topping the global leaderboard with 19,700 points. The rewards have been issued to the player's backpack. Acquired unique level title Deep Sea Tyrant. Acquired unique level title Deep Sea Tyrant. Su Qing summoned a translucent panel. Strength 82, Agility 71, Constitution 82. He clenched his fist, the air in his palms compressed, producing a crisp sound. The mechanical exoskeleton was now worn on his right arm, and he felt no weight at all. On the deck, the other 3 women were also surrounded by a slightly dimmer golden light, increasing all attributes by 10 points. Lin Wanwan jumped 2 meters high, landing steadily beside the workstation. Boss, I feel like I can kill a cow with 1 punch now. Su Qing ignored their excitement, focusing his gaze on the backpack panel. First, he clicked on that unique level title. Title: Deep Sea Tyrant Unique Level. Attribute 1, Tyrant's Pressure. When equipped within a 1 nautical mile radius of the raft, ordinary sea beasts are forced to retreat, and elite sea beasts have their attributes reduced by 10. Attribute 2, Ruler of the Deep Sea. It forcibly increases the final damage dealt to all marine creatures by 20. Attribute 3, Water Element Affinity. Immunity to 30 water attribute damage. He directly clicked to equip it. A dark golden crown phantom appeared above Su Qing's head, then merged into his body. The seawater around the armored raft instantly calmed down, and several mutated sea fish that were following behind to scavenge the leftovers frantically swam away towards the deep sea. Su Qing took out the 50 advanced energy crystals from his spatial bag. A heavy bag, the eerie blue light illuminated the entire cockpit. Wanwan filled the fuel tank of the reactor. Su Qing threw the bag over. Lin Wanwan caught it with both hands and gasped upon seeing the contents. 50 pieces. Boss, even if our raft runs at full power for a month, we won't use up this fuel. Just fill it up as I said. All right. Lin Wanwan ran to the lower cabin while holding the bag. Su Qing took out the last and most important reward. Epic level random blueprint chest. A completely dark golden square metal box appeared on the wooden table with no lock, holes, only intricate gear patterns. Su Qing pressed his hand on the top of the metal box. Would you like to open the epic level random blueprint chest? Open. The gears on the surface of the metal box spun wildly, splitting open, and a special translucent metal sheet floated in midair. Su Qing reached out to grab the sheet. Acquired epic level blueprint, abyss level armor warship framework modification diagram. Effect: completely restructure the existing raft structure, replacing it with a metal armored hull. Includes a spiritual energy conduction circuit, enhancing the hull's defense by 500 and adding 4 heavy weapon mounting points. Required materials: 5,000 wood, 3,000 iron blocks, 50 deep sea eerie gold, 10 advanced energy crystals. Su Qing threw the sheet onto the wooden table. Lin Wanwan had just climbed up from the lower cabin, brushing off the dust from her hands. Did you fill it up, eh? Su Qing asked. All done. The reactor is now in overload. I'm afraid it might explode. Lin Wanwan walked over, her gaze landing on the metal sheet on the table. She was stunned. The wrench in her hand fell directly onto the deck with a thud. Boss. Lin Wanwan swallowed, her voice trembling. Where did you get this? Just opened it. Lin Wanwan held the sheet with both hands, her eyes wide, her entire being immersed in a state of extreme fervor. This is not a blueprint for a raft at all. This is a warship. A real warship. Lin Wanwan spoke rapidly, pointing at the structural lines on the blueprint. Boss, as long as we build this, we won't have to drift on a wooden raft anymore. Do we have enough materials? Su Qing tapped the table. Yes, absolutely enough. Lin Wanwan nodded vigorously. I previously raided Chun Hai's inventory, and combined with the materials you gathered, we can definitely gather everything. It's just that we're a bit short on deep sea eerie gold, but I can purify some rusty alloy blocks to replace part of it. Then let's get started. Su Qinghan was clearing debris beside the workstation. Hearing the commotion, she immediately walked over. Need help moving anything? Su Qinghan asked. Teacher Su, bring up those 3,000 units of iron blocks from the lower cabin. Place them next to the furnace at the workstation. Okay. Su Qinghan turned and walked toward the lower cabin. A few minutes later, she came up the stairs carrying a huge wooden box filled with iron blocks. The box weighed several hundred pounds. Su Qinghan walked steadily, her breathing even. The enhancement of 10 points to all attributes had allowed her physique to completely surpass the limits of an ordinary person. She placed the wooden box next to the furnace and turned to continue moving. Lin Wanwan activated the multifunctional workstation of the Sea Tribe. The mechanical arm spun wildly, and the harsh sounds of cutting and welding echoed across the deck. Su Qing sat at the cockpit watching the changes of the raft. As Lin Wanwan continuously fed materials into the workstation, streams of eerie blue light spread out from the workstation, rapidly expanding through the gaps in the deck's wooden boards. The originally rough logs began to be covered with a layer of dark brown metal armor the moment they came into contact with the blue light. The iron cladding on the edges of the hull quickly expanded outward and rose upward. Half-meter-high alloy guard walls took shape. The once flat bow gradually contracted and rose, transforming into a sharp bow for cutting through waves. Bai Yun walked out from the kitchen area carrying a large tray. The tray held dozens of skewers of meat grilled to a golden brown, emitting a rich aroma. Eat something first. Bai Yun placed the tray in front of Su Qing. Spiritual Feast, it can enhance stamina recovery speed. Su Qing picked up a skewer and took a bite. The meat was tender and warm, the heat flowing down his throat into his stomach, instantly replenishing his stamina. Send some to them. Su Qing pointed to the workstation. Bai Yun carried the tray over. Su Qinghan had just set down the third iron box, and a fine layer of sweat had appeared on her forehead. Teacher Su, have a bite of meat before you move again. Bai Yun handed over 2 skewers of grilled meat. Su Qinghan accepted them with both hands and quickly finished them. Thank you, Sister Yun. Su Qinghan wiped her mouth and turned back down into the lower cabin. She worked extremely hard, not complaining of fatigue at all. This tangible sense of participation made her feel immensely secure. The transformation lasted a full 3 hours. The sky had completely darkened. The wind and waves on the sea intensified, and the waves crashing against the hull no longer produced the dull sound of wood, but the crisp sound of metal colliding. Boom! The entire hull shook violently, and the eerie blue light flowed around the deck before finally disappearing into the armor. Lin Wanwan pulled off her goggles and slumped beside the workstation, breathing heavily. Boss, it's done. Su Qing stood up and looked around. This could no longer be called a raft. A heavy layer of dark brown alloy armor covered all the wooden structures. The deck was divided into 2 layers, and the cockpit was raised, providing an extremely wide field of view. The sharp bow for cutting through waves was covered with reinforcement patterns of deep sea eerie gold. For heavy weapon mounting points were located at the 4 corners of the hull with bases already reserved. The dual-barreled magical energy cannons were moved to the central mounting point of the bow, their barrels glinting ominously in the night. Su Qing brought up the hull panel. Abyss level armor warship, beginner durability 100, 001, 0000 defense, extremely strong, immune to ordinary sea beast collisions, power system, miniature spiritual energy reactor, overload state, auxiliary facilities, sea tribe, multifunctional workstation, spiritual greenhouse, intermediate water purifier, current mount, dual-barreled magical energy cannon 1. Very good. Su Qing walked to the bow and knocked on the half-meter-high alloy guard wall. The sound was extremely solid. With the ship's current defense, even if it were to sit on the sea while Chun Hai's group bombarded it with catapults for a day, it wouldn't even get a dent. Ding. Deep within his mind, the system's prompt sound rang out on time. Detected the completion of the abyss-level reconstruction of the raft. Gained extraction opportunity X1. Would you like to extract Hextech enhancement? Su Qing stood before a half-meter-high alloy protective wall, the sea breeze blowing on his face, completely devoid of the previous chill. Extract. Su Qing silently thought. A glimmer flickered across his retina, and 3 distinctly different icons slowly emerged. Full firepower golden permanently increases the damage of all mounted weapons on the warship by 50 and the loading speed by 30. Blessing of the Sea God golden generates an absolute shield that can withstand a single fatal attack every day. Night Revelry colored, each night, share a big bed, and the next morning randomly extract 1 item guaranteed to be of fine quality, with a high probability of obtaining epic or legendary items. Su Qing's gaze directly skipped the first 2 golden icons and locked onto the 3rd colored icon. He currently lacked firepower. With the dual-barreled magic cannon, plus the foundation of the abyss-level warship, he could traverse these waters at will. As for survival, he bore the unique title Deep Sea Tyrant, his defense already overflowing. However, high-quality resources were always scarce. Being able to obtain a guaranteed fine-quality item, or even an epic or legendary one simply by sleeping each day, was truly a tailor-made ATM. Choose Night Revelry. Selection successful. Gained colored Hextech Night Revelry. A warm current surged up his spine, and Su Qing clenched his fist, feeling his vitality surge even more. At the other end of the deck, Lin Wanwan was holding a high-frequency welding gun circling around the dual-barreled magic cannon, sparks flying everywhere. Boss. Lin Wanwan took off her goggles and wiped the grease off her face. I have re-welded the base. Now even if this cannon fires 10 shots in a row, the recoil won't flip the deck. Su Qing walked over, placing one hand on the sturdy cannon barrel. The cold metal felt extremely solid. Go take a rest. Su Qing tapped the cannon barrel, set the reactor to automatic cruise mode, maintaining a speed of 20 knots. All right. Lin Wanwan yawned, carrying a pile of tools towards the storage room in the lower cabin. She didn't feel much about attribute enhancements. Her mind was filled with blueprints and gears. A sound of a door opening came from the direction of the wooden cabin. After the warship's upgrade, the wooden cabin was also reconstructed. The originally rough wooden walls had turned into composite armor plates with metal layers, and the wind-resistant door was replaced with a heavy sliding alloy door. Bai Yun came out holding a tray with 2 steaming cups of fruit tea. She had changed into a black silk nightgown, the belt tied loosely, exposing large patches of fair skin to the night breeze. After a 10-point boost to all attributes, she exuded an exceptionally moist and mature charm, swaying as she walked. Xiaoqing, drink some water. Bai Yun walked to Su Qing's side, placing the tray on the control panel beside the cockpit. Su Qinghan was squatting nearby, cleaning up the metal debris left from welding. Hearing the noise, she immediately stood up, effortlessly lifting the heavy iron bucket filled with debris and walked steadily to the edge of the ship, dumping it straight into the sea. Her loose white shirt was already dirty, clinging tightly to her body, accentuating her exaggerated curves. Su Qing picked up the fruit tea and took a sip, the sweetness just right. His gaze swept over Bai Yun, then looked at Su Qinghan, who had just set down the iron bucket. Su Qinghan, come here. Su Qing set down his cup. Su Qinghan immediately turned around and walked briskly to stop 2 meters in front of Su Qing, her hands properly folded in front of her. Boss, what else needs to be moved? Su Qinghan's breathing was steady, her physique allowing her to complete heavy tasks without breaking a sweat. Su Qing did not respond, turning to walk towards the master bedroom. The master bedroom had now expanded to nearly 20 square meters, containing a specially made 3-meter-wide bed by Lin Wanwan. The bed frame was reinforced with scraps of deep-sea dark gold, not to mention 3 people, even boxing on it wouldn't cause it to collapse. Su Qing reached the doorway, paused, and turned to look at the 2 women outside. Tonight together. The deck fell silent in an instant. Bai Yun's hand holding the tray trembled violently, nearly spilling the fruit tea in the cup. She looked up in shock, her gaze darting back and forth between Su Qing and Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan froze for half a second, then her heart raced wildly. She had waited too long for this opportunity. Previously in the washing area and beneath the cockpit, she had used all her efforts to please Su Qing, all to secure her footing on this ship. Now that the opportunity lay before her, she had no hesitation. Okay. Su Qinghan responded directly, striding towards the master bedroom. As she passed by Bai Yun, Su Qinghan did not pause, only glancing slightly, her eyes devoid of provocation, only an unabashed instinct for survival. Bai Yun bit her lip, placing the tray on the table. She was a smart woman, knowing that on this ship, Su Qing's words were absolute law. Bai Yun took a deep breath, adjusted the collar of her nightgown, and followed into the master bedroom. The heavy alloy door slowly closed. In the master bedroom, several soft, glowing stones illuminated the space. Su Qing had already removed his outer jacket, leaning against the metal headboard of the bed. His terrifying physique with a score of 82 emanated heat like a furnace, and the muscle lines appeared chiseled in the dim light. Su Qinghan approached the bedside, showing no hesitation. She directly reached out to unbutton her white shirt, the movements extremely swift. The dirty shirt slid off her shoulders and fell to the floor, leaving only black tight shorts underneath. She knelt on the large bed, crawling beside Su Qing, her hands naturally resting on his shoulders, beginning to massage him with just the right amount of force. Boss, you must be tired from killing sea beasts today. Let me help you relax. Su Qinghan's voice was low, her cheek brushing against Su Qing's arm. Bai Yun stood at the foot of the bed, watching Su Qinghan's behavior. The former high and mighty counselor in school now knelt beside Su Qing like a cat wagging her tail in play. Bai Yun did not shrink back. She untied the belt of her nightgown, letting the black silk slide down. She leaned directly into Su Qing's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Xiao Qing, let me massage your legs. Bai Yun's tone remained gentle, but her actions had become significantly bolder, her fingers sliding up Su Qing's thigh muscles. There were no arguments, no verbal conflicts, but the atmosphere on the bed had tensed to the extreme. Su Qing leaned against the headboard, completely in control of the situation. He did not need to mediate the turbulent undercurrents between the women in this apocalyptic "see the strong preyed on the weak," and that was the most primal and effective rule. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the specially designed one-way glass porthole into the master bedroom. Su Qing opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and invigorated. His body was brimming with vitality, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Ding! The crisp system notification echoed in his mind right on time. Detected that the host meets the trigger condition for nightfall revelry, spending over 6 hours sharing a bed with 2 members of the opposite sex. Hex effect has been activated. Randomly drawing item. Su Qing sat up, his gaze fixed on the golden wool spinning wildly on his retina. The slots on the wheel were filled with exquisite items radiating purple, golden, and even red glows. The needle gradually slowed down, finally settling steadily on a slot that emitted a rich golden light. Drawing complete. Epic item obtained, deep-sea submersible module for warship use. A thick blueprint radiating blinding golden light appeared in Su Qing's palm. Su Qing grasped the blueprint with one hand and immediately pulled up the attribute panel. Deep-sea submersible module epic can be installed on abyss-level armored warships. Once activated, the warship will generate an absolute airtight shield capable of submerging to a depth of 2,000 meters. In submersible mode, the movement speed increases by 100 and is immune to all conventional sonar and radar detection. Su Qing squinted his eyes. The value of this item surpassed even that of the magical energy cannon. No matter how many resources were on the surface, they could not compare to the treasures lying beneath the sea. The sunken ruins and layers of high-level sea beasts were all in the depths. With this module, his warship would no longer be limited to the surface, but would become a truly all-terrain fortress. Su Qing casually slapped the heavy blueprint radiating golden light onto the bedside table. The metal cabinet emitted a dull thud. The commotion on the bed awakened Bai Yun, who rubbed her eyes and sat up, her silk blanket sliding off. Su Qinghan also woke up, quickly picking up the white shirt from the floor and putting it on without fully buttoning it, directly getting off the bed and standing upright. "Boss." Su Qinghan lowered her head. "Go wash up and get ready to work." Su Qing picked up the blueprint and pushed open the heavy alloy door to step outside. On the deck, Lin Wanwan was crouched beside a dual-barreled magical energy cannon, munching on a compressed biscuit, her face still smeared with last night's engine oil. Su Qing walked over and tossed the blueprint into her arms. Lin Wanwan fumbled to catch it, and upon seeing the words on it, the biscuit fell directly onto the deck. "Deep-sea submersible module." Lin Wanwan jumped up suddenly, shouting, "Boss, your luck is insane. This is an epic-level blueprint. Do we have enough materials?" Su Qing pulled over a wooden chair and sat down. "Enough. Absolutely enough." Lin Wanwan slammed the blueprint on the control panel. Chunhai's group dismantled quite a bit of pressure-resistant alloy from their ships. "Combined with our existing deep-sea ghost gold, we can definitely gather everything we need. Get it assembled right away." "Got it." Lin Wanwan turned and dashed towards the multifunctional workstation of the Sea Tribe. Su Qinghan finished washing up and raced out, heading straight into the lower hold to transport materials. Her attributes had increased by several dozen points, allowing her to effortlessly lift several hundred pounds of metal sheets, with one hand doubling her work efficiency. Bai Yun was busy in the kitchen area soon, bringing out several bowls of steaming spiritual seafood porridge. The modification lasted a full 2 hours. The entire abyss-level armored warship emitted a low rumble, and the half-meter-high alloy protective walls around the hull began to extend upwards, quickly closing in above the deck to form a completely enclosed translucent dome. The 4 heavy firepower mounting points also underwent underwater sealing treatment, with a waterproof coating covering the outer layer of the cannon barrels. "Boss, the submersible module has been connected to the reactor." Lin Wanwan pounded the control panel. "Ready to submerge at any time." Su Qing walked to the control station and pressed the red submersible button. "Dive to a depth of 2,000 meters. V-room." A layer of light blue, absolute airtight shield instantly expanded, enveloping the entire warship. The miniature spiritual energy reactor altered its output mode, and the ship suddenly plunged, diving directly into the rolling sea. The view darkened instantly. As the depth increased, the surrounding light was completely swallowed. The only illumination came from the 2 strong beams of light emitted by the ship's external searchlights. The pressure of the deep sea was immense, yet inside the shield on the deck, not even a tremor was felt. Bai Yun stood beside the control panel, instinctively gripping the edge. It was her first time underwater, surrounded by pitch-black seawater, an overwhelming feeling of oppression washing over her. "Don't be nervous," Su Qing glanced at her. "This shield can't be broken." On the radar screen, red dots began to flash wildly. "Boss, there are high-energy reactions all around us." Lin Wanwan stared at the screen, her typing on the keyboard growing faster. "There are too many. At least a few hundred sea beasts are heading our way." Su Qing switched to the title panel and directly activated the deep-sea tyrant's pressure. A shadow of a dark golden crown briefly flashed above the warship, and an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from the ship into the surrounding waters. On the radar screen, those originally approaching red dots paused collectively for a second. Then these red dots frantically fled in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Did those sea beasts see a ghost?" Lin Wanwan swallowed hard, pointing at the empty radar screen. "Continue descending." Su Qing did not explain. "Depth 1,000 meters. 1,500 meters. 2,000 meters. The warship steadily stopped at the pitch-black seabed, where the terrain was extremely complex, filled with massive underwater rock columns and peculiar seaweed emitting a faint glow. "Boss, the radar detected a special magnetic field." Lin Wanwan pulled up the bottom layer data. "At the 10 o'clock position, 3 nautical miles away, there is an extraordinarily large complex." Su Qing recalled what Chunhai had shouted before he died. The coordinates of the underwater temple. Chunhai's group had the deep-sea anti-magic net, most likely prepared to explore this place, and it all ended up benefiting him. "Head over there." Su Qing issued the order. The warship accelerated at the seabed, with the speed increasing by 100 in submersible mode. The massive metal hull created violent currents underwater, directly smashing through several obstructing rock columns. Minutes later, the beams of the searchlights illuminated a magnificent structure. It was an underwater temple entirely made of black colossal stones, most of its main body buried in the seabed silt, with a square in front of the temple lined with several broken stone columns. The surface of the stone columns was intricately carved with patterns, even after being submerged in water, for who knows how many years they showed no signs of erosion. The warship moved slowly at a depth of 2,000 meters, the two beams of the searchlights striking the black, colossal stones, the aura scattering in the water. Lin Wanwan leaned over the radar screen, her fingers clattering on the keyboard. Boss, the radar can't penetrate the material of this structure. Lin Wanwan pointed at a large blind spot on the screen. Moreover, the surrounding water currents are very strange. They all seem to be swirling around the temple, as if an invisible dome is enclosing it. Su Qing stood at the helm, gazing through the translucent alloy dome ahead. The main entrance of the temple towered dozens of meters high, with two tightly shut bronze doors covered in dark red seaweed, and dozens of broken stone pillars were scattered haphazardly in the muddy square before the doors. Can the cannon penetrate that shield? Su Qing asked. Lin Wanwan shook her head. It's unlikely. The energy fluctuation frequency of that shield is very high, and the energy shells will probably just bounce off, or even cause a backlash. The battleship came to a steady stop at the edge of the square, 200 meters away from the bronze doors. Su Qing lifted the dark golden trident of the sea god with one hand. I'm going out to take a look. Boss, the water pressure outside is 2,000 meters. Lin Wanwan turned her head. Even with a water avoidance pearl, this pressure can crush an ordinary person into a meat pie. It's fine. Su Qing strapped the trident across his back. His attributes were currently at a total of 82 points, and with the 30 water attribute damage immunity granted by the title Deep Sea Tyrant, this water pressure was completely within his tolerance. Su Qinghan. Su Qing called out. Su Qinghan immediately walked over from the workbench, standing at attention. You take over the cannon control station. Su Qing pointed to the mounting point at the bow of the ship. If anything approaches the battleship, fire immediately. No need to wait for my command. Understood. Su Qinghan wasted no words, turning towards the control station. She gripped the cannon control lever tightly, her gaze fixed on the dark waters ahead. Bai Yun brought a sealed thermos from the kitchen area and handed it to Su Qing. This is freshly brewed spiritual soup. Oh, drink it before going out. It will help withstand the pressure. Su Qing took the thermos, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, and a prompt indicating an increase in stamina recovery speed appeared on his retina. He tossed the empty cup onto the table and walked towards the pressure release hatch in the bottom cabin. The airlock opened and seawater rushed in instantly. The moment Su Qing stepped out of the hatch, the primary water avoidance pearl expanded a layer of close-fitting, transparent membrane. Terrifying water pressure squeezed in from all sides. The membrane emitted a slight distortion sound, and Su Qing let out a muffled grunt as his bones crackled. His 82-point constitution withstood the pressure, and he flexed his wrists. The mechanical exoskeleton operated smoothly underwater, facing no hindrance. Su Qing's feet sank into the soft mud, each step stirring up large clouds of murky water. He drew the sea god trident with a reverse motion. Wanwan, can you hear me? Su Qing spoke through the built-in communicator of the exoskeleton. Loud and clear. The signal is not interrupted. Lin Wanwan's voice came through the earpiece. Boss, there's a high-energy reaction under the mud to your left front. It's approaching rapidly. Su Qing halted his steps. Suddenly the mud ahead roiled violently. 3 massive black shadows erupted from the mud, sending turbulent water rushing directly towards Su Qing. These were 3 humanoid monsters over 5 meters tall, their bodies covered in grayish-white rock armor, wielding thick spears formed from seabed rocks. Deep Sea Abyss Guardian Elite, the guardians of the underwater temple, possessing extremely high defense, immune to most physical blunt strikes. 3 rock spears carrying terrifying kinetic energy sealed off Su Qing's retreat from 3 directions. At a depth of 2,000 meters, ordinary people's movements would become extremely slow, but Su Qing was completely unaffected. The pressure of the Deep Sea Tyrant title was instantly released. The movements of the 3 Deep Sea Abyss Guardians visibly stiffened for a moment, their attributes forcibly reduced by 10. Su Qing did not retreat. The shadow step could still be used underwater. Swish. He left a shadow in place, and his entire being instantaneously crossed the water resistance, appearing directly in front of the left Abyss Guardian. He swung the sea god trident fiercely. The blade, carrying the effect of absolute armor penetration, stirred up a terrifying dark current visible to the naked eye in the deep sea. There was no sound of metal clashing. The blade cut through the Abyss Guardian's proud rock armor without obstruction, directly severing it in half. Grayish-white debris mixed with dark green blood exploded in the seawater. The other 2 Abyss Guardians reacted extremely quickly, redirecting their spears and viciously stabbing towards Su Qing's back. Su Qing pushed off the mud with one foot, his body propelled upwards by the force, the spear barely missing his foot as it struck into the mud. He gripped the trident tightly, looking down from above, and thrust down violently at one of the Abyss Guardians. The tip accurately pierced through the Guardian's skull, pinning it firmly to the seabed. The last Abyss Guardian went completely berserk, throwing away its spear and swinging its massive rock fists at Su Qing. Su Qing pulled out the trident, advancing rather than retreating. He clenched his fist with one hand, the gears of the mechanical exoskeleton whirring wildly, directly smashing into the rock fist. Bang! A dull thud echoed underwater. The Abyss Guardian's entire right arm was shattered, debris flying everywhere, and Su Qing twisted his wrist, allowing the trident to sweep across its neck. The battle ended extremely quickly, lasting less than half a minute. The colorful Hextech hunting rhythm activated, and subtle warm currents surged into his body, instantly replenishing the stamina he had just expended. Su Qing shook off the green blood from the trident blade. "Boss, you're amazing." Lin Wanwan's cheers came through the communicator. "I saw those 3 red dots disappear instantly on the radar. Keep an eye on the radar." Su Qing stepped over the remains of the Abyss Guardians. The 3 corpses transformed into white light and vanished, leaving 3 orbs emitting gray light in their place. Su Qing picked one up and glanced at it. Abyss Guardian core high-density rock crystal can be used for forging or as high-grade energy. A good item directly stored in the spatial pouch. He continued forward, approaching the layer of invisible energy shield. Reaching out to touch it, the membrane of the water avoidance pearl made contact with the energy shield, producing a sizzling repulsion sound. Su Qing took a half step back, gripping the sea god trident tightly. This incomplete artifact possessed the ability to control ocean currents. He poured his strength into the trident without reservation, and the dark golden patterns on the blade suddenly glowed. The surrounding seawater instantly boiled, forming a massive water tornado that drilled directly towards the layer of invisible energy shield. "Break for me." Su Qing exerted force with both arms. The trident drove fiercely into the energy shield. Crack! An extremely crisp, shattering sound echoed underwater. The energy shield, which even the cannon couldn't penetrate, shattered into countless light spots before the absolute armor penetration of the sea god trident. A massive torrent of water surged towards the bronze doors. Su Qing stepped onto the white stone steps, reaching the giant doors. The doors were intricately carved with elaborate patterns resembling some form of sacrificial scene, though obscured by seaweed. He inserted the trident into the crevice beside him, pressing both hands against the bronze giant door. The muscles in his arms bulged, and the mechanical exoskeleton emitted a harsh screech of overworked friction. With a creaking sound, the long, silent bronze giant door finally opened a crack. Su Qing exerted force, widening the gap to a size sufficient for a person to pass through. He withdrew the trident and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Su Qing immediately halted, his brow furrowing. Behind the door there was not a drop of seawater. The membrane of the water avoidance pearl automatically retracted. This bronze giant door had completely isolated the 2,000 meters of deep-sea water outside. The interior of the temple was extremely spacious, filled with a strong scent of preservative spices. On both sides of the walls, ethereal blue eternal lamps burned, illuminating the entire hall. "Boss, the signal is severely disrupted." Lin Wanwan's intermittent voice came through the communicator. "The radar is completely down. What's your situation, eh?" "I've entered." Su Qing looked around. "There's no water inside, only air." "No water? How could that be possible 2,000 meters underwater?" Lin Wanwan's voice was abruptly cut off by a piercing sound of electrical interference. The communication was interrupted. Su Qing tapped the communicator, but there was no response. He tightened his grip on the trident and walked forward along the stone path in the center of the hall. On either side of the hall, dozens of tall black stone sculptures were neatly arranged. These sculptures depicted half-human hellfish monsters, each holding various grotesque weapons. Su Qing walked slowly, constantly wary of these stone sculptures suddenly coming to life. He gripped the trident of the sea god, proceeding along the central stone path of the hall. The surroundings were so quiet that he could only hear the sound of his own footsteps. The dozens of black stone sculptures, half-human and hellfish, appeared particularly eerie under the ethereal blue eternal lamps. Su Qing slowed his pace, his gaze sweeping over the nearest stone sculpture. This piece was carved with such realism that even the patterns of the fish scales were clearly visible, and it held a rusted bronze harpoon. Crack! A faint sound of cracking echoed in the empty hall. Su Qing halted the sound coming from the third stone sculpture on his left front. The black stone skin on the surface of the sculpture cracked open, gray dust cascading down. Following that, the stone skin peeled off in chunks like eggshells, revealing dark blue scales underneath. Monster! Without any hesitation, Su Qing lifted the secret silver crossbow, with one hand the mechanical cocking device instantly fully drawn. Bang! The steel armor-piercing arrow shot out, infused with ethereal blue energy. The arrow pierced directly through the head of the sea creature that had just broken free from its stone skin, the tremendous impact, sending its body flying backward, nailing it against the wall. That shot was like poking a hornet's nest. The dozens of stone sculptures on both sides of the hall began to tremble violently, the sounds of peeling stone skin merging into one. One by one, sea guardians, each over 2 meters tall and covered in dark blue scales, awakened. They wielded bronze harpoons and bone knives, producing deep growls from their throats as they all turned their attention to Su Qing. There were approximately 40 of them. If faced with such an elite group of monsters outside, it would be enough to wipe out a 100-man team. But here Su Qing had not the slightest intention to retreat. He hung the crossbow back on his back, gripping the trident of the sea god tightly, the mechanical exoskeleton on his left arm emitting a low grinding sound. The pressure of the tidal deep sea tyrant activated passively. The few sea guardians charging at the front noticeably hesitated, their once fierce momentum instantly waning. The shadow step activated. Su Qing left behind a residual shadow in place, directly plunging into the midst of the monsters. The absolute armor-piercing effect of the sea god's trident was vividly displayed at this moment. The trident blade swung, trailing visible ripples of air. There was no collision, no obstruction. The bronze harpoon and the bodies of the sea guardians were sliced open like tofu before the dark golden blade. Dark green blood splattered onto the stone floor, giving off a pungent, fishy smell. One sea guardian raised its bone knife and swung it towards Su Qing's back. Without turning his head, Su Qing swung his left fist back fiercely, the steel knuckles of the mechanical exoskeleton crashing directly into the monster's chest. Crack! The ribcage shattered, and the monster spewed forth a mouthful of green blood, flying backward and knocking over its companions. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. The colorful Hextech ability Hunting Rhythm began to stack. Level 10. Level 20. Su Qing's speed accelerated further, his movement trajectory completely exceeding the capture limit of the Sea Guardians. In less than 5 minutes, the hall fell silent once more. The ground was littered with severed limbs and broken arms. The 40 Sea Guardians all dissipated into white light, leaving behind a pile of spoils glowing faintly. Su Qing wiped the blood from the trident, his breathing steady. He approached and swept all the spoils into his spatial pouch. Acquired Deep Sea Secret Silver 12, Sea Clan Rune Stone 5, Broken Bronze Weapons 30. Deep Sea Secret Silver is a high-grade material for upgrading equipment, and the Sea Clan Rune Stone can be used to enchant weapons according to the description. The gains were quite good. Meanwhile, on the battleship, Lin Wanwan was sweating profusely, her hands frantically pounding on the keyboard of the control panel. No way. The signal is completely blocked. Lin Wanwan slammed her fist on the control panel. The magnetic field behind that bronze door is too strong. The communicator has become useless. Is the boss going to be okay? Bai Yun came over carrying a tray with several bottles of freshly brewed stamina recovery potions. Her fingers were slightly pale from exertion. Sister Yun, don't scare yourself. Lin Wanwan turned her head. Given the boss attributes, he could punch down a Lord-level sea beast, and when he dealt with those 3 stone monsters just now, he didn't even catch his breath. Since the boss decided to go in, it means he is confident. We just need to guard the battleship and not let him be distracted when he comes out. Bai Yun took a deep breath, nodded, and placed the potions beside the control panel for backup. Su Qing stuffed the Deep Sea Secret Silver and Rune Stones into the pouch, stepping over the remains scattered on the ground, and continued deeper into the hall. Ahead was a white stone altar rising 3 meters above the ground. In the center of the altar sat a massive black shadow in a cross-legged position. As Su Qing approached, the ethereal blue everlasting lamp illuminated the shadow's full form. The creature stood nearly 4 meters tall, its upper body resembling a massively muscular humanoid covered in a layer of dark golden natural scales, while its lower half was a robust serpent tail coiled upon the altar. It wielded a giant 2-handed sword that spanned 3 meters. A prompt box popped up on the retina, the text glaring in a vivid scarlet. Sea Tribe Aberrant Commander, Mid-Level Lord. Strength Assessment 105. Agility Assessment 60. Traits: High-Level Scales, immune to damage from weapons below, excellent grade Berserk Power. Strength 105. Su Qing's current strength was 82, and with the title bonus he would definitely not gain any advantage in a direct confrontation. This was the most exaggerated creature he had encountered since entering the sea area. The monster opened its eyes, its dark yellow vertical pupils locking onto Su Qing. It did not emit any roar, but its thick serpent tail slammed down violently on the altar. The white stone altar shattered with a loud crash as the commander's massive body shot forward, propelled by the recoil. The 3-meter-long 2-handed sword descended with a piercing whoosh. The speed was not particularly fast, but it sealed off all of Su Qing's escape routes. Su Qing gripped the trident of the sea god with both hands, the blade facing upward, and braced to take the strike. Clang! The deafening metallic explosion echoed throughout the hall. Su Qing's arms trembled violently, and his palms instantly burst open, blood seeping out. The immense force traveled through the spear shaft into his body, bending his legs, and the black stone slab beneath him cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. He was forcibly pushed back 5 or 6 meters. What exaggerated strength! Su Qing shook his numb hands. Having successfully struck the aberrant commander's serpent tail, swayed once again, closing in. The heavy sword swept horizontally. Su Qing no longer braced himself, activating Shadow Step. He left behind an afterimage, sliding past the edge of the sword and directly entering the commander's inner circle. The trident of the sea god lunged fiercely at the creature's abdomen. Armor break triggered. The dark golden scales were torn apart by the spear blade, green blood gushing forth. The commander cried out in pain, its left fist clenched tightly, striking down towards Su Qing's head. Su Qing lowered his head to evade, while simultaneously driving his right knee sharply into the opponent's wound. The two instantly created distance. Aboard the warship, Lin Wanwan stared intently at the radar screen, which had been filled with static suddenly flickering. A dark red dot appeared at the edge of the screen, illuminating for just a second before vanishing again. What was that just now? Lin Wanwan suddenly stood up, her voice trembling. Su Qinghan's palms were sweaty as he gripped the control stick. What happened? Energy response exceeded standard levels. Lin Wanwan swallowed hard. It's significantly higher than that previous stitched tyrant, definitely a creature above Lord level. Bai Yun dropped the thermos cup in her hand onto the deck, warm water spilling everywhere. Little Qing. The boss can handle it. Su Qinghan interrupted Bai Yun, refocusing his gaze on the bronze giant door. All we can do now is defend the ship and not let him get distracted. Inside the hall, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Su Qing gasped heavily, his black vest sliced open in several places, faint red bloodstains visible beneath. The aberrant commander's condition was even worse. It was riddled with over a dozen deep wounds that exposed bone, green blood pooling around, but such injuries only heightened its ferocity. A creature with strength surpassing 100 could sever the stone pillars of the hall with each swing of its sword. Su Qing could only rely on the speed boost from the hunting rhythm accumulated from previously killing small monsters to keep evading. His stamina was being drained rapidly. If it weren't for the title's immunity to 30 of water attribute damage, that previous strike with the heavy sword, which carried a water impact, would have been enough to seriously injure him. I can't delay any longer. Su Qing dodged a downward slash, rolling behind a shattered stone pillar. The commander roared wildly, gripping the sword with both hands and spinning in a large windmill motion. The stone pillar was shredded instantly. Debris flew everywhere. Su Qing took advantage of the dust cloud for cover, not retreating, but charging toward the blade. He raised the compound crossbow with one hand less than 2 meters away. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The steel armor-piercing arrow, imbued with ethereal blue energy, shot straight into the commander's left eye. The jewel lotus triggered pink light, exploding in the eye socket. The commander let out an extremely shrill scream, covering its eyes with both hands, the heavy sword slipping from its grasp and falling to the ground. Now is the time. Su Qing exerted force in his legs, propelling himself into the air. The mechanical exoskeleton's power was pushed to the limit, gears shrieking under the strain. He gripped the trident of the sea god in reverse, aiming at the commander's crown, and thrust down fiercely. Sizzle. The blade completely pierced through the skull. Su Qing twisted his wrist, thoroughly shredding the creature's brain tissue. The commander's massive body froze in place before crashing down with a heavy thud. The system prompt sound flooded the screen. Kill Sea Tribe, aberrant commander, mid-level lord. Hunting rhythm triggered, restoring 10 of maximum stamina. Su Qing knelt on one knee, pulling out the trident, gasping for air. This battle had been extremely arduous. Without the armor-piercing power of the trident of the sea god and the penetration of the compound crossbow, he wouldn't have been able to break through its defenses. The commander's corpse dissipated into white light. 3 luminous spheres radiating with rich golden light were left behind, along with a dark red treasure chest. Su Qing stood up and walked over to pick up the luminous spheres. Acquired Commander Strength Core Epic 1. Acquired Deep Sea Ethereal Gold 30. Acquired Sea Tribe Royal Blood Essence Epic 1. Striking it rich. Just those 30 pieces of Deep Sea Ethereal Gold were enough for Lin Wanwan to upgrade the ship's defenses to another level. He stored the items, his gaze falling upon the dark red treasure chest. A treasure chest dropped by a mid-level lord. Its quality was undoubtedly high. Su Qing lifted the lid with one hand. Red light flickered. Acquired Epic Skill Book Berserk Strike. Acquired High-Level Energy Crystal 20. He directly slapped the skill book against his chest. Learning successful. Berserk Strike Epic Passive Skill. Each melee attack deals an additional 20 of strength as true damage. After actively activating, the next attack force is doubled with a cooldown of 1 hour. A very decent practical skill. Su Qing shook his arms, feeling some stamina restored. Su Qing stood atop the ruins of the altar where the commander fell, with about 70% of his stamina. On the wall behind the altar there was a 0.5% high recess containing a pitch-black stone box, its surface intricately carved, with sacrificial patterns identical to those on the bronze giant door. Su Qing approached and pressed his hand against the stone box. The stone box had no mechanisms. The lid was easily lifted, revealing 2 items inside. A palm-sized dark golden metal fragment, its edges displaying jagged break marks, and a curled yellowed beast skin map. Su Qing first picked up the metal fragment, and the moment he touched it, the trident of the sea god at his waist trembled violently, the dark golden patterns on the blade flashing wildly. A prompt popped up on his retina. Detected repair material for the trident of the sea god fragment 13. Current status incomplete. Gathering 3 fragments allows for repair, unlocking its complete form and all skills. Su Qing stored the fragments in his spatial pouch. The materials for repairing the trident were hidden within this temple, leaving one to wonder if it was merely coincidence or fate. He picked up the animal skin map once again. The map depicted the general outline of a body of water marked with 3 red X symbols. Next to one of the marks, there was a line of annotations written in an unknown script. Su Qing could not decipher the characters, but the 3 red markers were extremely scattered, distributed in different directions. It was highly likely the locations of the other 2 fragments of the sea god. After securing the map, Su Qing cast a final glance around the grand hall. The flames of the eternal lamp began to dim, tiny cracks appeared in the stone floor, and the entire temple shook slightly. It was time to leave. Su Qing turned around and retraced his steps, the stone slabs beneath his feet cracking incessantly, small shards falling from the ceiling. He quickened his pace, bursting out of the grand hall and crossing through the bronze giant door. Outside was the deep sea 2,000 meters below the surface. The membrane of the water-avoiding pearl instantly expanded, and the water pressure once again pressed in from all sides. Su Qing gritted his teeth and braced himself, his legs powering him forward as he sprinted toward the warship across the square. A deep rumbling sound echoed behind him. The bronze giant door slowly closed, and the entire black stone temple began to sink, stirring up a massive amount of mud, forming a murky wall of water. A deep rumbling sound echoed behind him. The bronze giant door slowly closed, and the entire black stone temple began to sink, stirring up a massive amount of mud, forming a murky wall. Boss! The communicator suddenly regained signal, and Lin Wanwan's voice came through, nearly a scream. "I'm here, open the hatch." Received. The pressure-reducing hatch of the lower cabin burst open with a bang, and seawater surged in. Su Qing took 2 steps in one leap and jumped directly into the hatch. The airlock closed, and the seawater was drained. Su Qing stood in the lower cabin, drenched, but his breathing was steady. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the staircase. Lin Wanwan was the first to rush down, her face flushed and her eyes red. "You've been down for almost 40 minutes. The communication was completely cut off. The radar went completely blind. Do you know how frantic we were up there?" Lin Wanwan stormed up to Su Qing and punched him lightly in the chest, her strength not much, but clearly filled with lingering fear. Yun Jia was almost in tears. Teacher Su held the cannon at the console for half an hour without letting go. Su Qing patted her head. "As long as you're back, that's what matters." Lin Wanwan sniffed, stepping back to look Su Qing up and down. His clothes were torn in several places, and there were dried bloodstains on the back of his hand, but overall he looked fine. "What did you find inside?" Lin Wanwan immediately shifted to work mode. "Let's talk about it after we go up." Su Qing ascended the stairs and pushed open the isolation door to the deck. Bai Yun stood at the door, clutching a dry towel, her knuckles white. Seeing Su Qing emerge intact, she visibly relaxed, directly wrapping the towel around his neck without a word and hurriedly drying the water droplets from his hair. "Where are you hurt?" "Let me see. Just superficial scratches." Su Qing grasped her wrist. "Don't fuss, it's nothing." Only then did Bai Yun stop her actions and step back. Su Qinghan walked over from the console, her hands still in a grip, as if holding the cannon, her palms marked with red lines from the control stick. "Boss, everything is normal around the warship. No hostile targets are approaching." After reporting, she finally allowed herself to breathe a sigh of relief. "Well done." Su Qing sat on a wooden chair beside the driver's station. He began to take out items one by one from his spatial pouch and laid them on the console. 12 pieces of deep-sea secret silver were arranged into 2 rows. 5 sea tribe rune stones emitted a dim blue glow. 30 pieces of deep-sea ghost gold were piled into a small mound. 20 high-level energy crystals. 1 core of military power, 1 dark gold fragment of the sea god, and 1 animal skin map. Lastly, there was the epic skill he had just learned. Lin Wanwan stared in shock. She squatted in front of the table, hands on her head, mouth agape. "Boss, did you empty that temple?" "I just killed a few small monsters and 1 boss." Su Qing leaned back in his chair, the small monsters dropped the deep-sea secret silver, and the boss dropped the big items. A few small monsters and one boss. Lin Wanwan's voice rose. The boss is mid-tier boss. You alone. At 2,000 meters underwater. With no support. As long as it's done, that's what matters. Su Qing pointed at the pile of deep-sea ghost gold. Is this enough for you? Lin Wanwan no longer cared about being astonished and rushed over to hug the pile of ghost gold. This is more than enough. The 4 mounting points on the warship can all be coated with an anti-corrosion layer. We can even create 2 additional cannons. She rubbed her hands together, her mind filled with blueprints and modification plans. Lin Wanwan clung to the deep-sea ghost gold, muttering various modification plans at a speed as rapid as a machine gun. Su Qing ignored her and carefully examined the animal skin map again. The 3 red marks were distributed in 3 completely different directions. The closest one was about 200 nautical miles to the southeast, while the other 2 were farther away, one directly north and the other in the southwestern deep-sea area. Collecting all 3 fragments would restore the sea god's trident to its complete form. Su Qing secured the map and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment. Bai Yun came over with a bowl of hot porridge and placed it on the small table beside the armrest. Eat something first. Su Qing took the bowl and drank it in 3 gulps. The enhancement effect of the spiritual meal instantly took effect, and his stamina recovery rate surged. Ascend. Su Qing set down the bowl. Let's return to the surface. Lin Wanwan didn't even look up, replying received. She pressed the ascent button on the console with one hand, while the other gestured animatedly with the Ghost Gold's cutting plan. The warship slowly ascended, passing through 2,000 meters of pitch-black waters, and returned to the sunlight. The sea surface was calm, and the radar scan revealed no threats within a 50 nautical mile radius. Su Qing opened a translucent panel and accessed the trading hall. He listed the 30 broken bronze weapons for sale. These items were useless to him, but for those still using wooden sticks and stones to fight, these were equivalent to top-tier equipment, even considered excellent or rare bronze weapons. Items listed: broken bronze weapons, 30 reparable required materials, rare-level blueprints, or above, special food ingredient seeds, and water-avoiding pearls. Note: only trade for rare items, or above basic materials need not apply. Less than 3 seconds after listing, private messages flooded in. Su Qing scrolled through them. Most were people trying their luck with useless junk, which he directly ignored. After flipping through over a dozen messages, one ID caught his attention. Private message. Zhao Gangsu boss, I have 2 mutated seaweed seeds, rare, that can grow high-protein, edible seaweed. I'll trade you 5 bronze weapons for them, how about it? Also, I have some intel for you, no charge. Su Qing replied with one word: speak. Zhao Gang's response was, Zhao Gang, someone was looking for you in the regional channel just now, claiming to know your girlfriend. The ID was Zhang Xiaohua. She sent a message and then got buried under a flood of information. I took a screenshot. Su Qing's finger paused momentarily. The subsequent coordinate information was truncated, and only the words northeast direction were visible. Su Qing stared at this message for 3 seconds. He saved the screenshot into the panel archives and replied to Zhao Gang. Su Qing, deal 5 weapons, and for that intel, give me 1 more seed. Zhao Gang, no problem. Su Lao Da is straightforward. The transaction was completed, and 6 mutated seaweed seeds were in hand. Su Qing did not rush to find Zhang Xiaohua, but continued to browse through the messages in the trading hall. The fact that Bai Yi was alive was good news, but rushing to find her now would only expose their location and invite unnecessary trouble. Northeast direction. He remembered it. Boss, what are you looking at? Lin Wanwan leaned over, her hands still dusted with metallic powder. Trading. Su Qing closed the panel. Seaweed seeds, take them to plant. He threw the 6 seeds to Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan caught them with both hands, turning them over and over. Can this thing be eaten? High-protein ingredients. Su Qing stood up. Let Sister Yun handle it. She now has the spiritual cuisine skill, and she should be able to enhance the attributes when cooked. All right. Lin Wanwan turned and ran Sister Yun. New ingredients. Bai Yun poked her head out from the kitchen area, carefully examining the seeds that were handed to her. This. I seem to be able to sense the energy veins inside. Bai Yun sniffed the seeds at her nose. After planting, using low-temperature slow cooking should maximize the protein conversion rate. The spiritual cuisine cooking technique gave her an intuition to sense the best ways to handle ingredients. Plant them in the greenhouse, Su Qing instructed. Bai Yun nodded and walked towards the spiritual energy greenhouse with the seeds. As she passed by Su Qing, she paused. Xiao Qing, did you see any messages about Yi on your phone just now? Su Qing glanced at her. Bai Yun was Bai Yi's mother. Such matters couldn't be hidden, and there was no need to conceal them. Someone said they saw her alive in the northeast direction. Bai Yun was stunned, nearly dropping the seeds from her hand. Really? Yi? She's really all right. Bai Yun's voice trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. Since the crossing until now, she had always buried her worries about her daughter deep in her heart, afraid to ask, fearing bad news. The information hasn't been confirmed yet. Su Qing spoke in a calm tone. I'll let you know after I verify it. Don't spread the word. Bai Yun nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath to suppress her emotions. I know I won't say anything. She tightened her grip on the seeds and quickly walked towards the greenhouse. Su Qing returned to the pilot seat and opened the chat channel. He did not directly search for the ID Zhang Xiaohua, but instead browsed the historical records of the regional channel. The amount of information was overwhelming, with hundreds of new messages flooding in every second. Looking for a team. I have a small island here with fresh water, but the island is full of mutated crabs. Selling a fine-grade wooden shield in exchange for food. Any kind of food will do. I'm starving. Where are the people from the Sea King Alliance? Didn't your boss, Chen Hai, die? Can anyone come out and say something? Chen Hai died a long time ago, his head chopped off by Su Qing. Didn't you see the server-wide announcement? What? The Sea King Alliance has disbanded. Then is there no one managing the sea area they occupied? Su Qing scrolled down for dozens of pages and finally found the submerged message. Zhang Xiaohua, is there anyone who knows Su Qing? I am in the same sea area as his girlfriend Bai Yi. She asked me to help find him. The coordinates are approximately 150 nautical miles northeast. We have a coral reef and a small volcanic island nearby. If anyone can contact Su Qing, Bai Yi said she is willing to offer 3 pieces of fine-grade equipment as a reward. Complete information. 150 nautical miles northeast coral reef and a small volcanic island. Su Qing marked the coordinates in his mind. He tried to search for the ID Zhang Xiaohua, wanting to send a private message directly. This player is currently not online, possibly went underwater or encountered some trouble. Su Qing did not rush. At a distance of 150 nautical miles at the current speed of the warship, it would take about 7 to 8 hours to reach at full speed. However, rushing over was not a good choice, as the situation in that sea area was entirely unknown. He closed the channel and opened the manufacturing panel. After upgrading the warship, the manufacturing panel also updated a large batch of new recipes. Deep Sea Sonar Array, Deep Sea Secret Silver 5, Sea Clan Runestone 2, Advanced Energy Crystal 3. Effect detection radius expanded to 100 nautical miles, can penetrate most energy shielding. Good stuff with this. Entering the temple again, won't make me blind. 1-1. Su Qing called out. From the bottom cabin came the sound of clanging, and Lin Wanwan's head popped up from the staircase. Boss, what do you want? Su Qing threw the screenshot of the recipe over. Sonar array prioritize over the secondary cannon, make this first. Lin Wanwan glanced at the recipe and immediately gave a thumbs up. All materials are sufficient. Give me an hour. Her head then ducked back into the lower cabin, and the clanging sound became denser. Su Qinghan walked over from the greenhouse area holding a basket of freshly picked mutated tomatoes. Boss, the tomatoes in the greenhouse have ripened. Sister Yin said to keep a few for soup, and you can decide what to do with the rest. Su Qing took a tomato which was larger than a fist, its skin glowing with a faint red fluorescence. Give them all to Sister Yun, let her make spiritual cuisine. Su Qinghan placed the basket next to the control panel, but did not leave immediately. She stood beside Su Qing, her gaze falling on the several wounds on his hand that had not yet fully healed. Boss, do you want to take care of the wounds on your hand? No need, they'll be fine in a while. Su Qinghan did not insist, and turned to move the remaining crops from the greenhouse. She walked a few steps, then stopped, and looked back at the pilot's seat. Boss, is it still like last night? Her voice was very low, almost drowned out by the sea breeze. Su Qing looked up at her. Su Qinghan's cheeks were slightly red, but she stood straight, showing no sign of retreat. It depends on the situation. Su Qing gave a vague answer. Su Qinghan nodded and quickly walked towards the greenhouse. Su Qing leaned back in his chair and opened the panel for the Pandora's box. Yesterday he had thrown a normal-grade mutated seaweed seed in, and based on the time, it should be nearing the completion of its mutation. He walked to the corner of the deck where a dark purple wooden box lay quietly on the fixed rack. The surface patterns showed no signs of change. Not ready yet. Su Qing turned and returned to the pilot's seat, opening the progress bar for the sonar array. Lin Wanwan said it would take an hour and 40 minutes had now passed. Bai Yun walked over from the kitchen area, placing a cup of fruit tea next to Su Qing. Xiao Qing, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll try to make something with that new seed. What did Teacher Su just ask you? I saw her blush. She asked about the injury on my hand. Bai Yun lowered her head to glance at Su Qing's hand, gently holding at her thumb, softly stroking the edge of the wound. Does it hurt? No, it doesn't. Bai Yun turned his hand over palm, facing up, and leaned in closer to take. Then she did something Su Qing didn't expect as she lowered her head, her lips brushing against the wound on his palm, and gently blew on it. When Yi fell as a child, I always comforted her like this. Bai Yun raised her head, smiling shyly. Su Qing withdrew his hand. I'm not a child. I know. Bai Yun straightened up, adjusted her apron, but you're not made of iron either. You shouldn't bear everything alone. She turned to walk towards the kitchen, then paused, and turned back. By the way, I'll make a nourishing soup tonight. With your constitution, you need to take good care of yourself. Su Qing remained silent. A series of metallic clanging sounds came from the lower cabin, followed by Lin Wanwan's excited shout. I got it. Boss. The sonar array is complete. Lin Wanwan sprang out from the lower cabin holding a disc-shaped metal device, dark blue, all over with marine runes inlaid along the edges, pulsating with rhythmic light. Let's install it and give it a try. Su Qing stood up. Lin Wanwan hurried to the equipment slot beneath the control panel and fitted the sonar array into the reserved interface. Click. The radar screen above the control panel instantly refreshed, expanding its detection range from 50 nautical miles to 100 nautical miles. The details on the screen also became several times clearer, revealing even the vague contours of the distant seabed topography. Awesome. Lin Wanwan applauded herself. 100 nautical miles. I can hear anyone in this sea area sneeze. Su Qing glanced at the screen. In the northeast direction, 150 nautical miles away, there was indeed a dense cluster of terrain markers, likely that coral reef. But there is no rush now. Ding. A system prompt echoed in the depths of his mind. Pandora's box mutation complete. Su Qing turned and walked towards a corner of the deck. The surface patterns of the dark purple wooden box were flashing wildly with a denser purple-black glow than ever before. Lin Wanwan leaned closer, squatting beside it, her hands propped under her chin. Boss, what did you put inside this time? A mutated seaweed seed. A rare-grade seed thrown in. Lin Wanwan gasped. Then what comes out is guaranteed to be epic. Su Qing didn't answer, lifting the lid of the box with one hand. The purple-black light instantly retracted, revealing a fist-sized seed lying at the bottom of the box. This seed was entirely a translucent amber color with a vague outline of a curled-up microorganism visible inside, resembling some kind of unhatched embryo. Mutation successful. Obtained deep-sea spirit plant, bloodline fruit, tree seed epic. Effect matures in 3 days after planting, bearing bloodline fruit. Eating bloodline fruit can permanently increase random attributes by 13 points. Each tree bears fruit once a week with 3 fruits each time. Su Qing held the seed tightly, his fingers slightly tightening. Permanent attribute enhancement. Not a temporary boost, not a 2-hour buff, but permanent. 3 fruits a week, each adding 1 to 3 points. This means that as long as there is enough time, the attributes of everyone on his ship will continuously stack up without limit. Boss, what happened? Lin Wanwan stretched her neck to see. Su Qing tucked the seed into his palm. Good stuff. He turned and walked towards the spiritual energy greenhouse. In the greenhouse, Bai Yun was watering the recently planted seaweed seeds with nutrient solution, while Su Qinghan squatted on the other side, stacking the mature cabbages into baskets. Su Qing entered, and both women looked up simultaneously. Yun Jie, this seed should be planted in the solitary cultivation slot at the back of the greenhouse. Su Qing handed over the amber seed. Bai Yun received it with both hands, feeling the faint warmth emanating from the seed, a bit surprised. What is this? A fruit tree that can permanently enhance attributes. Su Qing lowered his voice. Only the 4 of us on the ship can know about this, and it must be kept absolutely confidential. Bai Yun instantly understood the weight of this seed. In this vast ocean, attributes are life. If outsiders learned that Su Qing had a fruit tree that could infinitely enhance attributes, everyone would stop at nothing to seize it. I understand. Bai Yun carefully cradled the seed in her palms. I will plant it myself, water it myself, and absolutely ensure that a 5th person does not see it. Su Qinghan stood up, not coming over to take a look, but she heard the words permanently enhance attributes, and her pupils slightly contracted. Boss, do you need me to keep watch outside the greenhouse? No need, the greenhouse has a password lock set by Wanwan. Su Qing turned to walk outside. You continue working. Su Qinghan replied, bending down to continue picking vegetables, but her speed noticeably increased, her hands moving with an inexhaustible energy. Permanent attribute enhancement. As long as her position on this ship remains stable enough, those fruits will eventually be hers as well. Su Qing returned to the control panel, leaning back in his chair. On the sonar array screen, the coral reef cluster in the northeast direction flashed quietly. The warship had just completed abyss-level upgrades. The sonar array had just been installed, the deep-sea anti-magic net generator hadn't been tested, and the bloodline fruit tree still needed 3 days to mature. Once everything is ready, it won't be too late to pick up people. Bai Yun returned from the greenhouse, her hands still stained with nutrient solution. She wiped them on her apron and walked over to the control panel. I've planted it. I raised the temperature in the cultivation slot by 2 degrees. That seed absorbs the nutrient solution quickly. Bai Yun didn't leave, leaning against the edge of the control panel, looking down at Su Qing, who had his eyes closed. Xiao Qing, you haven't rested much since last night. Why don't you lie down for a bit? Not sleepy. Bai Yun bit her lip, reaching out to touch Su Qing's forehead. No fever. Su Qing opened his eyes, and Bai Yun's hand was still on his forehead. Her body bent, closed the neckline of her maroon slip dress beneath her apron gaping open. Yunjie, your angle is quite dangerous. Bai Yun was taken aback, lowering her head to see what Su Qing was looking at. Her face instantly flushed as she quickly straightened up, covering her chest with both hands. I didn't mean to. Su Qing reached out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her towards him. Bai Yun lost her balance and fell directly onto Su Qing's lap. "Oh!" Bai Yun exclaimed, instinctively pushing against Su Qing's shoulders. "Be gentle. Will the chair collapse?" Wanwan welded it. "It won't collapse." Bai Yun sat on Su Qing's lap, her whole body stiff, afraid to move. She could feel the solid muscles of Su Qing's thigh, the heat transmitting through the thin fabric of her skirt. In broad daylight, Wanwan is in the lower cabin. Oh, what if she comes up and sees? The soundproofing in the lower cabin is pretty good. Bai Yun's face turned crimson, almost as if it would bleed, yet she showed no intention of getting up. Su Qing's hand rested on her waist, his thumb gently stroking through the silk fabric. "Xiao Qing." Bai Yun's voice softened. "Don't move your hand around." "I'm not moving it." "You're clearly..." Before she could finish, footsteps echoed from the direction of the lower cabin. Bai Yun sprang up from Su Qing's leg as if shocked, hurriedly adjusting her skirt and apron before dashing towards the kitchen area. Su Qinghan emerged from the stairwell of the lower cabin, cradling a basket of freshly sorted metal parts. She glanced at Bai Yun's flustered back in the kitchen area, then at Su Qing, who appeared unfazed at the helm, saying nothing as she placed the basket of parts beside the workbench. "Boss, the supplies in the lower cabin have been sorted. Lin Wanwan asked me to check with you if we should preheat the welding interface for the secondary cannon's mounting point. Have her finish testing the magic suppression network first." "Understood." Su Qinghan turned to leave. "Boss, while I was organizing in the lower cabin, I found a set of unopened clothes at the very back of the storage box. The size seems to be women's clothing. Is it from the haul we got from Shanghai? Take it out and distribute it. Whoever fits can take it." Su Qinghan nodded and took a few steps toward the lower cabin, but suddenly turned back. "Boss, this shirt I'm wearing is too big but keeps slipping down while I work. Can I have Wanwan help me alter this? Just talk to her about it." Su Qinghan responded and left the lower cabin. Su Qing leaned back against the chair, switched to the panel, and checked the status of the Pandora's box. It was empty and could take in more items. He pulled out a piece of Sea Tribe rune stone from his spatial bag. This item alone could only add a low-level attribute to a weapon, but if modified through Pandora's box. He lifted the dark purple lid and tossed the rune stone inside. Inserted Sea Tribe rune stone rare. Estimated mutation time 8 hours. Mutation direction random, guaranteed to remain the same level. He closed the box. Noon. Bai Yun emerged carrying a large table of spiritual dishes. Today's offerings were even more abundant than yesterday, and her proficiency in the spiritual cooking technique was rapidly improving, making her handling of ingredients increasingly precise. A bowl of milky white crocodile meat soup, a plate of stir-fried mutated cabbage, a dish of thick egg rolls made with seabird eggs, and a small bowl of cold dishes made with freshly planted seaweed. "This seaweed grows too fast, doesn't it?" Lin Wanwan emerged from the lower cabin, her nose twitching. "We just planted it this morning, and it's ready to eat by noon." The growth acceleration of the spiritual energy greenhouse doesn't come without reason. Bai Yun arranged the bowls and chopsticks. "Moreover, this variety is inherently fast-growing. I've processed it using spiritual cooking techniques, and the protein content has tripled." The four of them sat around a metal table in the center of the deck. Lin Wanwan picked up a chopstick full of cold seaweed and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing a few times with wide eyes. "Sister Yun, this is too delicious. It's both crunchy and fresh." Bai Yun smiled and picked up a thick piece of crocodile meat to place in Su Qing's bowl. "Eat more, we still have work to do this afternoon." Su Qinghan sat opposite Su Qing, quietly eating her meal. She changed into a new outfit, one of the seized items found in the lower cabin, a black fitted short-sleeve top, paired with dark gray cargo shorts, fitting much better than the previously oversized white shirt. The fabric clung to her body, accentuating her curves as she moved efficiently, creating a striking visual impact. Lin Wanwan eyed her up and down. "Su Laosher, this outfit really suits you. It has a bit of a special forces vibe. It's convenient for work." Su Qinghan picked up a piece of egg roll. "The previous shirt was too loose, it kept slipping when I bent down." Bai Yun shot a glance at Su Qinghan's taut top, said nothing, and quietly served herself a bowl of soup. After finishing their meal, Lin Wanwan hurried back to the lower cabin to continue working. Su Qinghan cleared the bowls and plates, taking the tray to the water purifier for cleaning. Bai Yun was wiping down the stove in the kitchen area when Su Qing walked over to grab a glass of water. They brushed past each other in the narrow kitchen area, Bai Yun's hip brushing against Su Qing's thigh, causing her to pause for a moment without turning back. Su Qing finished his drink and placed the cup on the counter. "Sister Yun." "Moi." Bai Yun turned around. Su Qing reached out his thumb, brushing her mouth. "You had some rice grain." Bai Yun froze, instinctively licking her lips. "How can I drop food while eating?" Su Qing withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Bai Yun stood there, her heart racing as she touched the corner of her mouth, finding nothing. "This brat." 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Qing was doing physical training on the deck. The newly acquired strength and physique needed constant adjustment, especially the epic skill Furious Heavy Strike he had just learned, requiring repeated practice to activate effectively. He grasped the Poseidon trident with one hand, repeatedly slashing at a discarded armor plate at the stern of the ship. Each swing produced a dull sound of slicing air, and the weight of the trident felt light in his hand. After Su Qinghan moved the last batch of materials, she stood beside the workbench, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her gaze unknowingly fell on Su Qing. Her black tank top was soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her back, the contours of her muscles visibly undulating with each arm swing. Su Qinghan picked up a nearby water bottle, poured a glass of warm water, and walked over. "Boss, have a drink of water." Su Qing paused, taking the cup and gulping it down. Su Qinghan did not leave immediately. Instead, she took out a clean towel from her pocket. "You're drenched in sweat, let me wipe it for you." Without waiting for Su Qing to respond, she circled behind him, tiptoeing to place the towel against the back of his neck, gliding it down along his spine. Her movements were slow and gentle. As the towel slid over his shoulder blades, Su Qinghan's fingers pressed lightly through the fabric. "The muscles here feel a bit tight. Did you pull something in the temple yesterday?" "No. Let me knead it a bit." Su Qinghan draped the towel over his shoulder, placing both hands on Su Qing's shoulders, her thumbs pressing firmly into his trapezius. Her technique was still unrefined, but the dozens of points of strength made each press extremely effective. "Boss, is the pressure enough?" "It's fine." Su Qinghan leaned in closer, almost pressing her entire body against Su Qing's back, her breath warming the nape of his neck. "Su Laosher, at this distance the efficiency of the massage will decrease." Su Qinghan's hands paused momentarily. "Is that so? Then I'll step back a bit." She took half a step back, but did not release her hands, continuing to knead. A soft sound came from the kitchen area. Bai Yun emerged carrying a plate of cut fruit, and slowed her steps upon seeing the scene on the deck. Su Qinghan stood behind Su Qing, massaging his shoulders, their proximity creating an ambiguous atmosphere. "Xiao Qing, have some fruit. I just picked some blood spirit fruit from the greenhouse and sliced it up." She walked directly in front of Su Qing, holding the fruit plate near his mouth. "Open up." Su Qing complied, and Bai Yun pinched a slice of blood spirit fruit and offered it to him. Her fingertips brushed against Su Qing's lips, but did not retract immediately. Instead, she gently rubbed along the edge of his mouth. "Is it sweet?" "Very sweet." Bai Yun smiled and turned to Su Qinghan. "Su Laosher, have a piece as well. You worked hard all afternoon and should replenish your energy." Su Qinghan released Su Qing's shoulder and took the fruit slice offered by Bai Yun. "Thank you, Sister Yun." Su Qing picked up the remaining slices from the fruit plate and turned back towards the helm. Su Qing placed the fruit platter on the control panel and activated the panoramic scanning mode of the sonar array. The topography of the sea within 100 nautical miles was clearly displayed, with the coral reef cluster to the northeast prominently marked. 150 nautical miles. The warship would take about 7 hours to reach full speed. Su Qing opened the manufacturing panel and glanced at the installation progress of the deep-sea anti-magic net generator. Completed awaiting testing. The secondary cannons still lacked materials, but with the main cannon and the anti-magic net it was sufficient to handle most unforeseen situations. A clattering sound came from the lower cabin. "Boss, what do you say?" Lin Wanwan's head popped out from the stairway, her goggles askew on her forehead, with fresh oil stains on her face. "Has the anti-magic net test run completed?" "It's done. The data is perfect." Lin Wanwan made an okay hand gesture. "Within a radius of 500 meters it can lock onto whoever we want." "Good." Su Qing pressed the course adjustment button on the control panel. "Adjust course to northeast full." The power of the energy reactor at the bottom of the warship was maxed out, and the massive metal hull cut through the waves, leaving a white spray as it sliced through the incoming sea swells. Lin Wanwan climbed onto the deck and leaned next to the control panel. "Boss, where are we going?" "To pick someone up." Lin Wanwan tilted her head, thinking, "Who are we picking up?" "My girlfriend." Lin Wanwan almost dropped the wrench she was holding. "What?" A light sound came from the kitchen area as Bai Yun paused in her action of placing dishes. Su Qinghan, who was tidying the fruit platter, tightened her fingers slightly. The deck fell silent for 2 seconds. Lin Wanwan was the first to come back to her senses, leaning closer to Su Qing's ear and whispering, "Boss, your girlfriend. Isn't Yun Jie your girlfriend's mother?" Then you." Lin Wanwan pointed towards the kitchen and then towards the master bedroom, her mouth opening and closing, but unable to find words. "It's none of your business." Su Qing tapped her head. "Go check the cooling vents of the reactor. We've been running at full speed for 7 hours. We can't let it overheat." "Oh, okay." Lin Wanwan hugged the wrench and ran towards the lower cabin, glancing back at Bai Yun's direction, her face full of gossip suppressed to the point of internal injury. Bai Yun finished cleaning the stove, took off her apron, and folded it neatly, then walked over to the control panel. She didn't ask where they were going or why. "Xiao Qing." She has a quick temper and a sharp tongue. Don't take it personally when the time comes. Su Qing glanced at Bai Yun. Bai Yun's fingers gripping the apron turned slightly pale. Her voice was calm, but something was churning in her eyes. Her daughter was still alive, of course she was happy. But given the current situation, we'll talk about it then. Su Qing handed her the cup of water. First boil me a pot of hot water. Bai Yun took the cup without asking further and turned towards the kitchen. Su Qinghan finished washing the fruit platter and walked over with a cloth to wipe the table. Boss, do you need me to prepare anything? No need, just do what you need to do. Su Qinghan nodded and continued wiping the table. Her arm brushed past Su Qing, the black fitted short sleeve, slightly damp, with sweat clinging to the skin beneath her collarbone. Teacher Su. Wring out the cloth before wiping. Su Qinghan looked down at the dripping cloth in her hand, her ears turning red. Okay. She turned to the bucket to wring out the cloth, and when she squatted down with her back to Su Qing, her work shorts were tight. Su Qing withdrew his gaze and opened the chat channel to search for Zhang Zaihua's ID. Still offline. He switched to the regional channel and flipped through a few pages. Are there any brothers in the Northeast? What's the situation with the Coral Reef Cluster? Don't go. There's an alliance collecting tolls over there. If you don't pay, they'll attack. What alliance? Is it worse than the Sea King Alliance? I think it's called the Black Shark Gang. The boss seems to be named Lu Tieju, and they have about 40 to 50 people occupying the shipping lanes around the Coral Reef Cluster. Su Qing took a screenshot of this information. The Black Shark Gang had 40 to 50 members and occupied the area around the Coral Reef Cluster. Bai Yi was in that region. He wondered what her current situation was. 6 o'clock in the evening. The warship had been sailing at full speed for 3 hours, and the sonar array showed that they were still about 70 nautical miles from the target. Bai Yun emerged from the kitchen carrying a large pot of spiritual soup, having added fresh mutated seaweed today, making the soup particularly rich in color. The four sat around the metal table on the deck for dinner. The atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Lin Wanwan buried her head in her food, afraid to look at Bai Yun's expression, while Su Qinghan quietly drank soup, occasionally glancing at Su Qing. Bai Yun acted as if everything was normal, serving meat into Su Qing's bowl and pouring soup for Lin Wanwan, her movements quick and natural. Yunjia, this soup is amazing. Lin Wanwan gave a thumbs up. If you like it, drink a couple more bowls. Bai Yun smiled and added another spoonful for her. After dinner, the sky had completely darkened. The warship's automatic cruise mode was exceptionally stable, with the energy reactor's cooling vents periodically releasing blue steam, making it particularly conspicuous in the night. Lin Wanwan yawned and walked towards the lower cabin. Boss, I'm going to take a nap. Awake me when we arrive. Go ahead. Su Qinghan finished cleaning the dishes, hesitated for a moment, and walked up to Su Qing. Boss, tonight. You go rest. Su Qing leaned back in the chair at the control panel. There may be a battle during the second half of the night. Make sure to rest well. Su Qinghan bit her lip, nodded, and turned to walk towards her sleeping cabin. Only Su Qing and Bai Yun remained on the deck. Bai Yun walked over from the kitchen, carrying 2 cups of hot tea, placing one beside Su Qing and holding the other for herself. She leaned against the railing of the control panel, the sea breeze blowing through her hair. Xiao Qing. How do you plan to tell Yi? Su Qing took a sip from his teacup. Tell her what? Bai Yun turned her head to look at him, her eyes showing a hint of helplessness. With our current relationship, if she finds out, she doesn't need to know. Bai Yun was taken aback. Su Qing set down the teacup and patted the armrest of the chair beside him. Bai Yun looked around to Lin Wanwan, and Su Qinghan had already left. She set down her teacup, turned sideways to sit on the armrest, and Su Qing's hand naturally wrapped around her waist. In this sea, there's no such thing as boyfriends or girlfriends. Su Qing's fingers pressed against the soft flesh at her waist through the silk fabric. Only whether one can survive or not. Bai Yun's body softened as she leaned into Su Qing's embrace. What you're saying sounds like I'm with you just to survive. Aren't you? Bai Yun looked up and glared at him, giving his chest a light punch. You little brat. Su Qing lowered his head, his lips brushing against her ear. Yunjie, your strength in hitting has definitely increased a lot compared to before. That's because all my attributes have increased by 10 points. Bai Yun huffed, her palm still pressed against Su Qing's chest, her fingertips tracing circles along the muscle lines. If you keep messing around, don't blame me. Bai Yun's fingers retracted, and she hurriedly slipped down from the armrest. You can't do it during the day nor at night. Su Qing glanced at the sky. It was pitch black. Bai Yun followed his gaze upward, realizing it, her face flushed. We're almost there, or what if a fight breaks out? Still over 3 hours. Bai Yun couldn't handle his gaze, lowering her head and twisting the hem of her skirt. Then, back to the room. Su Qing stood up and swept her into his arms. Bai Yun quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. Be gentle. Don't let anyone hear. The alloy door to the master bedroom closed. The metal bed was as steady as a rock, not making a single protest. Bai Yun's breaths were muffled into the pillow, intermittent. 40 minutes later. Bai Yun lay sprawled on the bed, her fingers unable to close, her entire body soaked in sweat. Su Qing got out of bed and got dressed, his breathing still steady. You monster. Bai Yun lay on the pillow, her voice muffled. Sleep now, oh I'll wake you when we arrive. Bai Yun mumbled a response, turned over, and 3 seconds later, she was completely still. Su Qing leaned against the back of the pilot's chair, the sonar array screen glowing with a ghostly blue light. There were still 40 nautical miles to the target sea area. On the screen, the outlines of the coral reefs became increasingly clear. Among the densely packed rocky terrain, several moving points of light were scattered. There are people. Su Qing enhanced the scanning resolution. These points of light varied in size, with the largest one stationed at the entrance of the channel, roughly equivalent in area to a medium-sized wooden boat. The Black Shark Gang. He tapped on the communicator. Wan, get up. A cacophony of sounds came from the lower cabin, and a few seconds later Lin Wan appeared at the stairway, rubbing her eyes, her hair a tousled mess. Are we there yet? Still 40 nautical miles away. There's someone blocking the channel ahead. Upon hearing the words blocking the channel, Lin Wan instantly shook off her drowsiness and dashed 3 steps to the pilot's deck, leaning over the screen. 12 points of light, the largest one is right in the middle of the channel entrance, while the others are scattered throughout the reef. Lin Wan pointed at the screen, a classic toll booth layout. The main force is blocking the entrance while the others are the patrol team. Cannon status. Fully charged, ready to fire at any moment. Lin Wan patted the control panel. But boss, if we charge straight in, it will make too much noise. The people inside might scatter, and the Zhang Xiaohua you're looking for might also get away. Su Qing said nothing, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. The 40 nautical miles distance could be covered at full speed in less than an hour. Slow down to 10 knots. Received. Lin Wan adjusted the reactor's output power. The battleship's speed suddenly dropped, transitioning from a wave-breaking state to a steady cruise. Su Qinghan. As soon as Su Qinghan's resting cabin door opened, she stepped out dressed neatly, with a black short-sleeve shirt tucked into her cargo shorts, evidently not having slept well. Boss, prepare the weapons or we might have to board their ship. Su Qinghan acknowledged and turned towards the weapon rack. Su Qing searched for Zhang Xiaohua's ID again. The player is currently online. Su Qing immediately sent a private message. Su Qing, I am Su Qing. The reply from the other side came swiftly, as if they had been waiting for this message. Zhang Xiaohua, oh my gosh. You finally saw it. Are you really you? Su Qing, where is Bai Yi? Zhang Xiaohua, she. Her situation is a bit complicated. Can you voice chat? It's hard to explain through text. Su Qing opened the voice channel. Hello. Can you hear me? A young woman's voice came through, speaking rapidly with a noticeable quiver of tears. Go ahead. My name is Zhang Xiaohua. I was college roommates with Yi. Initially we were assigned to the same raft. Later we gathered some supplies and stayed inside the coral reef. 3 days ago we managed to get a small boat. Although it's shabby, at least it can shelter us from the wind and rain. Zhang Xiaohua spoke faster and faster, intermittently choking up. Inside the coral reef it was relatively safe. There were plenty of fish, and fresh water could be squeezed out from the moss on the rocks. Get to the point. Su Qing interrupted her. Zhang Xiaohua sniffled. The night before last a storm suddenly arose. The wind came out of nowhere with no warning at all. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky, and the sea exploded. Our boat was capsized by the waves. I clung to a piece of wood and drifted for most of the night, only managing to crawl back onto the rocks when dawn broke. What about Yi? She's gone. Su Qing's fingers froze. Not dead. Zhang Xiaohua quickly added. What I mean is she was swept away by the storm. When I woke up there wasn't a single person in sight on the entire sea. I searched for 2 days in the reef, asking everyone who was still alive. No one had seen her. What about the direction of the storm? It blew to the west. I remember it clearly because I was thrown against the rocks on the east side, and Yi was on the other side of the boat. If she was swept away, it should have been towards the west. West. Su Qing pulled up a panoramic view of the sonar array. West of the coral reef was a vast expanse of deep water, and beyond that was the unexplored area marked on the map. Where are you now? I'm in a small cave deep inside the reef. It can block the wind, but Zhang Xiaohua's voice suddenly lowered. There are people from the Black Shark Gang patrolling outside. They've sealed off the entire reef, and you have to pay a toll to come and go. I have nothing left. The boat capsized, and it's impossible to go out to look for Yi. What about your raft? What happened to the supplies after it capsized? All sunk. Zhang Xiaohua's voice broke. I don't even have a decent knife left, just a sharpened stick. Su Qing was silent for a few seconds. Send me your precise coordinates. Okay, I'll send it right now. A set of coordinate data appeared on the panel. Su Qing marked it on the sonar map. The location was deep inside the coral reef, surrounded by dense rocks, making it impossible for large ships to enter. Stay there, while arrive in about 2 hours. Really? You will actually come? Zhang Xiaohua's voice cracked. I thought no one would see that message. He always mentioned you, saying you must still be alive, and urged me to find you. 2 hours. Su Qing ended the voice call. Bai Yi had been swept to the west by the storm, her exact location unknown, her fate uncertain. The storm blew her westward, possibly drifting dozens or even hundreds of nautical miles away at the speed of the current. First rescue Zhang Xiaohua, then search in the direction of the storm. Boss, what about the Black Shark gang? Lin Wanwan suddenly popped up again, having eavesdropped for quite a while from beside the pilot's deck. If they block the way, ram through. What if they aren't blocking the way? Then let them live. Lin Wanwan rubbed her hands together. I think they will most likely block the way. Then that's their problem. Su Qing adjusted the course, reducing the battleship's speed to 8 knots. The coral reef terrain was complex, charging in at full speed could easily result in grounding. Even a deep-sea armored battleship had to be cautious of hidden reefs. An hour and a half later, the searchlights on the battleship illuminated the surroundings, the beams cutting through the night, casting light on the surface of the sea ahead. Large coral reefs emerged from the water, their colors presenting a vibrant reddish-brown under the lights, resembling a row of uneven teeth densely packed together. On the sonar array, the largest point of light at the channel entrance began to move. Boss, they're moving on the other side. Lin Wanwan stared at the screen. They are approaching us. Their speed is slow, likely a manually rowed boat. Suddenly, a public frequency shout came through the communication channel. Attention, vessels ahead. This is the territory of the Black Shark gang. Entering the coral reef requires a toll. 100 units of timber or equivalent supplies. Failure to pay will result in consequences. Lin Wanwan covered her mouth and laughed. 100 units of timber. Is that all? We could easily drop more than that in scraps from the lower cabin. Not paying. Su Qing pressed the communicator, switching to the public frequency. Clear the way. 2 words, no superfluous chatter. The other side fell silent for 3 seconds. Buddy, you sure have a big mouth. That voice sounded again. I advise you not to be tough. Our Black Shark gang has over 50 people. You're on just one boat. The sentence remained unfinished. Su Qing pressed the spotlight to its maximum power. 2 extremely glaring white beams shot forward, illuminating the medium-sized wooden boat across from them in intricate detail. On the boat stood a dozen people wielding various crude weapons, led by a bald man who was shouting at them through it. Behind the white beams was the black-brown alloy hull of a deep-sea armored warship with half-meter-high parapets and the thick barrel of a dual-barreled magical energy cannon prominently positioned at the bow. The cannon gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the light. Instantly, silence fell on the wooden boat opposite. What the hell is that? The bald man's tin horn almost fell into the sea. A younger gang member tugged at his sleeve frantically, pulling him back. Brother Liu, look at that cannon. That's a magical energy cannon. Shen Hai from the Sea King Alliance was blasted to pieces by that thing. What did you say? It's Su Qing. That's Su Qing's boat. The number 1 in the entire server. The bald man's face turned ashen. There was a full 5 seconds of silence on the public frequency, followed by a frantic sound of paddling. The medium-sized wooden boat turned around at a legendary speed, with over 10 people exerting force simultaneously, their wooden paddles splashing the water, noisily moving at more than 3 times the speed they had arrived. Ahead. Big Brother Su. It's a misunderstanding. We're leaving right now. We'll make way for you. The bald man's voice had changed pitch, trembling noticeably. The wooden boat frantically retreated into the reef cluster, disappearing into the shadows of the rocks in less than 2 minutes. The channel was now empty. Lin Wanwan leaned on the control panel, laughing so hard that she pounded the table. Ha ha ha, boss, did you see that? The bald man's turnaround speed would earn a score of 9. 8 from me. Stop messing around, let's go in. The warship slowly entered the channel, reducing the output of the energy reactor, keeping the speed below 5 knots. Inside the coral reef's waterway, the path twisted and turned, with the narrowest sections only twice the width of the warship. Lin Wanwan manually navigated from the control panel, the sonar array scanning for underwater rocks in real time, with the avoidance routes marked on the screen. Turn left 30 degrees. Good, go straight, there's a fork 50 meters ahead, take the right path. The warship navigated through the reefs for 20 minutes. We've arrived. Lin Wanwan pointed to a coordinate on the screen. Zhang Xiaohua's position is right behind that large reef in front. The spotlight turned and the beam struck a giant coral reef nearly 10 meters above the water's surface. At the base of the reef was a half-percent tall cave entrance, pitch black. Su Qing pressed the communicator. Zhang Xiaohua, come out. A cacophony of noises echoed from the cave, and then a small figure emerged from the entrance. A girl in her 20s with messy hair, her face covered in scratches and sunburns, and her clothes tattered. She stood on the reef, blinded by the spotlight, desperately shielding her eyes from the light. Su Qing, is that you, eh? Get on the boat. Lin Wanwan lowered a rope ladder, and Zhang Xiaohua climbed up with all her might. The moment she stepped onto the deck of the warship, her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. You really came. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the fully metallic armored warship, unable to close her mouth. Is this a raft? It's a warship. Lin Wanwan squatted beside her, handing her a water bottle. Zhang Xiaohua took the bottle and gulped, stopping only after drinking more than half of it, choking and coughing. Su Qing approached her, squatting down. On the night of the storm, when was the last time you saw Bai Yi? Zhang Xiaohua wiped her mouth, trying to recall. When the waves overturned the boat, I clung to the right side's plank, while she was swept to the left. I saw her grab a piece of the boat and shout my name then. A giant wave came, and everything went dark. What equipment did she have? A steel knife, a water pouch containing half a jug of fresh water, and Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. She had some kind of bead hanging around her neck, claiming it was found among the rocks, and it could let her breathe underwater. A water-repelling bead. Su Qing stood up, noting that Bai Yi had a water-repelling bead, a weapon, and a small amount of fresh water blown westward by the storm. Given her conditions, she wouldn't die in the short term. Has she sent any messages in the chat channel these past few days? No. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I've been refreshing the channel search for 2 days and couldn't find her ID. She might be out of signal coverage. Out of signal range. The chat channel's signal coverage has regional limitations. If Bai Yi was blown out of this area by the storm, her messages wouldn't appear here. How far west would exceed the signal area? Su Qing turned to ask Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan called up the system's regional division data, her finger gesturing on the screen for a while. From the coral reef cluster westward about 80 to 100 nautical miles is the boundary of this area. Further west is the 7th area, and the chat channels between the two areas do not communicate. The 7th area. Su Qing zoomed in on the map, and at 100 nautical miles west of the coral reef cluster, there was a vague boundary line. The area beyond the boundary line was gray, marked as unexplored. Boss, we have no intel on the 7th area at all. Lin Wanwan scratched her head. What's the situation there? How many people are there? Are there any large forces? It's all blank. Zhang Xiaohua, who had been listening for a long time, suddenly spoke up. I know a little. Su Qing looked at her. On the night of the storm, a patrol team from the Black Shark gang was also scattered. Later, 2 of them returned, saying they drifted very far west and saw a massive floating island. A floating island. Yes, those 2 were scared to death, saying the floating island was surrounded by thick fog, and there were things calling out within the fog. The sounds were particularly strange. They paddled back with all their might. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her arms, covered in goosebumps. They also said that many wrecks of broken ships were floating on the sea surface around the floating island. The deck fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Wanwan swallowed hard, muttering softly, that's thick fog, strange sounds, and broken ships. Doesn't that sound like a dungeon? Su Qing leaned back against the pilot's chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Bai Yi was blown westward by the storm, and there just happened to be a floating island shrouded in thick fog. If she was still alive, she was likely in that direction. Wanwan adjusted the course. Where to? West. Lin Wanwan placed her hand on the control panel, hesitating for a second. Boss, the situation on that floating island is completely unknown. Unlock the safety lock of the magic suppression net generator. Su Qing stood up and took the Poseidon trident from the weapon rack. Prepare for battle mode. Lin Wanwan took a deep breath and turned to dash towards the lower cabin. Zhang Xiaohua sat on the deck, bewildered by everything before her. She looked down at the sharpened wooden stick in her hand, and then at the sturdy cannon on the warship and the several fully armed individuals. Can I throw this stick away? No one paid her any mind. The warship turned its bow, pointing directly westward. The output power of the spiritual energy reactor began to rise, and a ghostly blue light spilled from the bottom of the warship, reflecting on the pitch-black sea surface. The sonar array operated at full power, scanning range pushed to the limit of 100 nautical miles. At the far western edge of the screen, a blurry white signal flickered continuously, its shape extremely irregular, appearing and disappearing. Lin Wanwan emerged from the lower cabin, glanced at the white signal, and her expression changed. Boss, the sonar is showing abnormal echo data in that direction. What kind of abnormality? After the signal is sent, part of it is absorbed and then rebounded, as if something is interfering with the transmission of the sound waves. Lin Wanwan pulled up the waveform data, pointing at a distorted curve on the screen. I've only seen this kind of waveform in one place. Where? The energy shield of the underwater temple. Lin Wanwan magnified the waveform data 3 times and drew a circle on the screen with her fingertip. This distorted echo is almost identical to the energy shield we encountered at the perimeter of the underwater temple. What's the difference? Su Qing stared at the flickering white signal. Intensity. Lin Wanwan took a breath. If I were to score the one at the temple, it would be around 60. This one. At least 90. Su Qing paused for a moment. Are you sure? The waveform doesn't lie. Lin Wanwan patted the sonar array's casing. I assembled this equipment myself. The precision error is no more than 0. 3. Zhang Xiaohua huddled in the corner of the deck, hugging her knees and listening to their conversation, her face growing paler. Is this thing you're talking about the floating island that those 2 people from the Black Shark gang saw? Most likely. Then are we still heading that way? Zhang Zihua's voice trembled. Su Qing didn't answer, pressing the full-speed propulsion button on the control panel. The spiritual energy reactor of the warship roared to full power, and the entire hull suddenly surged forward, splitting the sea into two white waves. Zhang Xiaohua nearly rolled off the deck and quickly grabbed onto the nearby railing. Bai Yun came out of the master bedroom. She had changed into a dark long-sleeved shirt, her hair tied in a ponytail, a slight flush still on her face, but she looked very spirited. Xiaoqing, what's going on? Heading west looking for Yi. Bai Yun paused for a moment, then quickly walked to the side of the control panel. Have you found any clues? Su Qing briefly recounted the information provided by Zhang Xiaohua. Storm westward, water beads, floating island. After listening, Bai Yun's hands gripping her clothes trembled, but she didn't cry. She will be fine. Bai Yun's voice was soft, as if she were reassuring herself. Sister Yun, someone is looking for you. Su Qinghan shouted from the kitchen area. Bai Yun turned her head and saw a girl who looked emaciated standing by the stove, holding onto a cabbage that still needed washing. You are? Auntie. I'm Zhang Xiaohua, Yi's roommate. Zhang Zihua's nose tinged, almost crying. Bai Yun was taken aback for 2 seconds, then hurried over and hugged Zhang Xiaohua tightly. Child, you've suffered. Zhang Xiaohua cried out on Bai Yun's shoulder, all the fear and grievances accumulated over the past few days pouring out. Annie. Yi was swept away by the storm. I didn't keep an eye on her. It's not your fault, it's all right, we will. Bai Yun patted her back, her voice steady. Su Qing glanced at the kitchen area, then withdrew his gaze. Wan, will the warship automatically switch to the chat channel after entering the 7th area? Theoretically, yes. Lin Wan quickly skimmed through the system documentation. After crossing regions, it will automatically connect to the new areas channel, but the trading hall is common across all servers and is not restricted by regions. Once we reach the 7th area, check the channels for any ID of Bai Yi. Understood. The warship sped through the night. On the sonar screen, the mark of the coral reef gradually shrank into a small dot, disappearing at the eastern edge. The blurry white signal on the western side grew larger, resembling a slowly writhing mass of cotton. At 2 in the morning, a line of system prompts suddenly popped up in the upper right corner of the sonar screen. You are about to leave the 6th area and enter the 7th area. Note, after crossing regions, the chat channel will automatically switch to the 7th area channel. Region switch, countdown 10 seconds. Switch it. Lin Wan slammed the control panel. Boss, the channel has switched over. Su Qing opened the information flow in the 7th area's channel was significantly less than in the 6th area, scrolling much slower, indicating that the number of survivors in this area was far less than in the 6th area. He directly searched for the 3 characters by Yi. No results. Then searched for Yi. 3 messages popped up, all irrelevant. She might not have spoken in the channel. Lin Wan leaned over to take a look. Su Qing closed the search box and began manually browsing the historical messages in the channel. There wasn't much information. After flipping through dozens of pages, most of the content was about calls for help and resource exchanges. When he reached records from about 4 hours ago, Su Qing's finger paused. ID unknown. Does anyone know what that fog to the west is? My ship is nearing the edge, but I dare not go in. There's something calling inside the fog. Scattered person. Jia, don't go. 3 ships went in the day before yesterday. Not a single one came out. Drifting at sea. That fog seems to be getting bigger, doesn't it? I feel like it has expanded at least 2 nautical miles beyond yesterday. Scattered person. Jia, it is indeed expanding. I was on a small reef in the east. I could see the edge of the fog, but now I can barely see it. ID unknown. There was a woman who seemed to have come out from the fog yesterday. Su Qing's pupils constricted. He immediately replied to this message. Su Qing, what woman? Please elaborate. No reply. ID unknown, either offline or something has happened. Boss, the IP location of this message is approximately 60 nautical miles directly ahead of us. Lin Wan brought up the data. 60 nautical miles. Full speed in less than 2 hours. Maintain course. At 3:30 in the morning, the air changed. Su Qing stood at the bow. The sea breeze, carrying an indescribable scent, the salty, fishy smell mixed with a sour stench reminiscent of rotten flesh. Boss. Lin Wan covered her nose. This smell is off. The beam of the searchlight illuminated the surface of the sea ahead, transforming the originally dark waters into a murky gray-green littered with floating fragments of wood-torn fabric and shredded canvas. Wreckage of ships. The warship slowed down, gradually navigating through this debris field. Lin Wan used a mechanical arm to retrieve a piece of wood, flipping it over for inspection. This fracture doesn't look like it was broken by waves. She pointed at the sawtooth-like crack on the wood. It seems more like something tore it apart from the inside out. Su Qinghan walked to the edge of the ship and leaned over to look beneath the water. There's something in the water. Su Qing looked down. Below the murky green water, about 5 to 6 meters deep, a dark shadow was moving slowly. The shape was quite vague, but it was sizable, at least 1/3 the size of the warship. It did not approach, but swam parallel beneath the ship. The oppressive aura of the tidal deep sea tyrant was passively released. The dark shadow paused for a second, then accelerated and swam into the depths, vanishing into the murky water. It scared it away. Lin Wanwan let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't scared away. Su Qing stared at the direction where the shadow had disappeared. It's going back to report. The deck fell silent for 3 seconds. Zhang Xiaohua peeked out from the kitchen area before retreating. Continue moving forward. Another 20 minutes passed. Suddenly, a gray-white wall appeared on the surface of the sea ahead. Not a wall, but fog. A thick, impenetrable gray-white mist loomed over the sea, extending from left to right beyond the horizon, completely obscuring any boundaries. The beam of the searchlight pierced into the fog, but was swallowed whole within less than 20 meters, with not a single ray of scattered light bouncing back. The sonar array flickered wildly. All signals have been absorbed. Lin Wanwan stared at the screen. The sonar echoes inside the fog wall are 0. Not a single strand of data could be retrieved. The warship stopped 50 meters in front of the fog wall. The 4 of them stood on the deck looking up at the gray-white barrier. Once we go in, sonar will be useless and communication will likely be down too. Lin Wanwan counted on her fingers. We'll be blind. Can the cannons be used? The cannons aren't affected by signal interference. Manual aiming will suffice. What about the anti-magic net? The anti-magic net is a physical range lock. It's unrelated to signals, effective within 500 meters. Su Qing turned to Su Qinghan. To the cannon positions. Understood. Su Qinghan swiftly turned and walked towards the bow, gripping the cannon control lever with both hands. Wanwan switched the sonar to passive reception mode, who do not actively send signals. Why? Sonar signals will expose our position. Lin Wanwan paused for a moment, then quickly reacted and switched modes. Switched to passive listening status. Su Qing tightened his grip on the sea god's trident, moving to the bow and standing beside Su Qinghan. Let's go in. The warship slowly advanced, its bow touching the edge of the fog wall. Gray-white mist surged up onto the deck through the gaps in the protective wall, chilling and carrying a damp, moldy odor. Visibility plummeted from 50 meters to 5 within 3 seconds. The searchlight operated at full power, illuminating only a small area directly in front of the ship in the thick fog. Apart from that, all around was a gray-white void. The deck was eerily quiet, only the low hum of the spiritual energy reactor could be heard. Lin Wanwan adjusted the sonar's passive listening data to maximum sensitivity, but the screen displayed nothing but static. It's completely blind. She muttered softly, her fingers gliding across the keyboard. The warship moved slowly through the fog at a speed of 3 nautical miles, with the searchlight beam reduced to a visibility range of just 5 meters in front of the bow. All around was a gray haze, making it difficult to distinguish up from down or left from right. Even the sound of waves lapping against the hull had grown muffled, as if separated by a layer of cotton. Zhang Xiaohua huddled in a corner of the kitchen area, hugging her knees, her lips pale. Bai Yun wrapped a clean coat around her, gently patting her shoulder without saying a word. Boss. Su Qinghan gripped the cannon control lever, his voice low. There's a sound coming from the port side. Su Qing leaned in to listen. A very faint, intermittent, gurgling sound came from the depths of the fog on the left side of the warship. It didn't sound like waves or the calls of sea creatures. It resembled the sound of bubbles emerging when a certain liquid boils. Wanwan, is there any response from passive listening? None. Lin Wanwan stared at the screen. I can't receive any signals. But my ears aren't deaf. That sound is definitely there. Gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound was getting closer. Su Qing tightened his grip on the sea god's trident, moving to the edge of the port side, leaning over to look down. The gray-green water was completely obscured by fog, and the searchlight's residual glow could only illuminate an area half a meter below the surface. There was nothing. Has it gone? Lin Wanwan leaned closer. Be quiet. Su Qing remained still, keeping his leaning posture. 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Suddenly, a spherical bulge appeared on the water's surface, approximately 1 meter in diameter, as if something were pushing up from below. The bulge lasted for 2 seconds before gradually sinking. Following that, a second bulge appeared directly in front of the warship. A third appeared on the starboard side. The fourth, fifth. More than a dozen bulges emerged simultaneously on the water's surface surrounding the warship. Damn! Lin Wanwan's voice shifted in pitch. Su Qing took 2 steps back, returning to the center of the deck. Don't fire. Su Qinghan's finger was already on the trigger. Hearing Su Qing's words, he reluctantly released it. Why? I don't know what those things are. If firing recklessly may provoke them. Su Qing scanned the surrounding bulges. Besides, we are blind right now and can't aim accurately. Those bulges maintained their form for about 10 seconds before deflating one after another, as if losing air. The gurgling sound also faded away. The surface of the sea regained its calm. No one spoke on the deck, and the atmosphere had become extremely oppressive. They are testing us. Su Qing walked back to the control panel. They know we're here, but have not attacked directly. Testing what? Testing if we can fight. Lin Wanwan swallowed hard. Testing if we are worth attacking. Lin Wanwan shivered as the warship continued to advance. Time blurred in the thick fog without starlight or reference points, relying solely on the electronic clock on the control panel. For 12. It had been nearly half an hour since entering the fog wall. Boss! Lin Wanwan suddenly sprang up. Passive listening has received a signal. What kind of signal? Human voices? Lin Wanwan adjusted the volume knob on the receiver. A series of extremely faint voices emerged from the control panel's speaker, fragmented and interspersed with a lot of noise and electrical sounds. Help! Is anyone there? The ship has collided. Don't come any closer. That thing. Coordinates. Northwest. The signal cut off. Can we locate it? It's too vague. We can only determine a rough direction. Lin Wanwan marked an arrow on the screen. About 15 degrees off north, distance unknown. Adjust the course. The warship slightly tilted, aligning with the direction of the signal source. After another 10 minutes, the fog began to thin. It wasn't that the fog was thinning overall, but rather a gap about 200 meters wide had appeared, as if a window had been torn open in the thick fog by some force. The beam of the searchlight pierced through the gap, shining on a dark silhouette in the distance. What is that? Zhang Xiaohua peered out from the kitchen area. Lin Wanwan adjusted the angle of the searchlight, sweeping the beam upwards. The silhouette gradually became clearer. It was an island. To be precise, it is a gigantic rocky platform suspended about 10 meters above the surface of the sea. The rocks at the bottom extend downwards, plunging into the seawater, yet the entire structure is clearly elevated above sea level, as if it were forcibly pulled up from the depths of the ocean by some power. The area above the platform is covered with deep purple vegetation, and several collapsed stone structures can be faintly seen. A floating island. The floating island mentioned by the two individuals from the Black Shark gang. Its size is at least 100 times larger than our warship, Lin Wanwan quickly estimated. Is this thing natural or man-made? Su Qing did not respond. His attention was drawn to something else. Beneath the floating island, a large number of shipwrecks were scattered across the sea surface. Wooden planks, canvas, broken masts, and overturned small boats floated chaotically in the gray-green waters. Among them, there was a relatively intact small wooden boat precariously stranded on a rock at the base of the floating island. The sail of the wooden boat was torn into strips, but the hull was not completely shattered. Wanwan zoomed in on that small wooden boat. Lin Wanwan focused the spotlight on it. The deck of the wooden boat was empty, but a rope was tied to the edge of the railing, with the other end extending to a rock at the base of the floating island, tied in a tight knot. Someone had been to the floating island. Boss, look at the stern of the boat. Su Qinghan suddenly spoke up. Su Qing looked in the direction she indicated. The stern of the small wooden boat was engraved with several crooked characters, seemingly carved with a knife tip. When the spotlight was turned to its brightest, the inscriptions were barely legible. Bai Yi is on the island, Huahua. Bai Yun rushed out from the kitchen area. Xiaoqing, that is Yi's name. Zhang Xiaohua also ran over, and upon seeing the characters froze in shock. This is my handwriting. I carved this. Zhang Xiaohua's voice rose in disbelief. But when did I carve this? I have never been here. The deck fell silent for 2 seconds. Su Qing stared at the inscription. Zhang Xiaohua had been picked up from a cave in the coral reef, having never left the 6th zone. Yet this inscription was indeed her handwriting, or at least that was what she believed. Are you sure it's your handwriting? 100%. Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the slanted character for flower. I have a habit of writing. The last stroke always slants to the left. I can't change it from childhood. Look at this character for flower. The last stroke goes to the left. Lin Wanwan scratched her head. So, is this written by another you? Or did you write this at some point in the future? What kind of logic is that? We can't dwell on that too much. Su Qing stood up, moved closer. The warship slowly made its way toward the floating island. As they drew nearer, the rocky pillars extending into the sea from the base of the floating island were covered with dense dark red seaweed wriggling under the spotlight, as if alive. The warship stopped on the eastern side of the floating island, about 50 meters from the group of rocks. Getting any closer would risk running aground. There were too many rocks underwater. Wanwan, stop the warship here and keep the engine running, ready to retreat at any moment. Boss, you're not really going up there alone again, are you? Lin Wanwan's expression changed. I'm going. Su Qing slung the sea god trident on his back and strapped the mithril composite crossbow around his waist. Lin Wanwan opened her mouth as if to say something, but swallowed it back. The previous incident at the underwater temple was still fresh in her memory. Communication had been cut off for 40 minutes, and she had nearly smashed the control panel in her anxiety. This time is different. Su Qing glanced at the collapsed stone structures on the floating island. The temple is 2,000 meters beneath the sea. Here we are above the surface, so communication shouldn't be completely cut off. Shouldn't it? Lin Wanwan raised her voice. I'll carry the communicator and report in every 10 minutes. If it cuts off, then you can panic. Lin Wanwan pressed her lips together and fell silent, beginning to check the frequency of the communicator. Bai Yun walked out from the kitchen area, gripping a steel knife. Shouting, I'll go up with you. Several gazes turned toward the deck. Lin Wanwan turned her head and Zhang Xiaohua leaned half her body out, while even Su Qinghan turned her head from the artillery control panel. Sister Yun, we don't know what the situation is up there. Su Qinghan's grip on the control stick did not loosen. You going up won't help instead. He is up there. Bai Yun interrupted her, her voice not loud, but each word was pronounced clearly. That is my daughter. Su Qinghan said nothing more. Su Qing looked at Bai Yun as she had changed into a pair of flat non-slip boots, her hair tightly tied back, and the zipper of her jacket pulled all the way up. Clearly she had been preparing since she saw the inscription on the boat's stern. What is your physique now, eh? 32. Bai Yun quickly replied. After adding 10 points to all attributes, I won't slow you down. Su Qing tossed a spare rope to Bai Yun. Tie it around your waist, stay close to me, and do not stray more than 3 meters away. Bai Yun swiftly wrapped the rope around herself and tied it securely, tucking the steel knife into her belt. Shouting, let's go. Su Qing said no more and walked to the edge of the ship. On the eastern side of the floating island, several stout rocky pillars rose from the surface of the sea, the nearest one about 50 meters from the warship, its surface covered with dark red seaweed, but the protruding footholds were visible. Wanwan, lower the landing craft. Do we have a landing craft? Lin Wanwan asked, looking puzzled. In the right side of the lower cabin, the third storage compartment, there's a folding rubber boat among the supplies confiscated from Chunhai's gang. Lin Wanwan was stunned for 2 seconds before turning and running toward the lower cabin. 3 minutes later, an inflated black rubber boat was thrown into the sea. Su Qing jumped down first, steadying himself before reaching back to extend his hand. Bai Yun grasped his hand and stepped into the rubber boat, lowering her center of gravity as she squatted at the bottom. Su Qinghan aimed the cannon toward the floating island, fired directly at any anomalies you see. Understood. Su Qinghan responded crisply. Wanwan, keep passive listening on to the anti-magic net is on standby. Received. Su Qing picked up a short paddle and began to row toward the floating island. As the rubber boat passed through the debris area, Bai Yun looked down at the murky shadows beneath the water, her fingers gripping tightly onto the handle at the edge of the boat. Don't look into the water. Su Qing did not turn his head. Bai Yun shifted her gaze, focusing on the increasingly close base of the floating island. The dark red seaweed on the rocky pillars was indeed wriggling, not carried by the current, it was moving on its own. Su Qing secured the rubber boat against the base of a rocky pillar with a rope. Looking up, there were naturally formed grooves and cracks on the rock face at the bottom of the floating island, barely serving as climbing supports. The vertical height was about 10 meters. Can we climb? Su Qing asked. Bai Yun looked up at the distance and took a deep breath. Yes. Su Qing went first. He locked one hand onto the crack in the rock wall, steadied his feet, and since the trident was too long to carry, while climbing he inserted the tip of the trident upwards into a wide crack in the rock, using the shaft as a makeshift ladder. He turned over onto a protruding platform and looked down. Bai Yun had already started to climb. Her movements weren't exactly smooth, but her sturdy physique supported her, allowing her to grip securely with each step. Halfway up, her foot slipped, and she fell about half a meter, her fingers gripping the rock, cracked tightly, without letting go. Su Qing reached out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her up. Bai Yun was pulled up onto the platform, her knee hitting the rock and tearing a bit of her pants. Does it hurt? No. Bai Yun stood up, brushing off the gravel from her knee. Let's go. Su Qing pulled out the trident and led her to continue climbing. The last 3 meters of the rock wall were nearly vertical. Su Qing used the edge of the trident to carve out 2 footholds in the rock, allowing Bai Yun to step up first while he supported her from below. The moment Bai Yun climbed over the edge of the floating island, she lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. Su Qing followed her up. The view from above the floating island was completely different from what they saw below. Beneath their feet was a rock platform about several hundred meters wide, covered with a thick layer of deep purple moss-like plants, soft and yielding underfoot. Several stone structures were scattered across the platform, most of which had collapsed, leaving only remnants and broken walls. The air was filled with a strong odor of decaying vegetation, mixed with an indescribable sweetness. Communication test. Su Qing pressed the communicator. Received. Signal is 2 bars, barely usable. Lin Wanwan's voice was interspersed with static, but it was clear. Su Qing sighed with relief. Sister Yun, stay close. The two walked along the edge of the platform. The deep purple moss slowly rebounded after being stepped on, leaving no footprints. After walking about 50 meters, a half-collapsed stone archway blocked their path. The archway was engraved with patterns similar to those of the underwater temple, but clearly more crude, resembling a hastily crafted imitation. The purple moss at the base of the archway grew particularly lush, completely covering the base and spreading up the stone pillars. Su Qing stopped crouched down and used the trident blade to push aside a layer of moss. Words were engraved on the stone base. It was not ancient script nor an unknown language. It was Chinese, simplified Chinese chiseled out with a sharp tool. Danger ahead, do not take the middle path. Bai Yun leaned over to take a look, her face changed. Xiao Qing, this writing. Su Qing stared at the words for 3 seconds. The handwriting was crooked and the last stroke of the word path slanted left. It was exactly the same as the words on the ship's stern. Zhang Zaihua's handwriting. Communicator. Su Qing pressed the button. Received, boss said. Lin Wanwan's voice came through intermittently. Let Zhang Xiaohua listen. After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Zaihua's nasal voice came through. Su Qing, go. There are words on the archway base, danger ahead, do not take the middle path, it's your handwriting. The communicator remained silent for several seconds. I never wrote this. Zhang Zaihua's voice began to tremble. I swear I have never been to this island, but that slanting stroke is indeed mine. I have written it this way since childhood. Do you have any sisters or twins? No. I'm an only child. Bai Yun tightened her grip on the rope, lowering her voice. Xiao Qing, what is going on here? Su Qing stood up and drew a line on the ground with the trident blade. The purple moss was cut open and a transparent viscous liquid oozed from the cut surface, emitting that sweet smell. Don't take the middle path, take the right one. Bai Yun did not ask further and followed him around the archway. Behind the archway was a fork in the road with 3 stone paths extending out from beneath their feet. The middle path was the widest and flattest, while the paths on either side were noticeably narrower and overgrown with weeds. Su Qing led Bai Yun down the narrow right path. After walking less than 20 steps, a dull sound came from on the middle path. A stone slab suddenly caved in, revealing a deep pit 2 meters in diameter, filled with sharp stone spikes that glimmered with a dark green light. Bai Yun gasped. If they had walked down the middle path earlier. Who left that warning? Bai Yun's voice was, I don't know. But one fact was clear: Zhang Xiaohua, or someone with handwriting identical to hers, had been to this floating island and left a warning. The narrow path led to an open area. Several collapsed stone buildings formed an irregular square, with a dried-up stone pool in the center, its bottom filled with purple fallen leaves. Traces of life were scattered around the edge of the square. A flattened iron pot, remnants of burnt wood, and 2 stone slabs stacked together, acting as a table on which lay a broken ceramic bowl. Someone had lived here. Su Qing walked to the stone slab table, picked up the ceramic bowl, and turned it over. The bottom was engraved with a small floral pattern. He put the ceramic bowl down and scanned the surroundings of the square. At the northernmost end stood a relatively intact building, its stone wall only half collapsed, with a makeshift roof made of torn canvas and branches. The knots on the canvas were tied neatly, unlike something tied in haste. I recognize this type of knot. Bai Yun suddenly spoke. Su Qing looked at her. Bai Yun walked to the stone wall, tiptoed, and touched one of the knots on the canvas. He participated in a summer camp for scouts when she was young and learned a set of outdoor knots. After she returned, she practiced every day at home, untangling and tying up all my curtain cords. Bai Yun's fingers trembled slightly. This is called a double bow knot. The double bow knot she tied has a characteristic: when finishing it, it wraps around one more turn. The coach said she tied it wrong, but she insisted it was more secure that way. Bai Yun pointed at the extra half turn at the end of the knot, her voice choked. This is her tying method. Bai, not only had she been here, but she had also lived here for a while, built a shelter, used a ceramic bowl to eat, and cooked over a fire. Su Qing pushed open the wooden door propped up by rocks and entered the half-collapsed building. The interior was not large, with a layer of dried purple moss spread against the wall, on top of which lay a crumpled jacket. Su Qing picked up the jacket and shook it out. A gray sweatshirt, women's style, with their school's emblem printed on the back. Bai Yun rushed in and snatched the sweatshirt, hugging it to her chest. It's ease. I bought this sweatshirt for her. I bought it last autumn. Bai Yun buried her face in the clothing, her shoulders heaving violently for a moment. Then she took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her emotions. Where is she? Su Qing scanned the room. There were footprints on the ground, the pattern of a small pair of sneakers extending from the bedding to the door, then heading north. She left, heading north. Su Qing pressed the communicator. Wan, we found traces of Yi's life on the floating island. She's alive, but has already left, heading north. Great. Sister Yun must. Wait, boss, what's to the north? I don't know, we haven't reached it yet. The passive listening just received a very faint sound wave. Lin Wanwan spoke faster. It's not a human voice, it's a kind of rhythmic pulse coming from the northern side of the floating island at a very low frequency, approximately once every 30 seconds. What could emit a pulse? A reactor or a large energy device? A large energy device. On an island floating above the sea. Su Qing put away the communicator and walked out of the building with Bai Yun. Following the footprints north, they passed through 2 collapsed stone walls, and the terrain ahead began to rise, with purple moss becoming increasingly sparse, replaced by exposed black rocks. The sweet smell in the air faded, replaced by a metallic scent. After walking about 100 meters, a crack appeared on the rocky ground. The crack was about a foot wide, extending into the unseen distance. A faint blue glow emanated from deep within the crack, pulsing once every 30 seconds. It coincided with the pulse frequency Lin Wanwan mentioned. Bai Yun crouched by the edge of the crack, looking down, the blue light reflecting on her face, flickering. There's something glowing down there. Su Qing knelt on one knee, probing the crack with the trident. The handle extended about 2 meters down, before hitting something hard, not soil. He pulled out the trident. A layer of metallic powder clung to the blade's tip, silvery gray, quickly oxidizing and turning black in the air. Deep sea secret silver. Su Qing rubbed the layer of powder. Inside this floating island lay a vast amount of deep sea secret silver veins, and that blue pulse was most likely a natural radiation from some energy structure within the veins. This explains why the floating island can hover above the sea. The energy from the secret silver veins supports it. Bai Yi's footprints vanished at the edge of the crack. It wasn't that they reached the end, it was that they were swallowed by the nearby black rocks. The surface of the rocks was too hard to leave any marks. Xiao Qing, the footprints are gone. Bai Yun's voice was filled with urgency. Su Qing stood up and gazed northward. The terrain on the northern side of the floating island continued to rise, with a well-preserved stone tower standing at its highest point, about 15 meters tall, completely shrouded in thick mist. The tower's windows were dark. Communicator. Receive. Wanwan, there's a stone tower on the northern side of the floating island. Can you see it on the sonar? Wait a moment. Yes. The pulse signal and passive listening originates directly beneath that tower. Are there any biological responses around the tower? Silence for 5 seconds. I can't detect anything. The signal is too weak, and the secret silver veins inside the floating island are interfering with all active scans. Su Qing put away the communicator, took 2 steps forward, and suddenly stopped. Behind a rock on the right side, a human arm was exposed. Bai Yun saw it, stepping back half a step with her hand over her mouth. Su Qing walked over. Behind the rock, it wasn't Bai Yi. It was a man appearing to be in his 30s, wearing a tattered camouflage jacket, his whole body emaciated, as if all moisture had been drawn out, skin tightly clinging to bone, with deep-set eye sockets. He had been dead for at least 2 or 3 days. The man's right hand was clenched around a stone, which had words carved into it. Su Qing crouched down, pried open the stiff fingers of the corpse, and took out the stone. The handwriting was crooked. Do not enter the tower. The last stroke slanted to the left. Upon seeing those 3 words, Bai Yun's face turned pale. Is it again? Zhang Ziawa's handwriting. Su Qing turned the stone over. There was another line of text on the back, carved deeper with more force. The strokes severely slanted, indicating that the hand had trembled violently while writing. It will replicate you. Bai Yun took 2 steps back, tightening the rope around her waist. Xiao Qing, what is on the... Su Qing did not answer Bai Yun's question because he had no answer. He examined the stone back and forth twice, confirming no information was overlooked, and stored it in the spatial bag. There was nothing valuable on the corpse. A small broken knife and a charred wooden stick were found in the pockets of the camouflage jacket. The cause of death was not external injury. Su Qing checked the area. There were no wounds on the man's body, no signs of bleeding, just that he looked like a dried-up, salted fish, all moisture and essence drained. Bai Yun turned her head away, unable to look any longer. Let's go. Su Qing stood up, guiding Bai Yun to bypass the corpse, and continue towards the stone tower to the north. After walking about 30 meters, they encountered a second corpse. The same condition, skin stretched tightly over bones, emaciated to an unnatural form. This time it was a woman clutching a broken wooden spear. Another 20 meters ahead, a third corpse. In total, there were 7 corpses scattered along the path to the stone tower, each in different poses. Some faced the tower, while others were turned away, as if they had fallen while trying to escape. All of them had the same cause of death, drained completely. They all wanted to enter the tower. Bai Yun's voice tight. Su Qing crouched down and rummaged through the pockets of the last corpse, pulling out a crumpled note. The note was hastily written with charcoal, the handwriting blurred, but still legible. It's the 3rd day the thing in the tower came out once, looking exactly like Old Wang. Even the voice was the same. Old Wang has been dead for 2 days. When we stabbed it with a knife, what flowed out was not blood, but purple. Later it disappeared, but I always felt like it was still watching us. Tomorrow we will leave. We won't stay here any longer. The note ended there. Tomorrow clearly never came. Su Qing tucked the note away and stood up. Communicator. Received. Lin Wanwan's voice was even more muffled than before, with greater electrical noise. 7 corpses were found on the floating island. All died from being drained of moisture with no external injuries, and a note left by a survivor mentions that the thing in the tower can mimic human appearance. The communicator was silent for 2 seconds. Mimic? What do you mean? Become someone else's appearance. Exactly. Then Zhang Ziahua's handwriting. It could have mimicked Zhang Xiaohua before writing that. The communicator emitted a sharp scream from Zhang Xiaohua. What? Mimic me. That thing became me. Su Qing lowered his voice. Wanwan, make her shut up. There was a rustling from Lin Wanwan's side, and Zhang Ziahua's voice was cut off. Boss, if that thing can mimic people, then the writing at the boat's end and the warning at the arch. Was it written after it mimicked Zhang Xiaohua? But why leave a warning? Isn't that helping us? A good question. Why would a being that can replicate a person's appearance leave warnings everywhere cautioning others not to enter the tower? Unless its purpose in leaving warnings is not to assist at all. Stop guessing and keep listening. Su Qing turned off the communicator and looked at Bai Yun. Bai Yun gripped the iron knife at her waist, her knuckles turning white, yet she did not suggest turning back. Yi's footprints lead north. She may have entered the tower. Bai Yun's voice trembled, but each word was clear. I didn't say you could leave. Su Qing tightened his grip on the trident and stepped forward. The stone tower loomed ever closer. A 15-meter-high black stone structure stood at the highest point of the floating island with no windows on any side, only an arched entrance at the bottom above, which was carved a massive eye pattern. The pupil of the eye was embedded with a blue gem the size of an egg yolk, pulsing rhythmically with light. Whenever the blue light shone, Su Qing felt as if that eye were watching him. He stopped about 20 meters from the tower entrance. Sister Yun, wait for me here. No. Bai Yun took a step forward. What if you go in and the communication cuts off? Do you remember how frantic Wanwan and the others were back at the shrine? I haven't forgotten, but it's more dangerous for you to go in. So it's not dangerous for you to go in alone. Su Qing looked at her. Bai Yun stood her ground, her hand trembling on the rope, yet her legs were steady. I'll follow you, won't cause trouble, and I'll do whatever you say. Su Qing didn't have time to argue. Stay close, don't let go of the rope. If you see anything that looks human, your first reaction shouldn't be to greet it, but to call for me. Bai Yun nodded vigorously. The two walked to the tower entrance, one in front of the other. The arched entrance was about 2 meters high, shrouded in complete darkness. The blue gem illuminated only a small area at the entrance. Beyond that, nothing could be seen. Air surged from inside the tower, carrying an extremely strong sweet scent, at least 10 times more potent than outside. Bai Yun covered her mouth and nose with her hand, wrinkling her brow from the overpowering smell. Su Qing pulled out 2 pieces of rag from his spatial bag. Cover your nose and breathe through your mouth. Bai Yun took the cloth and pressed it tightly against her face. Su Qing stepped into the tower entrance. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor in the vast interior. The internal structure of the tower was surprisingly simple. The first floor was a circular hall with a thick stone pillar in the center, covered in patterns similar to those on the archway, extending from the ground to an unseen point at the ceiling. At the base of the stone pillar, traces of dark purple liquid had dried on the ground, forming an irregular ring. In the center of the ring lay something. A pair of shoes. White sneakers, women's style, with mud and bits of purple moss stuck to the surface. Bai Yun charged forward. These are Yi's shoes. She bent down to pick them up. Don't touch them. Su Qing yanked the rope, pulling Bai Yun back a couple of steps, stopping her at the edge of the purple ring. Look at the ground. Bai Yun followed the direction of his finger. On the inner edge of the purple ring were a series of extremely tiny patterns, almost indiscernible to the naked eye. But Su Qing's vision, having undergone multiple enhancements, could see clearly. Those weren't patterns, but dense traces of tentacles. Something had once emerged from that circle of purple liquid, reaching towards the shoes. A bait. Su Qing's voice was very soft. Bai Yun froze, glancing between the shoes and the traces on the ground, a chill creeping up her spine. These shoes were deliberately placed here, waiting for someone to pick them up. No way. Bai Yun suddenly shook her head. How could he walk barefoot? The outside is all stone and moss, as she would have been hurt. Su Qing didn't respond, instead walking around the purple ring, where he discovered an upward stone staircase entrance behind the pillar. A spiral staircase, extremely narrow, only allowing passage for one person. There were footprints on the steps. Barefoot, the size matched that of the white sneakers. Bai Yun saw those barefoot prints and tensed up even more. Did she really go up barefoot? Or it might not be her. Bai Yun suddenly looked up. Su Qing stared at those footprints, each one clear and complete, the outline of all 10 toes distinct. Too perfect. Normally, if a person walked barefoot on rough stone steps, the footprints should be blurred and irregular. But these prints looked as if they were stamped with a mold, each step's depth, angle, and spacing perfectly consistent. Mechanical precision. The communicator. Coming through. Boss. The signal is bad. Lin Wanwan's voice broke into fragments. As long as you can hear me, I'm on the first floor of the tower. I found Yi's shoes, suspected trap. There are barefoot prints on the stairs going up. The footprints are abnormal. Be careful. Don't. The signal completely cut off. Su Qing tapped the communicator twice, but all he heard was the crackling of static. Just like last time at the shrine, once he entered, he was alone. Xiao Qing, do you think there will be? Bai Yun didn't finish her sentence. I don't know. Su Qing switched the trident to his left hand, while retrieving a silver compound crossbow from his waist, loading a steel-piercing arrow. When going up the stairs, stick to the outer wall, step on the edges of the steps, avoid the middle. Bai Yun remembered. The two began to ascend. The spiral staircase was extremely cramped, Su Qing's shoulders almost touching the stone walls on both sides. With each step, the sweet odor in the air intensified. When they reached about the 20th step, new carvings appeared on the wall. Still that crooked writing. It's on the third, the last stroke. Leaning left, Bai Yun pressed against the wall, staring at those 3 characters, her grip on the iron knife tightening. The third floor. Su Qing continued upward. The second floor was an empty room devoid of anything. A thick layer of dust covered the floor with no footprints or signs of anything having been here. Yet those bare footprints bypassed the second floor, continuing up the stairs. The entrance to the third floor had a stone door slightly ajar, with blue light spilling through the gap, far brighter than below, flickering and illuminating the staircase in alternating brightness. Click. A sound came from behind the door. Footsteps. The sound of bare feet on stone tiles. Bai Yun pressed her mouth shut tightly. The footsteps were very light, very slow, step by step, moving from behind the stone door to the entrance. Then, from the gap of the stone door, a slender finger appeared. A delicate, pale woman's finger with neatly trimmed nails. The finger rested on the edge of the stone door and gently pushed it open. The stone door slowly opened. Blue light poured out. Behind the door stood a person. With long hair cascading down, a slender figure wearing a gray hoodie identical to the one Bai Yun found in that half-collapsed building with the same school emblem on the back. She stood barefoot in the blue light, facing the door. Bai Yun froze completely. The woman behind the door tilted her head slightly. Su Qing suddenly pulled Bai Yun, yanking her behind him. The crossbow's arrow was aimed directly at the woman's face. Don't move. The blue light flickered once. The woman behind the door slowly raised her head. On her face there were no eyes. The spots where her eyes should be were smooth skin, perfectly flat, without a single wrinkle, not even eyebrows. The voice was identical to Bai Yi's. Bai Yun felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, her fingers gripping the rope, turning bloodless from the strain. She ventured her voice, trembling uncontrollably. The Bai Yi behind the door tilted her head again. On that eyeless face, her lips curled into a familiar arc. A small gesture Bai Yi often made when acting coy. Mom, I'm so scared. You finally came for me. Her voice carried a sob filled with grievance and dependence. In that instant, Bai Yun's psychological defenses crumbled completely, and she instinctively lunged forward. Don't move. Su Qing yanked her back, his grip so tight it hurt. His mithril composite crossbow remained steadily aimed at the monster's brow. Xiao Qing, let me go? That's it. Bai Yun panicked, turning to Su Qing with a low growl, her eyes instantly reddening. Look closely. Su Qing's voice was low, but each word struck Bai Yun's heart. She has no eyes. Maybe she's in, or something. Mom, I'm cold. The Bai Yi behind the door spoke again, extending her hands in a fragile, helpless gesture. Hold me, okay? Bai Yun's heart shattered. Struggling, she almost pleaded, Xiao Qing, I'm begging you, let me go see. What if she really is Yi? Su Qing ignored her, his gaze locked on the monster. He called out, his voice steady. Where's Zhang Xiao? The Bai Yi paused mid-motion. She seemed to be thinking hard, the muscles on her smooth face twitching slightly. Seconds later, the sadness on her face deepened with perfect timing. Hua. She was dragged away by a sea beast to save me. As she spoke, she took a step forward, her bare feet landing on the cold stone with a soft pat. That single step was all it took. Su Qing pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The steel armor-piercing bolt shot from the bowstring, grazing the monster's scalp before embedding deep into the stone pillar, behind it the fletching quivering violently. The mist stripped the Bai Yi of her fragility and sorrow instantly. She neither screamed nor raged, but slowly, ever so slowly, raised a hand to touch the spot where the bolt had grazed her scalp. Then she smiled. It wasn't Bai Yi's lively grin, but an eerily silent, wide-mouthed grimace. On her eyeless face, the smooth skin split open down the middle. There were no eyeballs, no flesh. Only 2 rows of densely packed pale teeth churning wildly within the gash, emitting a clicking sound. Mom, look, he wants to kill me. From the split eye sockets, the voice was still Bai Yi's, but the tone had become shrill and distorted. Bai Yun stared at the scene, her stomach churning. All her previous fantasies and false hopes shattered in that moment. She collapsed to the ground, her face as pale as paper. The monster shed its disguise, dropping to all fours and darting out like a spider, leaving only a blur in its wake. Su Qing was prepared. He activated Shadow Step, leaving a phantom image in place as he materialized at the monster's flank. The trident of the sea god came down from above, cleaving through the air with a sharp whoosh. The monster reacted swiftly, twisting midair and extending a tongue covered in barbs to coil around the trident's blade. SSSHH. The absolute armor-piercing effect triggered, and the seemingly tough tongue was sliced cleanly in half, spraying viscous purplish-black liquid everywhere. The monster let out a silent scream, the teeth in its split eye sockets churning faster. Instead of retreating, it advanced, using the remaining half of its tongue like a steel whip to sweep at Su Qing's legs. Su Qing kicked off a stone pillar, using the momentum to leap over the sweep. "Sister Yun." The shout snapped Bai Yun back to reality. Watching Su Qing maneuvering across the stone walls and the frenzied monster on the ground, she tremblingly drew an iron knife from her belt. She couldn't close in. At that speed, she couldn't even touch the monster. But her eyes fell on the white sneakers on. All the monster's attacks had skillfully avoided the purple ring and the shoes at its center. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yun rolled to the edge of the ring, raised the iron knife, and brought it down viciously on the shoes. "No!" A sharp, distorted roar erupted from both of the monster's tooth-filled mouths. Abandoning its attack on Su Qing, it spun around and lunged at Bai Yun. Perfect. Su Qing had been waiting for this. He leaped from the stone pillar, pushing the power output of his exoskeleton to its limit. His left fist, wrapped in metal knuckles, slammed into the monster's back. Ferocious strike activated. Strength forcibly doubled. Boom. A dull impact echoed. The monster's body crumpled as if struck by a battering ram, its entire chest caving in. Purplish-black fluid sprayed from every pore. It convulsed twice on the ground, rapidly shriveling and desiccating before dissolving into a puddle of purple liquid that seeped into the cracks between the stones. The fight was over. Su Qing panted heavily as he walked over to Bai Yun and helped her up. Her legs were still weak, and she leaned against him to steady herself. She looked down at the iron knife in her hand. The blade had struck the white sneakers, leaving only a faint scratch. Those shoes were no ordinary footwear. "Thank you." Bai Yun's voice was hoarse. "You saved yourself," Su Qing said, steadying her. If she hadn't thought quickly to attack, the shoes forcing the monster to reveal and opening the battle would have dragged on much longer. They fell silent, the hall filled only with labored breathing. On the stone pillar where the steel bolt had struck, a crack had formed. From the crevice, the blue glow shone brighter than before. Su Qing walked over, pulled out the bolt, and used the trident's blade to pry along the crack. Crack! A piece of stone flaked off, revealing a half-meter square secret compartment. Inside there were no treasures, only a worn canvas backpack. It was the same brand as Bai Yi's hoodie. Su Qing reached in and pulled out the backpack. It was heavy. Unzipping it, he found it filled with various survival tools and several packs of compressed biscuits. In the innermost pocket of the backpack, Su Qing felt a hardcover notebook. He took it out. It was a Bai Yun leaned in, and seeing the cover, tears began to fall again. A sticker photo was affixed to the cover. A picture of Bai Yi and Zhang Xiaohua, both girls smiling brightly. Trembling, Bai Yun opened the first page. The handwriting was Bai Yi's, recording their entire ordeal from being swept away by the storm to drifting onto this floating island. Bai Yun trembled as she opened the first page of the diary. The handwriting was delicate, belonging to Bai Yi. October 12th, oh weather unseen. Xiaoyao and I were swept onto this strange island by a storm. The ship is gone, but we are alive, and that is what matters most. The island is large with fresh water and a type of purple fruit that is edible, albeit with a strange taste. We found a dilapidated house that can shield us from the rain. For now we are safe. I will wait for Su Qing to find me. October 14th, overcast. We were wrong. There are monsters. Fong Fong is dead. She was fine yesterday, but this morning we found her missing, and by noon, Fong Fong. She looked exactly the same as before, but we all knew it was not her. Hua Hua said that inside Fong Fang's shadow there seemed to be tentacles. In the evening, we heard Fong Fang's terrible scream coming from the tower. October 15th, foggy. Xiaoyao is missing. I woke up to find her gone from the bed. On the table there was a note in her handwriting saying she went out to find food. I did not believe it. I found another diary she had hidden which contained only one sentence: I feel something sprouting inside me. At noon, Xiaoyao returned, standing at the door smiling and saying she found many fruits. I locked the door. I know my Xiaoyao may never return. Bai Yun's fingers tightly gripped the pages, her nails digging into the paper. At this point, she felt herself about to crumble. Su Qing helped her, his gaze falling on the next page. October 17th, blue light. I killed Xiaoya. It tried to come in, mimicking Xiaoya's voice, crying and begging me to open the door. Through the gap in the window, I saw its smooth face crack open. I killed it with the trap we made together. What flowed out was not blood, but purple slime. I seem to also be beginning to smell that sweetness. October 19th, tower. I can no longer stay here. The blue light pulses on the island are growing stronger, and I feel my strength draining away. That purple fruit is problematic. It is altering our bodies. Monsters are those who ate the fruit and were exposed to the blue light for too long. I must reach the top of the tower. In the belongings Fong Fong left behind, I found a map. She said there is a way to leave from the top of the tower, or a method to turn off the blue light. This is the only hope. October 20th. I packed all the food into my backpack along with this diary. Mom, if you see this diary, it means you have found this place. Please do not go any further. It is very dangerous. Bai Yun's fingers clenched the page tightly, her nails almost embedding into the paper. The last page of the diary contained her daughter's farewell message to her mother. She begged her not to go further. She told me not to go up. Shouting, does she know there is something up there that she can? Bai Yun's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed from her throat. Su Qing took the diary from her hands, turned to the last page, and paused on that line for 3 seconds. She also mentioned that there is a way to leave from the top of the tower or a method to turn off the blue light. Su Qing pointed at the previous page of the diary. She packed all the food into her backpack, indicating that she was prepared for a prolonged battle with the goal of reaching the top of the tower. But she also told me not to go up. Bai Yun's emotions became somewhat uncontrollable. Isn't this contradictory? It is not contradictory. Su Qing put the diary and backpack into his spatial bag. When she wrote this letter, she might not have understood the specific situation at the top of the tower. This was her contingency plan. If she failed, she did not want you to perish here as well. Then she now. Most likely she has already gone up. Su Qing looked up at the spiral stone stairs leading to the 4th floor. Moreover, she probably has not failed yet. How do you know? If she failed and became one of those monsters, the one guarding the 3rd floor would not be the copy we just killed. If Bai Yi fails, she will become a new monster or be killed by a new monster. However, on our way up, apart from that copy, we did not encounter any real obstacles. This indicates that Bai Yi either succeeded or is still holding out at the top of the tower. Let's go. Su Qing did not give her much time to process her emotions, taking the lead toward the stairs. Bai Yun took a deep breath, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and tightened her grip on the iron knife as she followed. Her daughter was up there, possibly fighting alone. As a mother, how could she possibly stay put? The stone steps leading to the 4th floor were steeper than those below, and the sweet cloying scent in the air thickened with each breath, like inhaling viscous syrup. The markings on the walls grew more numerous. It is mimicking my handwriting. It is learning to speak like me. It wants to become me. These writings were undoubtedly carved by Bai Yi, the strokes chaotic, the pressure fluctuating between light and heavy, exuding a sense of suppressed madness. Bai Yun felt her heart race. Only now did she understand the torment her daughter had endured these past few days. An invisible enemy lurked in the shadows, constantly mimicking you, learning from you, attempting to replace you. Such mental pressure is enough to drive anyone insane. Finally, the two reached the platform on the 4th floor. As soon as they stepped onto the platform, a strong smell of blood mixed with decaying vegetation assaulted them. Bai Yun's stomach churned again, and she quickly covered her mouth and nose with a cloth. The scene on the 4th floor was even more bizarre than that on the 3rd. There were no rooms here. Instead, it was an open circular altar. In the center of the altar was a circular pool over 5 meters in diameter, filled with that purple-black viscous liquid, which was still bubbling gently, making a gurgling sound. The ground of the altar was etched with a massive magical array composed of countless twisted lines, with a desiccated corpse placed at each node of the array. These were the kinds of drained corpses they had seen outside the tower. There were a total of 7. Their bodies were arranged in some strange posture, limbs outstretched, their heads all facing the central pool. And at the very center of the pool floated a tumor the size of a human head, deep purple in color. The surface of the tumor was covered with blood vessel-like patterns pulsating in sync with the blue pulses from the tower's base, each throb causing more purple liquid to seep out and drip into the pool. This is the monster factory. Bai Yun's voice trembled. Those purple fruits, when eaten and exposed to blue light, would turn into monsters. And this tumor is clearly the source of all the purple fruits. It is absorbing the energy from these corpses. Su Qing's voice was low. Each pulsation of the massive purple tumor caused the 7 desiccated corpses at the array nodes to wither further. It was as if something intangible was being drawn away, flowing into the central pool, ultimately nourishing the tumor. It must be destroyed. Bai Yun grasped the iron knife, veins bulging on the back of her hand. These people, like her daughter, were all survivors struggling for life, but now they had become the nutrients for the monster's growth. Su Qing remained silent, gripping the sea god trident tightly. His body sank slightly, and the mechanical exoskeleton on his right arm emitted a faint sound of gears meshing. He realized that the entire altar on the 4th floor was an energy conversion device. The 7 corpses served as batteries, the array as wiring, the pool as a cultivation dish, and that tumor was the final product. The tumor seemed to sense the impending threat, its pulsation frequency suddenly accelerating, and the purple liquid in the pool churned violently, releasing a scent far sweeter and more cloying than before that filled the entire space. Bai Yun was choked by the scent, stumbling back 2 steps, her vision darkening. Sister Yun, retreat to the stairs, cover your mouth and nose, do not look at it. Su Qing's voice brought her back to her senses, as she dared not hesitate, and immediately retreated to the stairway entrance, tightly covering her face with cloth. Su Qing no longer waited. He exerted force in his legs, propelling himself towards the center of the altar like a cannonball. Furious impact. The epic skill activated, instantly doubling his strength. His muscles bulged, straining the black vest to its limits. The dark golden blade of the sea god trident traced a visible afterimage in the air, aimed directly at the pulsating tumor in the center of the pool, and swung down fiercely. The tumor seemed to sense the arrival of death, its surface vascular patterns twisted wildly, suddenly shooting out dozens of purple-black tentacles from the pool, weaving into a net to attempt to block this fatal strike. Sizzle! Before absolute armor breaking any defense was a joke. The tentacle net was instantly torn apart, and the trident's blade did not pause for a moment, accurately striking the very center of the tumor. There was no explosion, no loud sound. The tumor deflated like a burst balloon, suddenly contracting inward, and emitted a sharp, piercing mental wail unlike any biological sound. This sound detonated directly in Qing and Bai Yun's minds. Bai Yun groaned softly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Qing also staggered slightly. The title of Deep Sea Tyrant granted him high resistance to mental attacks. The tumor was split in two purple-black liquid gushing forth, but this liquid did not fall to the ground. Instead, it evaporated in midair, dissipating into streams of black smoke. The liquid in the pool ceased its tumult, its color visibly fading until it transformed into a pool of. The glow of the array on the altar extinguished, and the 7 corpses that served as nodes turned to ash simultaneously, leaving not even bone fragments. Above the altar, the spiral stone stairs leading to the upper level slowly descended with a series of clanking sounds, perfectly aligning with the edge of the altar. The path was clear. Qing shook off the residual liquid from the trident and walked to Bai Yun's side. "Are you all right? My head hurts a bit." Bai Yun supported herself against the wall, her face still somewhat pale. "That sound just now." Mental attack. Qing resecured his compound crossbow at his waist. "Let's go, it's the last stretch." The two ascended the stone steps leading to the upper level. This time Bai Yun walked in front, with Qing following behind, the blade of the trident hovering at her waist. The stone stairs were long, spiraling upward, as if they had no end. The surrounding silence was eerie, only their footsteps echoed. "Xiaoqing." Bai Yun's voice sounded somewhat hollow in the narrow stairwell. "When we see Yi later." Bai Yun paused, seemingly organizing her words. "What do you plan to say about us?" Qing's footsteps halted for a moment. "Let's find her first, and talk later." Bai Yun did not turn back, but Qing could sense her tense back. She has a straightforward personality and can't hide things. What if she figures it out? Then we will deal with it at that time. Qing interrupted her. "Now is not the time to discuss this." Bai Yun fell silent. She knew Qing was right, but she couldn't help but worry. Her daughter was alive, which should be a tremendous joy, yet a heavy stone pressed down on her heart. The stone stairs finally reached the end. A pure white light shone down from above, not blinding, but gentle. Bai Yun took a deep breath and stepped out first. At the top of the tower. This was not the open platform she had imagined, but a circular room entirely made of some white crystal. In the center of the room, a massive blue crystal approximately 2 meters in diameter floated, emitting a soft glow and rhythmic pulses. Below the crystal, a girl sat with her back to the entrance, leaning against the base of the crystal. She wore a gray hoodie, her long hair draped down, looking extremely fatigued and thin. "Yi." The moment Bai Yun saw that figure, tears could no longer be held back, streaming down her face as she stumbled forward. The girl heard the voice and her body visibly stiffened. She slowly turned around with some difficulty. It was a pale yet incredibly familiar face. "Bai Yi." "Mom." Bai Yi's lips moved, her voice so hoarse it was almost inaudible. When she realized that the person before her was indeed her mother, her eyes, which had been holding back tears, "Mom." She struggled to stand but collapsed back down due to fatigue. Bai Yun rushed over, tightly embracing her daughter and crying loudly. "Yi, my Yi, you're alive. You're truly alive. Mom, I miss you so much." Bai Yi buried her face in her mother's shoulder. The accumulated fear, grievance, and despair of more than 10 days surged forth at this moment as tears flowed freely. Qing stood at the entrance, not disturbing the reunion of the mother and daughter. He scanned the surroundings. The walls of the white crystal room were covered with dense symbols more complex than those they had seen in the underwater temple. The massive blue crystal in the center was evidently the energy core of the entire floating island. Bai Yi leaned against it, one hand resting on the base of the crystal, seemingly using her own strength to resist something. After crying for nearly a minute, Bai Yi's emotions finally calmed down slightly. She lifted her head from her mother's embrace, wiped her tears, and then saw Qing standing not far away. "Qing." Her eyes suddenly brightened, shining with the light of hope after a disaster. "I knew it. I knew you would definitely come to find me." Bai Yi's eyes sparkled remarkably as she struggled to rise from the ground, extending her hand as if she wanted to leap into Qing's embrace. I thought you had forgotten me. As she spoke, her body weakened, and she fell back, down, her complexion paler than. Su Qing strode over. Bai Yun had already steadied her daughter's arm, tears welling up in her eyes, as she anxiously asked Yi what happened. Are you injured? Bai Yi gasped for breath, pointing at her hand still pressed against the blue crystal base. My hand. I can't pull it off. Su Qing crouched down, his gaze fixed on her hand. Bai Yi's right palm seemed to be glued to the crystal base by a layer of transparent glue. Faint blue strands of light could be seen beneath the skin around her palm, slowly spreading up her arm along the blood vessels. A faint energy was being continuously siphoned from her body, flowing into the massive crystal behind her. She was like a battery. What is going on? Su Qing's voice was heavy. Bai Yi forced a smile, leaning against her mother, and weakly explaining, after I killed the monster downstairs, I came up to turn off this cursed thing, and the moment I touched it, my hand got stuck. I tried to pull hard, but it was useless. The moment I exerted force, this thing increased its absorption of my energy. I can only endure this weight. It absorbs slowly, and I recover slowly, barely maintaining my life. As she spoke, she looked up at Su Qing with a hint of pride in her eyes. But I'm not giving in for free. Oh, as I drain it, it can't create those monsters downstairs anymore. Does that count as protecting the people? What are you talking about at a time like this? Bai Yun was both angry and heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. Mom, don't cry, I'm just waiting for help. Bai Yi patted her mother's hand and pointed her chin at Su Qing. He must have a way. Bai Yun immediately turned her head, looking at Su Qing with hopeful eyes. Xiao Qing, think of a solution quickly. If this goes on, Yi. Su Qing said nothing. He extended his finger and cautiously touched the enormous blue crystal. The sensation was not cold, instead it felt warm, like a giant piece of warm jade. Yet his fingertips could distinctly feel the immense and rhythmic energy pulses inside. He attempted to probe a thread of his own energy into it. Just upon contact, a tremendous pulling force emanated from within the crystal, as if it wanted to glue his fingers as well. Su Qing immediately withdrew his hand. No good, he stood up. This thing is actively absorbing biological energy. Forcing a pull will only make her be absorbed faster. Then what to do? Bai Yun was thoroughly panicked. Smash it. Bai Yi gritted her teeth and said, I've tried. Although this thing is hard, it's not invincible. I exerted all my strength in one punch, and it cracked, but I can't pull my hand out, so I can't use my full strength. Su Qing walked around the blue crystal. The complex symbols on the wall seemed to resonate with the energy flow of the crystal, forming a complete energy circulation system. And Bai Yi had now become an external power source in this system. If we smash it, the entire island might. Su Qing looked at the flowing energy patterns on the wall. This crystal is the power core of the floating island. That is still better than my daughter dying here. Mom, don't panic. Bai Yi was calmer than her. Su Qing looked closely at the center of the crystal where I attacked. Su Qing approached the front of the crystal, and indeed at waist height, there was a spiderweb-like pattern of fine cracks. In the center of the crack was a small fist mark. I found that as long as we attack this point, the speed at which it absorbs energy will slow down, even coming to a temporary halt. Bai Yi spoke rapidly, clearly unable to hold on much longer. I don't have enough strength. You come. Yunjie, support her, and step back, get away from the crystal a bit. Bai Yun hurriedly complied, helping Bai Yi's arm, pulling her half dragged and half carried back. Bai Yi's hand was still stuck on it. Her whole body was pulled into a tilted position, causing her to frown in pain. Su Qing stepped in front of the crack, taking a deep breath. The sea god's trident appeared in his hand. What are you doing with that big thing? Bai Yi looked at the dark golden trident, somewhat dazed. Don't pierce the island in one go. Su Qing ignored her, gripping the trident tightly, aiming the blade at the center of the fist mark. He didn't use Furious Strike. That skill was too powerful and hard to control. If he accidentally shattered the core, they would all be doomed. What he needed was precision and penetration. Buzz! The blade of the trident trembled slightly, its absolute armor-piercing property activated to the utmost. Su Qing's arm muscles tightened as he used a deft strength, concentrating all his power to a point and thrusting it forward suddenly. There was no earth-shattering sound. A faint sound like a blade piercing softwood. The tip of the sea god's trident precisely pierced the center of the fist mark, with the entire blade sinking into the crystal, leaving only the handle exposed. The enormous blue crystal trembled violently, its surface glow dimming instantly. The flowing energy patterns on the wall also extinguished. Hand! Bai Yi exclaimed. The pulling force that had been sticking to her palm vanished. She quickly yanked back her hand, staggering 2 steps and collapsing into Bai Yun's arms. Bai Yun held her exhausted daughter, unable to speak from excitement, only crying continuously. Su Qing pulled out the trident. The cracks on the crystal did not widen. The small hole created by the trident was slowly healing at a visible speed. However, the blue glow inside the crystal never brightened again. The rhythmic pulses ceased. Rumble! The entire tower top, no, the whole floating island suddenly shook violently. On the white crystal stone ceiling above, spiderweb-like cracks opened up and debris and dust began to Not good. Su Qing's face changed. The island is going to collapse. He pulled up the mother-daughter duo who were still crying together. Run. The three dashed toward the staircase. As soon as they stepped onto the stone steps, the ground beneath them tilted violently again, causing Bai Yun to lose her balance and cry out as she fell to the side. Su Qing reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Bai Yi was protected on the other side, watching this scene in front of her in a daze. Su Qing's posture of holding her mother. Was it a bit too familiar? Boom. Another violent tremor shook the entire stone tower, tilting it at least 30 degrees to the left. Bai Yi was startled by this sudden change, her body slipping uncontrollably to the side. But she did not crash into the cold stone wall. Su Qing's left arm wrapped around her mother's waist like an iron hoop, while his right arm shot out, like lightning, gripping her wrist. Hold on tight. Su Qing barked, his feet planted firmly like nails on the slanted stone steps, stabilizing the three of them. Bai Yun was almost pressed against Su Qing's chest, her cheeks burning with heat. She could distinctly feel the explosive power radiating from the man's waist. As for Bai Yi, she was being pulled by Su Qing with one hand, half of her body hanging in midair. She looked at the scene before her, watching her mother being held protectively by another man who just happened to be her boyfriend. For a moment her mind went blank. Don't move. Su Qing's arm tightened abruptly, insistently pressing her back. Hold tight, we're going down fast. He didn't give the mother and daughter any time to react, half dragging, half carrying them as he sprinted down the slanted. Debris rained down from above, and Su Qing swung his trident to block, deflecting the flying stones with sparks flying everywhere. Bai Yun was protected within, suffering almost no harm. Bai Yi was pulled outside. Although she was also well protected, she could see clearly. Every blocking move Su Qing made, every sideways step, was instinctively aimed at prioritizing Bai Yun's safety. Such a deep-seated tacit understanding and instinctive protection could not be formed in just a day or two. Boom. A loud sound erupted just as the three of them burst out of the first-floor hall, and the stone tower collapsed behind them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Cough. Bai Yi was choked and coughed violently. As she steadied herself, she saw Su Qing had already released her, but his hand that wrapped around her mother's waist remained steady. Bai Yun also regained her senses, jumping away from Su Qing like she had been electrocuted, hurriedly adjusting her clothing, not daring to meet her daughter's gaze. Run. The island is sinking. Su Qing didn't allow anyone a moment of embarrassment, grabbing Bai Yi's wrist and running toward the edge of the floating island. Bai Yun followed behind, her heart in disarray. The path they had taken was now completely unrecognizable. Deep, bottomless chasms had opened in the ground, and black seawater surged up from the cracks. The entire floating island was visibly disintegrating and sinking. Jump! Arriving at a chasm over 3 meters wide, Su Qing didn't hesitate for a moment and shouted loudly. He jumped first, landing steadily on the rock opposite, then immediately turned around. Sister Yin, come over first. He extended his hand. Bai Yun was taken aback, instinctively glancing at her daughter. She doesn't have the strength to jump over. You come first, and I'll catch you, then we'll pull her over together. Quickly. Su Qing spoke rapidly, not allowing for any rebuttal. Bai Yun gritted her teeth, took 2 steps back, and then made a powerful run and jump. Her current physique far exceeded that of ordinary people, and she leaped over most of the distance. Su Qing reached out, accurately grabbing her hand and pulling her securely to his side. The entire movement was fluid and seamless. Throw over the rope. Bai Yun shouted at her daughter. Su Qing threw a rope directly from his spatial pouch, and Bai Yi caught it, wrapping it around her waist twice. Together they pulled the exhausted Bai Yi over from the other side of the chasm. Go. Without a moment's pause, the three of them continued to dash toward the edge where the rubber boat was docked. The floating island was sinking faster and faster. The seawater had already submerged more than half of the platform, and the purple moss rapidly wilted and turned black in the water. Finally, just as the floating island was about to be completely swallowed, the three of them reached the edge. Su Qing kicked away the rope securing the rubber boat, jumped down first, and turned back, extending his hand towards Bai Yun. Hurry! Bai Yun stepped onto his hand to get on the boat, then the two of them together pulled the nearly exhausted Bai Yi up as well. Boom! The final loud crash came from behind, as the entire floating island sank into the sea, the massive vortex nearly capsizing the small rubber boat. Su Qing stabbed his trident fiercely into a nearby reef that hadn't yet sunk, stabilizing the boat. On the surface of the sea, the searchlights of the warship were already shining in their direction. Boss! Lin Wanwan's voice was clearly audible, even from over 100 meters away. Su Qing paddled swiftly towards the warship. The rope ladder was lowered, and Lin Wanwan and Su Qinghan stood on the deck to assist. Boss, you're finally back. You scared me to death. Seeing the three of them safe, Lin Wanwan was so excited she almost jumped up. Bai Yun and Su Qinghan worked together to help the weak Bai Yi onto the deck. Quickly help her lie down in the house, or I'll go get some medicine. Bai Yun commanded anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua also ran out from the cabin, and upon seeing Bai Yi, she rushed over crying. Yi, you're still alive? The deck was in chaos. Bai Yun and Su Qinghan each supported Bai Yi on either side, almost carrying her towards the newly built wooden house. Quickly let her lie down first, I'll go boil some hot water. Bai Yun's voice carried a sob, her steps frantic. Zhang Xiaohua followed beside, holding Bai Yi's other hand, crying uncontrollably. Yi, you scare me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. Lin Wanwan meanwhile held a wrench circling around Su Qing, twice confirming he had all his limbs before letting out a breath of relief. Boss, if you play this big again, my heart will definitely give out. She patted her chest, still shaken. Su Qing ignored her, his gaze falling on Bai Yi, who was being helped into the master bedroom. Don't let her lie down, come over first. Su Qing walked to the metal table in the center of the deck and took out a blood spirit fruit he had picked earlier from his spatial pouch. Although this fruit contained little life energy, it was remarkably effective for restoring stamina. She has exhausted her energy too severely, resting alone won't be enough. Su Qing held the blood spirit fruit, looking at Bai Yi. Come here and eat this. Leaning against her mother, Bai Yi raised her head, forcing a weak smile on her pale face. What's this? Rewarding me for being a great hero who eliminates harm for the people. She joked, yet obediently allowed her mother to help her over. Su Qing brought the blood spirit fruit to her lips. Bai Yi opened her mouth, took a small bite. The fruit flesh melted in her mouth, and a gentle energy slid down her throat, quickly spreading throughout her limbs. The body that had been cold and stiff finally felt a hint of warmth. She finished the remaining fruit in a few bites, letting out a long breath, her complexion visibly becoming a bit rosier. Thanks, boyfriend. Bai Yi looked up at Su Qing, placing emphasis on the words boyfriend, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Su Qing maintained his usual expression, withdrawing his hand. Go in and rest. Bai Yi replied softly, allowing Bai Yun and Zhang Xiaohua to support her into the master bedroom. As the door closed, cutting off the voices inside, Lin Wanwan leaned over secretly, poking Su Qing's arm with the wrench, lowering her voice. Boss, this is a Shura field. Su Qing shot her a glance. Didn't you see earlier? Lin Wanwan raised her eyebrows. Your official girlfriend was looking at you like she was interrogating a thief. Finished early. Lin Wanwan puffed her chest out. I have checked the magic suppression net and the auxiliary cannon lines 3 times. The reactor's cooling is good, just waiting for you to come back for dinner. Su Qinghan silently tidied up the clutter on the deck. She tossed the tattered clothes that Zhang Xiaohua had changed out of into the disassembler and wiped the table clean with a cloth, not saying a word from start to finish. Su Qing walked to the automatic collection net at the bow of the ship, where half a net of supplies had accumulated. He cleared it out casually and pulled out a few wooden boxes. Click. 3 consecutive boxes were opened, all revealing basic materials. When his hand rested on the last box, he paused for a moment. The cooldown time for the Pandora's box should be almost over. He turned and walked toward the corner of the deck, lifted the cover of the dark purple box, and tossed in the 15 pieces of rusty nails that he had just opened. Added rusty nails common. Estimated mutation time 1 hour. Mutation direction random, at least. After finishing all this, the door to the master bedroom opened. Bai Yin stepped out, her eyes still red, but her expression much calmer. Xiaoqing Yi is asleep. I will go make something to eat. She walked to the kitchen area, her fingers awkwardly twisting around her apron. Sister Yun'll help you. Su Qinghan put down the cloth and walked over. The 2 women began to busy themselves in the narrow kitchen area, the atmosphere subtly quiet. Lin Wanwan sneakily moved closer to Su Qing. Boss, let me tell you, when Sister Yun came out just now, she was a bit unsteady on her feet. She must be flustered too. Are you very idle? Not idle. Lin Wanwan immediately stood up straight, reporting seriously. Boss, this time, we went to floating island. The round trip took over 15 hours, and the fuel rods of the spiritual energy reactor were consumed by 12%. I suggest we replenish it as soon as possible. Also, when we came out of the coral reef area, those people from the Black Shark gang seemed to have been following us from a distance. I detected their small boat with sonar. They were sneaky. Su Qing said nothing. He did not take the ragtag group of the Black Shark gang to heart. Soon a sumptuous dinner was set on the table. Perhaps to celebrate Bai Yi's return, Bai Yun brought out almost all her culinary skills, pushing the spiritual cuisine cooking technique to its limits. The iron-bone shark meat was stewed until tender and flavorful. The cold mixed mutated seaweed was crisp and delicious, and a thick golden omelet was made with seabird eggs. Bai Yi was awakened, changed into clean clothes that Su Qinghan had found, and sat at the table. Although she was still quite weak, her spirit had improved significantly, and her eyes darted around the faces of the people at the dining table. Mom, your cooking skills have improved. It's much better than what we have at home. Bai Yi picked up a piece of crocodile meat and generously praised, if you like it, eat more. Bai Yun smiled and added another scoop of soup to her daughter's bowl, but during the action, she awkwardly avoided Su Qing's gaze. The meal felt somewhat heavy. Lin Wanwan tried to tell a couple of jokes to lighten the mood, but ended up laughing at herself halfway through, so she buried her head in her food. After the meal, Bai Yun and Su Qinghan cleaned up the dishes. Bai Yi leaned back against her chair watching Su Qing, standing at the bow in the wind, suddenly speaking up. Su Qing, come here for a moment. Su Qing turned and walked over. What is it? Bai Yi looked up at him, suddenly reaching out to tug at the corner of his shirt gently. I'm cold, let me wear your coat for a bit. This was a perfectly normal request between couples. Su Qing took off his coat and draped it over her. The coat still retained his warmth. Bai Yi wrapped herself tighter, gently sniffing the collar. Your clothes. She looked up, her eyes filled with curiosity. Why does it smell like the body wash my mom uses? The air on the deck seemed to freeze. Lin Wanwan's gossip radar instantly went off, her eyes wide as she scanned back and forth between Su Qing and the kitchen area, not far away. Su Qinghan slowed her actions of wiping the table, casting a glance this way. Clang! A crisp sound echoed from the kitchen area as Bai Yun dropped the iron spoon she was holding onto the floor. I slipped. Bai Yun hurriedly bent down to pick it up, her voice carrying a slight tremor that was difficult to detect. Bai Yi's gaze passed over Su Qing's shoulder, pausing for a second on the flustered figure in the kitchen before returning to Su Qing's face, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Scent. Su Qing remained unperturbed, even lowering his head to sniff his sleeve. Is there? It might be the smell of Sister Yun's cooking. I was close when I served the soup just now. That's right. Lin Wanwan dashed over in one leap, forcefully squeezing between the two, laughing. Hey, I thought it was something big. Sister Yun's cooking skills are incredible now that the aroma from her spiritual cuisine is almost soaking into the ship's wooden boards. She pointed seriously at Su Qing's coat. This piece of clothing of the boss 9 times out of 10 just brushed against the kitchen over there. Bai Yi looked at Lin Wanwan with suspicion, then glanced at Su Qing. Is that so? She elongated her tone, wrapping her coat tighter. Why do I feel that this scent is the same as the body wash my mom usually uses? Bai Yun's hand, which had just picked up the spoon, trembled again. Su Qing's heart sank. This girl's sense of smell is too sharp. Ahem. Su Qing coughed lightly, forcibly changing the subject. You just recovered, don't stay out in the wind, go inside and lie down. No. Bai Yi shook her head, instead wrapping her arm around Su Qing's, leaning against him affectionately, as if to declare her ownership. I just like wearing your clothes and leaning against you. It makes me feel secure. As she said this, she provocatively glanced toward the kitchen. Bai Yun silently turned her back to the deck, beginning to scrub the pot with great effort, as if trying to scrub through the bottom. Su Qinghan picked up the washed dishes and quietly walked back to her resting cabin, closing the door. Oh dear, this atmosphere. Lin Wanwan muttered softly, tactfully hugging a wrench and sneaking back to the lower cabin. I should go check on my precious reactor. On the deck, only Su Qing and Bai Yi remained. It seems like they don't really like me. Bai Yi leaned her head against Su Qing's shoulder, her voice sounding a bit aggrieved. You're overthinking it. Really? Bai Yi chuckled lightly, her fingers gently tracing circles on his arm. Su Qing, tell me the truth. While I was gone, did you? She did not finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Just then a notification sound echoed in Su Ding. The mutation of Pandora's box has been completed. I will go get something. Su Qing calmly withdrew his arm and walked towards the corner of the deck. Bai Yi watched his figure, pouted, and did not ask further. Su Qing crouched down and lifted the dark purple wooden box. Inside the box, the 15 rusty iron nails had vanished, replaced by 3 metallic nails shimmering with a silvery white glow. The nails were about the length of a thumb, their surfaces covered in extremely fine spiral patterns emanating a faint wave of energy. Mutation successful. Acquired refined secret silver nail quality excellent 3. Effect possesses strong toughness and energy conductivity, suitable for reinforcing ship structures or crafting excellent grade weapons. From ordinary materials, it jumped directly to excellent grade. Su Qing was pleased as he stored away the 3 secret silver nails. Boss, what good stuff has come out? Lin Wanwan's head popped up from the bottom of the cabin stairs, clearly having been eavesdropping. Su Qing threw 1 secret silver nail to her. Lin Wanwan fumbled to catch it, and when she brought it close to her eyes, her gaze instantly widened. Wow, secret silver, and it's been refined. She caressed the nail as if it were a lover. Boss, if this is used to reinforce the energy circuit of the reactor, the stability performance will increase by at least 20%. It's amazing. She took the nail, infatuated with it, and dove back into the bottom cabin. Su Qing put away the remaining 2 nails and turned around to find Bai Yi still standing in place, arms crossed, watching him. What is that? New material. Oh. Bai Yi nodded, suddenly taking 2 steps towards him, standing on tiptoe to help him straighten his slightly messy collar. Her fingertips unintentionally brushed over his Adam's apple. Su Qing. She looked up at him, the two of them close enough that their breaths intertwined. I'm tired, I want to sleep. There's an empty room next to the master bedroom, let Wanwan tidy it up for you. Su Qing avoided her gaze. Bai Yi shook her head, her voice soft, but each word clear. I've suffered so much returning from the brink of death, and you want me to sleep alone. She took Su Qing's hand and placed it on her still flat abdomen. What if I have your baby in my belly? Would you bear to let it sleep apart from us? Su Qing. At this, Bai Yun, who had just walked out of the kitchen, stumbled and nearly crashed into the door. She leaned against the door frame, her face pale, as she looked at the two on the deck. Bai Yi seemed oblivious to her mother's reaction, continuing to speak to Su Qing. So I'm sleeping in the master bedroom with you today. After saying that, she leaned her head on Su Qing's shoulder and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Besides, don't you remember when we used to? I could only sleep soundly when you held me. Su Qing's body stiffened for a moment. Bai Yi released his arm and walked towards the master bedroom. After taking a couple of steps, she turned around and found Su Qing still standing in place. What? Do I have to invite you in? Bai Yi tilted her head, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Su Qing said nothing and stepped forward to follow her. The two entered the master bedroom one after the other. Bai Yi unceremoniously threw herself onto the large wooden bed that was 2 meters wide, bouncing a couple of times, the mattress making a dull sound. The bed is quite sturdy, she mumbled. Su Qing stood at the door, his hand resting on the alloy doorknob. Aren't you going to close the door? Bai Yi lay sideways on the bed, propping her head up with one hand, her posture alluring. Or do you want my mom to hear? Su Qing looked at her expressionlessly. Just joking, why so serious? Bai Yi pouted, sitting up from the bed. I just feel like you've changed. Changed how? I can't quite say. Bai Yi sat cross-legged on the bed, hugging Su Qing's jacket that she was still wearing. In the past, when you saw me like this, you would have pounced on me already. Now, you're standing 8 feet away from me like you're guarding against a thief. As she spoke, she brought her nose close to the collar of the jacket to sniff it. This scent, the more I smell it, the more familiar it becomes. What exactly are you trying to say? Su Qing finally spoke, his voice heavy. What I want to say. Bai Yi raised her head, the provocation from earlier gone, replaced by a fatigue that seemed to see through everything. Su Qing, are you hiding something from me? She quietly watched him, waiting for his answer. Su Qing remained silent, walked over, and sat down at the edge of the bed. Instead of answering her question, he reached out a hand and gently brushed aside the messy strands of hair from her forehead. Are you afraid on the island? His voice was very soft. Bai Yi's gaze flickered the defensive barrier she had been holding up, cracking slightly under his gentle inquiry. Not afraid, she stubbornly replied. But in your diary, you didn't write it that way. Bai Yi's eyes instantly turned red. She recalled those nights facing monsters alone, the feelings when she carved those despairing words into the wall, and the terror of thinking she might never see him or her mother again. You read it. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. I did. Then why ask? Bai Yi's tears suddenly streamed down her face like a wronged child. She buried her head in Su Qing's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest, and cried loudly. This time her crying was different from the excitement of seeing her mother. It was the unreserved release of all the fear and anxiety that had accumulated in her heart. I was so scared. I was really so scared. I thought I was going to die there. I killed Xiaoyao. It bled so much purple blood right at my feet. That monster with no eyes, it turned into my form, called my mom Mama. She sobbed incoherently, her body shaking like leaves in an autumn wind. Su Qing said nothing, only extended his hand, gently patting her back. The girl in his arms was no longer the spiky, probing detective. She was just a survivor who had just crawled out of hell in need of comfort. After crying for a long time, Bai Yi's sobs gradually softened into intermittent sniffles. All right, it's all over now. Su Qing's voice sounded above her head. Bai Yi mumbled in response, yet made no move to rise from his embrace. Instead, she rubbed her face against his chest, seeking a more comfortable position. You're so warm, she said softly. You should sleep now. Su Qing patted her back. No, Bai Yi pouted. You sleep while holding me. You just cried. Your body is covered in sweat. Isn't it uncomfortable? Then help me wipe it off. Su Qing took a deep breath and gently pushed the person in his arms away, allowing her to lean against the fur pillow at the head of the bed. They'll go fetch you some hot water. Bai Yi obediently nodded, watching Su Qing walk out of the master bedroom. The moment the door closed, the fragility and dependence on her face instantly faded, replaced by a complex and inscrutable expression. She lowered her head, looking at the oversized coat she wore, bringing the collar to her nose and taking a deep sniff. It was unmistakable. It was indeed the jasmine-scented shower gel her mother loved to use. Moreover, this scent was not merely superficial. It was a unique fragrance that had seeped into the fabric fibers from prolonged contact, mingled with his body temperature. Su Qing walked into the master bedroom, holding a basin of hot water. Bai Yi was still sitting on the bed, wrapped in his coat, her slender legs gently swinging at the edge of the bed. She watched him enter, her gaze no longer fragile, but instead carrying a hint of scrutiny. Just put it there, she said, pointing with her chin at the low cabinet beside the bed. Su Qing set the basin down and wrung out a towel before handing it to her. I don't have the strength, Bai Yi shrugged, her tone assertive. Su Qing remained silent, sitting down at the edge of the bed with the warm towel. Turn around. Bai Yi obediently turned her back to him, the oversized coat slipping off her shoulders, revealing her smooth back and slender neck. Su Qing paused for a moment, holding the towel. What's wrong? Are you shy? Bai Yi's voice came from the front, laced with a hint of laughter. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Su Qing no longer hesitated. The warm towel pressed against her slightly cool skin, and Bai Yi's body trembled gently. His movements were proper, merely wiping the sweat from her neck and back, yet the atmosphere in the room gradually became steamy. A bit lower. Yes, just there. Bai Yi directed lazily. Su Qing's fingers inevitably brushed over her shoulder blades, and he could distinctly feel the delicacy and shiver of her skin beneath his touch. Su Qing. Your heart is beating so fast. Bai Yi's voice was soft like a feather brushing against his ear. Su Qing's wiping motion came to a halt. Is my mom outside? She suddenly asked. Su Qing did not respond. Is she eavesdropping? Mom, the door isn't locked. Do you want to come in too? Bai Yi's voice was neither loud nor soft, just right for the person outside to hear. A faint sound came from outside the door, like someone accidentally bumped into something, followed by hurried footsteps. Bai Yun left. Only then did Bai Yi turn around, satisfactorily facing Su Qing. See, she's guilty. Su Qing set down the towel, standing up, not wanting to continue this topic. I've finished wiping you down, now sleep. I can't sleep alone. Bai Yi looked up at him, grabbing his wrist. Stay with. Her hand was cool, yet surprisingly strong. Su Qing looked at her. The girl's eyes held a stubbornness that could not be refused, a stubbornness born from clinging desperately to what little she had after brushing against the edge of life and death. He sighed and lay down on the other side of the bed. However, Bai Yi instantly wrapped around him like an octopus, her arms tightly hugging his waist, one leg unceremoniously draped over him, her entire body snugly pressed against him. You're so hard. She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. Don't move around. Su Qing's body, the warmth and softness in his arms, the scent of jasmine mixed with the unique fragrance of the girl enveloped his senses. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar. I'm going to move. Bai Yi not only did not loosen her grip, but instead rubbed against him intentionally, like a cat declaring territory. This is my boyfriend, who I can move however I want. Su Qing could feel her breathing gradually becoming steady and long, as if she was truly tired, and had found a sense of security in his arms, slowly drifting off to sleep. The master bedroom fell silent, leaving only the sound of their intertwined breaths. However, Su Qing was wide awake. He opened his eyes, staring at the patterns on the wooden ceiling, his mind a tangled mess. Bai Yun, Bai Yi. What was this all about? Just as he was feeling troubled, the girl in his arms suddenly stirred. Su Qing. She murmured his name. Moi. Su Qing instinctively responded, thinking she was having a nightmare. Do you like my mom? The girl's voice was light and airy like sleep talk, yet every word clearly pierced into Su Qing's ears. Su Qing froze entirely. He abruptly looked down, and Bai Yi in his arms still had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes casting shadows in the dim light, appearing to be in deep sleep. Had he misheard? Or was she talking in her sleep? You and her. The girl in his arms continued to breathe, evenly, as if that heart-wrenching question was genuinely just an unconscious dream. Had she fallen asleep? Or was she pretending to sleep to test him? Finally, the girl in his arms stirred again, seemingly uncomfortable from his stiff body, as she let out a dissatisfied hum, and slowly opened her eyes. Her misty eyes met Su Qing's gaze in the dim light, carrying a hint of drowsiness from just waking up. Bai Yi rubbed her eyes, her voice hoarse. Why are you staring at me? Did you have a nightmare? She acted so seamlessly, as if the shocking question moments ago had never happened. Su Qing stared at her, trying to find even a trace of disguise on that beautiful face, but there was none. Only pure reliance and curiosity belonging to his girlfriend. No, Su Qing's voice was somewhat dry. You were talking in your sleep, just now. Really? Bai Yi's interest was piqued as she propped herself up. What did I say? Did I scold you? I'm not very good at sleeping, while I tend to talk nonsense. She provided an escape for herself. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. It was nothing, just called my name. Oh, that's good then. Bai Yi lay back down, snuggling into his arms once more, her hands skillfully wrapping around his waist. I thought I said something I shouldn't have. She pressed her cheek against his chest, feeling his still racing heart, and a smile crept onto her lips in the darkness, unnoticed by anyone. Su Qing. You haven't kissed me yet. The girl's voice carried a hint of coaxing, causing a subtle vibration against his chest. I'm tired and want to sleep. He found an excuse. A kiss will make you feel less tired. Bai Yi was relentless, even lifting her head, resting her chin on his collarbone, looking up at him. Haven't we always done this? If you don't kiss me, I can't sleep. Su Qing gazed at the face so close to him. The girl's eyes shone astonishingly bright in the darkness, filled with stubbornness and a hint of barely perceptible provocation. She was doing this on purpose. Now she wanted an answer proven by action. Su Qing suddenly he no longer dodged or remained stiff, but rolled over, transforming the passive into the active, completely enveloping the girl's petite body in his shadow. You? Bai Yi was startled by his sudden movement and instinctively wanted to shrink back. But Su Qing did not give her a chance. His voice was low, carrying a hint of dangerous hoarseness, his warm breath cascading over the girl's. This posture, this tone, was too aggressive, stronger and more unyielding than any previous encounter. I was joking. She faltered, her gaze beginning to wander. I took it seriously, Su Qing said, not giving her any chance to respond, and leaned down to kiss her fiercely. This was not a gentle kiss. It carried a hint of punishment, a release, and an undeniable possession. Bai Yi initially pushed him away out of formality, but soon completely softened under the man's domineering aura, her tense body relaxing as her hands shifted from rejection to clinging tightly to his back. She could feel it. This was Su Qing, sent the unique aroma she had missed for countless nights. In that moment, all her doubts and anxieties seemed to dissipate with that kiss. The alloy door of the master bedroom had excellent sound insulation, but the wooden bed began to creak rhythmically under their increasingly intense movements. In the silent night, the sounds seemed particularly clear and particularly stimulating. Bai Yi bit her lip tightly, afraid to let out too loud a sound. After what felt like an eternity, Su Qing finally released her. Bai Yi gasped for air, her cheeks flushed, her eyes and brows tinged with an enchanting spring hue, as if she had just been pulled from the water. She looked at the man beside her, who still appeared calm, her gaze hazy. You bastard. She lightly punched him weakly without any strength. Su Qing propped himself up, helped her adjust her slipping clothes, and covered her with the fur blanket. Sleep now. His voice had regained its steadiness. Bai Yi was utterly exhausted. The recent exertions had drained her last ounce of strength. She closed her eyes and almost instantly fell asleep. This time she truly fell asleep. Su Qing sat by the bed for a long while, only standing up quietly to retrieve his coat once he confirmed she was deeply asleep. At the door he hesitated for a moment before gently twisting the handle and opening it. The corridor was silent, only the distant hum of the reactor echoing. Su Qing slipped sideways through the gap in the master bedroom door, gently closing it without making a sound. The deck was empty, the sea breeze carrying a chill that invigorated him. He did not immediately walk to the bow, but paused, casting his gaze towards the tightly closed door beside the master bedroom. That was Bai Yun's room. Silence reigned. Su Qing frowned and stepped closer, noticing the door was slightly ajar, leaving a narrow gap. He pushed the door open. The room was dark, but with the faint light from the deck, he could see a figure curled up in the corner of the bed, her shoulders trembling slightly with suppressed sobs. It was Bai Yun. Su Qing closed the door behind him, the sound of the lock clicking echoing starkly in the quiet room. The figure on the bed stiffened suddenly like a startled rabbit, raising her head. It was a face marked by tear stains, her eyes red and swollen, filled with panic and despair. Xiao Qing. Bai Yun's voice was hoarse, tinged with a heavy nasal quality. Su Qing said nothing, walking step by step to the side of the bed. You were outside just now, he asked. Bai Yun's body trembled violently. She clutched the fur blanket beneath her, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She couldn't deny it. Xiao Qing, we can't continue like this. Bai Yun's voice trembled violently, almost pleading. Yi is back, she knows everything. She will hate me to death. I can't face her. What then? Su Qing countered. Do you want to end it? Bai Yun was taken aback by his question, opening her mouth, but unable to utter a single word. End it. Was it painful to listen outside just now, eh? Su Qing suddenly crouched down, meeting Bai Yun's gaze from her curled-up position on the bed. Bai Yun's breath hitched sharply. He had deliberately made her hear. Shame, anger, and a hint of jealousy that even she was unwilling to admit instantly shattered her last line of defense. You bastard. Bai Yun shouted in fury. Finished scolding. Su Qing slowly turned his head back, his expression neutral. Do you feel any better inside? Bai Yun felt a chill at his gaze, instinctively wanting to shrink back. But Su Qing reached out, grasping her wrist and pulling her down from the bed. Aunt, Bai Yun exclaimed, tumbling into his embrace. Did you not say that he knows everything? Su Qing's lips brushed against her ear, his warm breath sending chills down her spine. Then what do we have to? His other hand unapologetically wrapped around her soft waist, pressing her tighter against himself. Xiao Qing, let me go, please. Bai Yun's voice was laced with tears, her hands pressed against his chest, struggling futilely. What do you mean by please? Su Qing's palm gently pressed against the soft flesh at her waist through the thin silk nightgown. Did you not hear it clearly outside? Now do you want to experience it for yourself? How could he say such things? You're crazy. I'm not crazy. Su Qing chuckled softly, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her back onto the small wooden bed. The bed protested with a dull thud. Bai Yun attempted to rise, but a shadow loomed over her. Sister Yun, Su Qing's voice seemed to hook into her ears. In this sea only I can protect you all. So don't think of escaping. He ceased the idle chatter, leaning down to silence all her unspoken resistance. Unlike the kiss he had given Bai Yi, this kiss held no punishment, no release, only an undeniable comfort and invasion. Bai Yun's mind went blank, her strength being gradually drained, her last shreds of rationality collapsing under the man's overpowering aura. She gave up resisting, clinging to his shoulders, as if grasping onto the only piece of driftwood in turbulent waters. The bed creaked once more. This time the rhythm was different from that in the master bedroom, more urgent and more desperate. Eventually, after an unknown duration, the commotion in the room finally subsided. Bai Yun lay limp on the bed, not wanting to move even a finger. She stared blankly at the ceiling, a silent tear sliding down her cheek. It was over. Everything was over. Su Qing rose from her, his breathing still steady. He looked at the woman on the bed, lost in thought, saying nothing more, simply bending down to pull the blanket over her. Sleep now. He stood up and walked towards the door. Xiao Qing. Bai Yun suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. Su Qing paused. She is actually very clever and sensitive. Bai Yun did not turn back, her voice drifting. You can't hide it from her. I know. Su Qing replied, opening the door and stepping outside. On the deck the night had deepened. He exhaled a long breath, feeling the pent-up frustration from Bai Yi's return finally release after these two intense battles. His thoughts were clear. When Su Qing opened his eyes, the sky was just beginning to brighten. He stretched lazily, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. The lingering irritations that had weighed on his heart the previous night were released during two entirely different battles, leaving him feeling much lighter. He quietly lifted the animal hide covering him. Bai Yi was deeply asleep, curled up like a cat, her long eyelashes gently fluttering with each breath. Dressed, Su Qing stepped out of the master bedroom. On the deck, Lin Wanwan was humming a disjointed tune while tinkering with a wrench, busily circling the newly installed secondary cannon. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately turned around, making exaggerated faces at Su Qing. Boss, good morning. Was last night's battle intense? Su Qing glanced at her, but didn't respond, walking straight to the water purifier to fill a cup. I think I heard some commotion next door last night. It sounded like a house was being demolished. Lin Wanwan followed him, lowering her voice with a gossiping expression. Sister Yun's room was quite noisy too. You're impressive, boss. Lin Wanwan gave him a thumbs up, her expression a mix of admiration and a hint of lewdness. A master of time management indeed. Are you thinking of chatting with the sea beasts? No. Lin Wanwan immediately waved her hands, her expression serious. Boss, I'm just concerned about your health. High-intensity physical exertion requires nutritional replenishment. I'm going to see what delicious breakfast Sister Yun is making. With that, she dashed towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Bai Yun was already there, her back to the deck, mechanically kneading dough. Good morning, Sister Yun. Lin Wanwan cheerily greeted her. Bai Yun's shoulders visibly stiffened. She slowly turned around, managing a smile that was more painful than crying. Morning. Morning, Wanwan. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face haggard with dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept all night. Sister Yun, what's wrong? Lin Wanwan, noticing her condition, dropped her playful demeanor. Didn't sleep well? It's nothing, just had a nightmare last night. Bai Yun lowered her head, avoiding eye contact, her voice hoarse. Just then the master bedroom door opened. Bai Yi stepped out while yawning, still wearing Su Qing's oversized coat. She looked much better, though she still walked a bit unsteadily. Mom, what delicious food are you making? I can smell the aroma already. She naturally walked over to Bai Yun, wanting to, Don't touch anything, the kitchen is too greasy. You go sit outside and wait. Bai Yi's outstretched hand froze in midair. She looked at her mother's dodging eyes and haggard face, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, but she said nothing more, simply nodding and walking out of the kitchen. Su Qinghan also emerged from her room. Glancing at the oddly tense atmosphere among the few people, she quietly walked to the ship's edge and began her daily stretching routine. Soon breakfast was served on the table. Perhaps out of guilt, Bai Yun prepared an unusually lavish breakfast with golden millet porridge that was soft and sweet, complemented by fragrant scallion pancakes. The atmosphere at the dining table was even more oppressive than the previous night. Bai Yi sipped her porridge slowly, her eyes discreetly surveying the space between Su Qing and her mother. Mom, this porridge is really delicious. Bai Yi suddenly broke the silence. If you like it, have more, Bai Yun replied, lowering her head as she added another spoonful to her bowl. But Bai Yi shifted her tone, gently tapping her spoon against the bowl's rim, her gaze seemingly casually landing on Bai Yun's face. Mom, those dark circles. How come they're worse than mine? The question struck Bai Yun's most vulnerable nerve with precision. Plop. Bai Yun's hand trembled, and the spoon slipped from her grip, falling into the bowl and splashing a few drops of hot porridge, instantly reddening the back of her hand. I had a nightmare last night, and when I woke up, I couldn't fall asleep again. She hurriedly pulled out a tissue to wipe her hand, her voice trembling noticeably. Really? Bai Yi tilted her head looking at Su Qing. Su Qing, did you sleep well last night? It was all right, Su Qing replied, nonchalantly picking up a piece of scallion pancake and placing it in her bowl. Eat quickly, it'll taste bad when it gets cold. Oh, Bai Yi responded, lowering her head to take a bite of the pancake, chewing slowly. Lin Wanwan watched in horror. This was not breakfast, it was like being sentenced to death. She frantically gestured to Su Qing, her lips silently forming the words, think of a way. Ahem, Lin Wanwan cleared her throat, forcibly inserting herself into the conversation. So boss, shouldn't we plan our next route? We can't just drift around in this sea forever, can we? Let's talk after breakfast, Su Qing directly shot back. The breakfast ended in an eerie silence. Bai Yun almost fled while cleaning up the dishes, retreating into the kitchen. Bai Yi leaned back in her chair, lazily looking at Su Qing. Su Qing, I'm a bit tired, can you help me back to my room to rest? I'll help you. Zhang Xiaohua immediately volunteered. No, Bai Yi shook her head, her eyes fixed on Su Qing. I want him to help. Su Qing said nothing, standing up and walking over to her, helping her up from the chair. Bai Yi leaned most of her weight against him, her arm wrapped around his, moving at a very slow pace. As they entered the master bedroom, Lin Wanwan immediately leaned towards Su Qinghan. Sister Qinghan, did you notice? This is a version 2.0 Shura field. Su Qinghan glanced at her indifferently. Are you free? I'm just worried for the boss. Lin Wanwan lowered her voice. The way the main consort is checking on things is too terrifying. A sister, Yin, looks like her soul is about to fly away from the questioning. Su Qinghan ignored her, focusing on cleaning her weapon. Su Qing helped Bai Yi onto the bed just as he was about to withdraw. Don't go, Bai Yi grasped his hand. Stay with me for a bit. You should sleep, I have things to do. No, Bai Yi's strength was surprisingly strong. When you leave, I feel unsafe, as if that eyeless monster will crawl out from under the bed. As she spoke, her eyes reddened again. Su Qing looked at her side inwardly and sat down at the edge of the bed. Bai Yi immediately took the opportunity to snuggle into his embrace, finding a comfortable position against his chest. Su Qing. You must never leave me alone again. I won't. Su Qing patted her back, his tone unusually gentle. Perhaps his promise had an effect, or perhaps she was truly exhausted. Not long after, Bai Yi's breathing became even and long in his arms. Su Qing waited until she was sound asleep before carefully extricating himself, covering her with a blanket, and turning to leave the master bedroom. On the deck, the sunlight was just right. He let out a long breath, walking to the bow of the ship, and opened his panel. The raft was still at level 4, but the materials consumed for upgrading the armored raft had been mostly replenished during the trip to the floating island, and the wood and metal in his space pouch were quite abundant. It was time to consider the next upgrade. He summoned the system panel. Abyss-level armored battleship, beginner level 4, 8,500, wood 10,000, 4,200 iron, 5,000. Next level 5. The expedition to the floating island yielded tremendous gains. Not only did he find Bai Yi, but he also scavenged a vast amount of resources from the temple ruins and the corpses, and combined with the materials he had previously acquired from Chunhai, the wood and iron in his spatial pouch were already overflowing. He could upgrade at any time. Without hesitation, he silently chanted in his heart, upgrade. Wood 8,500, iron 4,200. Material satisfied. Battleship level upgraded to level 5. Ding. Detected that the raft's level has increased. Host can draw 1 Hextech enhancement. Current raft level 500 with 01000, iron 0100 deep, sea ghost gold. 1 draw opportunity obtained. Would you like to draw? Draw. 3 brand new icons appeared on the retina. Compound interest silver increases the quantity of all basic materials. Wood iron plastic you currently possess by 20. Weapon expert gold permanently increases all your weapon damage by 25, dealing an additional 50 damage to building units. Evolution stability colorful. When your raft undergoes its next structural upgrade, there is a chance to trigger a beneficial mutation, gaining unexpected new traits. Su Qing's gaze swept back and forth between the second and third icons. The weapon expert offered a simple and brutal damage boost capable of elevating his combat power to a new level. Yet the allure of the colorful Hextech was irresistible. Beneficial mutation, these 4 words brimmed with infinite possibilities. Perhaps the hull would come with stealth capabilities, or the reactor's energy efficiency could double, or even he might gain the ability to fly. It was worth a gamble. Choose evolution stability. Selection successful. Obtained colorful Hextech evolution stability. After completing all this, Su Qing did not stop. He opened the manufacturing panel again and poured all the nearly overflowing wood and iron from his spatial pouch into the battleship's upgrade progress bar. With 20,000, iron 10,000. The progress bar was instantly filled. Battleship level has reached level 5, meeting the conditions for structural upgrade. Detected special material deep sea ghost gold. Detected colorful Hextech evolution stability. Structural upgrade plan has been changed to a unique path. Would you like to proceed with the unique structural reassembly ghost ship? Ghost ship. Su Qing was taken aback. The panel displayed a preview image of the ghost ship. It was a ship much longer and narrower than the current one, presenting a strange translucent state, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. On both sides of the ship, there were 4 pairs of enormous metallic oars resembling insect limbs, and the bow was no longer simply a sharp point, but a fierce beast's head, as if it could snap open at any moment. Ghost ship legendary level hull. Effect reconstructs the current battleship structure, replacing it with a ghost alloy hull. Trait 1, Shadow Submersion. Can actively enter submersion mode, rendering the hull translucent, blocking 90 of sonar and energy detection, and reducing sailing noise by 99. The first attack in submersion state will deal 150 additional damage. Trait 2, Predator Charge. Activates the ghostly oars on both sides of the ship, momentarily tripling sailing speed and dealing devastating impact to the target. Trait 3, Fear Aura. Within 500 meters of the battleship, all attributes of sea creatures below elite level are forcibly reduced by 15. Required materials: wood 20,000, iron 10,000, deep sea ghost gold 100100, high-level energy crystal 2020. Evolution stability colorful is locked. This upgrade will trigger a beneficial mutation with 100 certainty. Su Qing's heart raced. This was no ordinary upgrade. It was like upgrading a shotgun to a cannon. Submersion, burst acceleration, and range weakening aura. This ship was born to hunt. 1-1. Su Qing shouted without looking back. Coming, boss. Lin 1-1 poked her head out of the lower cabin, her face smeared with oil. What's up? Bring all our deep sea ghost gold and high-level energy crystals. Lin 1-1 paused for half a second, then scrambled up. When she saw the preview image of the ghost ship on Su Qing's panel, the wrench in her hand fell to the deck with a clank. What the hell? She exclaimed, her eyes wide as saucers. Boss, what? What is this thing? It's so... She pointed at the metallic oars, her excitement rendering her speechless. This structure, this dynamics design, it's simply a work of art. Boss, hurry. They'll go get the materials. We must build it. Lin 1-1 dashed into the lower cabin like a whirlwind, and soon she came back with 2 heavy metal boxes. That's enough. It's all here. Su Qing took the boxes without a moment's hesitation. Confirm upgrade ghost ship. Materials confirmed. Unique structural reassembly begins. Estimated time 2 hours. Boom. A muffled roar resonated from within the hull. The entire abyss-level armored battleship shook violently, as if a slumbering giant beast was. The alloy armor on the deck began to emit creaking sounds. The dark brown metal plates cracked open in the middle, extending to both sides, and the hull was visibly elongating and narrowing. The twin-barreled magic energy cannon at the bow was lifted by an invisible force, slowly moving backward, while the fierce beast's head was rapidly stitched together from countless metal components. The commotion is too loud. Lin 1-1 gripped the nearby railing tightly to avoid being thrown off, her face showing no fear, but rather overwhelming excitement. Boss. It's transforming. Just like Transformers. The massive noise and tremors instantly startled everyone on board. Su Qinghan was the first to rush out of her room, still holding a half-clean dagger, looking vigilant. Immediately after, Bai Yun hurried out of the kitchen, holding a frying spatula. What's going on? Is there an earth? Everyone hold steady. Su Qing shouted, his voice clearly reaching everyone's ears amidst the tremendous roar. The ship is upgrading. Don't run around. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom was suddenly pushed open. Bai Yi rushed out with a pale face, still wearing Su Qing's coat. Upon seeing the apocalyptic scene on deck, she screamed and instinctively ran towards Su Qing. Su Qing, what is happening? Is the ship going to fall apart? She had just taken 2 steps when the deck beneath her suddenly tilted upwards. She lost her balance and was on the verge of falling. Bai Yun, closest to her, wanted to rush over to help, but the ground was equally unstable beneath her feet. A shadow flashed by. Su Qing instantly appeared beside Bai Yi, wrapping his arms around her, while his other hand gripped a protruding metal support, stabilizing his stance. I told you not to run around. He frowned. Bai Yi, still in shock, leaned against him, feeling the steady heartbeat and strength emanating from his chest, which helped to calm her nerves. She looked around, speechless at the scene on the deck. The originally heavy dark brown alloy armor was now twisting and reshaping as if it were a living entity. The ship's body had elongated by at least 1/3, its lines becoming smoother and more lethal. On both sides of the deck, 8 massive metallic appendages were slowly taking shape, resembling a giant insect folding its wings. Boss, it's a success. It's evolving. Lin 1-1 was pressed tightly against the floor beside the workstation by Su Qinghan, yet she still excitedly waved her arms, her face showing unrestrained fervor. Boom. With the final muffled thunder, all vibrations and roars came to an abrupt halt. The ship had stopped. Or rather, a new ship had been born. Su Qing released his grip and stood upright. Bai Yi also steadied herself, staring blankly at the deck. It was a type of metal she had never seen before, presenting a deep, dark purple hue that seemed to absorb light, its surface covered by an extremely thin, almost imperceptible mist. Is this our ship? Bai Yi's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. The entire ship had become slender and elegant, with the grotesque head of a beast at the prow, its eye sockets filled with two eerie blue crystals that glimmered ominously. So cool. Lin Wanwan scrambled up from the floor, disregarding the dust on her clothes, and stumbled to the edge of the ship, reaching out to touch the razor-sharp metallic paddle. Don't touch it. Su Qing called out to stop her. Lin Wanwan's finger halted less than a centimeter from the metallic paddle, clearly sensing the cold energy emanating from it. Su Qing brought up the ship's panel, and a line of brand new information made him hold his breath for half a second. Unique structure reconstruction complete. Detected colorful hex evolution stable. Beneficial mutation triggered. Acquired unique trait Nightmare Mist. Nightmare Mist can actively release a field of energy mist covering an area of 1 nautical mile. Within the mist, non-friendly units have visibility of less than 1 meter with 95 of sonar and energy detection blocked, while the captain and crew's visibility remains unaffected. A mobile war mist covering an area of 1 nautical mile. Boss, how does it feel? Lin Wanwan ran back, exhilarated. Very good. Su Qing closed the panel, his gaze sweeping over the few people on the deck who were still in shock. Everyone go back to your rooms to rest. Wanwan, come with me to the control room. Bai Yun glanced at Su Qing, then at her daughter, leaning against him silently, pulling Su Qinghan back to the... Bai Yi, however, did not move. She looked at her mother's back and suddenly said, Mom, you weren't scared just now, were you? Bai Yun's footsteps paused for a moment, but without turning back, she quickened her pace. Bai Yi then withdrew her gaze and looked up at Su Qing. I want to go to the control room too. You should rest. I don't want to. Bai Yi linked her arm with his. I want to watch you steer the ship, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Su Qing glanced at her and did not refuse further. The control room had also been raised overall, giving a view that was more than twice as expansive as before. Lin Wanwan had already propped herself up at the control panel, her hands flying across it. Boss, the energy circuits have all been restructured. It's extremely stable. And this, she pointed at a newly added option on the screen, shadow dive mode. Should we give it a try? Activate. Lin Wanwan excitedly pressed the button. Buzz! A faint hum sounded, and the entire ship suddenly sank as if merging into the water. Bai Yi instinctively tightened her grip on Su Qing's arm, looking down at the ship's edge, then her eyes widened in shock. The ship was becoming transparent. The dark purple hull quickly faded, ultimately becoming a barely visible outline that slightly distorted in the water, with only the thin mist still shrouding the ship. From the outside, the ship appeared to have melted into the seawater. My goodness! Bai Yi covered her mouth. Full power silent sailing sonar signals lower than mutated sea fish. We are now just a shadow in the sea. Lin Wanwan exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. Su Qing opened the chat channel. The huge commotion caused by the upgrade had evidently impacted nearby. What was that sound just now? Did it thunder? Is a tsunami coming? Not thunder. I saw a small island in the distance glowing. Then it collapsed. Nonsense. That wasn't an island. I was close enough to see that it was a ship transforming. Just like in the movies. I was so scared I almost peed myself. A ship? What ship can transform? Are you seeing things? Absolutely true. That ship is gone now. I don't know if it sank or left. The screen was filled with gasps and speculations, and no one knew what had happened. Su Qing closed the channel, a slight smirk crossing his lips. Wanwan increased the sailing speed to 30 knots. Let's take a tour in the deep water area. Got it. The ghost ship glided silently into the deep sea, moving at an astonishing speed, the water on both sides barely rippling. After about half an hour, the regional channel suddenly erupted. Help! Someone come save me. It's the deep sea butcher. That guy is back. Damn. Why did we run into this crazy person again? He crashes into anyone he sees. My raft was just hit and half of it is gone. What is the deep sea butcher? Newbie asking. A madman in an ironclad ship. He kills anyone he sees and robs supplies. His ship is fitted with a ram. Ordinary rafts shatter in an instant. It's over. He's coming towards me. My ship is done for. Oh. The last message abruptly cut off, and the person's avatar instantly turned gray. Su Qing gazed at the messages in the channel, his eyes narrowing slightly. Wanwan marked the coordinates of that person from just now. Boss, are you going to? Go take a look. Lin Wanwan immediately marked a red dot on the sea chart. 15 nautical miles from us. If we go at full speed, we can arrive in 10 minutes. No need for full speed. Su Qing looked at the red dot on the screen, maintained stealth, and approached slowly. The ghost ship glided like a venomous snake, lying in wait in the darkness. 10 minutes later, a chaotic sea area appeared before them. Dozens of shattered raft debris floated on the surface alongside several corpses that had been gnawed beyond recognition. A nearly 20-meter-long ironclad ship was stationed in the center of the wreckage. The ship's body was haphazardly stitched together from countless rusty iron plates looking ugly and bulky. At the prow, a huge and hideous metal ram was still adorned with fragments of a raft and unknown flesh. A muscular man with bare arms and a grotesque physique stood at the bow of the ironclad ship, wielding a blood-stained cleaver and laughing maniacally. A bunch of useless scum, not even fit to be a toothpick for me. His crew joined in the raucous laughter on the deck, prying open the plundered supply crates one by one. "Boss, this one's loaded. A crate of compressed biscuits. And fresh water over here." The burly man nodded with satisfaction. He grabbed a bottle of water twisted off the cap and poured it directly over his head, basking in the adoring gazes of his underlings. "What's the next target, lads? Today let everyone on these waters remember who the true ruler is." His words trailed off, catching in his throat. He saw not far from their ironclad ship on the sea surface an impenetrable white fog had risen from nowhere. It spread with astonishing speed, engulfing their entire vessel in the blink of an eye. "What the hell is this?" The burly man's face turned pale as he gripped his blade warily. "Boss, I can't see. Nothing at all. Everyone stay calm. Turn on the searchlights." The blinding beams pierced the thick fog, only illuminating less than a meter ahead. The light refracted and twisted within the mist, making the surroundings even more eerie. The panicked shouts of the crew formed a stark contrast with the silence of the fog. Something is approaching us." A crewman pointed into the fog on the left, his voice trembling. Everyone stared nervously in that direction. Within the mist, a massive blurry silhouette was slowly drawing near. Silent, yet carrying a suffocating pressure. "Fire! Open fire, damn it!" the burly man roared hoarsely. Several simple ballistae mounted on the gunwale were frantically loaded and fired haphazardly toward the shadow. The bolts vanished into the thick fog without a trace, stirring no reaction. "What's happening? A misfire? Boss, there's no time to reload. It's here." The pirates on the ironclad ship fell into complete chaos. In the fog, with visibility under a meter, the unknown terror amplified infinitely. Inside the helm of the ghost ship, the atmosphere was starkly different. On the holographic projection screen, every detail of the ironclad was crystal clear, even the beads of sweat sliding down the burly man's face. "Boss, their heart rates have spiked to 180. If we scare them anymore, they might drop dead from a heart attack." Lin Wanwan stared at the physiological data on the screen, a gleeful grin spreading across her face. Bai Yi clung tightly to Su Qing's arm, her palms slick with sweat. Watching the pirates scrambling like headless flies on the screen, then glancing at the warship beside her that seemed to hail from another dimension, her heart pounded uncontrollably. Was this Su Qing's current power? Wanwan, lock onto their engine room. Su Qing's voice broke the silence in the helm. "Roger that." Lin Wanwan's fingers flew across the control console. A red crosshair instantly locked onto the ironclad's waterline. "Coordinates locked." "Boss, should we use the magic energy cannon? One shot, and their history." "No need." Su Qing shook his head, his gaze settling on a brand new blood-red button on the screen. "Let's try out the new toy." He raised his hand and pressed it. "Predator charge." A low, almost imperceptible hum resonated from deep within the ship's hull. Bai Yi felt a tremor beneath her feet. Before she could react, the 8 massive blade-like metal oars on the ship's sides plunged into the water. The ghost ship vanished, not with a slow acceleration, but instantaneously from its spot. On the sea, the ugly ironclad still circled futilely in the fog. The bare-chested giant raised his blade, roaring hoarsely into the fog. "Who's playing tricks? Show yourself and fight." Before his words faded, the fog beside him was violently torn apart. A ferocious beast had seemingly forged from the metal of an abyssal void emerged silently from the mist. Its 2 sapphire blue eyes stared fixedly at him. The expression on the giant's face froze from manic rage into sheer terror. His mouth gaped open, but he couldn't utter a single syllable. Time seemed to slow in that moment. He watched helplessly as the beast's head rammed into the ironclad ship he prided himself on. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a grating sound of metal tearing. Crack. The hull of the ironclad, haphazardly welded from countless iron plates, was as fragile as paper against the ghost ship's ram. From the midsection, a massive gash was torn open, splitting the vessel from bow to stern. Wood splinters, iron shards, and human limbs were hurled into the air by the immense kinetic force, then splashed into the water, staining it crimson. The entire ironclad, as if cut in two by an invisible pair of scissors, capsized helplessly to both sides and sank rapidly in a massive whirlpool. From the charge to the collision and the enemies sinking, the entire process took no more than 3 seconds. The ghost ship slowly came to a halt at the center of the wreckage, its hull untouched by a single drop of water. The eerie thin mist still shrouded the vessel as if nothing had happened. Ripped? Ripped through. Bai Yi murmured. She looked down at the deck beneath her feet. Despite the terrifying acceleration and impact, she had only felt a slight tremor. Full composite material shock absorption, powered by a dark energy core. This ship's design is at least a century ahead of this era. Lin Wanwan trembled with excitement as she watched the data stream on the screen. Boss. Hull damage 0%. Energy consumption 3%. We just rammed and sank a 20-meter ironclad. Su Qing ignored her excitement and opened the chat channel. The channel, which had been filled with lamentations over the deep-sea butcher's appearance, now fell into an eerie silence. After a full half-minute, a message tremblingly appeared. Did anyone see what happened? I think I saw a fog, and then the deep-sea butcher's ship just vanished, as in sailed away. No, it shattered. I saw it with my own eyes. A huge shadow burst out of the fog and smashed that ironclad in two with one hit. Just one hit. A shadow. What shadow? A sea beast. How big? No idea. Too fast. I only saw a head like a monster's head. And then the fog vanished along with the shadow. Stop talking, my raft's nearby. I'm out of here. This place is cursed. In the regional channel, panic spread like a plague. The deep-sea butcher, a nightmare for ordinary players, had been cleanly erased in a way they couldn't comprehend. Deactivate stealth mode and retract the fog. At his command, the thin mist around the ship quickly dissipated and the translucent hull reverted to its deep, dark purple. A menacing ghost warship now stood blatantly on the chaotic sea. Su Qinghan. Here. Su Qinghan's figure appeared instantly at the helm's entrance. She had changed into a form-fitting black combat suit for ease of movement. Retrieve the supply crates floating on the water. Su Qing pointed at the boxes bobbing on the waves. Stay alert. If there are survivors, finish them off. Understood. Without hesitation, Su Qinghan turned and lowered several automatic recovery nets over the side. They'll help too. Bai Yi immediately volunteered, eager to prove she wasn't just a delicate ornament hiding behind a man. Go rest. Su Qing dismissed her outright. I'm feeling much better. I said go rest. Su Qing's tone was mild, but Bai Yi sensed an undeniable finality in it. She pouted, but didn't insist, turning back to the master bedroom. Su Qinghan's efficiency was remarkably high. Several automated retrieval nets had dragged all the floating supply boxes from the sea to the side of the ship. She stood on the lifting platform at the ship's railing, holding a long rod with a hook, pulling a survivor's backpack that was stuck in some broken planks. Boss, we've retrieved everything. Su Qinghan dragged the last box onto the deck. Let's take inventory. Su Qing walked over to the pile of boxes, directly using the tip of the sea god's trident as a pry bar to pop the lids open. Wood, plastic, compressed biscuits, bottled fresh water. Most of these were basic supplies, plentiful in quantity, but average in quality. This deep-sea butcher is just a scavenger that targets beginners. Lin Wanwan ran down from the control platform and kicked a wooden box, her face filled with disdain. Looking at these supplies, it's clear he only preys on the weak. Su Qinghan silently sorted and categorized all the supplies, moving usable food and fresh water into the storage room of the kitchen, while the remaining materials were piled next to the recycler. Boss, there's a backpack. Su Qinghan handed over the wet backpack. Su Qing took it, unzipped it, and found there wasn't much inside. A diary swollen from seawater, a family photo carefully wrapped in a plastic bag, and a small music. He opened the music box, and a clear and melodious tune of Fur Elise played, sounding out of place on this sea that had just witnessed slaughter. Lin Wanwan leaned in to take a look, pouted, another pitiful creature that got eliminated. Su Qing closed the music box, and along with the diary and photo, tossed them into an empty wooden box nearby. He wouldn't throw these items back into the sea, nor would he keep them. When he next found a suitable deserted island, he would bury them there as a final respect for the deceased. Boss, where are we going now? Lin Wanwan rubbed her hands, her face filled with excitement as she looked at Su Qing. Should we look for another unsuspecting gang to try their ship? That last encounter was exhilarating. I haven't had enough fun yet. Su Qing ignored her and walked straight back to the control platform. He took out the beast skin map he had found in the underwater temple from his spatial pouch. The map gradually unfolded under the blue light of the control panel, displaying the outlines of ocean areas drawn with unknown dyes and 3 prominent red X marks clearly presented before the group. This is... Lin Wanwan's eyes were instantly glued to the map. As a mechanical enthusiast, she had an innate curiosity for things filled with mystery and unknown structures. The repair materials for the sea god's trident might be in these 3 locations. Su Qing's finger pointed to the nearest X mark. Based on the scale of the sea chart, it was roughly 200 nautical miles to the southeast. Repairing the trident. Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up. Boss, can this weapon be upgraded? Then what are we waiting for? We must go. Lin Wanwan immediately switched to work mode, her hands quickly operating on the control panel, calling up the sea chart for comparison. Coordinates confirmed, plotting course. Boss, this place is a bit off. There are no islands or resource points marked within 50 nautical miles. It's a blank area. Alright, it's settled then. Su Qing decided. Wanwan set the ship for autopilot, maintain a speed of 40 knots, and expect to arrive in 5 hours. Understood. The ghost ship trembled slightly, the bow turned direction, and 8 metal oars silently dipped into the water, speeding toward the target sea area. The ghost ship carved an almost invisible trail across the sea, sailing at an astonishing speed toward the target sea area. Boss, we'll reach the target sea area in 10 minutes. Lin Wanwan's voice broke the calm of the control panel as she pointed at a red zone on the screen, her expression serious. There's a large-scale abnormal weather pattern showing up on the radar. Wind speeds and currents are extremely irregular. We might be heading into a storm zone. A storm? Bai Yi lifted her head from Su Qing's shoulder, her face showing a hint of tension. It's not an ordinary. Su Qing stared at the constantly refreshing data stream on the screen, the center of that red zone, showing terrifying energy reaction values. Prepare for impact. Wanwan switched to manual control mode. Understood. Lin Wanwan immediately transferred control permissions to Su Qing. Su Qing gripped the cold metal control stick, and the ghost ship's speed slowly decreased. Soon a shocking sight appeared on the distant horizon of the sea. The sky looked as if stained with ink. Thick, dark clouds pressed low, forming a massive, continuously rotating cloud cover. Beneath the cloud cover, the water was being drawn by an invisible force, forming a terrifying whirlpool with a diameter of over a kilometer. Countless broken shipwrecks were caught in the whirlpool, spinning rapidly with the water flow, colliding against each other and producing a muffled sound. Heavens! Bai Yi stared at the apocalyptic scene, instinctively clutching Su Qing's arm, her knuckles. Boss, this whirlpool is not right. Lin Wanwan's voice trembled slightly. The water flow is too fast. If our ship gets sucked in, even with the energy shield, it won't last more than a few minutes. Moreover, the energy detector is about to blow. There's a supermassive energy source at the center. She pointed at a light spot on the screen that had turned black and red, screaming. It's debris. Su Qing's voice was calm as he maneuvered the ghost ship, stopping 100 meters from the edge of the whirlpool. The powerful propulsion system countered the whirlpool's massive suction, allowing the ship to hover steadily at the edge of the turbulent waters. He activated the long-range observation device at the bow, projecting the image directly onto the main screen. In the center of the whirlpool, the scene was magnified hundreds of times. It was a graveyard formed from countless. There were decaying, ancient wooden sailing ships, modern ironclad ships covered in rust, and even several sci-fi-styled metal warships that were clearly high-tech products. At the very center of that wreckage graveyard, a fist-sized dark golden metal piece floated quietly in the water, emitting a faint and rhythmic glow. Found it. Lin Wanwan's breathing quickened. How do we get there? Bai Yi looked at the terrifying whirlpool, her voice dry. This is basically a death trap. Su Qing did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the screen, but his brow gradually furrowed. He noticed that the path of the shipwrecks swirling around the debris didn't seem entirely chaotic. In their rapid rotation, they occasionally formed an extremely brief, safe passage, no wider than 5 meters, leading straight from the edge of the whirlpool to the center. The time for the passage to appear wouldn't exceed 3 seconds. Seizing that 3-second opportunity and using the ghost ship's predatory charge might allow them to rush in. Su Qing tightened his grip on the control stick. Boom. Just then a sound far more muffled and powerful than the surrounding water flow echoed from the depths of the whirlpool. The entire ghost ship shook violently in response. Boss! Lin Wanwan seemed to have grasped a lifeline, immediately reporting loudly. There's a violent energy reaction at the bottom of the whirlpool. Something is about to come out. Su Qing abruptly turned his gaze back to the main screen. At the center of the vortex, the graveyard composed of countless wrecks began to churn violently. The turmoil in the depths of the vortex intensified. The wrecks of the rapidly spinning ships seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, their chaotic trajectories abruptly halted. Boss, they have stopped. Lin Wanwan's voice was sharp, filled with disbelief. No, they are. On the main screen, the image, magnified hundreds of times by the observation device, was depicting a horrifying scene. A decaying wooden sailboat was brutally torn apart, its keel embedded in the rusted hull of an ironclad ship. Immediately after, more fragments, masts, and armor plates, like living building blocks, crazily converged, squeezed, and fused towards a central point. Crack! A gigantic hand formed from countless ship fragments suddenly emerged from the churning wall. The 5 fingers were remnants of 5 different ships from various eras and sizes, with torn sails still hanging from their tips. The giant hand paused momentarily in the air before slamming down heavily on the surface of the vortex. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the entire ghost ship to shake violently. Bai Yi let out a scream, clinging desperately to Su Qing's arm, burying her face in his back, afraid to look at the screen. Stabilize the ship. Su Qing shouted, gripping the control lever tightly. The metal paddles on either side of the ghost ship spun rapidly, counteracting the violent pull and impact. That giant hand was merely the beginning. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, an immense silhouette was slowly rising from the center of the vortex. Its torso was forcibly stitched together from the wreckage of over a dozen large warships, and at its chest was a massive turbine engine still flickering with ghostly blue arcs. Its legs twisted from numerous small rafts and speedboats. Its head, however, was an upside-down cipher-shaped submarine with the observation window emanating an ominous red glow. A terrifying giant stitched together from all the corpses in the ship graveyard. A crimson warning box flashed frantically in Su Qing's retina. Sunken ship, 2 Master Mid-Tier Lord Strength Assessment, 120 Agility Assessment, 35 Trait 1 A Body of Wreckage, 70 Physical Damage Reduction, immune to all attacks below. Refined Quality Trait 2, Heart of the Vortex, can control all water flows and wreckage within a radius of 1 kilometer. Strength 120. Su Qing's heart sank. The power of this creature was even higher than that of the aberrant overseer in the previous temple, and with a 70 physical damage reduction, it was practically an indestructible iron turtle. Roar. The sunken ship Tomb Master let out a roar that sounded inhuman. Its head, formed from the submarine, slowly turned 2 crimson gazes, instantly locking onto the ghost ship hovering at the edge of the vortex. Toward this living thing that intruded into its tomb, it displayed unabashed hostility. The sunken ship Tomb Master lifted its other arm, which had yet to fully form, and suddenly reached into the water. Splash! A wreck of a modern ironclad ship over 30 meters in size was violently yanked from the water, whistling through the air like a cannonball heading straight for the ghost ship. Boss! Lin Wanwan's scream echoed in the control room. There's no time to evade. Prepare for impact. Su Qing's pupils constricted as he abruptly pushed the power of the psionic shield to maximum. The ghostly blue shield instantly solidified several times, forming a thick energy shell on the surface of the ghost ship. In the next second, that ironclad wreck, resembling a small mountain, crashed down onto the shield. Bang! A deafening explosion ensued. The entire ghost ship was pushed backward by this terrifying force, sliding several meters, the ship tilting violently, sending everyone in the control room tumbling about. Bai Yi was flung out entirely, but thankfully Su Qinghan was quick-witted and grabbed her, holding her tightly against the corner. Shield energy decreased by 15. Lin Wanwan held onto the edge of the control panel tightly, her face pale, as she watched the energy bar plummet on the screen. The energy from this impact is higher than our full power strike during the Predator charge. The ghost ship's shield had actually lost 15 of its energy from a single hit, and that was after a 70 physical damage reduction. Su Qing steadied himself, his expression grim. They were trapped. Although this behemoth moved slowly, it could control all the wreckage in the vortex to attack, essentially making it a mobile artillery platform with unlimited ammo. If this continued, once the shield energy was depleted, the ghost ship would be reduced to rubble. Roar! After successfully landing a blow, the sunken ship Tomb Master seemed even more excited, bending down as both its giant hands simultaneously reached into the vortex, stirring up even bigger waves. It's going for something big. Lin Wanwan's voice trembled as she looked at the energy readings on the radar. Boss, this time it's 2 ships. No, it's 3. 3 massive warship wrecks were pulled up from the water, forming a triangular formation that blocked all escape routes for the ghost ship. The shield can only withstand 2 more rounds at most. Lin Wanwan shouted in despair. Su Qing's gaze was fixed on the main screen as his mind raced. Retreat was impossible. Withstanding it hidden would also lead to death. The only way out lay in that pair. His gaze swept past the 3 rushing warship wrecks beyond the massive form of the sunken ship Tomb Master, finally settling on the dark golden fragment quietly floating at the vortex's center. At the moment the sunken ship Tomb Master raised its hand to attack, a brief moment of turbulence appeared in the water's flow behind it. A safe passage, less than 5 meters wide, existing for only 3 seconds, emerged. There was only one chance. 1-1. Su Qing's voice was eerily calm. Switch to Predator charge mode. Allocate all energy to the paddles. Boss, you want to charge in? Lin Wanwan was taken aback. Execute the command. Yes. Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth, furiously pressing on the control panel, causing the energy distribution bar on the screen to tilt sharply, the red area representing the power system maxing out. Hold on tight. Su Qing's hands gripping the control lever bulged with veins as he looked at the 3 shadows of wrecks pressing down like mountains. He did not look at the 3 wrecks, but instead focused all his mental energy on the narrow passage that appeared fleetingly behind the wrecks. Now is the time. He thrust the control lever forward to its limit. Predator charge. The 8 enormous metal paddles on either side of the ghost ship unfolded simultaneously in an instant like the limbs of a giant beast from mythology, plunging fiercely into the water. The entire ghost ship seemed to be infused with a soul. The fierce beast head at the bow with its 2 ghostly blue gems suddenly lit up, and the dark purple body transformed into a blurred afterimage vanishing from its original spot. Its target was not the 3 incoming warships, but the narrow gap between them, almost impossible to pass. The ghost ship transformed into a purple streak of light imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom. Crack. The left side of the hull violently scraped against the bottom of a 30-meter-long ironclad wreck. The piercing sound of twisted metal seemed ready to tear apart eardrums, and large sparks exploded in the deep sea like brilliant fireworks. The entire ship tilted sharply to the right, and Bai Yi felt as if her body would be thrown out. However, Su Qing's arm firmly held her in place. Steady. Su Qing growled, his arm muscles bulging as his eyes fixed intently ahead. Immediately, the starboard side of the ship brushed past the mast of another decaying sailboat. The mast, thicker than a person's waist, snapped like rotten wood under the cutting force of the ghost ship's ethereal paddles, debris flying in all directions. The ghost ship squeezed through the encirclement that could crush everything at an angle that could only be described as miraculous. Whoosh! The bow broke through the wall of water, and the scene before them suddenly became clear. All the chaos and noise halted in that moment. The ghost ship charged into the center of the whirlpool, that absolute calm eye of the storm. My God! Lin Wanwan sat down heavily, gasping for breath, her face unable to distinguish between cold sweat and excitement. We made it through. The ship's outer armor had scratched by 3%, but we got in. Boss is amazing. Su Qinghan also released her grip on Bai Yi and leaned against the wall, her chest heaving violently. In that instant, she truly thought the ship was done for. Bai Yi slowly raised her head and looked through the translucent dome of the console at the scene outside. They were currently in the center of a massive circular theater formed by seawater. Surrounding them were rapidly spinning walls of water and countless wreckage, while here it was as calm as a blue gemstone. Less than 100 meters ahead of them, the terrifying giant formed from countless shipwrecks was slowly and stiffly turning around. It seemed surprised that this little bug could intrude into its domain in such a manner. The head, formed from submarines, bore 2 crimson gazes flickering violently with anger. Roar! The master of the sunken ship let out a thunderous roar, its massive body disturbing the calm surface of the water and raising towering waves. It abandoned long-range throws, and the 2 giant hands made of shipwrecks swung down towards the ghost ship with immense force, as if trying to swat away a bothersome fly. Boss, it's going to smash us. Lin Wanwan rolled and crawled back to the console. Wanwan. Su Qing's voice was calm and unwavering. Charge the main cannon. Target the turbine on its chest. Understood. Lin Wanwan's fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving a trail of afterimages as the twin magical artillery began to gather a dazzling blue light. Go to the back. Su Qing's voice brooked no argument. Bai Yi hesitated for a moment, looking at the man's focused and stern profile. This time she did not pout or argue, but silently loosened her grip and retreated to Su Qinghan's side. She knew this was not the time for her to be willful. Su Qing's feet were rooted on the deck, gripping the control stick tightly, as if he and the ghost ship had become one. Facing those gigantic hands that could block out the sun, he did not retreat, but advanced. The ghost ship's 8 metal paddles powered up again, and the hull executed a nimble slide, narrowly slipping past the edge of the giant hand's downward strike. The raging waters nearly capsized the ship, but Su Qing stabilized the hull with his exquisite control. He maneuvered to the side of the master of the sunken ship. In this position, the opponent's massive palm became an obstruction to its attack. Charging complete. Lin Wanwan shouted. Not yet. Su Qing's gaze was fixed on the enormous turbine, slowly rotating on the monster's chest. Wait for it to turn. I want you to stop it for me. The master of the sunken ship missed its strike, growing even angrier. Its massive body began to awkwardly turn, trying to recapture the ghost ship's trail. With each rotation, it created huge undercurrents beneath the water. Bai Yi's heart was in her throat. She watched Su Qing, the man who navigated the colossal ship, with composure amidst the apocalyptic scene. There was not a trace of panic on his face, only absolute calm and focus. In this moment, Su Qing was unfamiliar, yet filled with a deadly allure. Now, when the master of the sunken ship turned again, fully exposing the turbine on its chest to the ghost ship's front, Su Qing issued the command. Fire! Lin Wanwan slammed her hand on the red launch button. Boom! Boom! 2 thick, blue energy beams tore through the water curtain, striking precisely at the enormous turbine engine. There was no violent explosion, only a zone of dead white. Then that white light suddenly contracted inward before bursting forth in a terrifying display. Boom! This explosion was a pure release of energy. The massive turbine on the master of the sunken ship, along with the surrounding wreckage of over a dozen warships, was blown apart, creating a horrifying hole over 20 meters in diameter. Countless burning fragments and twisted metal were sent flying by the violent shockwaves, scattering in all directions. Roar! The head of the master of the sunken ship, formed from submarines, tilted back, letting out a short and painful howl, its enormous body abruptly leaning back, and the two giant hands made of shipwrecks fell limply. We hit it. The core exploded. Lin Wanwan looked at the enormous hole that had been completely pierced on the screen, jumping up from her seat, fists raised. We won. Boss, did you see that? One shot. Just one shot. Bai Yi also loosened her grip on Su Qinghan, her chest heaving violently as she stared at the screen where the massive monster began to fall apart, her face filled with shock at having survived. Su Qing said nothing, instead his brow furrowed even tighter. The system notification did not send a kill message. Something's wrong. Lin Wanwan's cheers suddenly stopped. She dashed back to the console, her eyes locked on the wildly fluctuating red data stream on the screen. Boss, its energy reaction hasn't diminished, it's actually stronger. What the hell is that thing? On the screen, the enormous hole in the master of the sunken ship's chest had not extinguished due to the penetration. On the contrary, a mass of even denser and more ominous dark red light was frantically gathering with it. The wreckage of the ships, blown away and scattered in the whirlpool, seemed to receive a command, turning direction and transforming into streaks of light, rushing wildly towards that mass of red light. It's devouring its own fragments. Lin Wanwan's voice changed pitch. It's reassembling. No, it's mutating. The colossal form of the master of the sunken ship, blocking out the sun, was rapidly disintegrating and contracting in a manner that defied the laws of physics. In less than 10 seconds, the towering 100-meter shipwreck giant vanished, replaced by a humanoid monster hovering at the center of the vortex, standing less than 10 meters tall. The creature was entirely composed of a dark red metal that seemed to flow with rust, and at its chest was a dark gold metallic block resembling a heart. That was indeed the second piece of the sea god fragment. At this moment, it became the energy core of this new monster. Shipwreck Tomb Master, Raging Dissolution, Form High Evil Lord. Power Assessment 150. Agility Assessment 80. Characteristic 1, Shattered Body, 80. Immunity to physical damage, energy resistance, increased by 50. Characteristic 2, Vortex Singularity, can transform into the vortex core, devouring everything within a 1-kilometer radius. High Evil Lord. Power 150. Agility 80. This was a monster from an entirely different dimension. The newly born monster emitted a sharp roar, the sound no longer dull, but rather shrill, like countless metals grinding against each other, directly penetrating the ship's hull and exploding in everyone's minds. Bai Yi groaned, feeling as if her head had been pricked by a needle, her face instantly turning pale. The monster gave them no chance to breathe. The dark gold heart in its chest suddenly glowed brightly. Boss, be careful. It has absorbed all the energy from the entire vortex. Lin Wanwan screamed in panic. At that moment, the terrifying vortex, with a diameter of over 1 kilometer, surprisingly halted its rotation. All the seawater, all the wreckage seemed to have been pressed the pause button. In the next second, the entire vortex began to collapse inward. The seawater was being compressed frantically, forming an impenetrable wall of water pressing towards the ghost ship from all directions. Warning! Warning! The structural pressure of the ship has exceeded critical levels. Energy of the spiritual shield is rapidly decreasing. 30, 20, 10. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the control room. Boss, we can't hold it any longer. The shield is about to shatter. Lin Wanwan gripped the control panel tightly, her knuckles turning white. There was no chance left for a heating collision. Su Qing's gaze was fixed firmly on the monster's chest, locking onto the sea god fragment that served as its energy core. That was the only path to survival. Wanwan. Su Qing's voice, clear amidst the immense pressure and noise, reached Lin Wanwan's ears. Divert all energy of the spiritual shield to the ship's bow. What? Lin Wanwan was taken aback. Boss, if we do that, the ship will be completely exposed. It will be crushed instantly. Follow the orders. Su Qing had no time to explain. He drew the dark gold sea god trident from behind him. Yes. Lin Wanwan gritted her teeth and frantically pressed buttons on the control panel. Buzz. The blue shield on the ghost ship's surface vanished instantly, all energy converging onto the menacing beast's head at the bow. Su Qing, what are you doing? Bai Yi shouted as she saw Su Qing draw his weapon, a surge of intense unease filling her heart. Su Qing did not look back, but firmly thrust the trident into the slot before the control panel. Ghost ship, it is time to reveal your true form. He murmured, then poured all of his power into the sea god trident without reservation. Boom. The entire ghost ship shook violently. Centered around the trident, dark gold patterns instantly spread across the control panel, rapidly extending throughout the ship. The beast's head at the bow, with its two bluish crystal eyes, suddenly transformed to the same dark gold as the trident. Detected sea god trident connected to the ghost ship core. Ship body characteristic predatory charge has mutated. Gained unique skill Wrath of the Sea God. Wrath of the Sea God consumes all shield energy, fusing the power of the sea god trident with the ship body to create an ultimate impact that annihilates everything. Hold on tight. Su Qing gripped the control stick again. It felt as if he held the power of the entire ocean. Give me a path. Boom. As Su Qing pushed the control stick all the way down, the entire ghost ship was no longer merely a ship. The menacing beast's head at the bow, under the power of the sea god trident, came to life. The terrifying wall of water compressing from all sides was as fragile as thin paper before the dark gold light spear. Sizzle. The light spear tore through the curtain of water. Ahead was the newly born high-level Lord monster, radiating an overwhelming pressure. It seemed to sense the imminent threat, the sea god fragment in its chest glowing brightly, its two thick arms made of dark red metal crossed in front of its chest, attempting to block this ultimate strike that could destroy everything. Everyone in the control room only saw a blinding white light on the main screen, enough to scorch the retina, followed by an indescribable, terrifying shockwave coming from beneath their feet. Crack! Lin Wanwan heard the ship's structure groaning, the ghostly alloy weeping. Su Qinghan instinctively shielded by Yi behind him, using all his strength to brace against the wall, his bones creaking under the unbearable strain. Su Qing gripped the control stick tightly. His palms had already torn open, blood flowing down the control stick and along the dark gold patterns. Give me a break. He forced out 3 words through gritted teeth, squeezing out the last ounce of strength within him, pouring it all into the trident. The dark gold light spear surged with brilliance once more. Crack, crack, crack. On the screen, that invincible high-level Lord monster's arms crossed before its chest began to shatter piece by piece from its fingertips. The dark red metal fragments fell like snowflakes, turning to dust upon contact with the light spear. The monster's defenses were breached. The light spear drove straight and crashing against the pulsating sea god fragment that served as its energy core. In the next second, the light consumed everything. The enormous vortex, with a diameter of over 1 kilometer, was forcefully flattened in the face of this energy storm. The seawater was evaporated, only to be filled by incoming water from further away. And the ghost ship, after piercing through the monster's core, continued its momentum, rushing forward nearly 1,000 meters before slowly coming to a halt. The dark gold light at the bow quickly faded, revealing a battered ship body. The entire control room fell into silence. Su Qing suddenly released the control stick, kneeling on one knee, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the metallic floor before him. The world before him spun wildly, and all his strength seemed to be drawn away in an instant, making it incredibly difficult to lift even a finger. Boss. Lin Wanwan was the first to react, scrambling to Su Qing's side, wanting to help him, but too afraid to touch him. Bai Yi also screamed as she rushed over, seeing the blood at the corner of his mouth, tears instantly streaming down her face. It was at this moment that a series of dense system notification sounds crazily filled Su Qing's mind. Kill shipwreck, tomb master, raging dissolution, form high-level lord. Hunting rhythm triggered, restoring 10 of maximum stamina. Level up, reward, determination in progress. Congratulations. You have completed the epic achievement Godslayer Beginner. Gained unique title Godslayer Beginner. After equipping, final damage dealt to units of Lord level and above increased by 20. Gained epic skill book Vortex Singularity. Gained Dissolution Core Legendary 1. Gained Abyssal Source Material 10. Gained Sea God Fragment 23. Boss. Su Qing, Lin Wanwan, and Bai Yi's voices mingled together. Bai Yi tried to help him up, but she couldn't move him at all. She could only kneel beside him, flustered as she tried to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, tears streaming down her face. Don't touch me. Su Qing squeezed out a few words through his clenched teeth, each breath sending a tearing pain through his lungs. The earlier attack, the Wrath of the Sea God, not only drained all his strength, but also forced the domineering power of the Sea God's trident back into his body through the control rod. His body felt like it was about to fall apart. I'll go get the medicine. Bai Yun also reacted, rushing towards the storage cabinet in the kitchen, her hands trembling as she searched inside. Su Qinghan quickly walked over, squatting down to check Su Qing's carotid artery with her fingers. His heartbeat is chaotic, but it's still strong. Her voice was steady, giving the panicking crowd a sense of calm. Don't move him, yet let him rest a bit. Su Qing closed his eyes, forcing himself to focus on the frantically flashing system rewards in his mind. Godslayer Beginner increases damage against Lord level and above units by 20. With a thought, he pressed the skill book, radiating with an epic glow directly onto his chest. Learning successful. Vortex Singularity Epic Active Skill. Designate an area to create a small gravity vortex lasting 10 seconds of forcibly drawing in all surrounding hostile targets. At the end of the vortex, an energy explosion will occur, dealing area damage based on your power attribute. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. A powerful crowd control skill. If he had this sooner, he wouldn't have been so helpless earlier. A warm current spread from the point where the skill book merged with him, nourishing his battered body, and the pain lessened slightly. Medicine. The medicine is here. Bai Yun rushed back with a bowl of steaming dark green potion, the liquid sloshing in the bowl spilling onto her hand and burning it, yet she remained oblivious. Help him sit up a bit. Bai Yun's voice was tinged with tears. Su Qinghan and Lin Wanwan carefully lifted Su Qing's upper body, letting him lean against Su Qinghan's embrace. Bai Yi knelt beside them, watching her mother hold the bowl and spoon-feed Su Qing the medicine, her movements gentle, as if treating a rare treasure. She bit her lips, saying nothing. The scalding potion slid down her throat, and a surge of overwhelming life energy erupted within him. His strength slowly began to recover. After what felt like more than 10 minutes, Su Qing's complexion changed from a deathly pallor to a hint of color. He slowly opened his eyes, pushed aside the spoon Bai Yun offered, and propped himself up, slowly sitting upright. I'm fine. His voice was hoarse. Still saying you're fine. You've been spitting blood. Bai Yi's tears. I won't die. Su Qing took a breath, leaning against the control panel behind him. With a thought, he pulled out all the spoils he had just obtained from his spatial bag and laid them out on the floor before him. In an instant, the entire control room was illuminated by various lights. A core of rupture radiating legendary golden light, with what seemed like a nebula swirling inside. 10 pieces of the purest crystal sealed inside was a wisp of deep blue mist, the deep sea. Finally, a dark golden metal fragment lay quietly on the floor, all light having retreated, yet it still emanated an ancient aura. I can't. Lin Wanwan looked at the legendary core of rupture, her eyes going wide with shock. It's a legendary energy core. Boss. She spoke incoherently, her entire being lost in a state of frenzied excitement. With this we can load real shipborne weapons. What magic energy cannons can do in front of this? They are merely toys. We can load the Phantom Annihilation Cannon. We could even attempt to construct a short-range space jump engine. Bai Yi and Bai Yun didn't understand those complex terms, but just by looking at Lin Wanwan's frenzied expression and the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the core, they knew it was definitely an extraordinary treasure. What about this one? Bai Yi pointed at the 10 crystal-like deep sea essence. Top-grade material. The main material for crafting epic-level equipment. Lin Wanwan answered without looking up. Su Qing ignored her excitement, reaching out to pick up the dark golden sea god fragment. It felt warm in his hand, a power resonating from the fragment that echoed with the divine power remaining in his body from using the trident. Obtained sea god fragment, 23. Just one more piece to go. Su Qing stored the fragment, carefully feeling his strength recover a bit more, propping himself up and slowly standing up. Wanwan checked the hull for damage. Su Qing's voice regained some strength. Okay. Lin Wanwan reluctantly set down the core of rupture, scrambling back to the control panel and typing rapidly on the keyboard. As lines of data streamed across the screen, the excitement and fervor on her face gradually cooled down. In the end, she froze, her face turning paler than Su Qing had been earlier. What's wrong? Su Qing furrowed his brow. Lin Wanwan slowly turned her head, her lips trembling as she pointed at a red alert on the screen, her voice dry like sandpaper. Boss, the ship is about to be wrecked. What? Bai Yi was the first to exclaim. Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? That crash. The power of wrath of the sea god was too great, completely exceeding the structural limits of the... Lin Wanwan's voice carried a hint of tears. Although we pierced through that monster, we also, essentially self-destructed. She brought up a 3D perspective of the ship's structure. The originally smooth and elegant dark purple hull of the phantom ship was now covered in barely visible fine cracks, spreading like a spiderweb across the entire vessel. The main keel has structural fatigue with 3 connection points at risk of breaking. All 8 ghost energy ores are overloaded, with 70% of the energy circuit burned out. The prow's predator ram, due to energy infusion overload, has experienced crystal disintegration. It's in this state now, and another crash will shatter it completely. With each word Lin Wanwan spoke, the hearts of everyone sank further. The most critical issue is the energy core. She pointed to the core location in the 3D diagram. The constraint field of the spirit energy reactor has decayed under the impact and is now leaking energy at a very slow rate. Inside the control room, there was a dead silence. So we're sitting on a bomb that could explode at any moment. Su Qinghan broke the silence, her voice cold. Lin Wanwan nodded with difficulty. Then, can it still be repaired? Bai Yun asked in a trembling voice.